The Store.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to your Friday and your weekend as quickly as possible. Absolutely loaded. The most guests of the entire week on today's show. Sonny Dykes from TCU is going to join us at 7:20. Bobby Belt will pop in. Ross Tucker, who does Eagles play-by-play and color broadcasting, will preview Sunday's game. Babe Laufenberg and the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle for the beginning of the Star season tonight.
Yeah, Star season gets underway later on this evening. Their home opener, it's against Nashville, is their home opener on Saturday night, which I will be at that game.
Wow.
Taking the little boys, take the boys to that game, take Sarah to that game as well. It's going to be cool, going to be fun, going to be happy, going to be, I will not be drunk. I will not be drunk.
Oh, because the kids are there?
Yeah, I'll have the kids with me. Yeah, I will not be
Are they alcohol monitors? Like if you come back with a beer, it's like, Dad, what is that? What is that? What are you doing?
They, if I'm at home, I will never drink something that they can see. Like I'll put it in a Yeti.
Okay.
And so like I just don't have to drink in front of them. But I will. I just won't show them what it is.
Right.
They don't know what it is. Very, very, very coy. Is it coy the right word?
Yeah.
It's very sly, very slick about it. But yeah, I won't drink in front. I won't drink at the game.
Mike McCarthy, no surprise, says we are preparing for Cooper Rush to start this week against the Eagles. I am so tired of trying to figure out these Dak Prescott updates. Is he throwing right-handed? Is he throwing left-handed? Dak saying, ask my receivers. I still got zip and pop on the ball. The receivers saying he'll be back out here soon. But to no one's surprise, Dak Prescott is not going to play against Philadelphia. It will be Cooper Rush. And that original timeline, maybe that's a question for KMC on Friday with Jerry. Did you make a mistake not putting him on IR? Could have had an extra roster spot as you tried to sell us this whole Billy Goods that Dak was going to miraculously return. And McCarthy still says, he's not that close. He's still got to practice for a week. He's still in the rehab phase, and then he's got to practice for a full week.
I'm like, the more we get along with this, I'm like, okay, he might not make it back to the bye. And you've got. I know we're looking at Detroit, Chicago coming up, and you should be able to beat those teams. You should be able to beat those teams. Although Detroit can score, except for last week.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell that was. Ooh. But they're still. They got shut out. They're still third in the league in scoring.
End of October, you get the bye. At Philly, will he be good to go against the Lions on October 23rd? Bears at home. Then the bye, and you return for the Packers on the road November 13th.
And there you go. And there's your game. That's probably the game that is the target date.
We're going to go that long? Not going to get back by Chicago? October 30th? We're sitting here on the 13th.
I think
2 weeks away still.
I think the issue is you don't have to. They're 4-1. Even if they lose to Philly.
You can lose to the Lions.
Yeah, you can lose to the Lions.
You can lose to the Lions.
It'll be a one-score game. The Lions always play one-score games, and they always lose them. But, you can lose to the Lions. I don't think you lose to the Bears. So let's just say worst-case scenario is you're 5-3. That's 10-6, man. Who's, you know what I mean? That's pretty cool. Let's roll.
Meanwhile, more Major League Baseball divisional round action last night, and the Goose got loose in Cali.
3-2 to Will Smith. Here it is, and a swing and a fly ball to right field straight away. Soto had him played perfectly, backs up a couple of steps, and he makes the catch. This ball game is over. An absolute classic between the Padres and the Dodgers in Game 2 of the Division Series. It is won by San Diego 5-3, and this thing is tied 1-1 heading home to Petco Park.
And so is the other series. That was the call on Dodgers radio. So the Braves blanked the Phillies 3-0. They're tied at 1. The Padres win on the road, and they tie up the series with L.A.
Yeah, they did. And this was the top. The first, let's see, 7 hitters in San Diego's lineup had a hit.
Wow.
The first 7 hitters. Kim, Soto, Machado, Drury, Cronenworth, Myers, and our boy, Jerks and Profar. We're still playing.
I thought you were going to say our boy, Joey Gallo's on the other side.
No, Joey Gallo's on the other side. Joey Gallo's on the other team. He's not playing much. He pinch hit in this one for Cody Bellinger. But Cody Bellinger's batting ninth.
What happened there?
Man, I don't know exactly what happened there.
He was an MVP guy, 3 years ago?
Yeah, he hit 210 for the year.
Jeez.
He had 19 home runs. He had a 654 OPS. I mean, none of those numbers are particularly any good.
Did you see the goose that got loose? There's a goose loose on the field that they eventually had to capture. They put the towel over it, put it in the trash can as the Dodger fans were booing. But that thing was out there like the black cat in that Cowboy-Giants game.
Yeah, and look, it is goose season.
It is.
It is big time goose season. You know, this is where the geese fly south for the winter. This time of year, and LA is pretty far south. I don't know if I've seen a gray goose though, outside of one that I drink.
Oh,
okay. I don't know that I've noticed a gray goose very much. Usually the Canadian geese got that more tan color to them.
Well, it's fall season. It feels like that when the geese are out and about. It's nice and chilly this morning as I'm heading to the state fair today.
Oh, baby, you gonna wear a hoodie?
I don't know. Not if it's like yesterday.
Holy cow, was it hot yesterday?
Good Lord. I go and pick up Ollie from school. He's got a red face. I pick him up. The back of his head is drenched. I'm like, did the AC break in here? They're like, no, we just played outside.
Yeah.
I think it was like 92 yesterday.
Yeah, it was a warm day yesterday, man. Like really, really hot. But it cooled off very nicely at night. My kid had his middle school football game last night. I don't know why it was on a Wednesday. But they had a half day or day off on Monday. But they had middle school. It was perfect.
They still dominating. He's still putting up his PFF offensive line grades.
They are 6-0. They are district champs. Whoa, middle school. They've already clinched it with 3 games to go. They dominated. They won this thing. They did a running clock in the second half. So if you get up more than 30.
Oh, Syracuse,
yeah,
was that Syracuse?
Yeah, they did it against was it Wagner or something like that? If you get up by more than 30, they go with a running clock, and they were up 38-zip at half or something, and they went running clock the second half.
Peyton, what is your annual tradition with the fair, if you have one? You always go out there with the fam?
So I haven't been in a few years. Obviously, since I was in my last relationship, haven't been out anytime soon.
Whoa. Hurt feelings out there? No more funnel cake to split?
Been a while, huh?
It's not a place you go with the homies, The state fair, I feel like, it's a date kind of vibe and stuff out there. So I haven't been, obviously COVID knocked it out for 2 years and stuff. But when I go out there, I know I got to spend money. I bring probably $75 to $100.
Yeah.
Go through the games, the Ferris wheel you got to go through, the pig races. Are you doing that, Sean?
Man.
Do you have like an agenda or an itinerary going
She
out
set
there?
one up last night.
Really?
I'm sitting there watching TV and, she's got this chart out and she's writing things down like we are with sports stats. And, she's like, that's Pepto, that's Bismol, that's antacid.
Mm-hmm.
She's planning. When you're old, you plan, strategically what you're going to eat with how it's going to hit and affect your system.
The amount of Tums that go through in the house, man.
So I don't know. Whatever the go-tos are, I don't get particularly excited about like this fair food. Last year I went and got a gyro.
Did you really?
I was like, I mean, they brought the state fair food in.
Yeah.
Fantastic, but I don't know. It's just when
I don't get
like a big just basket of fried. It's like I would like to have 1 or 2 bites of it.
Yeah.
But then you split that whole thing. You feel like you have to finish it because you're paying $18 for it, and then you got to move on to the next thing that kills you.
Yeah, it's too heavy. You can't walk around. That's the greatest place to do it because you get to walk afterwards. Let your digestive system flow.
Oh yeah. The best thing really is the corn dog. That's what we always start off with. You go and get your Fletcher's corn dog. That is fantastic. But after that, I'm just gonna follow along. She's talking about getting pickles and chicharron nachos, and then you're gonna move on to this, and there's turkey legs and all that stuff. So I'll go out there until the body gives out.
What is chicharron?
It's like fried, like pork skin. It's like fried skin.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's like a pork rind.
Pork rind. Yeah, exactly.
I had a fried lemonade the last time I was out there, actually.
What happened to the relationship?
Yeah. That's all we care about.
Why did it fall apart?
We moved on, I guess.
Why?
Just, long distance college and stuff
Long
like that.
distance.
Where'd she live?
Yeah. Louisiana.
You don't want to date anyway from Louisiana anyway.
Not too
Yeah.
far.
Went
How
to
long?
college out there.
Northern or southern Louisiana?
Monroe.
Yeah, you don't want that. It's basically Arkansas.
Is that where that famous family is? Is that the Duck Dynasty people?
Oh, yes. Yeah. We went by their museum or something out there and stuff, so.
Were they breaking into the building, crawling into the windows? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. We got a full Philly preview. How did the Eagles get to undefeated? We'll do a little breakdown at 6 o'clock. Devontae Adams is being legally charged for the cameraman incident. Tua is back throwing. We have Sonny Dykes, Bobby Belt, Ross Tucker, Babe Laufenberg, and Gavin Spittle. Don't go anywhere. The Thursday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started with Thursday Night Football tonight as well, along with the Stars, all on the Fan.
What did 9 out of 10 people who died from COVID have in common?
is taking place this evening. This is
it though?
This played into my state fair attendance today and going with the wife because I was like, I'm going to be out later than normal, going to be exhausted, then up until 10 o'clock tonight, but maybe we can shut this off. I don't know. It's the Commanders at the Bears. Guess the spread and the over-under.
The over-under is 39. I'm going to guess.
38.
Oh, 38.
We don't talk about Justin Fields at all, by the way.
No.
We don't talk about Justin Fields being a bust or a big miss so far. Part of the reason no one cares about the Chicago Bears, even though they're 2-3, they got a better record than the Commanders.
A better record. Yeah, they got a ton of fans too. The spread. I guess the Commanders are favored.
It's even. Even with the line. Over under is 38. And Amazon is pumping out their promotion of Marshawn Lynch, who is going to have a role on tonight's broadcast. Again, he's one of these Teflon dudes. Yeah. I had to make the joke yesterday. I had to make the cheap joke. Is he driving there? Is he driving to Chicago?
I see what you did there.
But no one reacted. No one responded.
No.
Because he's beloved.
We've already forgotten it. We've already forgotten about it. I mean, we already have, and here's Marshawn, ghost riding the whip on the field at Cal, and then there he is now, getting into car accidents with single car accidents, right up on curbs. Did you see the Russell Westbrook incident last night with the Lakers preseason game? Pat Beverly is trying to call a defensive huddle with LeBron and Anthony Davis. They all get together, and Westbrook doesn't join in. He just starts lining up at the free throw line for free shots. And I said this multiple times in the offseason over and over again. Don't let the Lakers get Kyrie. Not that they were going to win the championship. Not that Kyrie was going to all of a sudden act sane. You have to get Westbrook out of there. Westbrook hates Beverly, and probably vice versa. I can already imagine, forget about the Lakers season, I can already see the sit down after the year with Pat Beverly in studio on ESPN blasting Russell Westbrook just like he has done Chris Paul. But that was not a great look last night with Westbrook not wanting to participate because these are two bulls in the China shop. They hate each other. Like, dude, like you gotta if this guy's on your team, you gotta.
I actually think I would take. I actually think if I have LeBron and AD, I would rather have Pat Bev than Russell Westbrook.
You absolutely would at this point in their career.
Like, Westbrook is, more talented, no doubt about it. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Pat Beverly is not. But even though, we love to hate him, Pat Bev can kind of bring a little bit of a culture, no BS. He doesn't care who's a star. Let's play defense and let's figure out how to do it. And I'm going to call you out if you don't, and I'm not going to be afraid of it.
Yeah.
And Russell Westbrook ain't here for it.
He was on one last night anyway, though. I mean, you see what he did with
who? Russ?
Russ. What did he do with McDaniels throwing the ball back and forth to him?
No.
On the inbounds. There you go.
McDaniels?
So, on Minnesota. He gets the guy throws the ball, so he keeps throwing it back to him. And it's on the inbounds. Like he just keeps throwing messing around with them. He was on one last night either way.
Lord.
Yeah.
Speaking of being on one, Kanye always is. Did you see this? Kanye sat down for a taping of The Shop. That's LeBron's podcast. And
is that where Brady said this mofo thing?
They chose to keep this mofo. Yeah. And they refused to release it. They're not releasing the episode because Kanye apparently continued with some hate speech that Maverick Carter, LeBron's agent, said, we can't support, we can't release. What I really wanted to see was some of the excerpts and the clips to see how LeBron reacted to whatever Kanye said. I think he's still being anti-Semitic in a lot of his rants. That's the latest thing that he's been doing, right? We've had 50 different things, and now he's going off on Jewish people. But I wanted to see the reaction from the people in the room when Kanye was making these statements. It later came out LeBron was not there for this taping. So he was not there. Let's see if we can get some of the leaked video. See if someone can pull a Warriors TMZ and release the things that Kanye was saying that were apparently so bad that The Shop is not putting out the episode.
Yeah, when you showed me this yesterday, I was like, whoa, really? They're not putting it out? I was like, okay, that never crossed my mind they weren't going to put that one out. Just because I don't like. I was thinking like, okay, is that like putting it out there? Does that mean that you like kind of co-sign with what he's saying? I don't think you do, but he's toxic right now. He's getting shadow banned and partially banned from social media accounts for his Twitter rants on, like you said, on anti-Semitic rants. It's
Have y'all watched his Netflix, like the documentary?
Genius?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
It's very good.
I have not.
It's crazy to see how different he was coming up. And, what a genius he was. His attitude, his approach, his grind, the relationships coming up, and then the flip and the turn. It's really, really good if you have not seen it. So yesterday, $28 was trending.
Yeah.
$28 because of a Fox business analyst on TV talking about inflation.
Admittedly, you want to know how bad inflation is? Yesterday, yes, I had a nice lunch at Taco Bell. Cost me about $28 at Taco Bell for lunch. People need to pay for those things, and they do that by getting jobs and getting in the economy and getting active and getting involved.
Wait a minute. You spent $28 at Taco Bell for just yourself?
For lunch, yeah. It's true.
Okay.
That's a lot of chalupas.
That's an inflation story.
That is. You're both thin, fit guy. I can't see me. That's just like the opening appetizer, but whatever.
$28 at Taco Bell. The internet. This is what Twitter was made for. You absolutely did not eat $28 of Taco Bell on your own without it involving another $200 in alcohol and drugs. Let's do the math. 12 tacos, 4 sodas, upwards of 4,000 calories. That's what you could get for about $28. 12 tacos, 4 sodas, and upwards of 4,000 calories.
Yeah, the most expensive thing is $10. It's the
10. What is it?
It's the 2 chicken chalupa supreme combo.
So 2 chalupas and a drink is $10?
2 chicken chalupas supreme. So it looks like you get 2 of them and you get a taco. Looks like you get a taco with it as well.
Okay.
It's $10.
You would not be on television talking about it. You would be in the bathroom. How can the human body absorb $28 of Taco Bell and survive? If he paid $28, I suspect his toilet flushes involve 3 seashells. You should be arrested. You're stoned out of your mind and driving to Wendy's for $25 worth of Frosties afterwards. So there you go. People were breaking down if he did and what you could actually spend $28.
That seems like a lot of
You're
of
a
food
walking
to get.
hazmat spill.
Yeah, that seems like a lot of food to get. Spend $28 on a Taco Bell. Unless this was like in the middle of Times Square and the prices are double, which they might be. I don't think the dollar menu at McDonald's is quite $1 at Times Square. That's what you know what I mean? Like they may jack the price up a little bit just to pay for the rent. You can't sell $40,000 worth of chalupas in a month.
Total BS. You would be an active volcano at this point. So for the record, $28 will get you 4 crunchy tacos, 3 chalupas, 2 Crunchwrap Supremes, and unlimited refills of Mountain Dew Baja Blast. So that's the internet reacting to the $28 yesterday on Twitter.
I don't know what the Baja Blast Mountain Dew is.
My wife loves
Oh, you don't
that
get
stuff.
that? That's the only thing I get there. Anytime I get a meal, it's the Baja Blast.
I fight with my wife about this regular Mountain Dew. Regular. She loves the Baja stuff.
Oh, the Baja's so much better.
What is it?
It's
It's like neon green and
it's like
blue.
a blue. It's almost. I think that they've even made it before. It's like a blue Powerade and Mountain Dew and stuff. They mix it up. It's kind of like that flavor.
I don't think
It's really good. It'll change your life.
I'm stunned. I don't think I've seen someone over the age of 16 drink a Mountain Dew.
Well, when I have like a really bad sugar craving or you're hungover the next day, it's just got like a great sweetness to it. What's your soda of choice when you have to drink one?
It would be Coke. Straight Coke. Yeah.
Sounded really, what a pure answer.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very pure answer. I don't really drink them, but yeah, it would be Coke.
Cooper Rush is going to start against the Eagles, but how did they get here? Let's do a little breakdown of 5-0 on the home of the Cowboys. We take you inside the Star, and we're loaded with the guest list today. Sonny Dykes, Bobby Bell, Ross Tucker, Babe Laufenberg, Gavin Spittle previewing the Star season inside the Star for Filthy next.
Blasting. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy on your home of America's team, getting you ready for the heavyweight fight on Sunday night on this radio station. Dak was throwing passes yesterday for the first time since undergoing surgery, but Mike McCarthy said we are preparing for Cooper Rush to start. Dak said he felt great after the light throwing session. He was solid. I always got some pop on my passes. Go ask the receivers. But Mike McCarthy said we're still in the rehab phase. Once he clears this and he's fully activated, then I think that's when we have our conversation. What about Micah Parsons playing against Filthy? Yes, there's no question. He missed practice to rehab a groin injury. He said just taking it easy. Don't really want to push it. Just letting it rest and working, grinding it out so that I will be ready on Sunday. Jason Peters returned to practice after the rib issue. Of course, he's a big storyline heading into this one. 12 years with the Eagles, dealing with people like Howard Eskin, who you heard in the 5 o'clock replay. He said, quote, I just know the Philly fans are effing idiots when it comes to camaraderie. The Cowboys, any team really, they know that they pride themselves on being nasty and vulgar. They're going to cuss at you. Philly fans are the wildest out there to me. He said, for me, it's just another game. Philadelphia is not just another city. I got my first Super Bowl there, laid a lot of bricks. That's my city. Just to go back, it'll be great to beat them. So that was Jason Peters with a half smile on his face saying they're effing idiots. They're vulgar, and they are nasty. And that was what Michael Irvin was talking about.
That was a compliment.
Yeah, it was a compliment.
He was trying to make that as a compliment.
Yes. Michael Irvin was talking about that yesterday. He just wants to see how the Cowboys respond, right? It's kind of like when you go into a road game, NBA Game 1 or NBA Game 7, you withstand the avalanche, the emotional avalanche, the noise, your silent counts, getting ready to drive in through that crowd of morons and just dealing with the electricity that's out there in a big game environment. So that's where we stand leading up to this one for the game on Sunday night. So ESPN did a little breakdown of how the NFC East has bounced back. How has it been done? Let's go with the Cowboys first, and then we'll get to Filthy before we get to Devontae Adams being legally charged for the cameraman incident. NFC East, only division with 3 4-win teams. Even with Washington 1-4 dragging the group down, the 14-6 combined record, best in the league. And the 11-3 record outside the NFC East is number 1, including 3 road victories on Sunday.
That to me is the most surprising of this, is that the NFC East has been doing really, really well against the other divisions. This was our hiccup over the last couple of years. I mean, look, last year the Cowboys were undefeated against the NFC East and 500 against everybody else. Well, this year, they're They've got 2 wins against the NFC East, but they also have 2 wins against other divisions and 1 loss. So, already off to a better start.
And Bill Barnwell says the biggest difference, obviously, is the defense. I'm not sure I can think of an NFL defense that gave up more big plays because of gap integrity, gap issues than the Mike Nolan Cowboys in 2020. They gave up a league-high 5 plays of 60 yards or more. That has not happened this season until Cooper Kupp went 75 to the house against Trayvon Diggs. But those guys aren't around anymore. 9 of the 15 defenders who played at least 50 snaps in 2020 are not on the roster. This jumped out to both of us. Dallas undoubtedly regrets losing Chidobe Awuzie, who has morphed into a superstar with Cincinnati. He called Cheeto a superstar. But you got Trayvon Diggs in response. In 2020, they were the league's 7th worst defense by EPA. Expected points added. Through 5 games, they're the 5th best defense by EPA per snap. How does that work, EPA?
So each snap, you get an and expected points added per snap.
So what? Like if you're on your own 35 and it's 1st and 10, the expected points added are like 0.
From a defensive expected points added is gonna be very low anyway, because they don't really. But like from a quarterback perspective, it's not really determined on. I don't think on where you are in the field. They don't really tell you how that go with these formulas because they want you to buy them. It's proprietary. But yeah, I mean, it's just basically like how effective and how valuable you are with each play. Cheeto's PFF is a 68, which is right around the same as Diggs this year.
Sunday, CeeDee Lamb, pretty quiet, but he's become the focal point of the Cowboys offense since Dak was injured. Since the start of week 2, he's been targeted on 40% of his routes. The only player, it doesn't seem like they're force-feeding him nonstop, does it? I don't know, that number seems higher than I would think in watching the games and just thinking about it. The only player who's been targeted more during that stretch, Drake London from the Falcons, who have no other playmakers. Zeke has averaged, so they're targeting CeeDee Lamb, something we were complaining about last year along with Amari. Zeke has averaged minus, I'm going to fly through this because it's nerdy and I don't understand, minus 0.4 RYOE per carry and generated 4 first downs below expectation this year. Pollard is at 2.3 RYOE while generating 3 first downs above expectation.
Wow. Real quick, CeeDee Lamb's got 50 targets. He's averaging 10 targets a game.
Doesn't seem like that, does it? Where is that in the NFL?
I have to go look. I'm just looking at his personal page. I'll go find it real quick.
Cooper Rush's QBR ranks 8th in the league. It's a 65 ahead of Hurts, Tom Brady, and Burrow. And he's been let down by a higher than expected drop rate, 5%.
Wow.
His average throw has traveled 8 yards in the air. That ranks 10th since week 2. So all this dink and dunk stuff, he's better still in terms of aggressiveness in the air going downfield than like 20 other quarterbacks in the league.
He does go downfield a lot. By the way, it's 7th in the league, CeeDee Lamb. Tyreek is also tied for 7th with Deontay Johnson and CeeDee Lamb. Ahead of them at 6 is Stephon Diggs. Chase at 5, Devontae at 4, Justin Jefferson and Marquise Hollywood Brown at 2, and then Cooper Kupp is lapping the field. So CeeDee's got 50 targets. The second, Justin Jefferson's got 55, who's second, and then Cooper Kupp has 64. I mean, he's got 10 more targets than anybody else in the league.
It's like Luka on the Mavs. It's feast or famine. It all relies on him offensively. And Barnwell says, don't go too crazy over Cooper Rush. All right. Quarterbacks go on these runs. Take Josh McCown, 2013. Had a 13-1 touchdown to interception ratio across 5 games for the Bears. All right. Otherwise, it's an 85-81 ratio for his career. All right. So that's how the Cowboys have bounced back. What about Filthy? And he talks about the end of their 2020 season. The roster felt bloated, ill-conceived. The collapse of the relationship between Doug Peterson and Carson Wentz. Hurts finished the year with a 34 QBR. They fired Peterson. They traded Wentz. They kept Howie. They kept Howie Roseman, and he stuck to his principles. So I really like this from a team-building standpoint. You always talk about how much you love Howie and the job that he does. His principles.
Yeah.
1, hire an offensive-minded coach.
Hey!
Andy Reid, Chip Kelly, Doug Peterson, and now we're sitting here talking about Nick Sirianni. They have a track record of hiring younger head coaches with offensive backgrounds. Number 2, build through the line of scrimmage. And by the way, Sirianni turned 40 his first year with the organization. Andy Reid was 41 back in 1999 when they got him from the Packers.
Yeah, and look, there's that's been the trend in the NFL anyway. Hire young, offensive-minded head coaches, and the Eagles just take it to a new level. It's kind of what it is. Minnesota did the same thing. They went for Mike Zimmer, and they go, all right, let's get a young, offensive-minded head coach. They get Kevin O'Connell in there. And they're 4-1. That doesn't mean that Minnesota's the forgotten team right now in the NFL. They're the forgotten 4-1 team.
Yes.
Because we'll talk about the Cowboys, talk about the Giants being 4-1, the Eagles being 5-0. Nobody's bringing up Minnesota being 4-1.
Number 2 for Howie, build through the line of scrimmage. No team invests more on their offensive and defensive lines than the Eagles. All right? So build up front. A lot of people think they had the best offensive line in the NFL this year. Number 3.
And by the way, those are, we always talk about, quarterback, left tackle, edge, wide receiver, corner. Like that's your big 5,
Staples,
right?
yeah.
That's your big 5. Obviously, once you get the quarterback, it's really easy to build your team. Well, not easy to build your team, but you can formulate a better plan. And then if you just start building through the offensive line and the defensive line, you win those battles. That takes a lot of problems away for you. Yeah, you still have this problem with the quarterback if you don't have one, but that will mask a lot of deficiencies.
Number 3 for Howie. Don't be afraid to make and win trades. They they traded Wentz, moved up for Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. They have a number 1 next year that they were looking at for Jalen Hurts insurance. They went and got C.J. Johnson. They stole Gardner Minshew. And then Barnwell pointed to the approach of the Cardinals versus the Eagles, who just played last Sunday. You got to look at the total complete difference. Cardinals don't invest much in their offensive or defensive lines. They don't run their cap as effectively. They spend money on running backs, and they've used 2 recent first-round picks on off-ball linebackers, a position the Eagles generally treat as one of the least important in football. It seems easy to point to Philly as an example of how to build a team the right way, while the struggling Cardinals are a blueprint for what not to do.
Yeah, and one other thing on this, and I know you mentioned the first rounder, they're also going to have a top 10 pick because they get the Saints pick.
Oh no.
And they also get the Saints' second-round pick.
Are the Saints on pace to be a top 10 drafting team?
I mean, they got Andy Dalton out there right now. They're on.
They got Taysom.
Yeah, they do.
NFC Offensive Player of the Week. The Saints are
2-3.
2-3.
Early.
Not top 10. Not top 10 yet.
Not top 10 yet.
What was that? Was that from the Johnson, the Gardner Johnson deal? What was that from?
Yeah. Let's see. They also have a first-round pick in 23 and a second-round in 24. Let's see. What was it from? To double the first-round picks this year, the Eagles pushed one of their 3 first-rounders back. It was just, I think it was. Oh no, I think it was it was a pick trade. The Saints traded up 2 spots. They traded up 2 spots to get 2 first-round picks from Philadelphia.
All right. Speaking of the big men up front, they also have guys who can sing. Apparently, Jordan Mailata, who a lot of people have loved the start of his career, and Jordan Davis. We remember what happened draft day out of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing a little singing in front of the Filthy fans on stage.
The makeup on his shirt, you don't believe his stories. You know that they're all lies. Bad as you are, you stick around, but I just don't know why. If I was your man, baby, you never worry about what I do. I'll be coming home back to you every night, doing you right.
All right. I thought that was going to get us in a little mood for RJ's Eagles song that's coming out.
Oh, baby.
But you scrapped the plan.
Oh, I rewrote it. I rewrote it, man.
Kind of in this genre, Philly dedicated.
No, that's too much R&B. I'm not an R&B guy. I like R&B music at certain times of the day, if you know what I mean. But not. I can't sing, so it can't be something that you really need to be able to sing. I was gonna bust out. I was gonna try to do some Boys to Men because they're from Philly. But then I was like, ooh, no, sir, I cannot do that.
Okay.
So I went with kind of a very popular current artist, also in the news for some controversy and some comments that were made.
Oh, is this gonna slap?
Oh, this is gonna slap.
This gonna slap?
The song slaps in general.
The song slaps.
The song slaps.
Does the
It's got a
artist
good
get
beat.
slap? Does the artist slap?
The artist does not slap. I
Okay.
don't believe.
All right, I thought it was Will Smith.
It's not Will Smith.
I thought
It
we
has
were going
nothing-
Fresh Prince.
It has nothing to do with Philadelphia.
Okay.
Nothing to do with Philadelphia.
All right, so Friday probably.
Oh, it'll be ready for Friday. Absolutely.
Be ready for Friday. We're going to have on Mike Tirico as well, who's going to have the call of this game, the voice of Sunday Night Football. But Tua is back throwing. Odell says he's not going to the Rams. And Devontae Adams has been charged by the police. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ next.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up.
Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Davante Adams has been charged with misdemeanor assault for shoving the credentialed media worker during Monday Night Football, cited for an intentional overt act that inflicted bodily injury, according to the court records. The guy suffered whiplash. His name is Ryan Zebley. Suffered whiplash, a headache, and a possible minor concussion from the incident, according to records. A freelance photographer for Monday Night Football. The charges were filed yesterday morning in the Municipal Court of Kansas City. He's due in court November 10th. If convicted, could face a jail term of up to 6 months or a fine of up to $1,000.
My gosh. I hate when the law gets involved with something like this. I get it. I know that it's the law. It's the technicality. I hate when the law gets involved. Like, just do a civil suit. Let's be done with it. Or pay him off, right? I just hate when the law gets involved. Like, I don't know. I just don't.
What is your what?
That's not assault.
What constitutes assault to you? This is
Draymond on
Jordan Poole.
On Jordan Poole. But I don't even think if two guys get into a fight that one should be charged with assault. Like, to me, let them fight it out. Let's go. Like, assault is like, you break into somebody's house, you beat them up, and you rob and leave.
Okay, that could be burglary and robbery.
But also assault, battery, robbery. Yeah, I don't think when you run into someone's in front of you and you push them. I'm sorry, going
up to someone and slapping them, would that constitute?
I can see, yeah, that's assault, absolutely. Okay. But I've been pushed in a bar before. It never crossed my mind that somebody assaulted me because they didn't assault me. I just have a higher threshold because I'm a tough guy.
Assault is defined as an act that threatens physical harm, while battery. So assault is like a threat.
Assault apparently is something different than battery.
Battery is the actual physical touching that results in harm. In Texas, both of these offenses are combined in one charge of assault. So misdemeanor assault for shoving the camera guy. Does this change how the NFL treats Davante? We still haven't heard whether he's suspended or not.
Yeah, we haven't heard if he's been suspended or not. Does it change? I don't know that it changes what they're going to do with him. I mean, it might, because now there's like a physical actual charge against him, but this happened on national TV. I think the NFL was going to take the same kind of approach either way.
Everyone lost their minds yesterday that there's a cameraman who Davante Adams probably wouldn't push, and that's the big unit.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson.
Yeah, Randy Johnson, 6'10".
Peyton, now you're old enough, young enough for Randy Johnson, right?
Yes. We know the unit.
Okay. Yes, you do.
So anyway, he's a camera guy now. He was on the sideline. He's been on the sideline for several NFL games.
He's always loved photography. Hated photographers in New York.
Yes, hated photographers, loves photography. Didn't even really care for baseball. He's like, baseball was just what I did as a career. This is my true passion, which is photography. And I can only imagine seeing him on the sidelines of a game. Like, he's 6'10". First of all, like, the coaches probably know who he is. Right? Coaches see him on the side, like, oh my God, that's Randy Johnson.
Right.
I wonder how many NFL players actually know that the camera guy over there is worth more than they are. Yeah. Like most of them. I was at the quarterbacks, but for a lot of these players, like Randy Johnson, and by the way, I didn't say he is 59. He's older than Michael Irvin by 3 years. I had no idea he was that old.
I don't know how and I don't know why, but he gets forgotten sometimes in all-time discussion.
He's a jackass.
Bonds doesn't get forgotten. He's a jackass.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
But Randy Johnson, like...
He's the best left-handed pitcher I've ever seen.
Like, you talk about Greg Maddux. Watching Randy Johnson is like 10 times more entertaining than Greg Maddux.
Yeah.
Who was one of the,
Maddux, you had to be a nerdy pitching savant to really appreciate because... he worked the corners and he was such a surgeon out there. Randy Johnson just laid him on the table and threw it by you. Like, I don't know that there's a left-handed pitcher in my lifetime that even comes close to him. I'm trying to think.
Who else could it be?
I mean, maybe Kershaw, but I take Randy Johnson over Kershaw.
You take Randy Johnson over Kershaw? Why? I mean, obviously Koufax, but of who?
Well,
we've seen.
Koufax way before me. I just think the strikeouts for me really do it. That the sheer dominance. Kershaw, I think, was more of a tactician. Even though he had a lot of strikeouts.
There's no one else recently.
No.
Like the Odyssey.com. Koufax 1, Randy Johnson 2, Steve Carlton. You got to go back to the Philly days. Warren Spahn, then Kershaw, Lefty Grove, Whitey Ford, Eddie Plank, Tom Glavine. There's not a lot of recent dudes.
Chris Sale, in his prime, he had potential. Before the injury, he had real potential.
Yeah, Randy Johnson's a healthier, better Chris Sale. Like if Chris Sale was healthy and better, he'd be Randy Johnson. They're lefty, they're wiry, they're huge.
Yeah.
They got a wicked slider. Oh my God, that pitch.
And Randy Johnson killed the bird, didn't he?
Yes.
Was that his?
That's his logo. His logo in his photography company is an upside down bird that's kind of falling out of the sky.
Oh my gosh, I'm surprised that got passed. The best tweet was Randy Johnson still has a cannon.
Yes, he does.
CANON. Little photography reference. All right, Tua is not going to play against the Vikings on Sunday, but he is going to return to the practice field. All right, so he's back out there and throwing. Can anyone name the Miami Dolphins starting quarterback this week?
Something Thompson. It's not Bubba Thompson.
Yeah, Thompson is actually like the tougher part of the name to remember in this one. Skylar Thompson. First career start because Teddy is in the concussion protocol as well. The only other healthy Dolphins quarterback, Reed Sinnett. So that's what's happening with Tua, back out throwing, but he's not going to play against the Vikings. Another ping pong table has been removed. When I first saw this, man, there's no one that I want to protect more than Mike McDaniel. I love the guy so much. And I was like, McDaniel, RJ's going to kill him for removing fun from the locker room like Ron Rivera. But no, it was not Mike McDaniel. It was Tyreek Hill and the rest of the team captains who said, get this out of here. We need to focus more for the upcoming opponent.
Yep, absolutely. I'm totally with this because I want to protect Mike McDaniel as much as I possibly can. And I don't want him to be responsible for this idiocy. However, if the team captains do it, then, I think it's it's got a different vibe. It has Ron Rivera vibes if it's Mike McDaniel. If the team captains vote on this, I think the perception of this should be totally different. I think the meaning, it's a way different. I almost borderline applauded that the team captains, if they were the ones that did this as opposed to the coach.
I love the tweets. The Dolphins applied a more thorough analysis to removing ping pong tables from their locker room than removing a concussed player from the field.
They did. They took more energy and more people had a hand in this decision than the decision to put Tua back into a football game or not.
The Jets made Antonio Brown quit mid-game. The Jets forced the Dolphins to remove the ping pong table from the locker room. There's nothing this team can't achieve. So that was the JETS fans chiming in. And then one other little Miami note. I always save these little nuggets of Mike McDaniel genius. Did you see the story about how Miami was noticing people watching their walkthrough before the Bengals game?
Mm-hmm.
So
this is great. Mike
McDaniel had 12 players on offense go out there to run fake plays and fake routes.
Amazing.
12.
Amazing. You just throw an extra guy out there. Nobody has any idea what that guy's going to do or what that guy is supposed to do or what's wrong and what's right. I think this is phenomenal. We're talking about a genius here. We really are.
Mm.
He's like Kanye, only sane.
But you hate all the other boy geniuses. McVay, Shanahan. Why are you showing love for this one?
Well, because so far, to this moment, he hasn't thrown his players his quarterback under the bus to improve his own standing.
Yeah, he just got him killed.
Big difference there. Okay? He showed all the faith in that guy. All the faith in the world in Tua.
Odell Beckham went public with his playing status. He tweeted, LA knows where I wanted to be, but they didn't offer me anything, so I don't know what people want me to do. I definitely know my worth, and what the offer was is not reflective of that, so it's tough to say that I can come on back even though I thought I finally found that home.
Is it surprise? They have no money, right? How would they afford him anyway?
Who knows? They keep getting everyone no matter what.
He was very good for them last year. I can't imagine they don't need him right now. Allen Robinson ain't it. He ain't it.
Wow.
Just go watch him. Go watch him go to Green Bay or go to Tampa Bay and see what happens now.
The Packers never go out and get that obvious receiver.
No, they don't.
Why? Go and get him.
Their philosophy is that if Aaron Rodgers is that good, he could do it with anybody. And you're probably right. I mean,
They're not right now.
Not right now. But he helped create Devontae Adams and Jordy Nelson and.
Now, Sean McVay countered back. He was asked about this, and he said, look, I don't think that's our final offer. Right? They kept his locker room open.
Yeah, they kept his locker there. It's like they're waiting on, maybe they're waiting on the final medicals before they offer him a deal, and then they will.
He said
he
said Odell knows how we feel about him. I don't think that's the last offer, and I think that he knows that as well. So they still have a nameplate in the locker room at their practice facility for Beckham. So that's Odell saying, I want to be a Ram, but they didn't go ahead and love me back. Truckwreck.com. Text line is open, y'all, at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Darnay Holmes off the Giants. The buttocks that took over the RJ Choppy Sunday watch party with the rear end sticking out and the massage he got. He said, y'all need to chill. People were like, why did he go in the tent? Why didn't he do that? He said, y'all need to chill. The tent wasn't available, and he's capitalizing on this. He made, remember those things called? An NFT.
What's an NFT?
Was an NFT.
What's an NFT?
Have they disappeared? Peyton, do you know anything about them? RJ and I have been ignorant to NFTs.
Well, they've gone down in value by at least 95%, I feel like.
You feel like, or
not
you've
really
seen?
95%, but
Okay.
the ones that are, grew from $10 to $10,000 in a matter of months are back down probably around $10, but no one's messing with them now.
Really? He said, gonna give away some signed balls and do some live streams too. So that is Darnay Holmes capitalizing on the rear end sideline incident.
I mean, this is tremendous. I don't know why you wouldn't want an NFT, whatever that is, of a guy's butt and some dude's hand down his pants. I would want that. That's just me. I'm totally in on that. I'd probably pay $100 for it.
Little Saints note for Taysom Hill, who won Offensive Player of the Week. He has more rushing touchdowns this season than Austin Eckler, Dalvin, Saquon, Lamar, Kyler, McCaffrey. He's got more rushing touchdowns. He's only had 21 carries.
Yeah, it's efficient. That's efficient. That's 100% efficient.
And another sign in fantasy that maybe we should start moving away from the running backs.
Well, that was the theory. Get away from the running backs. Go with quarterbacks, receivers, and your production, like the drop off from the best quarterback to the middle, or the best wide receiver to the middle, or tight end especially, versus running back. You can get a running back anywhere. You'd be all right with it.
We have a Dallas Cowboys underwear incident. It's not just the Giants dealing with stuff under the pants. We got your girl, her underwear, and a money offer in the bar. What would you do? We got an incident with Cowboys draws next with Sean and RJ. Drawers. No.
Draws.
That's the really white way to say drawers. Draws.
You sound like you're like you're trying to sound like you're from northeast Georgia.
Would you sell
My
your
draws?
Would you sell your girls Cowboys panties next? All right, awkward transition, but I created it. Today, man. Van Natta just dropped a story on Dan Snyder. Exclusive sources say Dan Snyder claims he has dirt on NFL owners and Roger Goodell. Snyder told an associate, quote, "They can't F with me. The NFL is a mafia." So we're going through this story. I'm sending the audio to Peyton right now. And one of the 6 owners that Dan Snyder reportedly hired private investigators to dig up dirt on, you guessed it, Jerry Jones. Thanks to Tolo Jeremy for sending the story that Don Van Natta and ESPN just dropped.
Oh, I love chaos. It's one of my favorite things in the world. Other people's chaos, not mine.
Other people's chaos.
Yeah, you give me other people's chaos, I'll be a happy man.
My mom one time said that to me. She goes, "You like drama," and I'm like, "Yeah, but not drama in my life."
No, not in my life.
I don't want drama. Now, at one point in time, you said you liked drama in your life.
Well, my life was boring.
Oh,
I
okay.
needed something, so it was
But you moved
fun.
past that. Like, I always wondered with you, how
no.
is the stress not eating you alive? How do you enjoy this?
I don't have stress. I compartmentalize everything.
What does that mean, compartmentalize, really?
I worry about things. I have the ability to forget about something and completely put it in the back of my memory. Usually it's trauma. Okay, they say sociopaths have a really good ability to do that.
So you have
I don't
no
really
stress.
consider myself a sociopath. No, I don't believe in stress. I get by it. I ignore the problems in my life.
Okay,
and I focus only on the things that make me happy.
Okay,
it's therapy. When I went to therapy, they taught me how to do this. It was great. I literally never. You know me. I'm never in a bad mood. I'm not in a bad mood. What's the point? Life's too short, man. I love other people. I love watching other people. 5 minutes thinking about somebody else's problems makes me think about my life in a whole different way.
Well, I think that KMC now has a question for Jerry tomorrow at 10:30. Right? This is kind of like the NFL owner version of Antonio Brown and Tom Brady. Like, Jerry Jones is Tom Brady and Dan Snyder's Antonio Brown. It was thought that Jerry was one of the last ones keeping Snyder alive and keeping him around. And now Snyder wants to go and dig up dirt and hire a PI on Jerry? Wow. There's a quote in here from Jerry apparently telling others, "I don't know how much longer I can keep him around." So this is Dan Snyder. They also go into a new stadium and whether that could save him. All those deals have fallen apart. And one NFL owner quickly responded, yes. So that's it? Getting a new stadium for the Commanders can bail him out?
That's it? That's all it takes? They get a new stadium. Why is this a problem for you?
All right, let's get to the report. This is the first half of just going through the audio. This just dropped from Don Van Natta on Dan Snyder in the NFC East.
For the past 2 years, Washington Commanders owner Dan Snyder has been at the center of controversy, which begs the question, how does he still own the team? In interviews with more than 30 people, including team owners and high-ranking league executives, ESPN has learned Snyder has told associates he's used private investigators and other sources to gather enough secrets to blow up several NFL owners and NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Snyder thinks he has enough on all of them, a former senior Commanders executive told ESPN. He thinks he's got stuff on Roger. The NFL is a mafia, Snyder recently told another associate. All the owners hate each other. That's not true, a veteran owner told ESPN. All the owners hate Dan. Sources said they've been told Snyder instructed his law firm to hire private investigations on Goodell and at least 6 owners, including Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, historically one of Snyder's closest allies. Jones recently told confidants that he might not be able to protect Snyder any longer.
Wow. More from this. Let's see. He has dirt on Jerry. Another source confirms Snyder has told a confidant he has a file on Jones, the Cowboys owner who served as Snyder's friend, mentor, and longtime firewall of support. A file on Jerry, and he also hired a PI to try to dig up some dirt on Roger Goodell.
Yeah. And then the first part of that where she said, which begs the question, how does he own the team? Well, because he paid for it. It's really hard to remove these guys. You don't just sit there and remove somebody who paid billions of dollars for something.
Yeah.
You don't just like
the
say,
Donald Sterling thing, there's a reason that never happened.
He had to be on camera or recording being a racist to get removed. Like, you don't just remove owners because you don't like them or because they're not, they paid for the team. Like that there ain't many of them out there that can afford to buy this team. So, and there would be a long line of suitors. Yeah, I mean, not a long line, but there'd be a line of suitors lined up. But you don't just remove somebody as an owner because you don't like them.
And how much would this threat cause these owners? Like, they all have to know everything about each other, right? Is this what is keeping Dan Snyder in power? That Roger Goodell and others are afraid of what he would do? Or would this cause them to band together and say, you're not going to threaten us. We're freaking billionaires. Get your ass out of here.
Yeah, okay, so...
Someone said, quote, he's behaving like a mad dog cornered.
What level of... So let's say you're one of these other billionaire owners. Like, what could you do or say about Jerry Jones that's going to hurt him? Nothing. He's, at the end of the day, no matter what you say...
Well, you could say, harassment gets you in trouble. I'm not saying I know any of this stuff. I'm just thinking of claims out there. Robert Sarver just lost his team.
Right, but Robert Sarver's penalty is he doesn't own the Phoenix Suns anymore. He's still a billionaire.
Yeah.
So,
this would, it would
hurt.
It would devastate Jerry.
It would devastate him emotionally. Financially, he's still whole. Like, he's not.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and I think most people would view that's the biggest fear, right? Is to lose money.
Yes.
And for a lot of people, he's not going to jail. He's not going to lose any money. So what is his loss?
This is like a paranoid drug addict that's freaking out, right? That they're just sitting there paranoid and going crazy about everyone else. A source says Snyder's become paranoid about owners and league office executives. Snyder sees, quote, evil lurking in every shadow and around every corner. Someone is always out to get him. Snyder's fears might not be totally unfounded. Jerry Jones recently told confidants he might not be able to protect Snyder any longer. Snyder has also badmouthed Jones, telling an owner recently he's only out to get in your pocket. He'll sell you down the river. You can't trust him. Snyder has already lost Jerry, the source said. People are just so fake in life. They really are. Dan Snyder's been in his little hole the entire year. And where does he reappear and pop up? Arlington! All of a sudden, Washington reporters saw him on the field for the first time in forever down there with Jerry.
Yep. There he goes.
Weasel. Here's the second part of the ESPN video that just came out.
Snyder's future with the franchise may hinge on the future of his stadium. FedEx Field has been ranked the worst in the league. For years, lawmakers have offered to use government resources to help Snyder build a new stadium. But those potential deals have fallen apart in the wake of the congressional investigation looking into the sexual misconduct allegations against Snyder and his team. While a team spokesperson said the Commanders' business prospects have turned around, one owner said the stadium is falling apart. The team is underperforming. He may have passed the point of no return. The owner told ESPN that Snyder is costing his fellow owners significant money. When asked if fellow owners would forgive Snyder if he could build a new stadium, the owner quickly replied, yes.
Okay.
But because Snyder has so far been unable to do so, some owners are considering a financial maneuver to remove him as an owner. There are strict rules in the NFL about how much debt an owner can carry. Owners already granted Snyder a waiver to take on debt to buy out his minority owners a year ago. Some owners now think they may be able to force Snyder to sell or transfer permanent ownership to his wife, Tanya, by refusing to grant another waiver for a stadium. For that to happen would require approval from 24 of the league's 32 owners. But Snyder has told multiple sources that he will never sell the team.
There you go. Good job, Peyton, getting that on the fly.
All right. So, first of all, how is it the worst stadium in the league? It ain't the oldest it's opened in the late 90s. Green Bay, Buffalo, Soldier Field.
Well, what I know about it and going there, right? Because it's never, you used to get excited going to RFK, or at least that fan base did, right? It just is sterile. It's too big. A lot of seats were seats that had views that were obstructed. A lot of obstructed views.
How do you have an obstructed view in a new stadium? It's crazy.
They went too big with it. He went too big with the seating. We know that it leaks diarrhea everywhere.
Yeah.
We know that the barriers are loose and fall apart where fans fell on top of Jalen Hurts. But go ahead with your point.
Yeah, it's just like, you got to really work. So the ballpark opened in, 94? That thing was in pristine shape when the Rangers moved to the Globe. And they have 81 games a year. This place has 8 games a year. It opened 3 years later, 1997. How is this so bad? Because you let it get that way. When Green Bay opened up in 1920 or whatever, and Soldier Field opened up, billion years ago, and Buffalo's been playing the same place since the 70s, and Carolina, their stadium is just as old as FedEx. Cleveland Stadium opened in 1999. How are these stadiums in such better condition than this one that's leaking poop? Poop Pipe Stadium. How about Miami? Miami Stadium's been open since the 80s almost. How is this? How is it so dilapidated?
So here it is, a Dan Snyder report from Don Van Natta. Let's see what Jerry Jones has to say about it tomorrow on KMC. He declined comment, and of course, Snyder's side is saying all this is untrue and it's a bunch of rubbish. All right, so there's a little audible. The guest list is about to start, y'all. Sonny Dykes, 5-0 TCU against Oak State this weekend. Coach will join us live at 7:20. I'm going to try to get my godson to Fort Worth.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to try to send him to Fort Worth.
All right.
Bobby Belt.
Is he really your godson? You're the godfather?
Yeah, man, I've just been talking about it for 2 damn
I know,
years.
but I wasn't sure if you just said the godson because he's like, everybody's uncle, something like that.
John just wanted a title.
You just wanted a title.
I'm literally the godfather. Ross Tucker at 8. Babe Laufenberg. Gavin Spittle previews the Star season in the 9 o'clock hour. But first, we got to get to the headlines to get you ready for your Thursday. Jason Peters on the ugliness that the Cowboys can expect in filthy Thursday night football and baseball playoffs. Headlines next.
But let's get you over to Boomer.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team, where Jerry Jones turns 80 today.
Yeah, happy birthday, Jerry.
Yeah, as an ESPN article comes out talking about Dan Snyder hiring private investigators to dig up dirt on him. Happy birthday.
Nothing quite like waking up on your 80th birthday. You know, at 80 years old, you should be done with all this.
I think he's like you anyway. He doesn't care. He's not stressed. Nothing can faze him. Nothing can break through.
No, but the difference is that I don't have a $250 million yacht to escape to.
Don't got FU money.
No. I still got to worry about what people think.
Okay, Jason Peters was asked what he thinks about his return to Philadelphia, where he spent 12 years. Peters is trying to come back and play against his former team on Sunday night. Here is his perspective on Filthy now being a Cowboy.
Just keep your blinders on and put the earplugs in because, the crowd going to be in it. They're going to be blurting out all kind of crazy stuff at you. Might even be doing stuff. So just got to, trust your preparation during the week and keep your blinders, keep your head down, and just go play ball.
You get a lot of goodwill in the city, but do you know what to expect personally walking back there now as a visitor opponent?
Not really. Them fans, they so wild. They might go to throwing stuff at me. So I'm not expecting nothing worse than them throwing stuff at me.
Now, the quote that is making the rounds on all the shows is Peter saying, "I just know the Philly fans are effing idiots when it comes to camaraderie. They pride themselves on being nasty and vulgar. They're going to cuss at you. They're the wildest out there." But it sounds like he wasn't saying it with a lot of venom. We'll see how the Philly fans take it on Sunday night.
See, this is all you got to hear the quote. You got to hear it. You can't just read it. Philly fans are blanking idiots. That's what's going to be the headline on TV.
Yeah, like LaShawn McCoy was responding to it yesterday. Like, don't say that. Doing his little stupid eagle fly. He's like, Jason, I'm disappointed in you, man. He was saying it with a half smile as well.
Yeah, but there's a complimentary aspect to him saying that for them. Like that they're idiots. They're crazy, man. They will do anything to help their team. Like there's a complimentary aspect of that. But these TV shows and the radio, the national radio, they're going to take this. They're going to run with it. That he's calling them out for being idiots. He doesn't like them. And later in the quote, he's like, "This is my city." It's like, come on.
Right. Dak was throwing passes yesterday, but Mike McCarthy said, "We are preparing for Cooper Rush to start against the Eagles." Dak is still in the rehab phase. And before there's any serious talk about playing, he's going to have a full week of practice. So Mike McCarthy will join us tomorrow, our best Friday friend, at 6:30 to preview this game in full. We'll talk about hostile environments with Coach tomorrow. Micah Parsons, how are you feeling? Are you going to play? He said there's no question. Missed practice to rehab the groin injury. Just taking it easy. Don't really want to push it. Just letting it rest and working. So I will be ready on Sunday. By the way, side note, Trayvon Diggs has recorded at least one interception in every single game he's ever played against the Eagles. And highest graded rookie D lineman from week 5, according to Pro Football Focus, Aiden Hutchinson, 3, Sam Williams, 1, with a 91.6.
Yep, I saw that. That's great news to you. Now, he's not getting the same amount of snaps, I don't think, per game.
No.
As Aiden Hutchinson, who's playing a lot. But either way, I mean, when he is out there, he gets, if you play one snap and you get 100, or you get a perfect grade, your grade's 100. I mean, there's not much you can do about that he's getting what he's playing. It's a per-play kind of score. That's how they do it at PFF.
Thursday Night Football is taking place. Over-under of 38 for the Commanders and the Bears. There's no favorite. It's even in Vegas.
Yeah, this is it's a thanks but no thanks. It's like please don't let the Major League Baseball playoffs get rained out tonight kind of thing, which is it's looking like it's going to. That's what this is. This is an unwatchable game. Unwatchable. When Jeff Bezos paid $79 million to broadcast one game a week,
Will he get higher numbers in the baseball?
I think so. Yeah. I think because the baseball's on TBS. It was on Fox, you got a chance. But on TBS, and I don't even know, like, how do they do numbers at Amazon? They don't do ratings.
I don't know.
They look at subscriptions, right? Is it improving subscriptions or not?
I think more people are going to be watching.
But I think
football.
more people will. It's just, people watch football. Nobody ever doesn't watch it.
And Carson Wentz is apparently dealing with a biceps tendon strain. That from Tom Pelissero. Thanks to Tolo D for sending me that. And a Tolo named Rob said, guys, how about a shout out to my son, Robbie? Huge Tolo 6 a.m. member. He's getting married this weekend. He loves y'all. So congratulations to Robbie and the wife and the entire family. An ESPN article just dropped on Dan Snyder, apparently acting like a caged animal. He's paranoid. He's ready to strike back if the other owners in the NFL try to force him out. He's hired a private investigator on at least 6 owners and the commissioner, Roger Goodell. This story from Don Van Natta, who we know very well on this show. The Jerry Jones quotes that Jerry may or may not be worried about. Jones recently told, well, I'll start with this one. One owner was told by Snyder he has dirt on Jerry. Another source confirms Snyder has told a confidant he has a file on Jones, who has served as his longtime friend and mentor. And then Jerry recently told confidants he may not be able to protect Snyder anymore. Snyder has badmouthed Jones, telling another owner he's only out to get in your pocket. He'll sell you down the river. You can't trust him. And someone said Snyder has already lost his main firewall of support in JJ.
Yeah, and that's, Jerry usually is a big, he's got a huge voice, the biggest voice in the league. And if you lose that, that's big. The issue is for Dan, and this is why he may not care, is that he seems to have dirt on everybody. And if he does he really need that firewall of support? If you've got enough dirt on somebody, the blackmail is real. It is. The bribery that you can happen. Now, again, the other owners have to weigh this. Does what he has on me, does it cripple me? Does it make me lose my franchise? A. Does it put me in jail? B. Does it make me lose my fortune? C. Any of those. If he checks off 2 of those boxes, then he's got you. If he checks off 1 of those boxes, then he might not get you.
Davante Adams was charged with misdemeanor assault for shoving the media worker during Monday Night Football. Kansas City police said he's cited for an intentional overt act that inflicted bodily injury. The photographer apparently suffered whiplash, a headache, and a possible minor concussion from the incident, according to records. This was a freelance photographer for Monday Night Football, and Davante Adams is due in court on November 10th. If convicted, 6 months in jail or a fine of up to $1,000.
I can't imagine doing 6 months in jail. I can't imagine him going to jail for 6 months. They'll come to some settlement, right? He will pay off.
Of course.
He'll make a donation to this guy's favorite charity or a monetary donation to him. Not a donation, a payment to him in the form of straight cash of a couple $100,000. Dennis Rodman paid that cameraman $200,000. And that was 25 years ago. So Davante Adams, you might triple that.
Tua is back throwing, but he's out for the Vikings game on Sunday, according to Mike McDaniel. Skylar Thompson going to make his first career start, and Odell Beckham was tweeting that he's sad. He wanted to go back to L.A. and play for the Rams, but they didn't make him a respectable offer. Sean McVay responded and said, I think Odell knows how much we like him, and that is not our final offer. So that was Odell taking things public yesterday. Where are the Packers? Where's another team that needs wide receiver help? Or does Odell just say it's L.A. or bust, especially with Allen Robinson struggling there? But apparently, I don't know what their cap situation is. That would be interesting to look at. Not that it matters, because the Rams don't operate under the salary cap rules. Major League Baseball playoffs, the Padres even things up with the Dodgers. They win in LA 5-3 as the Goose was loose out there on the field. And here's what happened on Braves radio.
Pitch on the way to Bryce Harper. Got him swinging, strike 3, series all tied up, 1 apiece. And the Braves even up the series with a 3-0 victory.
So we're all tied in the National League at 1 game apiece.
Yep. By the way, the Packers have about $7 million in cap space right now.
The Packers do.
The Packers do.
And the Rams?
That's
what I was saying originally.
Oh, I thought you said Packers. So $7 million for the Packers, and I'll look at the Rams real quick. And,
okay.
But the NL, all those teams, $4 million for the Rams. The NL, they're shaping up to be great series. Every single one of these things is shaping up to be a dogfight. And the best part is these are 2 teams or 4 teams that really know each other because they're in the same division. They played each other 18, 19 times this year over the course of the last 6 months. So they really know each other very well. This was a great and much-needed win by Atlanta, and the Padres had to have this one as well. And they got it over Kershaw, who didn't pitch bad. He didn't pitch terribly at all, but it wasn't enough to beat Yu Darvish, who had 40 pitches through 2 innings.
Woo.
And, he had 68 pitches in the 4th. I mean, he was getting his pitch count really, really up there last night. The American League, they took a day off yesterday for some reason. It was the dumbest thing. I don't know why. But I don't know why they didn't start one on Tuesday and one on Wednesday and just go with it like that and have, that way each league gets their own night to themselves and you don't have to have days off in the middle of your series before a travel day. But the American League gets back tonight.
2:30 today.
2:30 with Houston. And then, weather permitting, tonight, Yankees-Cleveland in that 6:37 range, depending on what time the Astros game gets over with.
2:37 and 6:37 today.
And that 6:37 might get pushed to 7 if the Astros goes late because it's going to be on the same channel. But
they're not going to start the game later, though.
Yeah, it's like a slide. The NBA does a slide. They do a slide thing for the for the second half of the TNT coverage. They might do the slide on that. But
I think they start the game and then they're like, there's an alternate channel if you want to watch it.
Right, but in the NBA they do what's called the slide. So like the game time, the second half of the doubleheader, it's like on a 9. They can move it 9 minutes back or forth. So they might do that with the baseball tonight, or they might just put on TNT. Who knows? But it's not going to play anyway. They're going to get a huge storm tonight.
Who is?
New York. They're already talking about postponing this till tomorrow, which is supposed to be their travel day. So they'll get 2 days off in the middle of this series.
The Stars have had days off to begin the regular season. They're going to finally start tonight in Nashville against the 2-0 Predators. Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, will be in studio at 9:20 to preview the Stars season. Home opener on Saturday, and RJ Choppy will be there. You wearing your sweater?
It depends, because I don't believe I could wear that without jeans. I would have to wear shorts. It's to be hot, right? It's to be hot.
It's chilly inside for a hockey game.
I know, but walking there, I don't want to sweat when I'm walking.
Okay.
So I might not wear any apparel at all. I might wear street clothes, Sean. I might wear the Anthony Davis outfit.
Oh, good tie-in. As last night, it looked like Russell Westbrook wanted no part of Patrick Beverley. Beverley was trying to call a defensive huddle with LeBron and Anthony Davis, and it looked like Russell Westbrook was not interested. Headlines on a Thursday. The guest list is about to be unleashed. Bobby Belt at 7:40. Ross Tucker, who calls Eagles games, at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg is ready to go at 8:40. We told you about the hockey preview in the final hour, but let's give some love to another local college. 5-0 TCU against Oak State this weekend. Their head coach, Sonny Dykes, joins us on Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to Q.
Touchdown, TCU.
It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got some heavyweight games this weekend. What a weekend.
Yeah.
Choppy and his Tennessee Vols hosting Alabama. You have NC State, Syracuse, Mississippi State, Kentucky, USC, Utah, but locally.
Penn State, Michigan, too.
Penn State, Michigan.
That's a big one.
But locally at 2:30 on ABC, Fort Worth is going to be rocking as the 5-0 TCU Horned Frogs host number 8 Oklahoma State, and the head coach of TCU, Sonny Dykes, is joining us now on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing well, man. I went to do some research on you a couple days ago, and I see you everywhere. Have you just been flooded with all the media requests for TV, nationally, locally, and, of course, amazing local radio shows like this one?
Yeah, we have been busy here the last couple of weeks, but it's a great opportunity for myself and our players to sell our program. And so, we've enjoyed getting off to a fast start. We understand that things just get more difficult from here, but it's been fun. Our guys are playing well, and I'm really proud of what they've done so far.
So, Coach, we had Joey McGuire on a couple of weeks ago, and it seems like the local guys have been humongous stories, right? You get a lot of pub for Jimbo and Sark and Venables, but you were named as the new king of Texas football by Sports Illustrated. We're talking about Coach McGuire with those inroads in the state. Has that given you a big advantage with what you've been able to do through your career, and especially this year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, certainly at SMU, going over there and being there for 4 years, having been from Texas, understanding the state of Texas from a recruiting standpoint, having a lot of relationships with high school coaches, just all that helps you get off to a faster start. We were fortunate at SMU to kind of get ahead of the transfer portal. We had 21 players that transferred over to us even before the implementation of the transfer portal. And those guys were really important to building our program. And most of those guys were homegrown DFW guys that had gone off someplace and wanted to come home and play close to home in front of their friends and family. So, you know how it is. There's a lot of different ways to figure out how to win. Every challenge is different. Every university's got different strengths and weaknesses. And we walked into a really good situation here at TCU. We had some good players, some guys that, have a lot of speed and can make big plays. And we just kind of had to move some pieces around to try to make it all fit together. And, so far so good.
It seems like the conference has got a little bit more solid footing than it did maybe, 2 months ago when, more realignment was being talked about. Was that a challenge in recruiting, dealing with the questions about the future of the conference?
Not as much as you would think. You never really know. I mean, I think, and we used to laugh about this all the time at SMU, but I think, half the kids we recruited just thought we were in the Big 12. You know what I mean? Just because, you're just a local school, and they're just, there's just so much to getting recruited and all that. And so, I don't know that a lot of these kids sit around and really look at the conferences or could tell you who's in the conference in a lot of cases. I think that, they're looking to go to some place where they feel comfortable, that, they think is going to develop them, and someplace you're going to get a great education and have a chance to graduate and win football games. And so sometimes I think the conference affiliation thing may be a little bit overdone, but I know this, it's good to be in the Big 12. I think the league is very good. When you look around the league, it's as solid as it's ever been. Kansas was the preseason number 10 pick in the league, and they're in the top 25, and they're one of the best teams in the country. And so there's no other league in college football that can say that they have that kind of parity. I mean, really, anybody can win the league. Anybody can win any game on any given Saturday. And so it makes the Big 12 a lot of fun.
Coach, how do you deal with and view the whole NIL storyline?
Well, I think it's about time that student athletes were able to capitalize on their, name, image, and likeness. To me, I know this. I mean, we're going to have a sold-out crowd here on Saturday. They're not coming to see me. They're coming to see the players. And so, I always felt like that the most important part of the equation was getting left out in some ways. And so I think it's good for college athletics. I think it's good for the young people. Now, it's a little bit tricky right now. I think that there's so many legal issues and so much, technical stuff that it can be difficult. And you really hope that NIL kind of becomes what it's really supposed to be. You hope that some local businesses will say, I really believe in this program. I really believe in these kids. I want these kids to help advertise my product and represent my company. And you hope it kind of truly becomes that instead of some of these collectives and things. But
right.
At the end of the day, you've got to figure out, how to make it work for you and your program. And so fortunately, we've got some strong boosters here at TCU that have really invested in some of our collectives, and our NIL stuff is in a really good place. But when you take NIL and you take the transfer portal and you put those two together, that's when it becomes, pretty crazy out there. And I think the transfer portal by itself is a great idea. I think NIL by itself is a great idea. I think the combination of the two at the same time makes it tricky.
Sonny Dykes, TCU coach, join us here, 105.3 The Fan. All right, when did you know that this team was a little bit different, like they had something a little special?
Well, we got through spring ball. We got out of spring. We thought, hey, you know what? We've got some talent. We got to figure out how to get the guys in the right spot. And, we were having a quarterback competition at that time, and just try to say, look, whoever we go with, we got to make sure that we, change our offense to fit their strengths and stay away from their weaknesses. And so, we had such a good summer in the weight room. I can remember coming up and watching our team work out a little bit in July. And, they had a determined look about them. The guys had really started to invest in each other. You could kind of see the culture of the program starting to take root. And then we got into fall camp, and we thought, well, if we can stay healthy in fall camp, which we did for the most part, then maybe we can get off to a fast start. And so the good thing about us right now is, we had no preconceived notions at all what this team could do. We didn't stand up and say, hey, look, we're going to win the Big 12 championship, or we didn't stand up and say we're going to be lucky to go to a bowl game, or we didn't stand up and say we're going to be lucky to win 2 games. We said, hey, look, let's just put our head down, go to work, and see where that takes us. But I really do love the character of this team. I think the most important thing with young people today when it comes to having a good program is you got to have a collection of guys that really enjoy playing football, that are playing not for NIL, not for recognition. They're playing because they love the game. And this team really loves to play football. They love to practice. They enjoy working hard. And as I said earlier, they really are invested in each other, and that makes it fun.
Coach, describe the atmosphere, the energy from your fan base there in Fort Worth right now with the start that you've had, and what you think this thing is going to feel like on Saturday with this heavyweight fight.
Well, I know this is 2 good football teams, and and our fans are certainly excited. I think we could end up having the largest crowd in Amon G. Carter Stadium history. Oh. I know we're trying to get that done, and I think we might have a chance to do that. Look, this is our stadium's a beautiful stadium. It's a great fan experience. Our students are really starting to get involved in not only the football program, but the basketball program, the baseball program, soccer. If you go to a soccer game, you're going to see 3,500 people. If you go to a basketball game, the students are going to sell out the place. And it's just an excitement here at TCU right now, whether it's football, whatever the sport may be, baseball, whatever it is, the student bodies just really supports the athletic department and the teams. And so, the student body is really what drives the excitement in the stadium. And so those guys are fired up and excited. And I know that they're looking forward to Saturday afternoon.
Coach, I saw a stat that since the start of 2019, your teams are a combined 26-2 before November 1st. Is there anything to that? Is there anything in your coaching approach that you think gives you an advantage to get off to a fast start, something you're doing in the offseason program, adjustments at the beginning of seasons, or is that just a random stat?
I think it's like most things. I think there's probably a little bit of truth in all of it. I know at SMU our schedule historically was a little bit back-end loaded rather.
Yeah.
And so we played some of the better teams in November, and we had to go on the road and play in some cold weather environments in November as well that made it a little bit more difficult for us. I think that's part of it. I think another part of it, has been, starting fast is something that we really talk about all the time, whether it's our practice, the way we practice, whether it's our approach, in the weight room, whether it's our approach on Saturday afternoon, whatever it is, we think it's really important to get off to a fast start. And it's something that we preach all the time to our players, and I think it just carries over to them. Now, the one thing that we've got to do a better job of, obviously, when you look at that, is we got to do a better job in November. We got to do a better job of closing the season out. And so that's going to be a big challenge for us. But, for us right now, our 100% of our attention, obviously, is focused to Oklahoma State and what we're trying to do this Saturday.
How do you stop Spencer Sanders?
Well, he's a really good quarterback. I mean, he's just like most quarterbacks. You got to get him a little bit uncomfortable because if he can stand on his platform and deliver the ball, he can throw it as well as anybody. So we've got to pressure him. We got to move him around a little bit. We got to make him uncomfortable. We got to show him different looks because if you show him one or two looks, he'll pick you apart. They do a really nice job of mixing their offense, and they're very balanced between run and pass. Pretty remarkable. I think they've had 192 rushes and 192 passes. So they're as balanced as you can be, and so it's pretty crazy. They just do a nice job of managing their offense. They know what they're doing, and Spencer can also pull the ball down and run. They do a nice job of running him on third down, run him in the red zone some, run him on the goal line. When they need a big play, he pulls it down and runs. So the biggest thing I think is always trying to make the quarterback uncomfortable, trying to confuse him and make sure that he just doesn't get settled in and can just stand in the one spot and throw it.
I know they led the league in sacks last year, the nation in sacks. Are they just as good at rushing the passer this year?
They lead the nation right now in tackles for loss. Yeah, they're very aggressive defensively. They get a lot of push up front. They got really good defensive ends, guys that can run. They do a nice job pressuring you. They really do, and they've got some blitz packages where they take advantage of your weakness in some of your pass protections, and they do a really nice job of attacking you and have a lot of speed on defense.
How much pro football do you love and watch, Coach?
We don't get to watch much. Sunday is kind of one of the busiest days of the week for us. I'll watch a little bit on Thursday night. I've got a 6-year-old son, and he loves to watch football, and so anything that's on, we're going to watch it. So I would imagine we'll be watching a little bit of Baylor, West Virginia tonight, but also a little bit of whatever the NFL game is, and so I try to watch the teams where that I have players that I'm close to. Obviously I watch Kansas City every week because of Shane Buechele, or I try to watch them, try to pay attention to their scores because of Shane, and then I'm interested in what they're doing, offensively. And then, Detroit because of Jared Goff. And then we had a bunch of guys at SMU. James Prochet has done really well, and now he's playing for the Ravens. I try to watch them every week. Danny Gray's with the 49ers. I try to keep up with the 49ers. So, you don't really get a chance to watch many games, but you try to kind of keep up with them, and especially keep up with the players you coach and you're close to. Now,
is it true that your son is DVRing and pre-recording college pregame shows to sit there and absorb all that information? And for a 6-year-old, I know that you're his dad, but does he have like a definite next level understanding of X's and O's?
Yeah, it's a little creepy, honestly.
How?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. We'll watch a game sometimes, and he'll say some things like, "They're going to run it here on 3rd and 2 so they can get 4th and manageable." And you're like, "Okay." He just turned 6 last week, and so, or actually this week, turned 6 on Monday, and so he's young and he's got a pretty good understanding of what's going on, and just loves football and loves the strategy of it, and he watches everything he can watch. And so he learned to read by reading the scroll underneath ESPN every day.
So do you have
one of those guys?
Is there a pros and cons list waiting for you when you get home from the game where he's evaluating you?
Oh yeah. No, don't worry. He's always my worst critic. Both he and my wife. My wife's always like, what were you thinking? You went 4th down, and so, yeah, but my 2 daughters, they're the easiest because they don't really care that much.
I wanted to ask you this. I'm you brought up 4th down. I'm like a super go for it 4th down guy. Like, do you How does that work? Like on each series, are you like, if I get to 4th and 3, we're gonna go for it? I mean,
and how do you incorporate just analytics in general?
Yeah. Are you like super aggressive?
Yeah. We're a big analytics team. I mean, look, here's my take on analytics. I think that the numbers are the numbers, and they're the truth. Now, I think that you have to apply context to those numbers. You know what I mean? Because we subscribe to a service that does analytics for us, and it's a pretty neat thing. It takes all the data between the two teams, and it factors in which team is a favorite and whether or not you're on the road, and it tells you everything from should you go for it on 4th down to should you go for 2 in these situations, to just a lot of different things. And it's been something that we did. We started it 4 years ago at SMU when I was there, and thought it really paid dividends for us over there, and we certainly brought it here to TCU, and I think it's makes a lot of sense. And my inclination, I came up in the Mike Leach, Hal Mumme offensive era, was I worked for those guys for a number of years, and they were some of the trailblazers when it came to going for it on 4th down. And there wasn't really any analytics at the time. They just felt like it gave us the best chance to win, and so we won probably some games that we shouldn't have because we were very aggressive, and now everybody's implemented it. I watched a little bit of the Chiefs game Monday night, and the Chiefs are down 1. They score a touchdown. Now they're up 7, and they go for 2. And you're kind of going, what in the world are they doing? Yeah. And the analytics actually tell you to go for 2. Now, for me personally, I would not have done that, because now if Las Vegas would have made their 2-point try, which they missed, then Vegas could have won. Could have won the game. And so you just have to apply the analytics to the situation and what's going on, and then make the decision that you can live with.
Great answer. Yeah. Sonny Dykes, TCU here on Sean and RJ. Before we let you go, I have to do my family duty. My godson coach is 6'5", 190, junior receiver, can also play quarterback in Maryland. How do I get him over to your program or you to evaluate? Running low 4.5s. If you like Kyle Pitts, you may be interested. How do I get it done?
Yeah, we definitely like Kyle Pitts. So yeah, it's easy. What I'll do here is I'll shoot you my cell phone number, and just shoot me a text. Shoot me a text with his information, and we'll check him out.
Coach, I love you. I don't know if I can leave the Red Raiders yet, but I'm tempted. Peyton, put them on hold. Coach, in all seriousness, congratulations on the awesome start. Everyone's going to be watching 2:30. They're coming off back-to-back wins. Oklahoma, Kansas, and now it's going to be Oak State, 2:30 in Fort Worth. Coach, thank you so much.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, Sonny Dykes on the Diamond Factory Hotline. I think my duties have been fulfilled.
You don't have to do anything anymore.
As a godfather.
Yeah.
Now, if I can stop arguing with his father over Alex Jones, I almost sabotaged this. When Alex Jones yesterday, the news came out, he's going to get fined $1 billion.
Does he have $1 billion?
He does not have $1 billion.
Does he have to pay?
I don't know. More and more of these lawsuits, people say, you're never going to see the money. Never going to end up happening. But I'm on my way to pick up Ollie, and I get the phone call. And we're sitting there fighting over Alex Jones on the way, and I'm like, I'm gonna sabotage Bryson's TCU offer. I'm gonna do it, but I was the bigger person.
Oh man,
I was the bigger person. So there you go. Congratulations to Sonny Dykes, man. Enjoyable conversations with he and Coach McGuire.
Yeah, they were
talking to these guys.
Yeah, and they both have Tech ties. Obviously McGuire at Tech, and then Sonny played baseball at Tech. He's a baseball player. You don't usually see that where you got a guy playing one sport in college. That's like, isn't Todd Haley like that? He was like a golfer, and then he became an NFL coach.
Well, his pops was like a famous scout, I believe, for the Steelers. I believe Dick Haley. And by the way, speaking of the Steelers, Tolo D just sent a. Did you see that?
Yeah, the Rooney family.
What is that? Racketeering?
Racketeering, man. That's up my alley here, man.
Rooney racketeering?
Yeah. So FBI records long buried in the National Archives. Legendary Steelers founder Art Rooney, who's long been deceased, reaped a fortune as a leading racketeer. He ran numbers. My uncle ran numbers back in the day. That's what he used to do.
Your uncle?
My great uncle, my dad's uncle. Before like the lottery came out, that was it. That's what they did. He would basically be the lotto.
Wow.
And they would draw numbers and run numbers every night. That's how it kind of worked. Slot machines, he did horses while striking deals with the mob. This is this new story from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Art Rooney Sr., The Secret Life. This is from FBI records from the 1920s to the 1940s. Man, life was so much more simple back then, where you could just racketeer and get away with it.
Let's bring in our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. Kind enough to change up the schedule with Sonny Dykes joining us. Good morning, Bob. What's up?
Good morning. Yeah, it doesn't take much for you to just turn your back on Joey Maguire and Tech. Now you're sitting here just like,
now look,
go Frogs. And no, but that was a great interview. Sonny Dykes is great.
Yeah, he is.
I haven't turned Red Raider Nation, but I gotta take care of the family. I gotta get my boy in school, and then we can go from there. But I'm not turning on Tech. Do you have any Sonny Dykes stories or any homework with all the college scouting and homework you do?
Oh, I just knew that those couple players there that he mentioned to you guys that are in the NFL now, James Prochet and Danny Gray, both those guys have talked glowingly of him before whenever I've had interactions with them. I talked to Pro a lot when he was training at APEC coming out in the draft, and he just couldn't say enough positive things about Sonny Dykes and, how he'd run through a wall for him and, he'd play for him for the rest of his career if he could. And so a lot of people really, really like him. So I'm not surprised that TCU's having success here with him because, he is a genuine players coach that a lot of guys really gravitate towards.
All right, Bobo, let's get the Dak watch out of the way. He's throwing left-handed. He's throwing right-handed. He's got the zip. Mike McCarthy says Cooper Rush is going to play. What was Dak doing yesterday at practice?
So what Dak was doing in front of us was very little. He was taking, a couple shotgun snaps. He took, snaps under center, I say with quotation marks, because he had an assistant kind of passing him the ball in drills. It wasn't, an actual center snap like the other quarterbacks had been taking. But, he's getting snaps on that thumb now. He was, going through all the drills, going through the quarterback school in front of us, but he would only simulate throws with his right hand. He'd kind of pump it. He wouldn't actually release it. He'd only do that with his left hand. But then when we were off the field, he away from the media, threw to a few of the receivers. Dennis Houston afterwards talked about, he looked good, had the zip on the ball. It's great. And so the chatter is beginning. He's starting to get that work in, and he should get in more work today. But, he kind of told us in the locker room yesterday as he was, popped in real quick and was leaving that, he felt good and that the pop is there. And so we're getting closer. And I think you can tell we're getting closer just by his demeanor. Not that he's been sullen and depressed or anything, but I mean, there's definitely more of a pep in his step, it feels like, yesterday. And I think that's an indication of a guy who knows he's getting close to getting back on the field.
Was Jason Peters... You got something on that?
You and I were speculating, could he be back before would it be even before the bye or after the bye? Are we still on that timeline?
I think he's back before the bye. Yeah. I've kind of circled as the game where I was like, I'm almost positive he's back by would be Detroit next week. But the fact that he's ramping up now, I think that puts him on schedule to be able to throw next week, throw this entire week, get in a full week of practice next week, and then hopefully be ready to play. But I mean, I would be stunned if they don't play him until after the bye. I think he's ready before then.
Was Jason Peters being semi-serious or totally joking while talking about Philadelphia yesterday?
No, he said it in an affectionate way, I think. He and that quote that went around, obviously, that everybody saw, where he called the Eagles fans blanking idiots. That was about the fifth question he had got asked about Philadelphia fans and the vibe in Philly. And he kept answering it in different ways. And so I think that was just his best way to look, let me just shoot it as straight as I can. They're nuts, basically, is what he was getting at. But he's like, but that's what makes him great. And so he seems very excited to get back there. He's saying he's playing, which I think is interesting because we all heard that he was supposed to be out for a few weeks and that this was an injury that would keep him sidelined. And then yesterday when he just got asked about the injury, he looked at us like, we were all dumb. And he's like, I was out of practice today, wasn't I? And it's like, okay, all right. So if you're good to go, you're good to go. But I mean, part of me wonders if that's just the bluster of a competitive player who wants to go and not so much reality, because I really wonder if he's going to be ramped up and ready to go. But he says he's there. He says that he'll be ready to go. And he's excited to go into Philly. In fact, he said he's excited to go in there and beat them, is what he said. So he's talking confident and talking like a guy that's going to go in there and play in this football game, and spoke yesterday about how he's trying to impart wisdom to some of the younger guys and mentally prepare them for like, hey, this is what it's like to go into Philly and play when they're nuts. And you got to have the blinders on and you got to stay focused and honestly be prepared that they may throw some stuff at you.
What do you think about Micah's availability? Are we at like 80%, 85%? Is this thing going to be lingering from the Rams game?
I mean, he's playing for sure, and he said that yesterday. He said he's going and that there's zero chance that he misses. And it sounds like the groin injury is not. I mean, I know we all talked about it. Like when we saw him in the first half, kind of limping off the field against the Rams, it looked like, well, like, is he even going to come back and play today? It didn't look good, but I think now that they've gotten a chance to look at it and they've been able to, do an MRI and review everything, then I think that, they feel pretty good that it's not serious at all. And so I do think that yesterday, I know it's kind of hard to read through the BS that they tend to put out there about injuries and be able to tell what's real and what's not. I think it genuinely is the case that they feel good about where he's at, and they really don't think it's a big deal. And yesterday was more about precaution. Today they'll have a padded practice. I'm expecting he'll be out there going and that he should be ready to go. But I don't know. I mean, is he going to be 100%? Probably not. But he hasn't been 100% most of this season because he's been banged up. He's been nicked up with just little things. He's talked about it, and so you're probably getting maybe 90% Micah. But okay. I think that's kind of what you're getting usually anyway with him being banged up.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Give us some of your Eagles keys with the Philly homework you've been doing.
It's funny. I was watching them the last, couple days, and I was really hoping to like turn it on and go like, oh, smoke and mirrors. Like they're just a smoke and mirrors 5-0. They're really good. Like it is concerning how good they are. They're definitely, I think, the best team in the NFC right now. But man, my biggest concern right now for Dallas is they need the person who needs to be great on Sunday is Kellen Moore. Like he's got to scheme some stuff up. I don't know. Honestly, when I watch the Eagles on tape and I see what they're able to do, as impressive as their offense has been and as improved as Jalen Hurts is, I come away from it looking at it and saying, I still think Dallas matches up pretty well on defense. And I don't have a ton of concern about their ability to slow the Eagles down. My concern completely is I don't know how they score points. Like Philly's secondary is really good. I don't know how Dallas's receivers get separation on those guys on Sunday. James Bradbury, Darius Slay, Avonte Maddox. Now, Avonte Maddox is a little banged up. He's dealing with an ankle issue right now. So it remains to be seen how healthy he is going into this game, but their secondary's been really good. They get a lot of pressure from their edge rushers. Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, they all generate a lot of pressure. We already know Javon Hargrave and Fletcher Cox on the interior can cause a lot of problems. So my concern would be that the receivers aren't able to get separation, and Philadelphia is winning the line of scrimmage the same way that, Washington did a couple weeks ago with their front four. And caused all those problems in the run game for Dallas. And so I think they're going to have to get creative. It's going to have to be, similar to how Kellen Moore had to get really creative a couple years back with Ben DiNucci in Philly and scored a miraculous 9 points. They should have scored nothing that game. And so I think you need that type of creativity this week and try to scheme things up as best you can to generate points with Cooper Rush, because it's going to be tough. This would have been the game that it would have been really, really good to have Dak Prescott back for. They really could have used him for this game.
You mentioned that the defense you think will match up okay. Does that mean you think that they'll be able to get the same, maybe not the same kind of pressure, but be able to get pressure on Hurts?
Yeah, I think so. Now, a lot of the guys in the locker room, Dorrance Armstrong said it yesterday. A lot of the guys in the locker room will tell you it's got to be kind of a controlled pressure. Like you don't want to let him, break the pocket. You don't want to let him start scrambling around. Like you want to keep him in the pocket. And so I think they're going to, try and keep him contained as best they can, try and, sort of get pressure from up the middle, which, right now we talk about, Avonte Maddox being banged up. They're really banged up on the offensive line. Jordan Mailata's been dealing with a shoulder injury. That's their left tackle. If he can't go, it's going to be Jack Driscoll at left tackle. On the interior there, literally every single offensive lineman on their interior, all three starters there are dealing with ankle injuries right now. And so they're incredibly banged up on the interior. So even though they've been very good and they're a very solid offensive line and they pass protect pretty well, there's questions, I think, about how effective they're going to be on Sunday just because of their health right now. But honestly, the weakest point on that offensive line for them to pass protect is probably left tackle. Whether Jack Driscoll has to step in and play for Jordan Mailata or if it's Mailata himself. Mailata's been really good for a couple years. He struggled this year before the shoulder injury. And so I think that your best opportunity will come right there. And I know we've talked a lot this season that it seems like every matchup the Cowboys get, it's been the interior. It's been vulnerable interior offensive lines, and that the Cowboys are going to be able to generate pressure there. You've seen DeMarcus Lawrence has had success against Lane Johnson at right tackle over his career. You see that Jordan Mailata struggled, Jack Driscoll struggled at left tackle. And so I think that this week it's probably a little bit of the reverse. Your best chance to get pressure might be on the edges, but I think it's really key that they perform well on the inside so that they can kind of get pressure right up in Jalen Hurts' face and get him kind of backpedaling. Don't let him get moving forward and break the pocket.
What are you seeing from Jalen Hurts' evolution as a passer?
Sean, as you know, I told you he was a better passer than Lamar Jackson before the season. Wisely he is. We can just move on and say that I'm right. No, I think that, look, he's always been talented. He's had arm talent. It's just been a matter of kind of putting it together. They don't take a lot of shots down the field. I mean, this isn't something where he's, Patrick Mahomes right now and just slinging the ball deep. He's playing within the offense. It's not even always been pretty. I mean, week one, he was under 60% completions. At the length this year, he's upside down on his touchdown to interception ratio. It's improved. And he's, he's not somebody that you can just, expect to beat himself totally. But he's somebody that I think still has room to grow as a passer. And still there are ways to beat him and take him down in that avenue. The biggest thing with Jalen Hurts is that they've done a really good job putting him in a position to succeed. And that they've done a good job with, these RPOs and he's done a good job threatening defenses with his legs and taking advantage of that. Not just taking advantage of it when he runs, but taking advantage of keeping the defense honest with that and then being able to make plays in the passing game. It really is kind of a Baltimore light approach on offense. And so, there's not going to be a bunch of, even though we've seen a couple highlights of it, they're not going to take a bunch of shots downfield to Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and guys like that. This is going to be more short and intermediate passing game. The RPOs, the get the defense to bite on the run and then, get some soft looks and coverage and then bank on some yards after catch. Now, just because they're not taking a lot of shots downfield doesn't mean it's not incredibly efficient. They're the number one offense in the NFL right now in net yards per attempt on both sides of the ball. They're allowing the fewest on defense and they're picking up the most on offense. And so they've been incredibly efficient in the passing game. And that's really all you probably need to ask of Jalen Hurts with how effective they are at running the ball. Miles Sanders, their running back, that's a big problem for Dallas to have to contain, to contend with on Sunday. And so I think that the threat from the running game and the efficiency in the passing game makes everything run really well. And that's where, Jalen Hurts has been able to live in that, comfort zone and make defenses pay.
Thank you, Bobo. Appreciate it. We'll pick it tomorrow.
I love you all. Go Frogs.
There, Bobby Belt, what a troll. What a freaking troll he is. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, leading you up to the big game, and we're going to continue to do it with Ross Tucker. He calls Eagles games in the preseason. He's all over the NFL, and Ross is joining us next, brought to you by Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. The Filthy preview continues with the great Ross Tucker next.
But let's get you over.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. What a loaded show. Hopefully, you've been checking us out for a long time. That means you're a Tolo. If not, and you're skipping around the radio dial, if you love sports, you love football, you love the Cowboys, college football, no better place to be. I promise you on that. Sonny Dykes, TCU, Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Gavin Spittle previews the Star season as the Hockey Hawk at 9:20. And this guy, man, I didn't even see this until I went to his Twitter profile. He's just getting worse and worse as he is heading on over to the enemy every Wednesday for 2 hours on WIP. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker, who calls the Eagles preseason games. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning, Sean. How are you?
Doing well. RJ Choppy, not even in existence. I like it. I like your first answer already this morning, Ross.
No, I'll say hi to RJ when he asks a question, but you asked the first question, so and by the way, there's always a small chance that RJ's not there, so I always feel weird when I say, "Hey, what's up, guys?" and then it's only one voice the whole rest of the interview.
Okay.
I don't really take. I like the Bill Belichick. I don't really take days off. That's a big lie. That's a big lie.
Hey, are they respecting this matchup? Are they fearful, respectful of the Cowboys for Sunday night?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, especially because the Cowboys have kind of had the Eagles' number in recent years. I mean, they certainly did last year, and if you look at over the last 4 or 5 years, the Cowboys, I don't know, was it 6 out of the last 8 they've won that the Cowboys have won? Now, I know at least 1 or 2 of those the Eagles didn't really try, like the last game last year. But the Cowboys have had the Eagles' number. Let me ask you this, actually, because in Philly, because I grew up outside of Philly, which is, by the way, which is why it was so weird when I was starting for the Cowboys against the Eagles, because like in Philly, by far the biggest, most hated rival is the Cowboys, by far. But when I played for the Cowboys, I didn't really feel it. It's funny, too, because I played for Washington, and for Washington, by far the biggest hated rival was the Cowboys. But yet when I played for Washington, I mean, when I played for you guys, when I played for Dallas, I think Washington was a bigger game and Eagles was a bigger game, but it was really just because they were division games. It wasn't like any one of those games like, oh my gosh, it's the Eagles, or oh my gosh, it's the, like, it was clearly more important to the other team.
Yeah, right now.
Do you feel that way? Like, is it? Who would you say is the Cowboys' biggest rival? Is
Eagles.
it the Eagles? Like, is this
not even close?
Okay, and you guys are feeling that? Okay.
Yeah,
good.
right now it is. 10 years ago it was the Giants.
And
so really, it's just whoever the other best team is in the division.
Yes, because when I was growing up, it was Cowboys Washington. RFK was rocking.
You could say it.
Dallas.
Back then, what they were. You could say what they were called.
I'm not
going to
say the R word. And then it was the Giants, and now it's definitely Philadelphia. But they view that way about us, right, over there, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. No, this is by far the Eagles' biggest game. I mean, they're going nuts. The fact that the Phillies are good and the Phillies have a playoff game Friday night, the city is on fire right now. The tickets are crazy expensive for Sunday night.
Yeah.
They're going to be going. But, I mean, obviously, the Eagles are the last undefeated team in the NFL, and they have been for a couple of weeks. They have a very good team. I think they objectively have the best roster in the NFL. That doesn't mean they're the best team. That doesn't mean they'll win Sunday night. I mean, obviously, you get to the playoffs, they're going to need Jalen Hurts to play very well against an Aaron Rodgers, or certainly if they got to the Super Bowl against Mahomes or Josh Allen or whatever. But if you just look, you know what's crazy? A year ago, Eagles fans were complaining about the corners, complaining about the receivers, complaining about the linebackers, and now you look, guys, it's 1 year. These are the best linebackers the Eagles have had in a long time. The best corners they've had probably since, like, Bobby Taylor and Troy Vincent. And it's probably the best receivers they've ever had. And that's the thing I tell people, like, look at the Eagles roster.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think the worst position group is. Maybe it's safety. Maybe it's linebacker.
Yeah.
still in the top half of the league. Like, think about that. Their worst position groups are still in the top 15, 16 at their position in the league.
Ross Tucker joining us here on the Diamond Factory Hotline, former NFL player. He's on WIP and Filthy. He calls their preseason games. So how do you see these two matching up, and what have you been saying about the way and style that the Cowboys have been playing as of late?
Well, I kind of love it. It's old school. It's funny. I just recorded this morning the Ross Tucker football podcast with Greg Cosell, the NFL Films legend.
Yeah.
And he said they're not really asking Cooper Rush to win the game. I mean, they know what they are. They're running the ball better again. They're giving the ball finally to my boy Tony Pollard more, which we've all been asking for a while.
Yeah.
And their defense is nasty. Like, their defense is awesome. I do find it ironic that your best player and the best defensive player in the whole NFL is from around here. He's from Harrisburg. Like, I don't know. I never asked him. Did he grow up an Eagles fan? I didn't even ask him that. I don't know who he grew up a fan of, but it's just nuts. It's kind of it bothers the people around here a lot because everybody's a Penn State fan and an Eagles fan. So, like, if Micah has 3 sacks on a night, they'll feel like he's like being a traitor. You know what I mean? They'll feel like he's behind enemy lines. But I mean, everybody's proud of him, happy for him. Other than RJ, who didn't think they should draft him. And yes, I'm going to mention that every time, RJ, I'm on with you for the end of time. But I got to tell you guys, like, I'm 43, okay? I'm not saying that he's Lawrence Taylor. What I will tell you is I think he is clearly the best mover of any edge rusher I've ever seen. Like, when he makes an inside move, or when he spins, or when he goes in to back out, and even his closing acceleration, I just think it's the best we've seen. Now, he needs to get better, I think, a little bit better as a power rusher, although he's had some good there. I don't know that he's great with his hands yet, like a Bosa is or a TJ Watt. But, I mean, who else runs a 4.3 that rushes off the edge? No. I mean, who else? But it's not even that. It's like I know his 40 time's great. His 5-yard burst is just off the charts. It's just crazy. The thing is, Sunday night's going to be interesting because the Eagles have the best O-line in the league. And especially if Mailata comes back, it's kind of best on best. And the Eagles, I think, will be up for that challenge. Like, they know that everybody's saying how great Armstrong and Lawrence and, of course, Micah are. The Eagles are going to do everything possible to be up for that challenge and rise to the occasion. I like the Eagles to win the game as a result. I don't see how the Cowboys win unless Cooper Rush really steps up and makes some plays, because I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball down the Eagles' throat. I will say this, though. The last 2 games, Jalen Hurts has had 3 bad throws, like really bad throws. The one was a pick 6 against Jacksonville. The one, Jalen Thompson for the Cardinals dropped, but he should have intercepted it. And then he should have thrown a pick on the last play of the last offensive play of the game for the Eagles when they were down near the goal line. That should have been intercepted. They shouldn't even gotten the go-ahead field goal. So that, I think, is sort of the Cowboys' formula for this game is Cooper Rush surprises the Eagles and makes a couple nice plays down the field when they're not expecting it, and they get like a pick 6 from Diggs or somebody, because Hurts has had 3 throws or at least 3 that he really should not have made the last couple games.
Does Hurts have top 10 quarterback in him as a ceiling?
Yeah, he does, because he's playing there. He's playing that way so far this year, and I'm stunned, RJ. Like, my whole thing was, I think he can be a top 15 guy. I don't know if he'll get there this year, but I think he can be a top 15 guy, and if he is, then you stick with him. He's been better than that. I mean, he's been a top 10 guy. First of all, like, there's a lot of stats out there. He's going to end up being, like, he's arguably the best running quarterback ever. Now, he's not as dynamic as Lamar Jackson or Vic or even like Kyler Murray, but he has like 2 touchdowns a game. He is nasty in short yardage and goal line. So he's not quite as fast as those guys, although he has some big long runs.
He's not Russ. He's not quite. I mean, they're on different planets in terms of speed and like freak athleticism. Mike Vick and Kyler Murray?
No. You know what though? They got him on the GPS at 21 miles an hour. He has a long strider, so he's moving faster than you realize. You know what he is? He's like a combo of like Vic and Cam Newton. In other words, he's a little bit faster than Cam, but he's not quite as big or powerful as Cam. He's obviously not as fast as Lamar Jackson or Kyler or Vic, but he's like a pretty good combo where he's pretty fast, but he also he will lower the boom on short yardage and goal line to make sure he gets the first down or the touchdown. That's a big concern, is whether or not he stays healthy, because he straight up trucks dudes when he has to get the the goal line. But anyway, he's been a top 10 quarterback. I mean, look at any stat you look at.
Yeah.
He's been a top 10 quarterback this year. Now, we'll see if it continues the rest of the year, because now he's starting to show a couple of bad decisions, bad throws, but they haven't really burned him that much.
You played for both teams. Did you see the Dan Snyder story that just dropped?
I saw that it came out. I didn't get a chance to read it yet.
Yeah.
Nothing, absolutely nothing in there would surprise me from having played in Washington. It's I've probably told you guys this before. I've never seen a greater erosion of a fan base than what's happened in Washington the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Guys, my rookie year, 2001, the Redskins at the time, that was the name of the team at the time, they were by far the most popular team in D.C. People loved them. They loved us. Like, there was a huge season ticket waiting list. FedEx Field, not Jerry World, was the biggest stadium in the NFL. It was packed, sold out. I mean, it was pretty awesome to be, to play for that football team back then. Now, you go to a game there. The Eagles just played there 2 weeks ago. The whole stadium's about 60% full, and at least half of them were Eagles fans. At least. I mean, it's embarrassing. My sister lives down there, and she has since college. My nephew is like a Patriots fan. He doesn't none of the kids down there are Commanders fans. Nobody likes them. It's insane. The guy they need to make the guy sell the team. I could tell you guys so many stories. You know, my second year when I was there, they tried to get me to get a luxury box for $120,000. I was making the second year minimum of $300,000. So after taxes, it's like $150. And the guy kept coming up to me. I'm like, dude, you know I'm making the second year minimum, right? He's like, I said, I don't even know I'm going to make the team. This is like in May. It's like in May. He comes up to me the next day. He's like, oh, I talked to some people. You're good. You're on the team. I was like, oh, really? During OTAs? I'm like, that's sweet. I'll just skip OTAs, skip training camp. I'll be on the team. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's how much pressure those guys were on to sell the luxury boxes and stuff. I mean, there's so many stories. It's an absolute trap. And I think it stinks. I don't like when there's bad teams like this. My whole philosophy on why the owners won't get rid of him is not like this dirt he has. It's because no matter how bad of an owner you are, people will be like, well, at least we don't have Dan Snyder. At least we don't. At least he's better than Dan Snyder. Like, what if you're Jerry Jones or the other owners in the NFC East? Why do you want a good owner there?
Right.
Like you want to win those two games. You don't want a good owner who's going to come in and take away your home field advantage, home away from home advantage, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, why? I don't really see if you're another owner, why you want to remove him.
Fantastic as always. Congrats on the Wednesdays at WIP, and enjoy Sunday night. Hopefully it's a brawl. Hopefully it's a outright fight out there in Philly.
I think it's going to be an awesome game. I really do. That place is going to be rocking. I can't wait.
Thank you, Ross. Appreciate it, man.
See you, dude. All right.
That was Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Babe Laufenberg is coming up at 8:40 to preview the game. But you had Major League Baseball playoff action and a felony in the fishing case that I've been obsessed with. A felony charge for fishing. Next.
Let's get you all over to the all-new Platinum Ford store.
That hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
3-2 to Will Smith. Here it is, and a swing and a fly ball to right field straight away. Soto had him played perfectly, backs up a couple of steps, and he makes the catch. This ball game is over. An absolute classic between the Padres and the Dodgers in Game 2 of the Division Series. It is won by San Diego 5-3, and this thing is tied 1-1, heading home to Petco Park.
Everything in the National League is tied up at 1 after the Phillies-Braves game yesterday. Padres hold off the Dodgers 5-3. You heard that call on Padres radio. What happened in the bathroom, though?
There appears to be a fight between... two guys look like they were coming out of a Metallica concert, rocking the long hair and looking all like they were going to go some headbang and do a little mosh pit action, a little fight in the men's room.
Yeah.
By the way, that was a very spacious looking bathroom.
But they also just simmered down and then
they stopped mid-fight, mid-punch, and just shook hands.
Crazy. That's the headline from it. They're just bro hugged it out okay, this is a lot of cardio.
Yeah.
This is a lot of breathing and exercise. No.
Wasn't quite as good as the fight at the Morgan Wallen concert here over the weekend. A couple of girls got into a fight at the Globe, from what I saw at the Morgan Wallen show. I wasn't there. I thought I had tickets. I tried to get tickets. Wasn't able to go. Or was able to go, just couldn't get them. But looked like there was a fight. Looked like it was pretty big.
Babe Laufenberg is coming up at 8:40. Would this have turned into a fight if it was you and your girl? So Clarence Hill tweeted this out yesterday. This is from a Cowboys fan in Oxnard, the site of Cowboys training camp. I wonder if this is one of the places that we have frequented. Maybe this was at the, what's that crap hole that we sit on the beach outside?
Rudder Room.
Rudder Room. Maybe it was at the Rudder Room. I don't know. So here's what this Cowboys fan posted. Y'all tell us what you would do on the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Babe Laufenberg previews the Eagles at 8:40 this morning. Here we go. I'm seriously considering leaving my girlfriend of 5 years. Here's my dilemma. I was hanging out with her at a bar in Oxnard watching football this past weekend. At the end of our night, a guy came up to us and asked if he could buy the underwear she had on. Guy comes up, asks if he could buy the underwear she was wearing. I told him I was her boyfriend and that he needed to leave us alone. But she stopped me and asked how much he would pay. He said, I'll give you $100 right now. My girlfriend responded, make it $200 and buy our next round of drinks. He said, okay. So my girlfriend goes off to the bathroom, leaving me with the guy. He's trying to make small talk about football, but I just ignored him. My girlfriend came back. They make the exchange, right? She went to the bathroom to take the underwear off. They make the exchange, and he left. I was so angry that I left. It turned into a major fight. She said that I was no fun and I overreacted. She said it was $200 easy money. I can't believe she doesn't see that it's disrespectful to me and to her. Is this a deal breaker? Signed, Cowboy fan in Oxnard, California. Wow, this is good. This is so good.
So good. I can picture this happening, not at the Rudder Room, but at Dargan's. This has got Dargan's written all over it. That's the spot where we saw this couple on a first date and Fish goes and draws them.
Oh,
he just drew him.
The Irish pub?
The Irish pub, right? This is totally a salacious story. I love this story.
This is amazing. Okay, what are your answers now? So, you got to put yourself in this situation. You're sitting there with your girl. Someone comes up. Now, look, if you took a bottle, if someone came up and asked your girl for her underwear, if you took a bottle and smashed it over his head, I would not blame you. That is like really, really aggressive and invasive and disrespectful. Really disrespectful. Does it say anything about your girl? What does it say about your girl that she's willing to negotiate? Does it make her like a little skanky or does it make her smart? Right? Like, if my wife was like, I think I'd have a problem with this, like the dude. And I'm all for, I don't care if a guy, if I'm in the bathroom and someone's offering to buy Amanda a drink or flirt with her or checking her out, I'd view that as a compliment. I don't get mad over that. Now, if they know that you're with her and you're trying to pull a Michael Jordan back in the day in D.C. and they don't care and they're not stopping and they're pretending like you don't even exist, that's a problem, okay? That's an issue. Things may have to start escalating from that point on. But if my wife is sitting there and she goes, okay, I'll be right back. And I know she's going to the bathroom to take off her underwear to bring it back and hand it to him. Man, I think I got to side with this guy on this one, man. And there's a lot of things I say. Don't get worked up. Don't sit there and get in a fight. If someone thinks your girl is hot and they don't know that you're the boyfriend or the husband, what are you getting mad at? What are you getting mad over? This is a little. This one's a little slimy.
It's definitely creepy. There are guys that are into that, obviously, with the other girls' underwears.
And feet pics too.
Feet pics, man. Like
But the balls to roll up and right there and ask a woman for her underwear. Can I pay you for your underwear? Like, is that even flat? I mean, that's creepy.
Oh, there's no doubt. It's definitely creepy. Just to go straight up cold turkey, or right up there, and it's just a cold call.
Yeah,
it's a cold call. That's what this is.
It's a cold call.
It's a cold call, and walking right across the bar and saying, "Can I buy your underwears?" And now I gotta say, on the girl's part, the negotiation aspect, doubling the money.
And the drinks.
And
a round of drinks.
I mean, that's smart. That's smart. And it depends on how old the underwear is. If it's old underwear, get rid of it. Buy yourself a new pair.
Okay, so I just told you how it would go down with me and Amanda. I could see you two being cool with this. I could see you two leaving the bar right with the person.
The money is to stop it. The money
right with the dude.
The money is tempting. The money is tempting.
And that's the other thing. Like, what's my price? I mean,
it's definitely trashy.
It's trashy.
If you did this, if you saw, it's definitely trashy. The money is tempting. Like if I said, "Hey, don't do this," I would hope that she would not, and I know she would not. I know she would not sell it. But I also, if it's her underwear, if she wants to sell it, go ahead. I'm not gonna say anything about it. That's just me. That's what she wants to do. That's what she wants to do. It's not putting me out. She's just giving him his underwear. She's not sleeping with him.
Okay.
All right. So that's kind of how I would. But I don't think it would be a deal breaker for me. Now, if I asked her not to, and she still did, we would have like a fight about it.
Okay.
But because that would be disrespectful.
Okay. Peyton, how would you, with the old relationship you had before, she dumped
3 years ago that you had.
Before the state fair.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
So I would probably expect my girlfriend to ask me first, if the guy just went straight to her. So just ask if it's okay with me, because if she just says, okay, 200, fine, and walks away, doesn't even ask me first, then there's a little bit of an issue. But if we split the money, I have no problem with it. Like you said, RJ, it's not sleeping with them. It's not
if you
anything
split
physical.
the money, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're fine with splitting
I gotta get something
there you
go. That's fine with me.
All right, truckwreck.com text line. What are y'all saying about it?
Let's see. He'd be out of luck with my wife. She is a no panties wearer.
Okay.
My wife would have knocked the dude out. 5-year relationship, I would let her and them start selling her feet pics.
Yeah, I'm fine with selling feet pics.
Yeah.
I've like kind of mildly suggested it to Amanda.
I've more than mildly.
I mean, feet pics? That's not threatening to a man in a relationship whatsoever. People are into feet.
No face, no nothing. It's just their feet.
Just their feet.
Easy
Sell
money.
it.
Let's see. I hope he leaves DNA at a crime scene. I would have done a buy one, get one free. I went to the bathroom myself. He's going to sold him your pants too. All right, cool. Let's see. First of all, guys, girls wear panties, not underwear. It's the same thing.
I don't like the word panties. It makes me feel slimy, a little creepy.
My wife already sells her underwear online. That's what this one guy says.
What?
Yep. This sounds like a white people thing.
Yes.
I didn't realize Peyton was a pimp. Let's see.
Yeah, as long as we split it. Peyton, man. So yeah, this is the Cowboys fan in Oxnard who's now in a fight with her. What would my price be? If we go 500 or higher, we can talk. I have a price for this. I mean, if someone goes $1,000, then we're in.
Everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man.
Ball game. So there you go. That's the incident that was apparently taking place at the home of Cowboys training camp. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We're going to preview the Stars season with the Hockey Hawk in studio at 9:20. But let's continue to talk about Sunday night. He studies all the film. He's got the breakdown and the preview. Cowboys analyst Babe Laufenberg next. But first, I got the breakdown. It is Sean and RJ Thursday edition as we get you closer to Cowboys filthy Sunday night. And this man will be on the call. As always, Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good morning, gentlemen. And just very quickly, really enjoyed Ross Tucker. Caught most of his this morning, but he was very good, very funny.
Were you able to catch a guy who you told us last night you know a little bit in Sonny Dykes?
A little too early for me. I saw the 7:20, and I just wished him good luck.
What time do you wake up? When do you go to sleep, and when do you wake up?
You know what's funny? That's last night. I probably went to sleep at about 1 a.m. I literally was studying through that time for the most part till about 12:30. But 17 years at CBS 11 and working nights and going to bed at 1 every morning. It's funny. I just never have gotten out of that routine. But I get up. I'm usually up, 7:30 or 8. But when I tell people let's meet for coffee, they say 7. I said no. That's not coffee. That's like a midnight snack. Coffee for me is 9.
All right, Breeze said this. He was kind of warning Brady a little bit. Breeze said the studying while playing isn't that much different for the studying while broadcasting. Do you agree? What's the difference in study workload as a commentator versus a player for you?
Well, it's a great question, and I think it is very similar, and I've always kind of felt that way. Now, I don't dive into the woods. I'm not looking to attack the corner. Can I get him on a double move? Can I, I'm not looking that in depth. Mm-hmm. When I look at tape now, I do look at individual players, obviously, but I'm looking at scheme and how they played this team and things of that nature. And quite honestly, it's so funny. I was just talking to my brother. I was out in Los Angeles last week. My nephew played it for a junior college out there, went to his game, but he asked me something about the rules. And he said, did you know the rules like this as a player? And I said, no, I didn't. Wow. I said, I've really studied them and learned them, or tried to learn them as best I can, once I started broadcasting. And it's funny how there are certain things that are really applicable to the job you do now that maybe didn't apply quite so much as a player. For instance, during the game Sunday against the Rams, I'm right in front of it. The returner Powell signals fair catch, and then he goes and blocks. And I said, that's a penalty. They got the call, but it was a little bit late. I mean, They kind of waited. I think everybody's eyes said, wait a minute, did he signal fair catch? Yeah, he did. Okay, that's a penalty. But I wouldn't have known that as a player. And, of course, I wasn't a special teams guy. I mean, I held for snaps. But anyway, so, yeah. It is similar the way you kind of get in and approach it, and the same work. And I always, hey, they're going to pay me. I'm going to get paid Sunday night, fellas, right, to go up and watch Dallas and Philly play football. Yeah. I get paid by the station for my work during the week for staying up last night until 1, right? Mm-hmm. The game is easy.
You brought up the rules. That brings us to one of the most talked about ones, or the most talked about one this week. It's the roughing the passer calls. Like, what is your take on the two calls, the one on Carr, the one on Brady?
Well, I don't think you would call either one of them. The one on Carr was a little more, I don't want to say justifiable, but he landed on him, which is a penalty. And let me just say, it happens so fast down there that these referees, and that's the guy in the white hat is the one that's typically going to call the roughing the passer 99% of the time. But it happens so fast, and, we have the benefit of angles and replays and all that. It's really hard on these referees, and I'm not being an apologist, but it's also hard because in the wake of the Tua situation, these guys probably don't know whether they're coming and going right now. What am I supposed to do as a referee? They took a lot of heat, obviously, and justifiably, not the referee necessarily, but for Tua, for leaving him in the game the Sunday, then he gets hurt on the Thursday, that they're in a really tough spot. You want to protect the quarterbacks, obviously. The irony is, there's been through 5 weeks, there's been about half the number of roughing the passer calls this year as there were last year. I think there have been 28 this year. There were 51 at this time last year. So the calls have gone down, but obviously the calls have been the topic of conversation. And I do think the NFL, once in the fans' perception, things aren't right, whatever not right means, you got to do something about it. So somehow there has to be a mechanism in place. I would be in favor of making it reviewable in the same way that targeting in college is reviewable, right? They call targeting, then they look at the tape, or they call the personal foul. They see if there was targeting. It's such a huge penalty that I'm not against doing that. And I actually brought up the question to Mike McCarthy yesterday. Bill Belichick says, let's make everything reviewable. And I'm not totally against that.
Babe Laufenberg joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline. I was just thinking about, as players, like, I agree with you. It's unfair to the refs. It's the worst job in the world. We all sit there on the fourth replay and say, oh, my God, how can you screw it up? As a player, like, did you think that the refereeing overall, the officiating was fine, was good, or did y'all complain about it just like we do as fans?
I don't think nearly as much as fans do, or as, the person sitting at home, again, with the benefit of that HD TV, which they didn't. We had black and white with an antenna when I was playing. Well, we did have color, but we didn't have HD. But it's just you're able to see so much now as a fan, and everybody wants to officiate the game. And it has become very difficult. And what's funny is you see all these, I don't want to say senior officials, but the Gene Sterators and John Perry and Mike Pereira, all these officials. Of course, Pereira was in the league office at one point, but the TV job is a lot nicer, right? I don't know how much it pays, but I think it pays about the same, maybe more. And to not have the vitriol that comes your way as an official. Yeah. Hey, Carl Sheffers, who was the referee who called the penalty in the Raiders Kansas City game, he was the Super Bowl referee last year, meaning he graded out the best.
Yeah.
So again, it's really a very difficult and obviously at times thankless job.
Babe Laufenberg every Thursday at this time with Sean and RJ. What are you seeing from Jalen Hurts at QB, and what are your thoughts on the running quarterback these days in general?
Well, I think everybody who has seen Jalen Hurts a little bit this year has been impressed, as they should be. Yeah, as for the running quarterback, it's just interesting. They have designed runs for Jalen Hurts. I mean, quarterback draws and just they snap it to him and he goes. He's averaging almost 14 carries a game. And the part about the running quarterback is not so much we're going to get him hurt on a particular play, but if you carry the ball 14 times, that fourth quarter rolls around, you've been hitting your shoulder. Now your shoulder is aching, right? Your hands, they get beat up. You get a helmet on your hand when you're carrying a football, and they get beat up. And now you're in the fourth quarter, the most meaningful part of the game, obviously. And you're sitting there, and I got my hand is messed up, my shoulder hurts, and I'm trying to bring my team back.
Yeah.
So I just think it's difficult from that standpoint. Again, Jalen Hurts, big, strong guy, all that. But I just think you get to the fourth quarter and you've run your quarterback, 10 to 14 times in that game. He's going to take some punishment. And I just wouldn't want to expose my quarterback to that, game in and game out. Is there a game where you might want to spot him in, get him 5 to 8 carries or something of that nature? Yes. But I hate to say the NFL is not college in terms of the pounding that those quarterbacks take while running the ball.
I suppose unless you want your philosophy to be draft a quarterback of that style, use them like you would a running back, and then ditch them after 4 years and get somebody new.
Right. What funny, guys, is do you remember the Baltimore Ravens? I mean, Lamar Jackson, who obviously is still there, but Joe Flacco was his backup. You could not think of two more dissimilar styles than those two guys. So it's almost like, hey, if my starter goes down, we have a whole new offense we have to implement now because Joe Flacco is my guy. And that's the one thing, too, people talk about whether, Dak, I think we're all in agreement he's not going to play this Sunday.
Yeah.
But you really game plan against schemes. So let's just say hypothetically Dak played. It's not going to be that much different than what they're seeing with Cooper Rush. You're really going against the Cowboys scheme. There aren't a whole bunch of new plays that they're going to run with Dak that they didn't run with Cooper or vice versa. So unlike Baltimore with those two quarterbacks, Philadelphia doesn't have to. They wouldn't change hardly anything if it's Dak or Cooper.
Can Jalen Hurts beat you consistently from the pocket?
Well, that's, many times I've heard defensive coordinators literally on the day of the game say, hey, we got to make this guy an NFL quarterback, whoever that guy is, right?
Yeah.
You want to keep that guy in the pocket. But he is throwing the ball. I don't want to say much better. I guess he's probably always thrown it pretty well. But also in the scheme of what they do, all the RPOs and the throws that come up in this offense, because they are able to run the ball so well, you don't have to be quite as accurate as you do in the drop back game. It's a little bit different game. That said, Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts is averaging, 8.5 yards per pass attempt. That's second in the NFL. So to me, yards per attempt is a biggie. It's great you complete 82% of your passes, but if you're averaging 4 yards per attempt, it's not so great. But they're right bumping up against 9 yards per attempt, which typically will lead the league if you do that.
Babe, what else are you seeing on Philly's roster? Do you like a particular matchup for the Cowboys? What are you impressed with, or just what are you noticing in studying the rest of this Eagle tape?
Well, what's funny to me is you look at it, and you take a deep dive, obviously, when you're playing the team that week. I've looked at Philadelphia. They've been on a couple times. I believe they're on a Monday night game, and so I have seen them a little bit. But when you take the deep dive and you're like, wow, what are they doing? What's interesting is, with a few exceptions, these are all the same guys that were there, right? I mean, their offensive line is basically the same. Now, Landon Dickerson, we'll see if he plays. He's got a banged-up ankle, but, he's in his second year. But it's Jason Kelsey and it's Lane Johnson. Jalen Hurts was there. This is his third year. Miles Sanders, who's third in the NFL in rushing, he was there. Dallas Goedert was there. They added James Bradbury, a corner who I really like, and obviously the trade for A.J. Brown. But they haven't. I know everybody loved their offseason, and yes, indeed, they had a good one. And here's really bad news. They have 2 first-round draft picks next year because they've got New Orleans first-rounder, which could be decently high. But it's really a lot of the same guys that apparently have just grown together.
Babe, wanted to get your take on Matt Rule. He was let go by the Panthers. He was the can't-miss coach. I mean, everybody wanted him, 7-year deal, but he missed. I think it was probably because he didn't have a quarterback. But what was your take on his firing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I talking to Ron Rivera?
Man, catch that bus that ran him over.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow. For a guy that's been in the league as long as Ron Rivera, I was like shocked when I saw that. But anyway. Yeah, hey, I didn't – this is not a knock on Matt Rule, but I didn't get the love affair that we've got to get Matt Rule that these teams had. Hey, that's not to say that he won't go on and be a great coach in the NFL one day, but, hey, Bill Belichick experienced a little bit of that, right? But and to fire him 3 years in when you gave the guy a 7-year deal very early in his third year, that didn't make sense, but he's 11-27. I hate to say David Tepper is a billionaire, and they're not used to losing in business deals. So all of a sudden, I don't think they understand that. Hey, we're not going to turn this thing around in a day. And you're exactly right; they didn't have a quarterback. Or they've been looking for one. But what's interesting too, you look at the quarterbacks, right, or you look at these coaches. Look at the guys who have had 10-year runs, right? It's been Mike Tomlin, it's been Bill Belichick, Sean Payton, before he retired, Pete Carroll. What do they all have in common? They had Hall of Fame quarterbacks, although Russell Wilson is maybe working his way out of the Hall of Fame. But I think going
even
into
Jason
this
had
season,
Tony.
you would have said, yeah, Russell Wilson, Hall of Famer. But, hey, Belichick had Brady. Sean Payton had Breeze. We all know Tomlin had Ben Roethlisberger. All those teams right now are under 500. Now, a lot of football left to play. But you lose that guy, and here's Andy Reid is going into his 10th year in Kansas City. Well, he's got a Hall of Fame quarterback. So while they're all good coaches, don't get me wrong, those guys they're great coaches. But what has made them great is having that Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well said. Fantastic appearance. As always, we're jealous of you. We got FOMO. Enjoy that atmosphere Sunday night. We'll be listening.
Yeah, and very quickly, how about the atmosphere in Philly? I don't know if Howard Eskin delved into this, but They may have a Game 5 in Philly. It'll be in Atlanta, but they may have a Game 5 baseball at 4:30, and then Phillies Cowboys that night at 8:30.
Oh,
what a weekend!
There'll be some consumption, I believe. Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory Hotline. The bombshell story that dropped inside the NFC East. Should Jerry Jones be worried? And then a Stars preview with the Hockey Hawk in studio. Next on The Fan. But first, I want to tell you about Mark, Scott, and Gene.
The Fan.
Final hour. What a show. What a guest list. Peyton getting us Sonny Dykes from TCU. Bobby Belt, Ross Tucker from WIP in Philly. Babe Laufenberg was great. RJ's fist pumping on the fan cam. This is Sean and RJ, and we're going to preview the start of the Stars season tonight. Their opener taking place. The Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle in studio at 9:20. But look, the big story that many are reacting to this morning is Don Van Natta, our guy from ESPN, in working with Seth Wickersham, Tisha Thompson, dropped the article that Dan Snyder claims he has dirt on NFL owners and Roger Goodell. That Snyder feels like he's being backed into a corner. He's acting all paranoid. Who's out to get me? And he has hired private investigators on 6 owners and the commissioner. And Jerry Jones is in this article many, many times. Here's part 1 that ESPN released a few hours ago.
For the past 2 years, Washington Commanders owner Dan Snyder has been at the center of controversy, which begs the question, how does he still own the team? In interviews with more than 30 people, including team owners and high-ranking league executives, ESPN has learned Snyder has told associates he's used private investigators and other sources to gather enough secrets to blow up several NFL owners and NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Snyder thinks he has enough on all of them, a former senior Commanders executive told ESPN. He thinks he's got stuff on Roger. The NFL is a mafia, Snyder recently told another associate. All the owners hate each other. That's not true, a veteran owner told ESPN. All the owners hate Dan. Sources said they've been told Snyder instructed his law firm to hire private investigations on Goodell and at least 6 owners, including Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, historically one of Snyder's closest allies. Jones recently told confidants that he might not be able to protect Snyder any longer.
So part 1 with Snyder apparently trying to gather up info on Jerry, other owners, and the commissioner. Also quotes in here, apparently from Snyder, telling people, according to the story, that he has dirt on Jerry. He has a file on Jones, as a matter of fact. Jerry recently told people he may not be able to protect Snyder any longer. Snyder has badmouthed Jones, telling another owner, Jerry's only out to get in your pocket. He'll sell you down the river. You can't trust him, leading someone else to say Snyder has already lost Jerry as a supporter.
Yep, and look, if you lose Jerry, that's a big guy to lose in that room. Now, remember, they didn't get rid of Bob Kraft, and he drew the ire of, shed a bad light. In this article, they mentioned that NFL owners are very slow to move on any initiative that doesn't involve them making more money. So if they're not going to profit from it, they'll get to it when they get to it. And that's the issue with Dan Snyder.
Well, I would think that...
Or one of them, I should say.
We just had Ross Tucker on, who played for the Cowboys and the Commanders franchise. I would think that more success there would lead to some more money. Right? They're at the bottom.
More success... Yeah, like a new stadium would surely lead to more money.
A new stadium with a new owner, you think other business, a lot of these businesses in this article not wanting to sign up with Snyder to get the new stadium done. So more team success. Look, the Washington Redskins, when I was growing up, this is one of the staple franchises of the National Football League.
Charter organization.
They had a dynasty with Joe Gibbs. This was like the first great passionate fan base I became familiar with growing up there in that area, and it's gone. They sucked the life out of me. I have no interest in checking. I used to be obsessed. Absolutely obsessed. Wanted to go ahead and work for the local radio station, message boards, Washington Post, all of it. Don't care, because this guy has managed to drain the District of Columbia. So I would think with a new owner and everything going up, it can't get any worse. I would think that would be better for owners.
Yes, it would be, but here's the issue that they're going to run into. Yeah, they understand that getting a new owner in there might make that team better, which would make that team more valuable, but that team's already very valuable.
Yeah.
For one, without him. So the owners already know that they have only 30 other teams to deal with instead of 31 from a competitive standpoint. And then the other thing, and this is the more important one that's in this article, it talks about these other owners don't want to set the precedent that we can just vote guys out. They don't want that. The NFL owners do not want to be the ones to basically play the moral compass. They don't want to do that.
But I'm struggling with this idea. Why does Dan Snyder have more dirt on anyone than they all have on each other?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Hired a PI, I guess. Like you can know things about people, but then you hire a PI, and I mean, who knows? I don't even know. How do private investigators find this stuff out?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I'd love to do forget about ride along with police. I'd love to do a ride along with a PI.
With a gumshoe?
What's that?
That's their nickname.
Oh,
Gumshoe,
really?
Yeah.
Because you're like stuck on the bottom of someone's shoe? That has to be why.
I have no idea.
The Commanders have responded saying Snyder's never hired or authorized PIs to track another team's owner or executives. This is categorically false. He has no dossiers compiled on any owners. Team spokesman said it's simply ridiculous and utterly false. And they disagree that Snyder said the NFL is a mafia and all owners hate each other. We also have people saying that he's not out for Jerry Jones. He's not out to get Jerry. So these are just some of the things out here on Dan Snyder. Florio, Pro Football Talk, writes, they're afraid of Snyder. They're afraid of what he knows and what he could do with that knowledge. Some believe Snyder, one of the few people in possession of the notorious John Gruden emails, leaked that to the media. If that's true, Snyder quite possibly intended it to be a warning to anyone else who would try, in his words, to F with him. Like a warning shot, right? Because that Washington investigation turned in to John Gruden losing his job. Just like that.
It did. It really did. And you can kind of deduce from all that there's dirt on Dan. There's plenty of it. There's plenty of it out there. Do the other owners want to put that dirt out there, for one, in the public eye? And then do they want someone sniffing around them? Just use Jerry, for example. Like, does all these owners have, if you've been in the NFL for 30 years, you've had business dealings elsewhere that may have gone south at some point, or other dealings in your personal life. Like, do you really want those to be up for a vote from your other owners?
This is the ESPN story on Dan Snyder drama. The Commanders also, the lawyers for Snyder said the relationship with Jerry and Dan has not soured. Okay? He and his wife have a close and strong relationship with Jerry and his entire family. Great respect and admiration for one another. This is an outlet like ESPN printing false information in order to try to generate interest. And look, Snyder was on the field just a couple of weeks ago with Jerry when Snyder's been missing in action. Like, Commanders reporters were a little surprised. They're like, oh, there's Dan. We've had even some coworkers, friends from other cities are sitting here texting me, oh my gosh, this is about to blow up, blah, blah, blah. What are you going to ask Jerry tomorrow? Just to let you know, Jerry is on KMC tomorrow, 10:30. But I did write down a list of questions.
Oh, you're going to hand it to him?
No, I'm just going to say it. Look.
I think it's a great idea.
Bassick is like in awe of the aggression of Kevin and Corey with their Jerry questioning in the past few weeks. I mean, I think they're pit bulls. You know, some people are texting me, oh, you're going to go after Jerry. What are you going to get from him? I'm like, no, I think Corey and Kevin are going to be pretty aggressive. But since I did just teach a journalism class.
Well, on Zoom.
Is it different from being a person? Is it any different?
It's not the same emotion. You're more laid back doing it.
How many speeches have you given?
Oh, well, I might have some lined up, you know.
Who have you talked to? Some pre-K?
Hey, ain't nothing like career day, man.
It's a career day.
That's what I said. The first question, how much money do you make?
Is that what they say?
Not enough.
How do you answer that humbly?
You don't answer it.
No, you got to let the kids know you're a big dog a little bit.
Oh, no. Yeah, you say more than your daddy.
Right? All right, so what I wrote down for Jerry, if he was on with us today or tomorrow, see, the problem with this is Jerry's going to probably just give one answer. He's going to say, I'm not going to get into this. That's going to be his answer. But if he was going to answer multiple questions, what's your response? Has your relationship with Dan Snyder taken a turn? I would want to know that. Is there any hesitation in there? Is Jerry aware of private investigators? This article says that some of the owners are aware that PIs have been hired by Snyder to follow them around. What about this thought that, how about this one? Are you and other owners afraid of dirty laundry? This thought that Dan Snyder has all this dirty laundry, what do you say to that? I think that'd probably be like, if I had one question, that would be it.
That would be it? You had one question.
Why is Snyder a good fit for the league?
He's not a good, I mean.
I would ask Jerry that. I'd want Jerry's answers.
Yeah.
Those are just like 5 things I wrote down.
I'm trying to answer it, though. It's like.
Yeah.
He's a good fit because he brings money in? I mean, does he bring money in?
Well, he'd have a good generic answer to that. I think the questions that could throw him off. What do you say to those that think Dan Snyder is gathering information to put you all on blast if he feels threatened? Woo! Woo! That'd be hot. That'd be fire right there. And is your relationship with Dan taking a turn? You know? So that's just what I would ask off the top of my head. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line as ESPN and Don Van Natta drop this article on Dan Snyder and the NFC East. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We will crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Other news to catch you up on, Devontae Adams has been legally charged for assault by the Kansas City Police. It's a $1,000 fine, 6 months in jail. Odell Beckham says, I want to be a Ram. The Rams didn't give me any offer. Sean McVay said, we're not done with our offers. We still got offers to throw out there potentially to Odell, and Tua is going to be back throwing, but not playing against the Vikings, just like Dak, back throwing, but not playing against the Eagles on Sunday night. So crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. You got something else, Peyton? Want to give me more advice on how to teach and educate the youth of America out there?
I'll ask you during break.
In journalism classes. All right, let's get you ready for the start of the Stars season. RJ's going to the home opener, but they begin on the road tonight. A Stars season preview with the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, in studio next on The Fan.
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Coming up at 9:40, Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. But tonight, Dallas Stars regular season opener. And in studio, the Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle.
Hey.
What's up, boss?
Great to be back in the barn, boys. Here we go.
Are you hyped up?
Absolutely.
Same feeling for every start of hockey season?
Yeah, just hockey season in general. Just to see the energy on the ice is pretty awesome. I mean, watching the Colorado Avalanche last night, boys.
Is another one?
They're really good.
Really good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a dynasty. This is a dynasty in the making.
Everybody back for them?
No, they lost some players. They lost Kadri, but they made some understandable moves. I think they improved their goaltending. They're just so fast, and they come at you. And there's a guy on the Avalanche named Valeri Nichushkin who scored 2 goals last night. Oh, that's our Taco Charlton right there.
Well,
no. Listen.
Taco went on to fail.
And to be, you're right. To be honest with you, like, I don't blame the Stars. I would have got rid of him. He even says he would have got, he was not the same player he is right now. He didn't want to put in the effort here in Dallas, and he gets picked up by Colorado, and now he's blossomed. Doesn't hurt when you're playing next to very talented players either.
How are you feeling about this year's Stars season?
So I think there are a lot of question marks, Sean, and that's anytime there are question marks, it's like you almost need 5 or 6 things to go right. And I think that's my issue with the Stars. If some of these happen, then I think they're a playoff team. But right now, I think they're fringe. I really like how in Pete DeBoer's first year, wherever he stopped, and there have been, but it's kind of sad that we're hanging on that angle. So first question, secondary scoring. It's been the case for years. Name the head coach. It doesn't matter. There's 1 or 2 lines that are effective, and the 3rd and 4th line just don't really bring you anything. Last year, it was 1 line. So the question is the depth enough that they can get some quality secondary scoring to take the pressure off that first line? Because if I'm a Colorado or a Winnipeg, I'm basically focusing on shutting down that first line. So that's key number 1. Key number 2, power play. Struggled last year. Can Pete DeBoer come up with a system, and you don't have John Klingberg anymore to quarterback it? Can Miro Heiskanen take the next step to be a power play quarterback? Can they be effective when they have those opportunities? Can they score? Wyatt Johnson. So this is a kid that should be in junior hockey but is showing a lot of flashes. So he's going to be on the ice tonight. He has what's called a 9-game essential tryout because he's too young to play in the NHL. So you either go in the NHL or you have to go back to juniors. You can't go into the minors.
Wow. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Has that been around a while?
Yeah, absolutely.
Huh.
There's been cases over the years where you see it and it's like, are they going to stick with the club or are they not? So they have 9 games to figure it out. So it's NHL or back to the juniors.
That's so weird.
He's a hot prospect. And when I watched him, there are some things I really like about Wyatt Johnson, and there are some things I think he needs to learn. I think he needs a year or 2 in Texas to develop, but let's see what he can do. I'm excited for his future.
He mentioned Pete DeBoer first year. Here you go, Sean. Devils, first year, lost the Cup Finals. Sharks, first year, lost in the Cup Finals. Vegas, first year, lost the conference finals, and then his second year, lost in the semifinals.
He's like the Sonny Dykes of hockey.
That's right. I like that. I like it. By the way, great interview this morning.
Hey.
Thank you.
I'm a Tolo. So,
but that's his MO, right? He goes someplace new, and all of a sudden,
he does.
They have a good little run.
Flip side, after a couple of years, he's
Right.
gone.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't have to talk about that right now. So they lost some size defensively as well. So the question is, if I'm an opposing team like a St. Louis or a Colorado, I am forechecking hard against Miro Heiskanen and crew because they just don't have the size. So getting it out of your own zone is going to be a key this year for the Dallas Stars. And Ben and Sagan, until they're no longer here, how much can they produce? Because if they can produce, all of a sudden that secondary scoring happens and we flourish. They're not the same players they used to be. I'm not saying they're not good players, but as we deal with in any sport, when the salaries are so public now, you know how much these guys are making.
Yeah.
And that's the albatross.
Did they waste their primes? Like as a team?
And did they produce enough in their primes?
No, they didn't. I mean, listen, Sagan's got a Stanley Cup. And Tyler Sagan has been tremendous until he had that injury. The question, and I will give Tyler Sagan a lot of credit. He has changed
30.
He's changed his game, and he's a much better defensive player than he was when he was with the Bruins and with the Stars. So I give him a lot of credit. I mean, he's a 40, 50-point guy, so it's not bad. It's just that $9.5 million salary. At some point, the Stars have to stop signing some of these people and just deal with it.
Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, previewing the Stars season that begins tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. Who are their best 3 players in order?
Jake Ottinger, Jason Robertson, Joe Pavelski.
So last year you were saying how like our top 3 versus other top 3s, like, lacks a little star power, that sizzle. You still feel the same?
I do. And you look at tonight's
not
matchup.
Having the rock star.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at tonight's matchup. Is Miro Heiskanen better than Roman Josi on defense? No. Roman Josi is a perennial Norris Trophy candidate as one of the best defensemen in the league. Then you look at number 2, goaltending. Jake Ottinger, I think, has the potential, and I think he will be elite. That said, UC Saros in net for Nashville is elite right now.
Mm-hmm.
Vezina Trophy finalist last year. And then you look at scoring of Philip Forsberg for Nashville. And then you look at us, Jason Robertson. I think that's an equal comparison. So I'm not saying the Stars are going to lose tonight or Saturday night, but I do think for everyone to think that Nashville is Trashville is wrong.
Trashville.
I mean, you look at the Central Division guys, you're not better than Colorado. Are you better than Minnesota? I don't think so. Are you better than St. Louis? I personally don't think so, but it's debatable. And are you better than Nashville? Debatable. So then all of a sudden, you're not getting in as a top 3. So then you look at the wild card. I think Calgary's actually improved. I think Vancouver's going to be good. The LA Kings are good. There's a lot of teams in that West Division as well playing, or the Pacific, that's playing really well. So, I mean, that's why I call them a fringe playoff team.
Where's hockey popularity right now in terms of rising the same over the past couple of years?
It's a great question. It's a terrific question. I actually think it's on the rise.
It's just
yes, absolutely. TNT really helped.
Yeah.
The TNT in between periods and post to me is comparable to Barkley, Kenny Smith.
Whoa.
From a hockey standpoint. I mean, Paul Bissonnette is a superstar on the microphone. Yeah. He's just a guy's guy. So you put people like that in those positions, and you got Gretzky and Tocchet. You got some great guys. So, I mean, watching their coverage last night, it's impressive. So the TV package that they got, along with dipping into new cities with amazing success, attendance is up. So I do think hockey is on the rise. It's just not talked about.
Do you have the Star season tickets again?
Yes.
Okay. Nice. Representing.
Yeah.
There you go. And crowds there have been up for a while, right?
Yeah, I think Stars
With the
fans.
inclusion addition of RJ Choppy?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I think Stars fans are tremendous, and here's why. I don't think the team has performed well enough for Stars fans to be this loyal, and they have been, and I give them a lot of credit. So, I mean, yeah, they did have that one Stanley Cup run, but it's not like, maniacal like Tampa, who's in it every single year. I mean, that's a party when you go down there. But, I mean, I think the Stars fan base is very comparable to the LA Kings fan base, where you might have a small faction of DFW that are Stars fans, but they all go to the game and support the team.
And they both have great social media accounts.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Kings and Stars got great ones.
Dallas is a good hockey town. I mean, this place can rock when they're winning.
We're always saying things that get us in trouble.
Yeah.
After the show in your office. So I'm going to ask you a question that could get you in trouble, possibly.
Oh, no.
All right.
And we can never answer this because I don't feel comfortable enough, like hockey knowledge-wise, during the course of the year. Rank the front offices in town.
As far as success,
just
in general,
I don't want to say competence, but ability. Front office ability, get the job done. Because we are the home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. And, of course, you got the Stars.
Well, that's going to sound like a biased answer because I'm going to go Cowboys 1. I'm going to go Rangers 2. I'm going to go Mavericks 3 and Stars 4.
What?
Wow.
But the Stars have had more consistent playoff success
the Cup Finals
than the Rangers.
I think that Cup run was just that, a run.
It was a run.
I look at, here's
what fringe playoff team over the past few seasons compared to the Rangers, bottom cellar dwellers.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point, but I do look at the management change, absolutely. And I look at Chris Young. I like some of the prospects coming up. So.
All right, Gavin Spittle. Oh, and are you doing the podcast?
Yes. We are going to kick off the podcast. We want to kick off the podcast when the regular season begins because preseason hockey is becoming like preseason NFL.
They don't play?
Yeah. They take days off and everything like that. There's only so much you can talk about. So let's get into the nitty gritty. You really won't see who's the elite of the elite, minus Colorado maybe, about a quarter way into the season. And do not sleep on the East this year. The Eastern Conference is really good. Carolina Hurricanes with local DFW ownership, really good.
And the best player in hockey is?
Connor McDavid.
Gavin Spittle.
Followed by Cale Makar, who we could have drafted.
Oh,
I could have. That's right.
He's our TJ Watt.
Miro Haskin's wonderful. Don't come at me, Stars fans, but watching him last night, that's a special guy.
At 105throughthefan.com, you'll be able to find them podcast. Thank you, boss. We appreciate it. Give him a hockey hawk. Gavin Spittle, the start of the Stars season tonight. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next. But first, you want to watch the hockey tonight? You want to get rowdy? You want to get pumped up? How about the Eagles Nest? They have hockey, the NFL ticket, SEC channel, ESPN Plus, the Big Ten channel, and they can show tonight.
Your need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
What?
I got a question. I was
We have an
listening.
answer.
I was listening to y'all's very fascinating conversation earlier
In your
about
face.
underpants that turned into a conversation about feet pictures. And both of you insinuated, if not flat out said, that you'd had conversations with your significant others about feet pictures. How were those conversations
too.
received? What?
Me too. Yeah.
Mine got shut down real fast.
You wanted pictures of her feet?
No, I want her to sell pictures of her feet. Apparently on OnlyFans and stuff, people make 70, 80K a year.
A month.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Can guys do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I have jacked up toes though.
Yeah,
Dude, someone's into that.
Like pigeon toes.
Someone will pay you $25 a month for that, and then
yeah,
and then
there's
you
a
get
foot
1,000 of them.
market.
Yeah.
Not joking, Mike. And I was like,
Is there I'm assuming there's a hand market, there's a shoulder market.
Dude, just
like,
get.
I'm doing all my bodies.
all your bodies. But yes.
Parts.
I mean,
not one of them.
How is it not a win-win? She's not subjecting herself. It's her feet.
Her feet.
Yeah.
But she did not view it that way, correct?
Well, it was just, you know when you bring up something and you're laughing, like you're selling it as a joke, and then you want to see if they
sure,
you
Gotta
know,
workshop it.
their reaction.
Workshop it, yep.
So when I was like, "Ha, you should do that," and she's like, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't take it further."
Okay,
but if she would have been like, I would have been like, "Let's make the account right now. Let's set it up." Actually, I don't even know if my wife has great looking feet.
Oh no!
I'll check it out today.
What?
I don't know. I mean,
don't
she
look
gets
at
her
her feet?
feet done enough. Who cares about feet? Well, like why does any man care about the way a woman's feet look unless they're mangled and tore up?
Would you like to be a husband that doesn't have to work? If you could trade places.
Kidding me?
You mean like ego-wise?
She could retire. Like,
she could retire.
Like
both
your
of
wife was the
Is
person.
my kid at school or at home?
Whatever.
Oh,
if my
that's
kid's at school,
sad.
I'll be the stay-at-home.
Trade places.
Yes.
Would you trade places today?
He would not.
You would not until kindergarten? Is that what
No,
you're
my
saying?
kid's in school Monday through Friday now.
Okay.
So yeah, I would stay home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you?
You can. You're just a doctor.
I know. I've been thinking about it.
She's a great doctor.
Whoa, good.
just-
what's your
but-
timeline?
I know
I'll
the
tell you
answer
what.
to that.
I'll tell you what.
Spittle is here.
I know. We just got our like mutual fund stuff from like I've been in this since 18 years old because of high school getting a nice signing bonus. What the hell, Joe Biden?
You see the number, the
Like this
inflation
is a
number
joke.
today?
How is he doing? How is he doing interviews and
Oh,
everything's
my
good or
God.
better? It
I
is
knew
the
this was
worst
gonna
it's
happen.
ever been. Maybe I will say this. Maybe 07, 08 was this bad when things went this bad in the market and to your investments. It is horrible.
It is.
Horrible.
We don't have
like
mean
so
tweets anymore, so we're good.
Have you guys opened up your like Vanguard? I'm afraid to.
I only look at the quarterly now.
It's not good.
It's not.
It's
No,
bad.
it's not.
It's bad. It's going down on a consistent basis. It's going down. And that one, I'm putting money in.
I know. Every month.
I don't get it. Like
What color do you see?
Pink and red.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Okay. What? And I'm scrolling down more. What color do you see?
Yeah. So this is
That's
like
the stock market.
thinking about retiring
Oh,
or
my
thinking
gosh.
about maybe like, hey, maybe we don't need this much income. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing more money in the market than I'm making working.
I know every day coming in now. Sean's in a great mood until 8:29.
When the stock market opens,
and then at 8:30,
the bell rings and he's like, I'm out.
At 8:30, I look over and his phone lights up. And it's all red with like one. Usually there's like one green. There's like one green. Number
I need to
in
know
there.
what these Democrats have invested in because I need to be in that thing. Whatever they're talking about is doing well, I assume.
Just
Everything
check
that I'm
Pelosi.
in
Just
is
check
horrible.
Pelosi stocks. Corey, what's coming up?
That's a good one. I like that.
and Tommy Tuberville.
Tommy, yeah.
Tuberville and Pelosi somehow have these magical predicting powers.
Yes,
it's
that's
crazy.
tremendous.
It's amazing.
No more of that for the rest of the day.
No more stock market
no
talk?
more stock market talk. At 11:20, my buddy's an idiot, so I guess maybe more of that. And then Man, we're doing Are You Better today during the lunch rush, and it is a Philly edition. And it's one of my favorite segments. If you've never heard the show before, whenever we used to do this on a daily basis,
right?
Which it's one of my favorite ways to do it. We're doing Are You Better at 12:30ish today, so get ready for that.
Ooh, and we're also doing at 12:40. My buddy Mike Koploff. Now he's not much of he's kind of like my career as a major league pitcher, but he has a bronze medal from 2008, which I now have too.
Yes,
mine's probably worth $50,
maybe a little bit more.
All right,
was it real bronze?
They make facsimiles.
You guys got in that medal, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I thought it was a very nice.
It's
gesture.
awesome.
Yeah.
But now we're going to talk to a guy who got a real bronze medal.
What was the Lucy news?
And he's a big Eagles fan.
I didn't hear it live.
All right. So basically the experience is she was, before the clinical trial last year, her spike rate in sleep, seizure spike rate. So the amount of time she spent having seizures that you couldn't see, her brain was just active while she was sleeping, was 95% of the time.
Wow.
Which means she was never recharging. Her brain was never rebooting and resetting the way that we naturally should be. During the day, it was up in like the 30 range also. So she was having those things happen throughout the day. The trial showed us that it was good news, that the medicine was working. Then we had to wait almost a half a year to be approved for it. The doctor said, well, we can't wait for that because it could be 12 years before it's FDA approved. Let's go ahead and get you on this for a 2-year span. Since July, we went back in for an EEG, so it was in July. As of Monday, there are no more daytime spikes, no more daytime seizure activity.
Wow.
And the number went from 95 to the teens. This is a number we've never seen before in our life.
Awesome. What was the breakthrough?
That's it. That's the break. It's medicine. Whatever. It's the medicine that this doctor that we've been fortunate enough to. My sister-in-law works at St. Jude. She connected us to Cleveland Clinic, and we've been fortunate enough to be able to, navigate our way through this and have this great doctor help us out the entire time. I was telling my friend Roy this morning. There've been times where you looked at this little girl and you just saw she's not complete. And right now she looks complete. And that's the thing that I'm like, yes, I'm fine. This is rocking along. So
congratulations.
So we're seeing some really great stuff. And I think like the other part of that was to tell parents out there, it's tough. It's a struggle to find it. But somebody's out there working on a cure, working on something for your kid, working on something for you that you don't even know. And you don't understand that they're working on it right now. So just keep going after it and finding it because it's gonna pop in your direction at some point.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
How are you supposed to follow that?
I'm about to if you shut up.
Oh my God.
Your reaction to the Dan Snyder article.
Yeah. I can't say I'm surprised, and I'm going to just go ahead and, unnamed sources or not, believe most of it because I remember a couple months ago there was a discussion, I think this one was in The Athletic, where they interviewed a whole bunch of executives and they did, like the blind poll and everything like that. Like, will Dan Snyder be forced to sell the team? And overwhelmingly, they said no. And a couple of the people said the same thing that I was like, that's what I think, is they said they do not want to set a dangerous bar for the rest of them. And so that is exactly what I think is people are like, hey, don't get rid of him because if you find out about some of my stuff, and I think it goes far beyond Jerry or Goodell. I think you could take out like a shocking amount of people in the NFL.
How do you ask Jerry about it tomorrow?
That is
still the list that you were reading off earlier.
Oh, yeah. Would you like?
Those are good questions.
Would you like a copy of it?
Yeah. Those are really good. Did you hear them?
I did not.
I like the has your relationship with Dan changed, or how has it changed, or what's it like right now? I like that as a way to like just gauge, hey, where are you going to go with this conversation?
Because you guys are going to have to make the decision on asking, right? Because the first usual question is, what's your response? He's probably going to give
I didn't read it,
or I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to give time to that and shut it down. Or do you go with the one question you really want to ask and have maybe a little small chance of him responding to? Because, if you say, what do you think about this story? He's going to dodge it. And then you're probably going to be done. He's not going to answer a follow-up, I'm guessing. So is it, the most salacious thing I'm thinking of is, what do you say to the thought that that Dan Snyder has info on you guys.
No, yeah, that's a real.
You know what I mean?
That's a real tough one to ask right there. I want to know also, Kevin, the relationships amongst all the other guys.
Right?
Like, is it always peachy, or what are those kind of battles like? Because I did hear Michael yesterday say when those 32 Mafia guys finally come out and start talking, that's what they are. They are a group that's very tight.
Yeah.
But they can't always love each other.
Like, are they afraid? Why does Dan Snyder have all this dirt that no one else has?
See, but I don't believe that. I don't believe.
They all have it. He just might.
Exactly. I don't believe that he is in some key position where he holds things over others. No. I think they all have similar data.
They all know
they
have skeletons in their closet, and they all know that there's a good chance that somebody else knows about it. And that's what makes them scared. Like, they don't want some of these things out there.
But we all agree nothing. Like, I'm getting texts from, can you come on our station and talk about this? I'm like, for what? Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen from this.
No, nothing.
Like, we're not going to all of a sudden get this explosion of news and blackmail and dirt on people.
Because think about what the outcome would be. Fine. Then the owners vote out Daniel Snyder. Well, guess what? And then he leaks all this information. And then Jones is out and who's out and Goodell's out and this guy's out. And all of a sudden, the NFL's missing 12 of its owners. No way in hell that happens.
How many stories this summer happened? Yeah. And Jerry Jones is sitting there going, this bulletproof vest has collected them all, right?
Yeah. Not only about Jerry, but also about Snyder. Guess what? That didn't even come up for a vote.
Gruden got fired.
Gruden got fired. They are literally I hate taking it back here, but literally he's had a beef with Congress about even testifying. There hasn't even been a sniff, a whiff of a vote. Nothing is going to happen.
It really is the mafia.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It really is the mafia from Michael Irvin.
Heck yeah.
Mike, that is a hell of an addition that you just threw in there to end this conversation.
Thanks.
Mike McCarthy live tomorrow along with Mike Tirico, Bobby Belt, Nick Eamon. It'll be a filthy football Friday. KMC next on The Fan. Heck yeah.
Download the Odyssey app and From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where have all the Cowboys penalties gone? That is my question to start things off. 877-881-1053. My question to go along with that. Have you noticed a discernible drop in the Cowboys penalties thus far this year as opposed to last year? Mike, I'll start with you.
Yes, after the first game.
Yeah, okay. I actually have information about that as well.
Broadus is good at giving us some information on, if you listen to G-Bag Nation, he does a good job of, hey, these refs, I can't remember if it was the last game. I think it was this last game against the Rams. He said, here's the deal. This head ref, and it seems like his crew, let
them play.
People play. So
you're
not going to have as many penalties called. And obviously there's been teams that have complained that the Cowboys are getting away with more than they've ever got away with, which is great. I don't know how, I don't know why, but as long as they don't throw the flag, it's not a flag. So the Cowboys have done, I believe, without knowing all the stats that you're about to give, after the first game, have done a much better job of limiting their mistakes in penalties.
Corey, without seeing the numbers, do you feel like you've seen a drop in the Cowboys penalties this year?
Yes.
Do you feel like it's a big drop, small drop?
I feel like it's pretty significant.
Okay.
I mean, I do kind of by halftime, the drinks are starting to flow freely, so maybe I've missed a few in the second half, but I do feel like that it's been less of the stupid stuff. Okay. Where you're just like, why did you do that, you knucklehead? Or did you need to hold like that?
Okay, let me ask you a basic question about that then. How often do you think a penalty is stupid? Because I feel like I look back at everything and I'm like, that was a dumb penalty.
Donovan Wilson thing was stupid.
Yeah.
But that was stupid on the ref's part.
But like by the players.
I don't think holding is stupid, by the way. Not all the time. There's times where I'm like, that was a smart holding.
What about whenever it's a wide receiver on the other side of the field and the play had nothing to do with it?
But here's where it's a smart play.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
When you have been beat as an offensive lineman and your quarterback might die and the season might look like it's over. I guess it won't be because we have Cooper Rush and he can't lose. But when you have been beat as an offensive lineman and you're like, my quarterback's going to get killed, I think holding is smart there. Because I've been beat. The quarterback's about to get hit without knowing it way earlier than I thought. It could cause a fumble. Like, worst case scenario, your quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's always smart all the time, but there are times where I'm like, look, you had to hold there. You got beat, and you're going to get your quarterback killed. Maybe you get away with it. If you don't, it's a 10-yard penalty, and we just live with, hey, use better footwork, use better hand placement, all those things that offensive linemen are taught. But those are times where I'm like, all right, it's all right. And then if, to your point, also, if you are beat off the line of scrimmage as a cornerback and you know that you don't have a safety over the top,
I got to stop.
You're going to try to get away with it.
Yeah.
You can every once in a while, but if they call holding is great on those situations because it's a small penalty. It's the pass interference that can be a 40-plus yard penalty.
There was a moment, Kevin, in this last game where I really did think Sam Williams was going to get one of those dumb penalties. He was walking next to somebody, and all I could see was him just leaning his head and headbutting. Like, that's what I was like, oh, please don't do this. Please. And then he didn't. And I was like, whoa, nice, because he learned from the preseason, right? Like they've been be physical. Be that guy on the field. Whenever the whistle stops, though, don't be that guy anymore. You gotta think about the team.
It's really.
I might be way off here, but I'm feeling like it's a cleaner team right now.
Okay, all right. I'll get to the numbers in just 1 second. I'm surprised people have assigned specific blame to the penalties. I thought people would just be like, yes, there are less penalties. However, from the 214, they went away with Dak. From the 469, they went to Denver with Randy Gregory. From the 903, Connor Williams left. So people have specific player.
That's kind of true.
Okay, so I apologize.
They don't have a defensive end playing Can I Ride You?
Yes,
what?
that I mean, you saw
What is
that
it called?
playoff game.
Piggyback ride. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Not Can I Ride You? Different game.
I mean.
All right, 8.7's looking good, Joey. I'm feeling good about this show. is all right, so what we've started to do is ask our producers before the show starts, give us a predictive score for the show. All right. So I apologize. There is going to be math involved in this, or a lot of numbers.
Do I need to write numbers down, or can you deliver it to me?
You might. I'll try to deliver it in a simplistic form.
Can you be the lettuce to my ranch and just deliver the ranch to me? Like, that's all lettuce is a vessel for ranch.
No,
anyway.
because unlike lettuce, I'm not going to be useless. All right. So in 2020, the Cowboys had the 8th most penalties in the league. Last year, they had the most penalties in the league. This year, they have the 12th most penalties in the league.
That's good. That's positive.
That is good. I'll give you even more information about that in just 1 second. All right. What about penalty yardage? In 2020, so I picked 2020 just because that's when McCarthy got here, and that seemed like a logical spot. They had the 11th most penalty yardage per game. Last year, they had the most penalty yardage per game. This year, 19th most penalty yardage per game.
That's awesome.
So again,
so we're not multiplying 19 by the penalty yards. We're saying that's where number they rank.
And so think,
that's low.
Yeah, it is low. So you're better than league average. But Mike, you brought up something that was really spot on. Game 1, it was problematic. You had 10 penalties for 73 yards. Now let's just for a second take out game 1. I know that's not how stats usually work, but bear with me for 1 second. If you take out game 1, remember I told you last year, most penalties in the league. This year, they would have the 22nd most penalties in the league. Now you're about to crack the top 10 of least penalized teams. And it's the same thing on the yardage. They're 20th in penalty yards given up. So think about it. You've gone from last year where you had the most penalties in the league and the most penalty yardage in the league to after week 1, you are on the brink of breaking into the top 10 of least penalized teams. And one of the reasons that's such a huge deal. Now, you could argue that, like, of course, less penalties is always going to be good. And I would certainly concede that. But don't you think that's been especially important? Because what's happened after game 1? That's been the Cooper Rush run. And we would all agree, regardless of what you think about Dak and Cooper Rush and all that nonsense, is you have a smaller margin for error with Rush than you do with Dak. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So guess what?
So don't commit stupid penalties.
Exactly.
Don't turn the ball over.
Exactly. And what's been happening in those 4 games? Like, I want to... Cooper Rush has been part of saving this season. Make no mistake about that. But...
because he's not great.
He's not great.
And I'm being serious about that statement. He's not Dak. Let's just say he's not Dak, and people can argue about that part all they want. Everybody on the team, I think, woke up after game 1. They were like, this season can go really, really poorly. Do I really want 16 more games of losing and being garbage? Or do we need to step up? DeMarcus Lawrence, given the sermon on the sideline, as Christy Scales said, is you guys are better than this. We can hold them to 0 for the rest of the game. We should be able to do that. We should do it right now.
Yeah.
Well, guys, after quarterback gets hurt, guys, we should be better than this. We should be better than what we saw. We have a lot of things we have to be better at, though. And I think everybody's taken, I don't know, maybe the focus is just a little higher. Whatever it is, it's just a little more of we can do these things, and we have to do these things. Otherwise, it's going to be a bad season.
I saw somebody say it's just across the league. The NFL is really lenient with penalties this year, letting guys get away with a lot. But that wouldn't impact where you slide in the rankings, right? If all teams were being more lenient, or if all officials were being more lenient, wouldn't you stay the same in the rankings with just less penalties?
Yeah.
But that's not what's happened, is you've gone from the most to the 12th most. And if you take out game 1, the 22nd most. So you're moving in the right direction.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And I know you're probably not going to have this answer.
I will see what I can do.
I wonder what the Cowboys' penalty situation was through about 7 or 8 games last year, just because they had such a great record to start the year. And as the season progressed, obviously the Denver game was kind of the game that switched everything.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys just being
How many
an
games?
average team. Like about 6 or 7 games, because I'm assuming last year the Cowboys were 6-1 through like 7 games? Because I remember going, holy cow, this team might win 13 or more games, and my bet's going to be really bad with the 11.5 over under or whatever it was. I think it was 11.5. And so I would just say, like, through about 6 or 7 games, the Cowboys had a great record. I'm wondering if they were still getting penalized a lot and winning, or as it changed into a 500 team, that's when the penalties really started racking up. I don't know.
And just as a quick aside, it was 6-1. You were right going into that Denver game where it all went to crap.
Kevin, do you want to count on that? The amount of penalties? Would that be helpful for you?
Sure.
All right,
I
so
can figure that
how many
out.
games? You said 6?
Well, I guess 7 because they were 6-1.
8, 8, 4, 7, 8, 12, 11.
Okay.
8, 8, 4, 7, 8, 12, 11.
Okay. Got it. So that is 58?
Yeah, so they were 14 more penalties against than they are at this point.
And think about this. And he said, okay,
or about 7 games in.
So that's still about 8.3. Their total for the season was 7.8. So
They actually got worse. I mean, better. Like, I guess you could say better.
shockingly enough,
But
they somehow
they got worse as a
team.
So
it's way better to start this season. And again, you're going to need, my question to follow all of that up is, do you believe they can keep up even a medium pace? I'm not saying they got to be best 10 in the league, but even a medium pace.
I do, and I don't know this. Obviously, we're not part of the Dallas Cowboys. I assume that it has been talked about in the offseason, in the walkthrough practices, and in training camp. I'm sure that there's been discussions on, guys, we have to be better than this. Sometimes it'll happen. Sometimes you do hold. Sometimes you do pass interfere. Sometimes the ref calls a bad call on you. I think Fowler, I can't believe he got roughing the passer on Matthew Stafford. Like, that's a joke. But we're seeing that around the NFL. But, hey, jumping off sides. Come on, guys. You're watching the ball, right? Like, what are we doing here? And I get it. There's hard counts. It'll happen every once in a while, but it's happening too much. Let Me Ride That Pony by Randy Gregory in the playoffs. That was a bad decision. Like, that's stupid. Like, we're not helping our team at all in those. And then false starts on your offensive line. I get every once in a while you get a little bit jumpy because it looks like a guy's...
But never the center. I just want to say this. I will never forgive a false start on the center. I'm like, you have the ball. Did you snap the ball? Then don't move.
But if you clean up the false starts, the offsides, which to me are very easy to clean up, then that takes your penalties down quite a bit from what we've seen.
Now, Corey, I have one thing that is going to agitate you. I feel like I need to get your blood boiling a little bit as we go into Philly week. As we go into the Philly game, we're in Philly week. Did you know that every single week of the year, the Eagles have had an NFC Weekly Award winner?
The Eagles have had an NFC Weekly Award winner, and it's probably been somebody that Micah deserved it.
So,
or Cooper Rush.
You know what? I have a feeling you might run into at least one of those. Week 1, Zach McPherson for special teams. Week 2.
What? Special teams? Y'all not watch Brett Maher out there kick his field goal?
At least in week 1, that was just the one. Week 2, Darius Slay. Week 3, Brandon Graham. I think that was the week, remember, we had the issue with perhaps Micah not winning the award. Hassan Reddick won in week 4. And then week 5, Cameron Dicker.
What the crap?
Dicker the kicker. He won.
You're kidding
for
me.
the Philadelphia Eagles.
Every week,
a
Philadelphia player has won NFC Player of the Week.
So I'm going to give you 2 options. Who are you going to predict for this week? Or are you ready to shut that trend down?
Jordan Davis.
What the hell are you doing?
This is the way the league's doing this crap.
They're
They're going to lose, but he's going to win. They're going to lose, but they're going to be like, oh, man, he had a tackle. We should go ahead and give it to him for this week. What a great job, Rook. Whatever. This is stupid. The league's dumb for this.
So when that story came out about Daniel Snyder having all the dirt, you're insinuating the Eagles have all the dirt, and that's why they're going to win an award every single week?
It's the only reason why right now.
What a worthless use of that dirt. If you're going to be like, you know what?
To win.
I have dirt on Roger.
To win a Super Bowl.
No. To win is fine, but to win weekly awards. If you have dirt on Roger Goodell and you're like, I'll tell you this right now, you better give us a weekly award. I would be like, okay, great.
Yeah, sure,
I'll
buddy.
definitely do that. And you're terrible at negotiating. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's a good transition, Corey. We have a chance for a redemption. NFL awards. Who leads the pack as we are kind of, sort of almost a third of the way through the season.
Okay.
We'll do that next right here in The Fan.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
On 3rd and 11 at the Dallas 47. Cowboys up 19-10. Empty gun for Stafford. Snap back. Pressure up the middle. He's hit. He's sacked by Parsons. Lawrence flushed him out into the waiting arms of the one-legged Micah Parsons.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I didn't mean to, but somebody just said I kind of depressed them by saying we're about a third of the way through the NFL season. But then don't worry, we got playoffs and stuff like that. We still got plenty of football.
Mavs, 6 days away, baby.
No, football is not almost over.
We're a third of the way through. That means it's closer to over than it is to about to start.
You could like a sport that has more than 17 games.
That is
Just
true.
saying.
Hockey starts tonight,
Kinda.
and then the Mavs start next week. Or excuse me, the Stars start tonight, and then the Mavs start next week because I know hockey has already started. But NFL awards. We talked about how the Eagles have had this weird grip over the weekly awards, but I was going through this article on The Ringer, wanted to get y'all's opinions and then see if they jive here with the quarter season awards. Thus far, who is your MVP?
In the season?
In the season.
Micah.
I have terrible news for you.
And somebody said, "Oh, Corey is the epitome of Homer." Dude, Micah's awesome. He'd be awesome for your team too.
I don't even have the stats pulled in front of me, but my vote would be between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. I will lean towards Josh Allen, but I don't even have their stats in front of me to compare those two guys. But those to me are the two best quarterbacks by far, and they both have good records.
Josh Allen is the selection.
Do they have second?
Of The Ringer. They
have Jalen Hurts. I'm going to leave this room.
It is not Jalen Hurts. They don't have second place, and they said
Okay.
Josh Allen is a no-brainer.
Okay.
Coach of the year. Who is your NFL
All right. You
coach
homered
of
it
the
up,
year?
Corey. Homer time for me. I think Mike McCarthy's coach of the year. He is 4-0 with a backup quarterback, and he's beat the Bengals. And I get, hey, are the Bengals great? No, they're 2-3. They've had 3 walk-off losses. I can't believe that. All 3 losses have come on last-second field goals where there's no time left, and part of it's their fault. But then you also beat the Rams, the Super Bowl champs, and the Giants are 4-1. That's their one loss on the year, and you did all of that, and Washington's pathetic. But you've literally won 3 of those 4 games against what we consider either they were good teams or I can't believe they are a good team. Mike McCarthy, coach of the year.
Man, I don't necessarily disagree with him, but I will choose somebody else because I do think Mike McCarthy doing what he's done with a backup quarterback is a big deal, and losing your left tackle and a lot of other things. I might throw Sirianni out there at the moment. I mean, how can you kill a guy? I think one of the real things, Kevin, that I'm concerned about in this game is even if Philadelphia currently has played some garbage teams and gotten their 5-0 record that way, they have won and they've learned how to win. And that's something that I didn't want them to do. You know, like they've overcome some moments within a game where they got to go, oh, we got to do this and adjust, and they did it. So I will go with him. Maybe Kevin O'Connell from Minnesota as my runner-up.
Yeah, I am shocked, I tell you. Shocked at these selections. I will tell you, I feel like this is not updated properly. Now, I saw these numbers on Tuesday from Vegas Insider. They still have Doug Peterson as 5th on the list. So this happened after all the weekend's games. I feel like that is too high, and Mike McCarthy is 8th. Number 1 on the list is Nick Sirianni. However, The Ringer, and I think I might vote this way as well, because Philadelphia wasn't bad last year. They were solid, and now they're great. Your guy,
Dave's,
is who they picked for Coach of the Year.
Solid pick.
I mean, through 5 games, they've matched their win total from last year.
Yeah.
That's a pretty sweet resume right there.
Yeah, and that's a dude at this point too that everything he does is everybody said we couldn't, and look at what we're doing. That's his message to the team at this point.
Quick side note from the 940, you can use my debit card if you buy some. Now,
oh man, I will buy some.
Should we take advantage of this? And what would they like us to go ahead and buy?
Hey, what are we buying?
Okay, I don't know. I just want to know if we can use their debit card and see if we can help them out.
You think that was a text to like one of their friends or wife or husband, and they accidentally sent it to us?
That is 100% what
and
I think
and they put their debit card on there?
No. It just says you can use my debit card if you buy some. It does not have the numbers or anything.
Text him back, yeah, just send us your number, KNC.
Oh, I don't know if, okay. As long as you signed it, that feels better.
I want him to know who it's from.
Okay. Executive of the Year, they say Howie Roseman with the Eagles. And like you were kind of
talking. I go Dan Schneider.
You know.
Just to really throw it in the NFL's face.
I think, not to be a jerk about it, but I think technically you would not be able to make that vote anymore since, remember, he's like not part of the team, even though I'm pretty sure he passed the team off to his wife and he still shows up at like different functions and everything like that.
What?
So like they said he couldn't go to certain games or whatever, but you know damn well he's still there. And then the story came out this morning that sources say, and I know some people dismiss any story with unnamed sources. And if it was about me, I could also see how that would bother me. But that is the way a lot of the news business works, is that Daniel Snyder has quote unquote dirt on NFL owners, including Jerry Jones, as well as Roger Goodell, and supposedly told somebody privately, they can't F with me.
Whoa. I guess Chris Greer would be the guy, right? He had to handle the stuff that was up top with his owner trying to pay his coach off to not win any more games. And then he was like, you know what? Screw it. We're going to get this other guy, and then we're going to get Tyreek Hill, and we're going to have a decent draft.
That is pretty impressive. I wonder if people will just knock the Dolphins out of all of these discussions because they're like, I'm mad about the way all of that other stuff happened. All right, Offensive Player of the Year. I already said MVP. So Josh Allen, not in the mix.
So you go with Justin Jefferson because you go with a non-quarterback for this position?
That's what I would do.
That's what they usually do this, right? Like we got to reward Cooper Kupp or we have to reward Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry.
That is frequently what happens.
I would roll out Justin. That's a great pick, Mike. I like that a lot.
That is 100% who I would pick as well. The Ringer picked Lamar Jackson.
Stupid.
I know I get it, but Justin Jefferson, I would vote for him.
What's Lamar done? Guided his team to a 3-2 record.
I know it is really weird because they're 3-2 and they've trailed for 14 seconds this year. Like I would sit staring at a wall thinking about that all the time, and that would probably not be productive.
From the 972, Mom, I think my ointment is coming in today. Can you grab it, please?
Hold on. Hold on.
Stop.
How long do you think you could stare at a wall?
A long time. I'm going to tell you a story, Mike.
What?
Is one time, and because I know you struggle with anger. I struggle with anger too. One time at the newspaper, we had just made a crap ton of money for the newspaper by doing something that we hadn't been able to pull off with advertising and content and everything for 7 years. And so the next week I went in and said, can I have 2 extra pages? Because we have a lot of stuff. I was told no. Even though we just made like tens of thousands of dollars for the company, they're like, no deal. You can't have 2 pages. I got really mad. I walked back to my desk. There was a chair sitting in the middle of the room. I pushed the chair. It was supposed to go underneath the desk. When I pushed it, it bounced back underneath the desk and flipped over. So it looked like I walked out and flipped a chair over. And I was like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. So I fixed the chair, went back to my desk, leaned back in my chair and stared up at the ceiling for at least 40 minutes. Because I just was like, what am I even doing here?
Mike, I think you could stare at a wall longer if you never knew anything before and you just woke up and were staring at a wall.
Are you talking about Noah? He's talking about Noah. Because I'll tell you, there's this one wall in the house. I have no idea what he's looking at.
And Noah is your 6 week?
He's 7 weeks.
7 week old son.
Your baby.
Actually, he's
Not everybody knows Noah, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Noah is my son who is 8 weeks old. He's about to be 2 months coming up. Man, I'm already losing track of the weeks. He'll stare at a wall for a really long time. So I see your point right there. All right. Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, Micah. Come on, dude. We already said this. It better be Micah.
It's a Bosa.
No,
what?
No, I'm just kidding. It's Micah Parsons.
Oh, okay.
I just had to build.
Bosa's. They're both in the ICU.
Bosa makes
right
sense.
Oh no.
Bosa does make sense, but
Micah.
And maybe it's because I'm
Micah
watching him. Maybe it's because I'm watching every play.
No,
Mike is playing elite football.
In a weird way, we like watching, obviously, quarterbacks.
Sure.
We like watching wide receivers, and we
Sure.
like watching great running backs. That's really what we're drawn to. But I'll tell you what, there's something about Micah that I think most of us are drawn to. Yes, and I know that we all follow the Cowboys, love the Cowboys, this and that, but I would just say when you watch Micah Parsons, you're watching something special that most other human beings that you've watched play this game throughout your life can't do.
Yeah. Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year. That goes to, do you want me to tell you or do you want to guess?
Is it Olave or
Nope.
is it a wide receiver?
Nope.
Oh, then I'm wrong. I don't know.
Is it a running back?
Yep. But not the running back everyone predicted before the year.
Is that dude that's on my fantasy team? It's Damon Pierce, isn't it?
It is.
Hell yeah, it is.
And then
that dude is crushing.
The Defensive Rookie of the Year is Sauce Gardner, which a lot of hype.
Didn't he just get his first pick this weekend?
Yeah,
That's really cool.
A lot of hype leading on to him. But for Pierce, by the way, since you mentioned it.
Have you seen real quick, have you seen the video of the kid before the season that was interviewing Sauce? And,
Don't think so.
And he was like, hey, my dad takes me to get ice cream every time the Jets win. How many times is my dad going to take me to get ice cream this year? And Sauce was like, a lot of times, kid. And after their first win, one of the other players on the team was like, hey, you're going to get ice cream today, kid. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Freaking love that. By the way, this is fair from the 903. Being incarcerated improves your wall staring ability.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Bet.
All right, so Sauce Gardner, we move on down the list. This one is really interesting to me. Comeback Player of the Year.
Dak.
Cooper.
Can Dak win it within the season? Like if he
No.
comes back from the injury in the season, is that a comeback player?
I don't. You know what? I was going to say I don't think so, but here's the thing about this award, Mike. At one point, the second
Saquon Barkley.
The second odds for Comeback Player of the Year were Brian Robinson, who had yet to even play a game. And then other times it's just, you were bad last year. So it's not always an injury-based thing. It is a confusing award of which I do not entirely understand the parameters.
It has to be Barkley, right? He's leading his team to 4-1. He's never played football in the NFL except for like 6 games because he's always hurt.
Let's go. I guess we'll go with Barkley then. I don't know a lot of people that are coming back off
injury. We can
injury.
tell, Kevin, I can read your body language.
Well, let me just tell you this. Will this help you out? I am really glad that Joey is our producer today, and it's not Reggie.
Joey Harrington's back in the league, and I didn't even know it.
No. This is the year that Geno Smith.
I quit this show.
Hold on. I've
Puts it all
got
together.
something for you. This will make you feel better. Don't worry, Mike.
As Reggie calls him, Eugene.
The Ringer has selected Geno Smith as their Comeback Player of the Year. However, Mike. However. And this is where, remember, I told you how weird this award is. Brian Robinson is now third.
Still.
For Comeback Player of the Year in the betting odds.
I'm voting for
Geno
Dak.
Smith, second in the betting odds. But the favorite, Mike, the person you selected, Saquon Barkley from the New York Giants, is the leader for Comeback Player of the Year per the bettors. So the Ringer, they can pick Geno Smith all they like. But the people with the money, they're saying pick Barkley.
I do have to give Geno Smith a lot of credit for causing those fumbles on the goal line against the Denver Broncos. The hell of a play by him both times.
Dude, there are a lot of texts coming in that just coincidentally look like texts being sent to other people. I'm just saying, like out of nowhere, all these texts just started coming in. Somebody said, had a really good time last night. The feather was a nice touch.
Okay,
What?
that is... Okay,
That sounds fun.
At least that's not a thing for us to do.
That was for the segment,
That's good.
right? Or was that? Or do you think that was an accidental text? A lot of people accidentally texting in.
Okay, I believe that first person about the debit card. Some of these I have questions about.
Is it easy to find feathers? Because if you just find a dead feather, like if you're just walking...
What do you mean a dead feather?
Well, I guess
what
they're
does
all
that
dead.
mean?
They're all dead, sorry. But like if you're just like walking home and you're like, oh, there's a feather. Let me use this. Like, that's interesting to me. But I just wouldn't want that because I'd be like, probably that bird just died. And you
Yeah.
just got that feather off of a dead bird.
So you just stick that feather in your cap. Call it macaroni.
Yeah, but don't put it on my body.
All right.
That number might have been
Right?
too high, Joey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassek.
The goose. We're talking about feathers. Let's talk
Son
about
of a
the
bitch.
goose next. All right. Hey, if you're an adventure.
The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. That is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget in the noon o'clock hour, we'll give away Monday Night Raw tickets plus Are You Better Philly edition. But now, time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Let's go to the Padres and Dodgers last night, as that was a really fun game. It was interesting because Yu Darvish and Clayton Kershaw both struggled.
He's not going to keep going if you keep doing that.
Sorry, Mike. I'm playing on the Twolo page, right? I'm eating Kevin's.
They're not nice people anymore.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, I'm done with them. When it comes to Darvish and Kershaw, is really looking forward to that matchup. And they both battled, I will say, but 5 innings, 3 runs for Kershaw, 5 innings, 3 runs for Darvish. In fact, when Darvish went out for the 6th inning, I thought it was a major mistake. And they did get runners on base in scoring position, but Suarez, the reliever for the Padres, got a huge double play ball and got out of the situation without any run scoring. So that was a major part of the game. But the thing everybody's talking about
Jerkson
was
Profar.
I'm wearing a shirt today. So if you are on the Towolo page, I'm wearing my Ducks on the Pond baseballism shirt. And the reason I got that, they have awesome shirts. The reason I'm wearing this is because there was not a duck, but there was a goose that somehow landed on the field. They never showed how it got inside the stadium. And I've been to Dodger Stadium before as a player. I've been there most recently in 2019 when we were out in Oxnard. I took my son to a Dodgers-Padres game. And it's not high elevation. It's not like most stadiums, right? It's sunk in quite a bit.
Okay.
So it might not be that hard to fly into the stadium. And then when you're going down, it's a long way down. Well, something had happened to this goose because this goose couldn't really fly. So the goose is just sitting, I'll say, kind of behind the second baseman. Now it's a little bit more in the outfield, but it's just not moving. It's just kind of sitting there going, I've just found a spot and I can't really move. It moved a little bit here and there. And then when they took Darvish out for the pitching change is when they kind of chased the goose and got the goose out of the stadium. But it was an interesting kind of 5-10 minutes of a goose being on the field.
Do you think there's any chance that the goose actually was choosing to leave because it does not care for modern baseball and starting pitchers being taken out too soon?
Gosh, I have a lot of stats that I wrote down for something like that. So a little bit of a tease maybe for later in baseball nuggets. But I'm going to be honest here. Pete is going to hate me. All right. Just going to throw that out.
Okay.
Peter Priority hates me if they even know who I am.
Yep.
But Randy Johnson was just in the news because was it Monday Night Football? He's a professional photographer on the sideline. So if you see a 6'11" skinny guy shooting NFL games. That is Hall of Famer Randy Johnson shooting NFL games because he's a professional photographer now.
His vest said NFL Philadelphia, so I don't know if he was at the.
Maybe he's at that game.
At the Philly game Sunday
That'd be really
night.
cool.
Wow.
But anyways, if you don't know what he's famous for a lot of things, but one of the things he's famous for in a spring training game, a white bird, it kind of looked like a dove.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was a dove or not.
Or a pigeon. Yeah.
Flying through the field, flying through where Randy Johnson is pitching and the hitter is hitting. I believe it was Kyler Murray's uncle who was up to bat at the time. And he exploded the bird. The bird just exploded when he hit it. And it is really cool to see if you want to go on YouTube and see a bird just disintegrate.
It is amazing. Have you
seen his logo for his photography website?
No. Is it a dead bird?
It's a dead bird upside down.
It's awesome.
It is pretty incredible. Also, what Joey's doing right now is pretty incredible. So props to
I
you
believe
for that.
I can fly.
Yes. That's why I was like,
by the
hold on.
goose. Okay, so
Carter,
the
I
goose
don't know
is sitting
who
out there.
takes responsibility for this, but it's tremendous either way, y'all.
If you are watching the game, I don't know, you can text in or Tawolo in if you'd like. Was any part of you thinking, because I was, this would be awesome if somebody hit a line drive and hit that goose in the outfield?
Oh my God, Mike. I was not thinking that.
Because I'm thinking, does the goose die? It's a much bigger bird than a pigeon or dove. And then if it does, that's freaking amazing that a guy hit a ball and it hit the bird and the bird died, the goose died. And then where does the ball bounce? It's a live ball. Can you imagine if at the time the Dodgers at home, they're like, yay, rally goose, all this goose stuff. But if the ball hits the goose and doesn't hit the ground and pops up in the air and the second baseman catches it or the right fielder catches it, it didn't hit the ground?
Yeah,
Is that an out?
I think so.
Because it didn't hit the ground. And so I wanted all these things to play out. In my head, I'm like, there's so many amazing things that can happen here. If the ball hits the goose, or it's a hard ground ball, and the goose stops the ground ball, does it help the Dodgers? Does it hurt the Dodgers? Or like that damn goose?
It could like roll to
thank
second
God for
base
the
and you could
goose.
just step on it and get the,
So
if a batted or thrown ball strikes a bird in flight or other animal on the playing field, the ball is considered alive and in play.
Yeah.
The same as if it had not touched the bird or animal. So there you go.
If it doesn't touch the ground but just hits the bird and you catch it, it's an out. It didn't hit the ground.
That's according to baseballrulesacademy.com, Kevin.
Wow.
So that was a little bit of the story. The other part of the story is the Dodgers tie the series up at 1. They have the National League has the day off today. The American League plays today. 2:30 today is Mariners at Astros. We'll see if the Mariners can kind of come back from that just really tough loss they had in game 1, being up 7-3 going into the 8th inning.
Mentally, that feels like a tough thing to overcome, but
I'm glad they had the day off.
Yeah.
To try to recover from that and not just play. And then at 6:30 tonight, which Choppy let me know that game is in doubt because I guess there is rain in the forecast.
Yep.
Which I don't know about you guys. I did get a little bit disappointed when I turned on the TV at 3:30 and they were in a rain delay. But then when I got home from some functions, having 2 games on at the same time was kind of cool too, that you could just keep flipping back and forth to see what was going on. Tonight is baby Shane Bieber versus versus Nasty Nestor Cortez. Framber Valdez is pitching for the Astros.
You were so concerned about your Justin Bieber joke that you lost sight of the opposing pitcher.
Baby. Ooh. By the way, on his rookie card, it does say Justin Bieber on the back of it. On his card, it does say Shane Bieber, but whoever was, doing the little paragraph on, the prospects of.
Do you think they did that on purpose or?
I think it was a subconscious thing. You've been a writer before.
Yes.
Have you ever had kind of a famous last name and you accidentally type the famous first name and not the person's
I can
first
definitely
name?
see that.
So anyways.
Okay, that's
And also,
funny.
I think you should watch Shane Bieber pitch tonight because I will say this. I think the Rangers should go after him.
Yep.
I have been told by multiple people that Shane Bieber could be available this offseason. He has 2 years left before he's a free agent. But the Guardians know they cannot sign him to a long-term contract.
Why?
They just don't have the money.
Okay.
Just like how they had to let Francisco Lindor go. And by the way, has that worked out for both parties?
Yeah, I think
Probably so.
yeah.
The Cleveland Guardians middle infield is the Francisco Lindor trade. Their second baseman and shortstop is from the Lindor trade. And so they've benefited from that, knowing we can't give him $30 million a year. We just don't have the money.
Right.
Jose Ramirez at the time cost less. Let's lock in Jose Ramirez. And then they look at Bieber and go, we just aren't an organization. I believe they're 23rd in like payroll type of deal, or 23rd in attendance. I looked it up before, but they just, even through their good times in Cleveland, have not made the money to start giving guys $30+ million contracts. All right, to your tease of how about offense? I had to look this up because I'm worried about Cleveland. I did pick Cleveland to beat New York with my friends asking me, and I said, don't bet on it. I'm not good at this.
I was going to ask if that was a heart or brain pick.
A little bit of both.
Okay.
First of all, I am rooting for Cleveland. I think most people here would be rooting for Cleveland over New York, but I just wasn't that impressed with New York the second half of the season. I thought they're beatable. Now, Garrett Cole did have a very good first game. It's tough to score off of Garrett Cole. But then I was looking at Cleveland's offensive stats, and they're not very good. So listen to this. They're 7th in OPS at 699. By the way, this is American League.
Yeah.
Not all baseball. They're 6th in on-base percentage at 316. And then they're 6th in runs at 698. And I go, God, that seems really, really low to me. Doesn't that seem like low to you? But yet they're middle of the pack. So I wanted to go back, and I know I'm going back a little bit, but I'm going back to the Rangers' best team ever. And I believe that's the 2011 Texas Rangers. All right. So the Texas Rangers that year in the regular season scored, remember I said 698 runs was middle of the pack. Now the Rangers were 3rd in runs in 2011, 855.
Golly.
Their batting average that year was 283 as a team. This year the league batting average was 243. The Rangers batting average in 2011 was 283. Their on base percentage was 340. This year the number one on base percentage was the Toronto Blue Jays at 329. The Rangers were 301 in that, which is 12th in on base percentage. So that needs to improve. And then just looking at OPS, they were 800 in OPS.
Wow.
This year, the best OPS was 760 by the Toronto Blue Jays.
So
and they were second in OPS.
Yeah.
Like, just to show how much the numbers have changed. To your point, like the way offense is. Now, I'll go to yesterday's game, Philadelphia-Atlanta, real quick, and then we got to go. But yesterday, how did Atlanta win? Hit by pitch, walk, ground ball, 3-0, we win. Now, you have to shut them out. But put the ball in play.
Yeah.
What the hell? I can't get off my best swing with 2 strikes. This whole analytic thing is driving me insane in this. They're good. I want analytics. I need analytics. But then when you let people who just play MLB The Show tell you need to get off your best swing no matter what. Well, yesterday, how did the Atlanta Braves tie up the series at 1? Hit by pitch. There's nothing you can do about that. It happened. It was kind of a scary thing if Acuna would stay in the game or not. A great at bat by Dansby Swanson to get it to 3-2 when he was behind in the count and then lay off a pitch outside for a walk. Then a ground ball that the first baseman should have caught, but it was considered a hit. Put the ball in play.
Yeah.
Next at bat, a slow roller to the third baseman. Just put the ball in play and see what happens. Put the ball in play. And then you get a ground ball up the middle. 3-0. Damn it! Put the ball in play! Stop getting off your best swing. I can win championships if I put the ball in play.
Mm-hmm. Get me a team that hits every time they get to the plate, and we'll win every time.
The craziest thing of the research and development team, they meet with the pitchers and they say, strikeouts mean everything. You're going to be very unlucky if you don't strike this guy out. Then those same human beings talk to the hitters, and they say, we do not care about strikeouts. We need you to get off your best swing. What? That's it. That's all I got.
I feel like the transition has begun. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, and sometimes a shouting 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you boys.
Anything of note?
How's Dak? How's Dak doing?
Oh, man. I
need to know.
Great.
Is he
actually.
back?
He's got some pop in his arm.
All right. So he's going to play Sunday. Got it.
He had a pop in his arm?
That's right.
That sounds bad.
No, he had some pop in his arm.
Something popped in his arm?
No.
What are you trying to say here? I'm confused.
Okay, I got it,
Trying
Mickey.
to create controversy.
I got it. He has
anytime
zip.
I throw the ball, I've got pop in my ball.
Okay.
How's that?
All right. That makes me feel better.
So that
that
means
sounds
he's
good.
throwing it so hard the ball explodes, right? It pops.
I like
See,
that.
If we're going to
in.
continue with your silliness.
He gets you.
Mickey's in on the bit. I like it. I
Mickey
like it a
gets
lot.
Corey. I certainly understand that. All right.
He's okay though. Like everything seems to be working well.
Yeah, it was kind of funny when they started practice, the portion we get to watch. He was doing their little quarterback drill. I think I told you yesterday, you know, how they throw into the targets on the net. and he was doing his footwork, and then it was time to throw. He was throwing left-handed, which really kind of pissed me off because he throws better left-handed than I've ever thrown a football right-handed. And then he continued his rehab, and then at the end of practice, he threw to receivers for the first time. And I think he was pretty happy with the results, and the receivers basically were like, I didn't see any difference in him. So I think that's a good thing going forward. He'll continue doing that today. And I think as long as he doesn't have any residual effects from the work he did yesterday, I think he's on track maybe for next week.
Mickey, I was wondering this.
Hold on, Mike. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Can you repeat that very last part for anybody who's trying to make this something it's not? You said for next week, right?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make that clear. I'm sorry, Mike, because some people are like, he's going to play against Philly. And I'm like, come on.
No, he's not. Because, if he was, why would they waste snaps on Cooper Rush after he's missed, 4.5 weeks?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, why give him any snaps in practice? Because then you're taking him away for Cooper Rush, who, as Mike said yesterday, we're preparing Cooper Rush to play on Sunday.
I was thinking, Mickey, another step in this. As I was watching, highlights of him yesterday throwing left-handed. I know a coach is kind of pretending to snap the ball to him. That's probably something, too, for that thumb to have to take.
Yes,
Is
absolutely.
that he's going to have to now have Biotic, at I don't know how fast it is, but let's just say 50 miles an hour, snap the ball really fast into that area and make sure there's no pain when that happens.
Right, absolutely, and that's one of the hurdles he's got to get over. Biotic is not going to snap him the ball side saddle, right?
Right.
They were just kind of handing it to him, but that was a good indication that he could at least do that. I was told that quarterbacks usually are so skilled that he can turn his hands around. And so instead of having the top hand be the right hand, you can take the snap the other way, and there's less pressure if you put the right hand on the bottom and your left hand on top. So that's always a possibility too. But to me, no one asks about that. You're right, Mike. And to me, that's as important, if not more, because think about it. When you go under center and take a snap with your right hand on top, most of that pressure is going to hit that thumb, and it's going to bend it back. Well, that's how the thumb, where the bone is, fractured because of the pressure of bending it back. So that's the last thing you want to happen. So that's another thing that he has to, because when you're snapping the ball, you can't snap it gently, right? You got to fire it in there. So we'll keep an eye on that one too.
I have to admit, I was a little bit surprised because when we heard from Steven and Jerry about Jason Peters, it sounded like it was a multi-week thing. And then yesterday, Jason Peters practiced and he said, I'm good, I'm ready to roll. Or were you surprised? And is he really ready to roll?
Somewhat. Didn't get to see exactly what he did in his limited practice.
Right.
But when he did the interview, he was sweating still. So he must have done something significant.
Right.
Yeah, and when you mess with your cartilage, your rib cartilage, that's significant, especially if you're trying to play football. And that's what DeMarcus Lawrence has right now. And so
what's the concern level there then?
Well, he was limited yesterday, and I think they felt the same would occur today. And Micah Parsons didn't practice yesterday, but I think they feel like he should be able to do something on a limited basis and get him to the game on Sunday. And, when he did his interview, it was like, there's no way I'm missing this game. So that was somewhat significant. And then Rico Dottle missed with an ankle sprain. So, as your third running back, they would have to make an adjustment there if indeed they wanted to carry more than two if he can't go.
You think Micah Parsons is was a difficult kid to get to go to the doctor? Like, it just seems like he's one of those kids that's like, nah, I don't need to today. I'm fine. I'll be okay.
If you kind of labeled it as some sort of competition, I don't think you can go to the doctor today. And it's like, oh yes, I can.
I'll show you.
Yeah. I'm sure.
So you tricked him.
That's what I do with all my kids. Yeah.
Okay.
Just make
He
it
got
competition,
vaccinated, so
right?
he goes to the doctor.
Okay.
You know, you heard the story about him learning to bowl, right?
Oh, no, I've not heard this story.
So he somehow, I don't know how it happened, but he ended up at a bowling alley, and somebody challenged him, and he had never bowled before, and he was terrible. And so he was mad about it. You know, he got beat, I think, 3 games in a row or whatever it was, and he was pouting. So the guy that owned the bowling alley said, "Do you want me to teach you how to bowl?" And he goes, "Yes." He goes, "I'm not losing." And so the guy gave him some lessons, and he started practicing to the point he went and bought his own ball. And when he had to play the same guy the next time, he beat him.
Nice.
So that's kind of how he's wired. He doesn't want to lose at anything. You know, it was the rookie year, right? They filmed him playing chess.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he got beat. Well, he started practicing so he could win, right?
I also felt like, if I remember that correctly, he disputed some of the video that was shown. And he was like, I don't think we saw all of the stuff that really happened in those games.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's quite the competitor, and you know, and I'm sure, you know, he got the Defensive Player of the Week award, right? NFC, and I'm sure he was thinking, well, what took so long?
Yeah.
You know, I had games as good as this or better. You know, I noticed where Philadelphia, their kicker, Cameron Dicker,
yes,
who's
Dicker,
filling in for Elliott, their regular kicker, who's I think he's got an ankle injury. He kicked 2 field goals, and the winner was 23 yards. And he's the special teams player of the week.
So we started this theory earlier because every single week they've had an award winner. Do you think the NFL is in the pocket of the Eagles, like Dan Snyder said?
The Eagles get one every week?
Yeah, Dan Snyder said everyone's got dirt on everyone, so the Eagles are using their dirt to win weekly awards.
That's a good one. I just was surprised to see that, right? What was so special that they never gave anything to Maher for making 3 and 4 field goals, right? So, yeah.
Do you think it was carryover from the Texas OU game, and they're like, we're going to give some of that heat to him there as well? And okay,
yeah, that's actually one to watch, because they did the same. Well, they had him on the practice, or when they signed him, when Elliott got hurt, they signed him to the practice squad and have to elevate him. So if Elliott can't go, then you got Dicker the kicker kicking on Sunday night. We'll see how he does with that pressure on national TV.
From the kind of sounds like Mickey thinks maybe not that great.
Well, and the other thing I saw, the Eagles are so good they didn't practice yesterday.
Oh,
how about that?
What
is that bulletin board-esque when you're like?
Well,
I
don't know, because when the injury report came out, it says Eagles did not practice. Wednesday's practice report is an estimation. And they estimated that 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen would have been limited, including Landon Dickerson, Jason Kelsey, Isaac Seumalo, and Jordan Mailata. That's 4/5 of it.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there.
Man, excellent stuff. Mickey, anything else that we need to know before tomorrow?
Let me look real quickly here. Oh, did you think it? Oh, I forgot you guys don't get to hear this all the time.
Yeah.
McCarthy was asked, why being so honest about Dak's availability for Sunday? And it was like, what do you mean? And he goes, well, most times, teams will say they're preparing both quarterbacks so the other team doesn't know what you're doing.
Did he think that was ridiculous? He was like,
I wish I had a still shot of the picture of the look he gave Clarence, right? It was like, are you kidding me? It's like, we would be mad if they did that, right?
Yeah.
And didn't be honest with us. And now they're being honest. And it's like, well, why are you being honest?
I can't believe you're being so honest with everybody out there.
Right. Yeah, to the point where maybe something's up, right? But he'll do the same thing today that he did yesterday, and maybe actually throw the ball right-handed when they do the quarterback drills.
And not piss you off.
Can you throw the football left-handed?
Very good.
Well, Mike's left-handed, so yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
That's what Mike's here for. Thank you very much, Mickey. We will catch you again tomorrow.
I'll be here. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we got just a few minutes. I wanted to throw in some Mavs stuff for you.
Let's do it.
Including, where do you think, I'm really curious, both of y'all on this, where do you think the Mavs rank in terms of watchability? Like, gotta watch, have to watch, need to watch. Just
not can I watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got an update for you at 122 about that. That's going to make some people happy and then upset again.
I won't say as high as maybe the Lakers / LeBron or
Okay.
maybe what's going on in Brooklyn, because that's very intriguing. But I would say definitely top 10 because of Luka, and I will just say number 7 because he's number 77. I'll go with 7th most watchable team in the NBA.
You mentioned the Nets. You mentioned the Lakers. They're 2 and 3.
Golden State.
Golden State is, in fact, number 1.
Yeah, let's see if they punch each other.
Where do you... I didn't even think about that adding to the watchability factor.
Yeah, like how is
That's a
Draymond and
great
Jordan Poole
point.
going to get along when they're on the court together? They're going to hug it out or punch it out?
Where do you go from there?
Oh, gosh. I
mean,
think
you got all the first 3.
I wonder how much people are excited about the Pelicans, even though Zion is now questionable to start the year.
Pelicans are 6th. There's one more I think you're definitely going to get.
Boston?
Boston is correct, but they're 4. I was actually thinking about Memphis because
of
Ja Morant.
Yeah,
is
very entertaining.
So it goes like this: Golden State 1, Brooklyn 2, Lakers 3, Celtics 4, Memphis 5, Pelicans 6.
Can I take a guess?
Yes,
Mavericks
absolutely.
7,
in terms of viability, or in terms of watchability,
Mike said 7.
he said 7. Do you think the Mavericks are 7?
I'll say 8. Or
Okay.
10. 8 or 10. Which one?
8's
You
a
tell
horrible
me.
number because that's Antoine Booby Shaker Walker.
Is how many of things in life do you make determinations based on old Mavericks players?
I won't clap 8 times. I think it's bad luck.
But they're number 1 in my heart. But you already said they couldn't be number 1, so
No.
I guess I have to guess differently.
The best they could be is 7.
8 or 10.
You say, okay, we'll pick
You
one
pick.
of them. Okay, I pick you for 10. They're 8. Is
You lost!
So close.
The Mavericks. I mean, I
Philadelphia?
have the list. You shouldn't have given me the option.
Is Philly higher than us?
I thought you picked for me.
Philly is not, but it is an Eastern Conference team.
Milwaukee?
Milwaukee is not. Look, that one is simple. If you have the best player in the league,
Yeah.
you're probably going to be pretty high on the list.
But Luka's exciting, man. I guess.
Oh, for sure.
Some of those other teams you named, there are some other intriguing things, and I don't know. Maybe did the playoffs? Did a bunch of people gravitate towards Luka after this playoff run, or did it make them hate him more? I'm curious about.
I think
that.
both.
I mean, I think you're right, and that's the sign of how popular you are, is if people also hate you but like, that's number 8. And they simply say, and this is from For the Win for USA Today, the guy who's going to win the MVP this year, Luka. And so we talked about how he's the betting favorite. USA Today is saying we're picking Luka to win. So they have the Mavericks as the 8th most. Do you care to take a guess at the least watchable?
I think the Spurs this year are pretty low.
Spurs are next to last. By the way, saw a mock draft for next year. They got the Spurs taking Wemby. So,
because they always win when it's like this. They get Robinson and Duncan.
Yeah.
Fart knockers.
Magic.
The Orlando.
I like that team.
Yeah, but
the Orlando Magic are 5th.
But their court's ugly.
I actually
Least
want to go to the Magic game
That's
here because I
interesting.
want to watch Banchero and Franz Wagner.
What about and Suggs too, right?
Yeah,
but
I
not
mean,
a lot of
Suggs I think
people
is
are
going to
that-
be a nice role player in the NBA,
But you
but
don't
I
think
think
he's going to be a dude?
I just think they're a team that you might want to jump on their bandwagon. Not this year, but I think the next year they could start making noise in the NBA. Oh, other bad teams in the NBA.
One more guess.
I don't know. I'm not really excited about watching the Pacers play.
OKC?
basketball.
OKC is 3rd. It is the Utah.
Oh, that's a great
Jazz.
call.
What are you talking about? They got all the players. They have Rudy Gobert
Out.
Donovan. Are they injured? Donovan Mitchell.
No, they sent him away. They sent him away too.
What? Why would they do
Have
that?
Terrible news because they're rebuilding around
I
Colin
know we have to
Sexton.
go to break, but I saw this on Twitter, and I'm sorry I don't have it. I thought I liked it. I didn't. It was the players last year who had the most open 3-pointers and then percentages. And number 1 and 2 was Wes Matthews was 2. I remember that. Number 1 wasn't a Maverick. Number 3, 4, and 5. And I think it was Maxi Kleba was 3.
Finney Smith and Bullock
were 4 and 5 in the NBA. Just when you say that Luka can't pass or Luka's Russell Westbrook or stuff like that, literally the guys who get the most open 3-point shots in the NBA, and then they make them at a percentage, 3 of the top 5 are Mavericks.
Yeah.
And that's not because they're creating space themselves. Literally, Luka is giving players the most open 3-point shots in the NBA.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they think Tony Romo can't broadcast anymore? We'll do it all next right here on the Fan.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, guys. It's one of the best decisions I made almost 10 years ago now. So if you feel like you've lost your energy, you've lost your drive, you've lost your focus, these are things, your muscle mass, your mental clarity, those are just a few of the ways Men's T Clinic can help. If you've lost that, they can get you back to being you. Head over to menstclinic.com for a comprehensive look at their total wellness optimization lineup. And now when you go to menstclinic.com, you can take a look at their PRP therapy. Yes, they have PRP therapy now at Men's T Clinic. So that is one of those revolutionary kind of medications that you can get now where they, I don't get it all and everything, but they take your blood and they roll it around and everything. It's awesome to put back in your body. I would say ask Lance Armstrong about it. It really helped him out. So mention I sent you, and Men's T Clinic will give you a free $80 value. It's the in-body composition analysis. This helps you learn specific targets for weight loss, improving muscle mass, and more. A great baseline read and value for just mentioning me. It's time to edge up and get into Men's T Clinic today. The number to call, 972-GO. Men's T, cash and insurance options, flexible clinic times, and early mornings and weekends. All of that at Men's T Clinic. Let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Shane Mullen again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Many of our best results were car and big truck wrecks. However, we also get fantastic results with injuries at construction sites, apartment complexes, and retail stores. Don't even think about trusting big insurance companies. Not taking action costs you money, time, and may delay your recovery. Call 214-INJURED or online, mullenandmullen.com. No upfront health care costs to our clients. And if there's no recovery, no attorney fees. Been that way since 1983. This is our backyard, mullenandmullen.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we're so proud of our value and our selection. But what's most important is our service to you. Our focus has never been to make a sale. It's always about making a friend for life, welcoming you to our family, and taking care of you through all of life's journeys and celebrations. It's why we provide the most transparent education in our industry, helping you make the smartest purchase every time. It's why we offer free cleaning, free sizing, free maintenance for life with any purchase. It's why we're happy to buy your diamond back at a price that's 10% more than you paid us when you're ready to upgrade. It's why, in honor of Bosses Day this weekend, we're honoring you, our most important boss. Come join us this Friday and Saturday, and let us tell you again how much we appreciate you. Take advantage of our free services, and think about taking advantage of that 110% upgrade guarantee before the holiday rush. Diamonds Direct salutes you, our customer, and we thank you always for letting us be a part of your life's biggest moments.
We've been saying it all season. There's something special happening at FC Dallas. New coach, building on a foundation of our homegrown players and new players. Now it's time for a new playoffs era. Get your tickets now at FCDallasTickets.com. It's a new era at FC Dallas. Let's go.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super
deal.
You know it. Now switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Clear skies, but it'll be a warm night with a low of about 72.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
The IRS doesn't mess around. If they want your money, they'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too, even threaten your home or business. Don't take on the IRS alone. If you owe back taxes, the smartest thing you can do is call Optima Tax Relief. The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative, and their clients that qualify are saving thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Optima has already resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Get your life back. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This upcoming segment is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they an Eagles fan? It's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053.
Can I start this off?
Yes.
Is there a way that my phone has heard me do the Eagles chant where I'm just being sarcastic? You know, you just spell out Eagles, E-A-G-L-E-S.
You've done that way
Eagles.
too many times on this radio station this week.
My phone, when I was scrolling through Instagram, had an offer for me to buy Nike green Philadelphia Eagles shoes.
Yep.
So it's heard me. And by the way, my phone, something's wrong with it because it will every 10 to 15 minutes just start recording everything I'm saying or you're saying, and it shows it.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with your phone, Mike.
That's what's happening to everybody's phone?
I don't know. That just seems like a technological next
Oh, no.
step.
Did you get the jab? Because that's probably what happened.
Oh, my God.
Now
What
that they can follow you.
I
Stop
did.
it.
I got a
Stop
chip
it.
inserted in my body.
Stop it.
And a
There
second
has been
chip.
too much
because
of that today.
I got the
Stop
My buddies
that.
are idiots. They make
the
jokes
booster.
about the
I
jab.
got the booster too.
God,
I
both sides
believe
suck or
in-
both sides are great. Whatever doesn't piss you
If
off.
you've got
is-
it, then doesn't that chip, like it reads what and it sends it to your phone and Instagram?
It must, because now it's telling me to buy Eagles tennis shoes.
All right.
Your phone's an idiot.
Here's the best thing I can think of is Tony Romo's not good at broadcasting. So says
Troy Aikman.
maybe. So says Dick Ebersol, the former NFL broadcaster. He was talking, and he's very well known in sports circles. I actually know him better as a behind the scenes guy. But he was talking with Chris Wallace from CNN. Hopefully we can just keep going. He was talking about Tony Romo. He said, I've known Tony Romo since he first got to the pros. He's an unbelievably engaging guy. He should have been a terrific, great broadcaster. Something's happened since he got into that chair, and it doesn't seem like he's into it.
Oh, wow.
I am
like into football or in that chair?
I wonder if it's just the changing of the way he's broadcasting. Think about, to me, I don't know if he's better or worse, or I think he is different. Think about the way that maybe you broadcast in 2010, 2011 versus 2022. I feel like there's a little difference to me. I mean, not a lot, but I think there's a little bit of difference to the way that I feel like, hey, I feel like I should take that out, or I should add this in, or you just kind of mature in doing this and having a microphone in front of your face 20 hours a week.
he went on to say he wishes he could be Romo's producer for 6 months and that he could fix him. And Chris Wallace said, what would you say? He said, get your head in the game. I mean, you've really got to work hard to be prepared. I'm sure you get all kinds of phone calls and notes and stuff like that, but this is how I feel. And, you know, I'm sort of a veteran.
Wow. I like it. I like it coming in from an old man. It's not bitter about anything. I like that a lot.
Does everything older people say automatically get dismissed as like, look at that bitter old man?
Think about what the young baseball players think whenever Mike talks about hitting a baseball, you know? Like they're just like, what are you talking about, old man? That's not how we play baseball anymore.
That's rude.
I mean, I don't think Mike's an old man, but that's the way I mean, think about this. Even it was weird. Bannister, we were like Joey Gallo, like what? And he's like, I want him to hit home runs. We're like, what? Why? Hold on, why? Can't he just learn how to hit the ball first, and then we can work on the home runs?
I guess I might be an idiot because I just feel like I like analytics. I like a lot of. In fact, last night Juan Soto hit a line drive right to the shift with the second baseman playing shallow right field, and I thought, oh, that's a hit next year, which I think is actually going to be kind of cool. It kind of stinks when a guy hits a line drive into the outfield and not all the way to the right field. And you're like, dang, I guess that is an out. But then I think, oh, it's not going to be an out next year. I think analytics have gone way too far dominating the game. I think that from somewhere around, let's just say 2010 to 2014, we're in a little bit of a nice little period there where analytics had come into the game and you were using some of it to benefit. And now you say, no, I don't want a human being who understands baseball to be a part of this. I just need all analytics. And so I think we've swung it way too far where maybe in like, let's just say 2000 to 2005 or 2010, it was like, hey, look, shut up. I don't want to hear any of this analytic crap. You've never played baseball in your life. You quit baseball in 6th grade. There's no way you can understand how this works. And I think that was way too far on that side. And there were benefits to it that, like, let's say other teams that were somewhat using it, it was helping. But now we've gone to, I don't want a human being who understands baseball.
Right.
If you went to an Ivy League school and you got a great education in mathematics, you must understand baseball.
Right.
I need your opinion on it and nobody else's. And so I think we've just swung it too far. But maybe I'm an idiot for that. Maybe it'll never go back to the middle, but I think it will. I think we're going to find out over time. Owners and presidents of baseball are going to go, hey, you told me this would work out and you said give it time. I've given it time. It's not working in the direction you want it to work.
The Bears are idiots. My buddies, the Chicago Bears, are idiots, Kevin. I just showed you the picture of their new uniform. They
I don't
have
like it.
An orange helmet with the blue C and their jerseys.
Still watch Amazon football.
Their jersey is orange and their gloves are orange. And they have white pants with an orange. Yeah. And this is I've never.
It's not my favorite.
This helmet is the worst. And I spelled it WURST. That's for sure.
Is Washington wearing their black jerseys?
This doesn't look good. It looks like they're almost trying to copy the Bengals.
Okay.
And then they're like, but let's also be more Halloween.
Speaking of the Bengals, I want to play cut number 1. Here's what you're about to hear. This is Joe Burrow answering a question, and then someone in the media is going to sneeze, and Joe Burrow is so rattled by his garbage offensive line that he jumps when the person sneezes and looks around scared. Just listen to this and picture that.
Get a lot of game plan stuff done. I know you said you play in trash bags or whatever.
That was a terrifying sneeze, dude.
So you don't even need a crappy offensive line.
I jumped and I knew it was coming.
I'm a loud sneezer. I think I can scare people by accident with my sneezes.
So, all right. So maybe the sneezer is at fault, but also I got a question about sneezes. Am I an idiot,
you do it a lot,
or is my family an idiot for not believing me? I swear to you, my grandmother, when she would sneeze and say, God bless you. When she sneezed, she would say it in the sneeze. Nobody in my family recalls it that way.
Nobody can talk
nobody
during a sneeze.
believes me. I swear it happened.
Corey, nobody can talk to. I'll tell you what, the next time I'm going to sneeze, and I don't sneeze as much as you,
try to say God bless you.
I'm going to try to say God bless you as I sneeze and just see if I can say any words in the moment of sneezing.
Now my face is starting to want to sneeze because we keep talking about
fan
it.
texters are going to back me
Since
up
you're
on
talking
this.
about that, is Choppy an idiot?
What?
He wears
I knew this was
athletic
happening.
shorts all the time
Yes.
in here. I don't know how
Which
much
is
he wears.
fine.
Every time I'm having a conversation with him, he grabs his private parts, but not outside of his shorts. He puts his hands inside his
shorts,
pants,
yeah.
grabs his privates, and starts fiddling with his private area. Now, I get it. If you're not a girl.
I don't know if we can. I don't know.
Now,
Fiddling.
I'm not a girl, but your privates stick to your legs sometimes. And so sometimes you have to adjust. Every man has had to adjust their private parts. Okay? Choppy seems to not even know that when he's having conversations with humans, he adjusts his private parts all of the time. Like every 5 minutes, he's adjusting his private parts. And then the next thing you know, he's biting his fingernails with the same hand he adjusted his privates with. It drives me totally insane. But I think Choppy needs to know this. And he's probably taking a nap right now.
What if he's trying to seduce you?
But he needs to know.
Why didn't you
that
tell
you're
him that at the
playing with your
time?
privates way too much.
Have you ever told him to his face, hey,
Yeah.
I'll tell him tomorrow.
You're holding your junk
tomorrow,
right now.
Watch. He's going to be playing with his privates at some
don't
point during a
know.
conversation.
and it's making me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I think just like Mike had to say something to TJ, the security guard. Did you ever tell him that your name is not Mike?
Actually, I did, and he disputed my thoughts on the event.
He didn't want to accept it.
He was like, "Oh yeah, no, I called Mike Kevin, but I know your name is Kevin, and I've always said Kevin."
That's awesome.
But here's
It's
the thing.
solved.
This
Okay,
is weird now.
It is solved. Here's the thing. I do just want to point out. I think TJ is awesome.
I do too.
I will say
He's
this.
great.
Are you ever in a situation where you don't know somebody's name and you don't say their name, and then somebody else says their name, and then you say their name a lot?
It's the best feeling in the world. Yeah, because then you're like, yes, that is Kevin.
You're like, yeah, Joey. No, I know Joey. Yeah, that's what Joey said.
Thank you for saying that, because
And-
I keep forgetting his name.
You keep wanting to call him Scott because his last name is Erickson.
Oh, yeah, black glove.
All the time now, he definitely refers to me by Kevin. But that's the thing. He knows about my life because he met my wife and the baby and everything, and he's super nice. But now he uses my name every single time.
Yes!
And so I wasn't sure if this
That's
was
a
like
good thing
one
to
of those
do.
situations.
I'm horrible with names. If you listen to this station, thank you. And you can tell how horrible I am with names.
That is probably fair. Now, we also brought up the Eagles fan, and I know he was kind of joking about it, but you heard what Jason Peters said about the Eagles, right? I want to go with cut 8. I don't know if this is in cut 8, and if it's not, I might bail on it. But let's go ahead and fire off cut 8 right here.
Just another game for me. Get to go back to what I laid the foundation at and got my championship. But it's a division game. It's going to be a feisty game, and like I said, it's just another game for me.
What did that place mean to you, Philadelphia?
I mean a lot. I got my first Super Bowl there, and like I said, I laid a lot of bricks there. So Philly, that's my city, and just to go back, it'll be great to beat them.
Another game for you, but is Cowboy Week ever another game for Philly fans?
Oh no, they're gonna be feisty. They're gonna be throwing stuff, talking all kind of noise, but we'll be ready.
Does it feel a little different that they're undefeated?
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there because he went on to say Philly Eagles fans are effing idiots.
What?
But I think it was like
trying to give them board material.
I think it was in a fun way because he goes, but they know that. They pride themselves on being nasty, vulgar. They're going to cuss at you. They're going to throw stuff at you. They pride themselves on that.
They
so they
poop
know that.
for a living.
For
when
a
they win
living?
championships.
For a living? How much money did they make off of that?
That person?
Yeah.
But
Okay,
you should
maybe
never
they
do
did
that.
it for a celebration. Carter said, I do this for a living the other day. I was like, you never made any money off that. So I was just, anyway. But yeah, they did eat poop. They did eat poop that time.
Yeah.
That's so gross.
Yeah, so they know they're idiots. They eat poop when they win.
Kevin,
So gross.
when was the... Never mind. Not even going to ask that question.
Never. By accident, maybe.
Never. Yeah, never. And also, are people idiots for believing that this was the year Zion was going to stay all the way healthy? Because he rolled his ankle and he's like, no, I'm fine, but you just wait.
I hear you.
I don't know. I don't think a single person at this station could have predicted that Zion would have physical troubles in the future of his career.
All of us,
Mike,
predicted
I don't
that.
think anybody could have said
Yes.
that this guy at the
Oh,
size
yes,
that he's at.
we did.
Nobody
Yes.
said. Nobody ever
Oh,
said
yes,
that.
we did. Yes, Corey, we definitely did.
He'll be fine. There's not much weight on his body when he rolls that ankle.
It's less. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The international expansion plot thickens. Plus, it's banjo time.
What?
We'll do it
I
next
love
right here on
banjos.
The Fan.
driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
With no baseball tonight. Thanks a lot.
Rain?
God?
Okay. Huh. Fair enough. All right.
Mother Nature.
Let's start with, oh yeah, that is the softer way to put it, is let's start with the Commanders. There's a lot of things happening
mothers are softer?
with the Commanders. Is
God's hard? I don't get it. God's tougher?
All right. So William Jackson wants out of Washington. We'll get to the story in just a second, but their cornerback, William Jackson III, says he wants to leave Washington, and supposedly the Commanders have or would be inclined to engage in trade talks. The trade deadline, November 1st, so just keep an eye out for that. But the big story, or what has made a lot of waves this morning, is a story by, I believe it was Don Van Natta Jr., or at least he was part of the, and Seth Wickersham and Tisha Thompson, is that Daniel Snyder has quote-unquote dirt on NFL owners and Roger Goodell. And he supposedly told somebody privately, the NFL can't F with me. And then he told an associate, the NFL is a mafia. All the owners hate each other. One veteran owner responded, that's not true. All the owners just hate Dan. And then, not surprisingly, because what the hell are they going to say? Oh yeah, that definitely all happened. Is the Commanders have released a statement saying that that report is categorically untrue. And it might be untrue, but also it'd be way more shocking if the Commanders were like, yeah, it happened. Just like that. Good call.
How could you like Dan Snyder if you're another? The only thing you like about him is
his team
he makes his team somewhat non-competitive, so you get somewhat free wins off of them. But besides that, he does nothing to help the league. Literally, they had a 20-year backup on season tickets. It's like, we're sorry, you're never going to get Washington season tickets. Maybe hope from 20 years from now you can. And Dan ran off a whole fan base, where now they have 20 to 30,000 empty seats every game because nobody cares about that team for the most part in their city.
And in their response, this is the part that I would like to know, funded by who? Is the Commander said, it's hard to imagine a piece that is more categorically untrue and is clearly part of a well-funded 2-year misinformation campaign to coerce the sale of the team. Funded by who? Somebody who wants to buy the team?
I don't know.
Because
fans?
That's the same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing that they said at Congress, is they were like, well, somebody's been funding this and it's a misinformation campaign. I would just like to know more about that. Like if they really have a guy or a person, excuse me, that they're like, they want to buy the team or they want to relocate the team or they've got their own stadium deal set up out in Virginia that's going to be different than ours. Like, I would like to know more about that.
From the 469, Kevin, I'm praying for you with all of Mike and Corey's shenanigans. That is Richie from Ennis.
Thank you very, very much.
Great drive-in movie theater in Ennis.
Yeah,
yes, that is true.
Very cool.
I love it.
Maybe the last one standing.
The Galaxy. I am sad that they got rid of their miniature golf course. I was hoping they would just, like fix it.
Well, what do you think about that?
I'm trying to get one in the backyard. It costs a lot of money.
That concession stand is incredible. They don't have a lot of things, but it's all cheap.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to go.
I would go.
Show trip right now.
You know what? We've been talking.
It has to get dark.
We've been talking about this. I'm about to engage in your shenanigans.
Yes! We did it!
We've been talking about doing a KNC experience for Peace-a-thon because we get all these experiences from other places, but we don't do like our own show. I think a KNC like trip to the drive-in movie would be pretty legit.
Can we do that legally?
Yes.
There are some things legally that we're
we just have to get those people back home.
Everything's
safe.
illegal. I've found that out.
Wow. All right. Let's go ahead and mark that just in case. I don't know when we'll need it. We might. But I do want to say something nice about an NFL owner. Robert Kraft donated $50 million to Massachusetts General Hospital. That is freaking incredible.
Nice. That really is cool.
Yeah.
And now that show can continue to entertain people.
I actually don't even know
Is
if
it over?
I have no clue. I mean, I get the reference. I just don't know if that show's in the air anymore.
No, that is really awesome. And I wonder what his connection is there. Like if there's something like he had to go there or he knows somebody that did.
So he said he was inspired by the treatment of his late wife, Myra, and the treatment that she got while battling ovarian cancer. So, I mean, I'd still super cool. Now, something to keep an eye on because we have talked about this a lot. Next Tuesday, the owners are scheduled to vote on who is going to foot the $790 million bill for the Rams' legal fees and moving. You remember, supposedly at the time, the Rams were like, hey, I actually do want to ask Jerry about this. Because Stan Kroenke was like, yeah, we got to move the team. No problem. I got it. I'll pay for any legal fees or anything like that. And then the legal fees turned out to be a lot of money. And he was like, well, no. I think we should all pay for it. And the other owners are like, get the F out of here. You said you were going to pay for it. As Mike would say, Jack nuts.
Do you think that had anything to do with the way that Jerry approached the whole weekend of that beautiful stadium out there and the world champs and all that stuff?
See, and I think he got his money's worth out there. Hopefully, he was like, yeah, I just pumped you up and I'm about to pay part of your bill, you idiot.
Maybe
you better make it worth my time.
Maybe
That's a good question.
I'll ask him.
Okay, I look forward to that. Let's go from that to roughing the passer calls. All right, now one of the things they're also going to talk about on Tuesday or going forward is roughing the passer calls. Believe it or not, they're actually down 45% compared to a year ago. It's just the ones that are bad.
Just look stupid.
Are just so freaking terrible. But at this point last season, there was 51. So far this season, 28.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can get down with that. And there were some dumb ones last year too,
yes.
Kevin. And so I do wonder if there was a, hey, let's take this off a little bit. But it does seem to be a lot of reactionary kind of stuff where it's like, it seems like a guy just caught, because the guy got whipped around.
Yeah.
He must have been thrown to the ground. Well, hold on. Did we really look at this the right way?
Sometimes physics plays a part in that as well. Let's go from that.
Blame it on science.
Yes, it's a well-funded scientific campaign. You mentioned the Bears and my buddy's an idiot. They're also averaging 135.8 passing yards per game this season. That's on pace to be the lowest since 1980.
Nice.
So it's even more than a generation.
You think they can break the record?
Is
that their goal this year? They're like, can we win the most games with the least passing yards ever?
Maybe a more modern record, but I think going back, there's games where they had no passing yards or 4 passing yards.
I want sports to prove that, hey, the idea of you can't play that kind of football or you can't play that kind of baseball in this era. I want people to go back and be like, no, yes, watch, we're going to do it and we're going to win with it.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. And that's why I question is the pass.
No more three-pointers in the NBA.
It's a passing record.
It would never work because I was watching playoff baseball and Bryce Harper bunted for a hit, but he just got it down and Real Muto got to second base. And those dummies for Philly then hit the ball on the ground and scored runs in game 1 and won the game.
You got the chance to say your piece about that already, Mike.
It would never work by moving runners over and then relying on your hitters to get base
This is
hits.
gridiron gravy. We'll get to baseball nuggets in a little bit.
Now, that already happened. This isn't actually relevant. I just wanted to let you know. The Arizona Cardinals have signed Matt Amendola and safety Chris Banjo to their roster. And
that's the Banjo
I just
talk?
thought you needed to know that Chris Banjo is going for the Cardinals.
I want to either learn the banjo or violin.
What brought that along? And what will be the determining
factor? My old neighbor that
I love listening to both of those musical instruments.
He does. Camp has both of them involved.
Okay.
And the Lumineers.
Are you leaning one way or another?
Somebody told me you have to have little hands for one of them. Oh, the violin.
What if Sean does the violin and you do the banjo?
I think.
You ever seen Steve Martin pick the banjo?
Yes.
Yeah. It's really cool. I don't know how big his hands are, and I got to ask the banjo because it's bigger strings, as in they're further apart.
Sure.
I just heard the violin is tougher for bigger people because your fingers start getting in the way of touching the other strings, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Right? So
that makes a lot of sense.
Maybe I just have to play the big bass. You know, the big.
Yeah.
Not the bass guitar. Even
No,
though the
my
bass
son,
guitar
my
is
son
cool.
played bass in middle school.
My old neighbor Kevin was playing the banjo in his backyard, and I heard it, and so I went and got my guitar, and then walked over into his backyard, and he was like, "You play the guitar?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Was
we
it
had
amazing?
a jam session, dude.
Oh
it
my
was
God.
awesome.
That actually does sound amazing. Now, I have an update for you guys about the overseas schedule. This actually makes a lot of sense to me. We discussed yesterday, maybe the European 14 division, probably not going to fly. However, there is word that the NFL is looking to significantly expand their European and Mexico schedule to the point where how it would go is once a year, every team would have a non-US based game. And how it would work is with 17 games, you'd have 8 home games, 8 road games, and 1 international game. And that would be the case every single year. Now that would include, Europe and Mexico. England, Mexico, Germany. So they would spread it out. And I could see how you'd be I don't think Canada is on their radar.
Jerry doesn't want to give
expansion.
up a home game.
Well, but in this way, you still would, and that's why I wonder if the owners would go for it, because one of the reasons they expanded out the schedule to 17 is every other year you get another home game. Well, guess what? They also set it up so eventually you'd expand to 18, which would mean an extra home game every year. This would get rid of that plan. So that's another thing where I feel like the owners in the NFL might kind of butt heads right there. And then the last thing I got for you, stats don't always, this is for your analytics crew, stats don't always tell the story. This quarterback has more completions this year than Mahomes, Burrow, and Rodgers. They have more passing yards than Hurts, Rodgers, and Stafford. And they have more touchdowns than Rodgers, Brady, and Kyler. Sound like a good year?
Yes.
That's Carson Wentz.
Son of a gun.
So just to show that numbers do not always tell the story, there you go.
Analytics keeps Carson Wentz in the league.
You're probably right.
Actually, I think you probably are
just
right.
think about the other day, Steven was talking to us about Dorrance Armstrong, and he said Dorrance had told us that he had these numbers with this production. That was his agent that told Stephen Jones that, right? And so that's what agents are doing, is they're picking those numbers and saying, hey, Carson's going to be fine for you.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, could Sunday be another example of the Cowboys' strength matching up with their opponent's weakness? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in this hour, we will give away tickets to Monday Night Raw Halloween at the American Airlines Center. But before we get to any of that, something last week that we pointed out, and it turned out to be right, is Cowboys were matching their strength with the Rams' weakness in terms, the Cowboys' weakness on defense was their run defense. But guess what? That was not a strength of the Rams, and it played out exactly like that, and the Cowboys were able to win again, extend that winning streak to 4. Now, as they go against the Eagles, I want to throw something out there, and I think, Mike, you will be particularly fascinated by this, about what Jalen Hurts struggles at and how it just so happens to coincide perfectly with what the Cowboys are so good at. Now, Jalen Hurts, when he is not blitzed, has been phenomenal this year. And take this first part for what you will, is his Pro Football Focus offensive grade is 90.5. That is second among all quarterbacks. And if you don't like Pro Football Focus, that's okay. We'll go on. His yards per attempt when not being blitzed, 9.9. That's first. His completion percentage, 73. That's third. His big time throws, so his deep targets, is fifth. So across the board, when Jalen Hurts is not being blitzed, he has been absolutely top notch this year. However, I will put forth the contention to you, even though the Cowboys can get pressure blitzing or not, which they have shown this year, this is Jalen Hurts when he is blitzed. Pro Football Focus grade of 57.3. That's 27th among all quarterbacks. And again, if you want to cast that to the side, yards per attempt, 5.8. That's 31st among quarterbacks. Completion percentage, 58. That's 25th in the league. Big time throws, 0, which is tied for, as you would guess, last. So I know for a lot of players, the difference between when you face blitzing versus when you don't face blitzing is usually like, you can usually tell the difference, except there are those unicorn quarterbacks who, if you try to blitz them, they will destroy you even further. But you can take this for just meaning the blitz, or you can take it from the broader perspective of pressure. When Jalen Hurts has not faced a blitz, he has carved people up. But when the pressure's been coming and it's been dialed up, he has been bad. And that's the number of all quarterbacks when facing the blitz. 27th, 31st, 25th, tied for last.
Are you saying in this that the Cowboys get pressure? Because it's blitzes. So the Cowboys don't really blitz much because they get pressure with 4.
Exactly.
So what you're hoping is the Cowboys get the blitz pressure without blitzing, and then he's throwing into 7 guys in coverage.
Absolutely. Or every now and again, maybe more than usual, you dial it up one extra person and you fit the more prototypical definition of the blitz.
He's in that window of 2.3 seconds of pocket time. So
Okay.
he is, whenever not being
quick.
blitzed, he's
Yeah.
making quick
Yeah.
decisions. And I don't know what changes whenever he is being blitzed. But I think the simple fact that the Cowboys get pressure, like what you just said, and we talked about it with Jerry Jones, and like I even think Jerry Jones is in awe of what they're doing. They get pressure with 4 no matter what. It doesn't have to be just Dorrance and Micah and Lawrence and Osa. Like, there are other ways that they do it too. It's weird how they'll just line up 2. And now you're like, hold on, who's dropping in coverage and who's doing what? And there's all these different things out there that I'm not quite certain that Jalen Hurts has seen anything the way that Dan Quinn is doing this.
Yep.
I don't think he's seen anything like this yet. And on top of that, the ability to get the way that they do, the way that like Micah is doing what he does, and then all these other guys are doing it too. I don't think that he's going to have quite the day offensively that he typically does.
In a weird way, obviously I'm listening to our show most of the time because I'm on it, and listening to the G-Bag Nation and listening to kind of Brian Broaddus yesterday break down ways to beat the Eagles, things that they're vulnerable at. You're bringing up this right here is I'm starting to believe that the Cowboys can win this game.
Okay, and I I might be feeding into that. In fact, I'm definitely feeding into that here, because here's the thing. Now from the 808, now tell us how Cooper Rush is under pressure. But here's the thing about that. He won't face anywhere near the same amount of pressure. For example, I have individual and team statistics for you. Pressure leaders by individual. Nick Bosa is number 1 at 31. Micah is second at 28. Brian Burns with the Panthers is third at 24. And then DeMarcus Lawrence is in a group with your Aaron Donalds, Max Crosby, Trey Hendricksons, like the people that you think of as elite pass rushers, as tied for 4th. So the Cowboys have 2 in the top 4 for individual pressures. The Eagles have nobody in the top 8. And then what about team pressures? Because that's what it's all about, right? We have outstanding individual players, but how are you doing as a team? Most pressures generated. The Eagles are actually 3rd in the league at 98.
Wow.
The Cowboys are first at 126.
Damn right.
Think about that. We've only played 5 games, and the difference between 1 and 2, which is the 49ers, who I think we would all agree is in contention for best defense in the NFC. Like, I will go with the Cowboys, but if you told me it's the 49ers, I can't be mad at you for that. They're 112. They're 14 behind. Through 5 games, they're 14 behind. And then guess what? The Eagles are another 14 behind that. So through 5 games, the Eagles are already 28 pressures generated behind. That's about 6 pressures per game. So when you talk about the Cooper Rush factor, which will make a difference, how does he react under pressure? He will not see anywhere near the same kind of pressure, or the numbers would indicate he will not see anywhere near the same kind of pressure. And then one more thing for you, Mike. And then who thinks the Cowboys have been winning games because of Cooper Rush? He's not an MVP candidate. The Eagles have been winning games because of Jalen Hurts. And I think that's the biggest difference. Nobody thinks the Cowboys are winning because of Cooper Rush. Jalen Hurts is the 4th favorite to be MVP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, with the Cowboys, we talked about bullying people on the line of scrimmage, and they've been doing it offensively with their running game. Like that's how they've been able to protect Cooper Rush for the most part, and it's been setting up. I mean, their play action has been beneficial because they're setting up so well with their run. I agree. I don't think that he's going to see nearly as much because the Cowboys aren't going to put him in that situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now that being said, I could be completely wrong on Monday morning. I walk in and go, well, the offensive line had 6 penalties that put them in situations where they had to pass, and that screwed up the game plan. But more often than not, the phrase "stay on time, stay on schedule," and stay ahead of the chains. You can't get behind the chains. That's been the Cowboys' calling card of this season so far. Is we can't have those little mistakes that put us in negative yardage, that put us in situations where we're going to have a 3rd and 12. We can't do that to ourselves. So that's the way that their game plan is built right now. But the Eagles know that. The Eagles know that, and they're going to have to combat that some way to try to force the Cowboys into bad situations.
So the Tuolos, I asked, are the Cowboys winning on Sunday just a few moments ago? I've actually only had one person respond. Nobody else has even responded with a no. So I don't know, man. The Tuolos just aren't on their game right now. But that
Maybe
person
they thought you left them.
Said, yep. Corey said it's better today and it's awesome. So now I'm getting some, swaggy booties on the maybe. That's not a real answer. That's just on the fence. Jump one way or the other, please. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to throw an interception to us.
Okay.
He's a bad passer in my book, my opinion. And the Cowboys are usually around the football. And with the pressure, it can cause you to throw the ball early. It can cause you to throw the ball inaccurate to a place that you're hoping that your guy will be instead of knowing your guy will be. And it feels like the Cowboys have good enough hands in their secondary that they will come away with one. In fact, I would expect Trayvon Diggs to be the guy who comes away with one, or a ball that's just overthrown in, just like the end of the game against the Rams where you put pressure on Matthew Stafford. He's like, I got to throw it. I have no other option here. There was pressure because they were behind. I can't just take the sack here. And our safety, was that Donovan Wilson? I don't think it was Wilson, was it?
On which play?
At the end of the game, caught the interception, Hooker, on the 4-yard line.
The best play by a Hooker all day.
Damn straight.
And so I just think that, can the Cowboys take advantage of that turnover that Jalen's going to give you, I think, in this game? I don't know. but it's just making me feel like I'm on the border of, I know tomorrow's our day to pick, and usually I have my pick already in my head. Like usually on Monday or Tuesday, I kind of have already the score, who I think's going to win. We're Thursday right now, and I'm going to pick a close game. And look, I'm horrible at picking the Cowboys, but I'm going to pick a close game. But I'm leaning right now and picking the major upset. Maybe it's just because you beat Joe Burrow. I couldn't believe you beat Joe Burrow in week 2 with the injuries and what I saw in week 1. And then you went to LA and you kind of in a way dominated them. You were up 9-0. You hadn't really moved the ball at all. I know you got down 10-9, but then from that point on, the rest of the game was your game. They never even really threatened you. Once they got the ball on the 29-yard line and couldn't get points out of getting the ball 1st and 10 on the 29 because of a bad punt. So I look at it and go, I'm not a big fan of Jalen Hurts. I think he's an average quarterback at best. I get where he's at in MVP votes and all that crap, but I just am kind of like, dude, he's not very good. And we've beat Stafford. We beat Joe Burrow. And maybe I'm, smoking right now or eating the cheese, but drinking the Kool-Aid. But I'm just kind of going, gosh, I think the Cowboys can win this game. Will I pick it tomorrow? Will I pick the Cowboys to win? Am I that crazy? Am I smoking that much?
That's a tease. Sometimes I do wonder about that.
I'm very interested in the way that the Cowboys don't change really whether they're down or up, like how they go offensively or defensively.
Right.
It just seems like they're like, well, I mean, we're
Do
down.
you think that's problematic?
We're down by a point. No, I actually don't, because they know what they are. They at this moment, they know what they are. When Dak comes back, I think they still have some figuring out to do, because I think they'll want to be a little more cavalier with their throwing. But when they're down by a couple points, they're like, well, our defense can give us the ball back enough times for our offense to continue running the ball. We're going to be patient with our run game and allow that. It doesn't necessarily mean that our running game is going to be super successful, but we're going to allow that to give us good field position. And then we'll use our defense to take advantage of that again, over and over and over. So that's where the Cowboys, and even on the other side, Dan Quinn's play calling isn't very conservative at all. I mean, he's very liberal with the way that he calls some of these schemes and pressure. He's not like, hey, let's just sit back and see what the offense does to us. And so but it doesn't change much on what the score is. Now, we also haven't seen them being blown out. Every game's been pretty close on each side, so maybe that has something to do with it too.
So real quick, the majority is no on the Tuolos, but they're saying close game, cover spread, but I just don't think the Cowboys win this one in Philadelphia.
Which again, I think I'm just thinking that this part of the game will be a pretty advantageous matchup for them. But if you pick the Eagles, I mean, the Eagles are a big favorite. That certainly is logical. I wasn't going to call this person out, but then they used bad words, and so they will get called out from the 817. This is the first defense that Dallas has faced since week 1. That's good. That's a great point, is because Tampa Bay is ranked 6 in defense, and so this is the first one we faced since then. Except, of course, you've already played 2 other top 10 defenses this year.
Name one.
The Bengals.
Name 2.
Giants.
But you can't name 3.
The Eagles this Sunday. So just my point is,
who's the number 1 ranked defense, by the way?
The Bills. The Bills, and then the 49ers. The Cowboys are 3rd.
What? This is insane.
I know.
Great, we're going to lose the
But,
again.
so I'm just saying, if you're just looking from that perspective, if you just think the Cowboys are going to lose, rock on. I mean, that's fine. You can have that opinion. If you don't think Cooper Rush's luck is going to last, or if you don't think the offense can sustain any of those things, but just to be like,
they could get exposed Sunday night for sure.
Absolutely. But just to say things that are just factually inaccurate. Of the top 10 defenses, this will be the 4th in 6 games that the Cowboys face.
So far, the Cowboys, like a lot of teams, have looked at them and said, we think we know what you're going to do, but they haven't been able to stop them from doing what they want to do. And that's a good sign.
And then somebody did ask, and we talked about this 2 weeks ago, if the Cowboys win, will they be taken seriously as Super Bowl contenders?
No.
I think yes. Do you really think no?
If they win with Cooper Rush on the road against the team that everybody's
they better.
They can't lose a single game from there on with Dak. They can't lose a single game after that.
God, what a catastrophe that's going to be. We're the KNC
I want
masterpiece.
the Cowboys to win just so everybody takes Jalen Hurts off the stupid MVP list.
I like the way you've got invested in this game. Coming up next, the return of Are You Better? This time a little different. It's not birthdays, it's the Philly edition. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Stick around.
every day.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in this hour, we will give away tickets to go see Monday Night Raw, October 31st, Halloween, at the American Airlines Center. We also got Mike Likes It coming up. But right now, it's time for some Are You Better Philly edition.
What? Hit the music, buddy.
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Oh,
yes.
he had it ready.
Yes. I play right field, too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry.
What?
And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Wow.
That's at the Super Bowl.
Hurtful.
In Houston?
That's
Am I correct?
true.
No, that wasn't Houston. I think it was
It
New
was
York.
a different Super Bowl.
I think it was New York. We all went up to New York for that one. This is a segment where we ask Kevin if he thinks he's better than everybody from Philly today. Usually it's born on this day, but you know what? That's dumb. So we're going to go ahead and do it this way every week for the rest of the year around Thursday on this time. I think we should approach it this way. But Philly Week's a big week. There are a lot of famous people from Philadelphia and foods. So we're going to ask Kevin if he thinks he's better than some of these foods
like
too.
West Philadelphia.
Yeah, born and raised when we start.
But no, none of that actually happened, right? He died on the basketball court.
What are you talking about?
In real life, he did?
No, what?
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. If you think you're better than Kevin, you can text in and say, I'm definitely better than Kevin. Or if you disagree, if Kevin thinks he's better than somebody that you disagree with, let him know. Kevin, it's been a while since you've used your ego on this.
Yeah, you've been humbled.
That's true.
Do you think that there are people on this list that are better than you that are from Philadelphia?
Like Ben Franklin.
Oh, no, because I could stay faithful in my marriage.
Oh, my God.
I'll say 2.
2?
There's probably 2 that I didn't know or didn't foresee.
Okay.
And I don't want to be like, you're like, oh, guess what? Martin Luther King Jr. is from there. And I'm like, well, crap.
Yeah, that would be a tough one for you. All right, here we go. Turning 40. Well, he's not turning 43 today because he's just from Philadelphia. Kevin Hart.
Oh, you're in trouble here, brother.
He's funny, man.
And he's short.
And you can make fun of tall people, but you can't make fun of short people, and that's weird.
You can make fun of everybody if you want to.
Yeah, let me know how that goes. I'll give you a call. You'll have lots of time during the day free. Okay, let me ask you. This is a serious question. If Kevin Hart is so funny, why are so many of his movies terrible?
He's not.
Does he write all the movies?
He just.
He should.
They're bad.
Because his stand-up is great. I mean, even you heard the bit from Chappelle where Chappelle was like, my son wanted to go, and we get there, and he just was like, I gotta meet him, Dad. Like even Chappelle gave him the credit of that's a good show, right?
I think he's a good stand-up comedian.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question.
In his movies, they are horrible. That last one that I watched on Netflix with some white dude, I forget his name.
You watched Man from Toronto yet?
No, I don't.
I liked it. I liked it. It was really good. Woody Harrelson's fantastic. They're in it together. That's good.
I heard that one was really terrible too.
You should tell whoever told you that.
Oh, it was Marky Mark and the
up.
Funky Bunch. I think that's who was in that movie with him.
Okay.
It's bad.
Yeah. Okay. So just for the Man from Toronto, critics 23%, people 44%.
That doesn't sound good.
Even the people didn't like it.
Corey.
100%.
Are you better?
I'm better.
All right.
Better.
Born on some time and dead also. Rocky Balboa.
See,
he's from Philadelphia.
Here's the thing. He was not ever born and he's not ever dead because guess what? He's not real. Even if you want to say it's based on Chuck Wepner, I get all of that, but Rocky Balboa is a fictional character and he's the most famous person in the history of Philadelphia sports. That should tell you what you need to know. The most famous person in the history of Philly sports is a make-believe person. So yeah, better.
Can't be better. You just said he's not real.
Yeah.
It was
I
a trick
agree with
question.
Kevin, actually.
You just
Mike, I'm
lost
against
on
you
the
on
trick
this
question.
one. This is one time I'm going to say I'm okay with this one. I'm all right with that one because I don't like Philadelphia.
I do love those movies.
I do too. I do love those movies. I have questions at time why they didn't further investigate. Well, I know
That with the guy that got HIV, that one wasn't that
Part
good.
5,
Philadelphia.
That one sucks. But 3, here's my order. I'm going just from entertainment standpoint. I'm going 4 because there you go. Because I think Rocky 4 might be the most entertaining movie ever made. Let me tell you this: if you like montages, this is the movie for you. That movie is 90 minutes. It has, I swear, like 5 different montages in it. I'm going 4, 3, 1, 2 in terms of entertainment factor.
All right.
In a weird way, I think one's the worst.
One Best Picture.
But it's still good.
Rob McElhaney, current owner of Wrexham AFC, along with Ryan Reynolds. And then he's a huge Eagles fan, born in Philadelphia. He's on a show called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
That's a funny show sometimes.
It is a fun. Other times.
They've had to cancel ones that they did before that were really funny, but they're like, doesn't work in today's society, so don't show it anymore.
I really wonder how many of those episodes are like taken out of the syndication loop, because I think you're right. It's more than one. Okay, because he's on that fake documentary show.
Yeah, I don't think it's a complete documentary because there are actors in it. It's pretty good though. It's interesting. It's them. They bought a soccer team, a football club in Wales, and they are saying, "Hey, we want to be out of the lower league. We want to move up into the higher leagues here." But he's a Philly fan, like diehard Philly fan. He even changed one of their jersey colors from red to Philly green.
Man, somebody brought up a name in the text, and then somebody said something really mean too. Somebody brought up something in the text that there's another person who might be on this list that I actually do really like. So, Rob McElhaney. You know what? Everybody else.
I think you're better. I'm still not even sure who he is.
Yeah, everybody else.
There's 4 guys on that.
No, you're right. And here's the hard
Always Sunny
truth for
show.
McElhaney. Hey, I'm glad you finally did something else besides It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It only took you 5 years after every single other person on your show. AP Bio, The Mick, Charlie's done all kinds of stuff. I'm glad that you finally had the opportunity to do something else with your career since your show pops up once every 3 years. Better.
Yes.
Have you watched Mythic Quest at all?
Oh, crap. You know what?
He created Mythic Quest.
You know what? Take a step back.
Just a little bit.
I'm going to take a step back. Rare Are You Better correction. There are a lot of shows on Apple TV, but not a lot of them are good. However, Mythic Quest, I might argue, is the best show on Apple TV. I like Ted Lasso a lot. I think For All Mankind is good. I think Mythic Quest might be the best. I forgot about that show because every time I try to talk about it with somebody, no one's ever heard of it.
I've never heard of it.
That show is awesome. He's better than me. I changed my mind. Very rare reversal.
Remember, I got the next one.
All right.
Odyssey.
Okay.
Odyssey's from Philadelphia.
Look, man.
This is a weird spot to be.
Look. All right, let's all look. All right, fine. You know what? Are You Better is the place for honesty, right?
And
guess what? If I was an app, I would always work. So better.
Okay.
Better.
No longer with us. Kobe Bryant.
Oh.
This is good timing because I just watched the Redeem Team.
It's pretty good, huh?
And it was awesome. And it really does seem like maybe we would have won the gold medal, but when they hey, we might need to go get one more person. And who did they go out and get? They went to go get Kobe.
Yeah, Coach K was like, we had to recruit Kobe.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny the part where they got Bill Plaschke, I think, and he was like, oh yeah, he said all his friends, and everybody laughed because everyone's like, you don't have any friends. And so, yeah, man, I'm falling apart. I will say Kobe is better than me. Also, Severance is a good show, and I'm glad that at least one person has heard of Mythic Quest. I don't understand why that show is not more popular. It's awesome.
Wow.
Man, there's a lot of names. I'm
gone
gonna burn through a couple names here, Kevin. Lil Uzi Vert. turns 27 this year.
You know what? If my son,
What is happening?
If
You usually do it on birthdays, don't you?
If my son was here, I would change my answer because he loves Lil Uzi Vert, but he's not. So guess what? Better.
Is he a rapper?
Yes.
Okay,
and my
good for
son
him.
loves Lil Uzi Vert too. Bob Saget.
He's dead.
He is dead.
Yeah. Also, what the hell did he ever do besides Full House?
Very,
Comedy.
very
He was in Entourage.
raunchy comedy.
Yeah.
he was
He was one of the people who was like, what's that?
He was the opposite of what he acted.
Yeah,
as.
yeah.
It makes him a really good actor.
And like I've heard people are like, no, he just played himself on Entourage. He was like, hey, if I give you $10, will you tell me I matter? Is guess what? You don't. Better.
Kevin Bacon is from
Ooh,
Philadelphia.
You know
all the
what?
bacon.
You believe that?
I can't believe that. Kevin
Footloose.
Bacon was in the original Friday the 13th. Should we just go scorched earth here?
Sure.
All right. You know what? I'd be smart enough not to give all my money away to somebody who's going to steal it. Better.
Wow. Wilt Chamberlain
I asked you if we should go
is
scorched
from
earth or not.
Philadelphia.
He is?
Yeah.
Oh my God. A new season of Mythic Quest comes out in November?
You are
Hell
not
yeah.
better than
I
Wilt
love it.
Chamberlain. That man slept with everybody.
Is that okay, Mike? But that's not how you judge greatness, is it?
Well, because he was a
Just
great
matters
man.
how you judge it. I don't judge it that way, but
how do you
he
judge
slept
greatness?
with like 3 women a day in his life.
How do you judge
And that had to
greatness?
be like after 14 years old, I assume.
All right, let's do the math here. All right, how is Wilt Chamberlain?
He was alive from 36 to 99.
Okay, wow, that's not very long. All right, so 63 years. All right, 63. I have to use my calculator. He was alive for, let's say, 49 years of sex years.
And he
okay?
claimed 29,000 women.
Is that what he
Oh my
claimed?
God, I thought it
over
was
20,000.
10,000. Oh, 20,000?
I think you're thinking
All
of the
right.
10,000 hours, so it took him 10,000 hours to get great
All right.
at it, but he did it with 29.
That means that's 408 women a year. So he would have had to average more than one lady per day, every day from 14 to end of life. And plus, I think he made that claim even before that. Wilt Chamberlain is great for basketball reasons as well. He can be better.
Bradley Cooper even did a movie called Silver Linings Playbook where he
Lone
played
Survivor.
an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
And he is an Eagles fan, as we've seen him at that stadium.
And he sang with Lady Gaga.
He did.
It's a good looking cat, too.
What?
Huh.
Joey, are you all right?
So you would want me to support him. Interesting. Interesting.
He also plays a raccoon, and I didn't know it was him until like the second movie came out. I was like, "Holy crap, that was Bradley Cooper!"
Yeah, I just can't because he got nominated for an Oscar in a movie where he played an Eagles fan and he is an Eagles fan. No dice.
Get him!
Better.
Get him!
Everybody
Love
we're
this.
naming's probably an Eagles fan.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're
you
from
only held it
Philadelphia.
against him.
Yeah, well,
No, don't rule out some of those other ones I dismissed.
Seth Green is from Philadelphia.
I like Seth Green.
Didn't we just like sign Seth Green
Oh, to do
to the
Odyssey?
to the roster? I
Oh.
think the
He was the real son.
Oh, that the tight end Seth Green?
Is
Yes.
he the real son in that movie with Mini-Me?
Yes.
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers.
What's the bald-headed one called?
Dr. Evil?
Dr. Evil. All right.
God, you are bad at
he's like
names.
Scotty don't.
Yeah.
Get a little bad.
Crap, I do like Seth Green. He can be better. Oh, yeah, Bob Saget did host America's Funniest Home Videos.
He was great at that too.
Yep. He's
Danny
better.
Garcia, the boxer, is
Oh,
from
good. I thought you were
Philadelphia.
talking about the kid who played for New York and he was 18 years old in the League World Series.
Was that? No, better.
Meek Mill.
That sounds like a person.
There was a time.
Didn't Robert Kraft help get him out of prison? or
Yeah. I think we took a couple years back. It might
Mm-hmm.
be different, but yeah. No, I'm on a roll right now. Better.
Grace Kelly is from Philadelphia, or
Okay.
was. She died in 1982, 1 year after I was born.
She sounds classy.
She is classy. She was an actress. She won an Academy Award, and then she got married to the Prince of Monaco. And that's true.
What?
All of that happened.
Where is Monaco?
I'm not
Next to
prepared for
Morocco,
follow-up
I think.
questions. And she was gorgeous. Go watch Rear Window. She's incredible. Grace Kelly is awesome. She's better than me.
All right. When are we getting to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Oh yeah, Will Smith. I kept forgetting him. My bad. And Marshmello.
Those are two different things.
Like Marshmello, the concept or the
The
person?
DJ, yeah.
Okay.
Will Smith and Marshmello.
Will Smith, very successful.
Yeah, but like, how long?
Don't talk about his wife.
Yeah,
it's been 15 years.
Would you ever stand up for your wife like that?
I probably not on stage because I would know how to take a joke, but yeah,
he commanded that nobody make
you know
jokes
what?
about his wife.
Okay, then this is what we'll do. Will Smith, I am better than you.
Oh my God.
And if you don't
Wow.
like that, I invite you to make your way to the studio and let's have an interview about it and let's go ahead and hash it out. Somebody's asking if Bill Cosby from Philadelphia. I know he would always wear those Temple sweatshirts and stuff like that.
My list
I'm
only
better
goes
than
so
Bill
deep.
Cosby too.
The list only goes so deep. Kyle Lowry, it seems like an easy one.
Yeah, he's helped out
solid.
Josh Green.
Better.
He's
better.
He's better because he's helping out our Mavs. How have you helped out Josh Green?
Billie Holiday.
You just believe he's helped out Josh Green. All right, that one that's certainly one of the easiest ones. Billie Holiday is better than me.
All right, moving on to food. Kevin, are you better than the Philly cheesesteak sandwich?
Of course I'm better than the Philly cheesesteak sandwich because it comes with too much crap on it. All right, give me meat and cheese or give me nothing. Better. I don't need onions in my sandwich. Come on.
Are you better than the hoagie sandwich?
Bill Cosby was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
I'm better than Bill Cosby. What's the difference between? Is it just a different name, like the hoagie, the hero?
Yeah, it looks
all
like
the
this.
same sandwich.
Yeah,
You know,
no. I'll tell
I
you
love
what.
a hoagie sandwich.
Yeah, and that's great because you have a normal palate, and people make fun of my palate. You know what the biggest beatdown in the world is for me when somebody's like, "They're bringing sandwiches today." Great. You know what that's going to mean? It's going to have a bunch of crap sauce and lettuce and all this other garbage I don't want on it. Pass. Better.
Kevin, are you better than water ice?
What the hell does that mean?
Oh yeah, that's Philly, and that's like it's sugar water.
What?
It's a flavor. It's flavored snow cone. It's pretty much like a snow cone.
What?
I don't know,
much.
man. There's just a bunch of water ice houses around that
Pretty
place.
much like snow cones.
My ass. You're a snow cone. Get the F out of here. Better.
Are you?
I thought you were just talking about the property of water turning to ice. It's like, does Philly get to take credit for that? I don't think so.
And then that's what I thought whenever I read it too. I was like, "What is this?"
Dumb.
And then I'm gonna go with. I've seen this a lot lately. The tomato pie. Are you better than the tomato pie?
That sounds disgusting.
That does
honestly.
sound gross. I don't like
It's
tomatoes
like
and I
pizza
don't like pie.
with tomato sauce on top, and then like some sprinkled Parmesan.
Yeah,
That's
That
about
actually
it.
sounds better.
Yeah, here's
than
a
what I
great
thought.
idea. Let's take the best part of the pizza and get rid of it. What a stupid idea. Better. I
do like
better
sauce.
than that as well.
All right.
Hell yeah, I'm better.
I got one more. I got one
Okay.
more to throw at you,
All right,
just in case.
because we got some other stuff.
Are
just
you
in
better
case.
than Kate Gosselin from
John and Kate plus 8? You know what? I'm really sad that I knew exactly who you were talking
I
about.
don't know where that story has
She
gone
carried
with
8
her.
babies in her body,
And
right?
then like she
That
was very
person's
difficult to
better
deal
than
with.
you.
No, she's not. You know why? Because then when she had the kids, she was like, you know what would be awesome? Being a garbage parent.
She was?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I feel bad for those kids.
I also.
That's tough
I don't
life.
even know those kids.
Uh-huh.
I just, to pop 8 kids out of your body sounds
That does
pretty
sound
awesome
awful
or
and
horrible.
something that I could definitely not. Man, there are so many people giving me insight about like Bob Saget and all these different people that I had never heard in my entire freaking life.
Do you ever separate Bill Cosby and Mr. Huxtable?
I do when I still watch that show. I'm
Yeah.
like, God, that person did those things.
Now, it's time to awkwardly transition into Mike Likes It because you have a special guest who's a former Major League pitcher, but also, unfortunately, I heard an Eagles super fan.
Yes, so joining us now, inducted into the Philadelphia Jewish Sports Hall of Fame, Mike Koploff, my teammate from 2006 and a bronze medalist from 2008. What's up, brother?
What's going on, Mike? It's good to talk to you, man. It's good to talk to you.
So now, the first thing I have to bring up, and my teammates here, Kevin and Corey, have a lot of questions. I showed them, still for sale on eBay, the 2003-2004 Boys of Summer Arizona Diamondbacks calendar.
That thing's still around. I thought I was able to scoop up all the copies and burn them, but I guess there's 1 or 2 hanging around there.
Walk us through how that came to be.
Oh, man. Must I? I'd rather talk about Bill Cosby.
Well,
my gosh.
If you don't want, I could describe it to people.
No. So in the 2003, 2004 Diamondbacks had a lot of young players on that team that were, just kind of breaking into the big leagues and whatever. And some of them, not myself included, but there were some of them that were certainly popular with the lady fans in the Scottsdale and Phoenix area. So someone came into the clubhouse and said we had this idea for we were called the Baby Backs. That's what they called us, this calendar that we'd like to do. And, we're all, we're in the big leagues. This is great. This is wonderful. We'll do whatever you want us to do. And they're like, okay, meet us at such and such resort on such and such a day. Well, none of us really we didn't know what we were getting into. And by the time we were into it, it was a little bit too late to back out, really. I don't think any of us also realized the level of ridicule we were about to face from the rest of our teammates.
Even after all this time.
Even after all this time. I will tell you what, I think I was October of 2003, I think. And the reason I know that is because it might still be up on my mother's kitchen wall. She loved that calendar so much. Fortunately for me, I had my shirt on. I was one of the few players that was able to keep their shirt on for the entire photo shoot. The rest of them, there were some outrageous ones. I was standing in like a waterfall in jeans and a t-shirt, which is outrageous in its own right, but certainly not as crazy as some of the people with like throwing their hair back and water splashing everywhere.
There was one in particular that I found to be very fascinating. Is one of the guys is standing in the pool, and another one of the guys is laying out by the pool, staring at the guy standing in the pool, and it looks like,
right?
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know which guys those were, but yes, I wouldn't put anything past the photographers that day, and I thought I had outlived that, but every now and then that picture surfaces, whether it's, I work for the Phillies now, and an employee, like a fellow scout, will find it, and next thing you know, it will be all over like the Scouts Slack channel. Like, look what we found on the internet. There it is, and it's me in the waterfall. So some things will never die. I don't think I'm ever going to live that one down.
Copy. Before we get to your love of the Philadelphia Eagles and the big Eagles-Cowboys game, you have a bronze medal from 2008. And in 2006, I went to Cuba when we were together on the Tucson Sidewinders. And so my teammates recently, I'd say in the last 6 months, bought a replica 2008 bronze medal because they're upset I didn't get a bronze medal for qualifying the United States into the Olympics. Can you talk about real quick what it was like, and then these guys can have follow-up questions, what it was like going to Beijing and getting to represent the United States in the Olympics?
I can. Like, I got to do a lot of things through baseball. It opened a lot of doors for me. It gave me a lot of opportunities and experiences that I'll never, I'm incredibly thankful for forever. But like when you play baseball, the Olympics aren't really on your radar. Like it's, you think of Olympic sports and you think of whatever, skiing and gymnastics and figure skating or whatever it may be. Growing up, like it's not baseball. So, I didn't ever think I was going to get that opportunity. And then it kind of came in 2008. They selected me for that team. And there's nothing that I've done baseball-wise that will ever compare to that. And that includes breaking into the big leagues, being part of a World Series team, which is also great. But like getting to be in the Olympics it's an experience that you can't describe. I was walking around that village in Beijing, and I'm looking around, and it's, athletes from all over the world, these incredible countries, these incredible athletes. And, it's just not something that I thought I'd ever get to do. And being able to represent your country and go out and play. And it was, I'll tell you two quick stories about it. One is that it was the first time since, I would say, high school or college, because when you play pro baseball, and you can attest to this, until you're a certified, like settled big leaguer, winning matters, but it's kind of an individual, like, I got to get mine. I got to get there. I have to be good. Like, you want to win, but more importantly, you want to get yourself there. When you're 31 years old and in the big leagues for 7 years, all you want to do is win, and you have $10 million, $30 million, whatever your contract is. Like, yeah, you want to win a World Series, but not everyone gets that opportunity. You want to. So this was the first time since I'd been in college, basically, where it was like the only thing that mattered was winning, and it was such a pure form of baseball, where nothing else. Like, hey, if I go out and give up 2 runs, get me out of the game, like whatever. And if I'm pitching and I'm pitching good, throw me every single game, whatever it is, because we want to win. Like, do whatever we have to do to win, and that was so great. And the other thing that was actually really funny, one of my favorite memories of that is we had a guy on our team, Brett Anderson, the pitcher, the lefty. I think he's from the Dallas area, as a matter of fact. And I remember walking through the village with him and looking around. And it was like the first year of Mike Phelps and the Redeemed team and all this kind of stuff. And he's looking around and he goes, Copy, you know what? I'm looking at all these people here, and I'm pretty damn sure I am the worst athlete in this entire village. And I'm like, you know what, man? And he's like 20 at the time. I'm like, I think you might be right. I think there's a damn good chance you're the worst athlete in this village, but he's a pretty good pitcher, so it worked out for him too.
Man, I just actually did watch the Redeem Team documentary on Netflix, and they talked about visiting a lot of different sports that were going on and being supportive. Was there a buzz about that team around the community there?
Absolutely. I mean, just like I don't recall them staying in the village, but you'd see them there every now and then. We saw them at the opening ceremonies, and I mean, they were the marquee item. Like, if you wanted to run up and get a picture of anyone at the opening ceremony, it was. And I still have pictures now. I have pictures with Kobe and LeBron and and Coach K and all these kind of stuff. And Dwight Howard. I mean, he's like 1.5 feet taller than me. It's a pretty funny picture. But like, they were the only person, and it's only because I'm a huge tennis fan, that was even remotely like as exciting to see as any of those people was Roger Federer. Like, I was super stoked to get to see him, and he was the one guy that I couldn't even get close to over there to get a picture of during the opening ceremonies.
Man, that's a pretty awesome, story to be able to go do something like that. I mean, we did get Mike his own bronze medal so that he could, be part of that too, because he got everybody there. So it was a long story.
He did. He did. He absolutely did. And I am thankful to him for that, man. Thank you again.
Former MLB pitcher and Eagles superfan Mike Koplov joining us right now on the KNC Masterpiece. And that's the question I have for you is, how do you wake up every morning and look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan? I don't understand it.
Mark that part.
I have woken up every morning since February 4th, 2018, floating on a cloud in the sky. Since we won the Super Bowl, I never thought I'd see that day in my life. Nothing else will matter for the rest of my life in terms of being an Eagles fan. I got to see it. Obviously, this Sunday is a big game, but hey, I got what I wanted out of my football fandom. I never thought I'd see the day, so I wake up with a huge grin on my face as an Eagles fan. But that being said, I hate the Cowboys with all my heart.
Oh my God!
Why?
I know. I said Mike. Mike.
Mike.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm just.
I'm also curious about why. Is it the better history? Is it the better town? Like, why do you not like?
I think it's just ingrained when you're growing up. One of my best friends in the world is from Dallas, and he's a Cowboys fan, and I've probably told him this, and this is like sacrilege, but when I was a really little kid, like 5, I loved the Dallas Cowboys. I loved the colors.
Smart.
And I loved Tony Dorsett, and I loved Tom Landry. And then I got to like 9 or 10 years old, and my uncle took me aside. He's like, dude, what the hell's wrong with you? Throw that Cowboys helmet out. And it just kind of, it went away. And you'll find Cowboys fans everywhere. You know that. Like, there's still Cowboys fans in this area. I know them. I'm friends with people that are in this area that are Cowboys fans, but I am very thankful that I saw saw the light when I was about 9 years old, because things could have taken a tough turn for me, and I would have grown up as a pariah in my neighborhood.
Now, Copy, when it comes to
peer pressure. That's what I just heard, peer pressure.
Your guy, Jalen Hurts. I'm not a big fan of his.
I think he's not good.
I think he's average at best and getting a whole bunch of hype for MVP, which he doesn't deserve because nobody thought he was good. And like, oh, man, he's actually average. Let's give him MVP hype. What are your thoughts on Jalen Hurts and if he is better than average?
I think he's better than average. I think that Jalen Hurts has certain things that he does really well. I think the team buys into Jalen Hurts, which, I mean, for better or worse, is important. Like, I don't know that the team ever bought into. It doesn't sound like the team ever really bought into Carson Wentz when he was here. I think the team buys into him. I think he has like intangibles that you can't teach. I think there are certainly like physical things that he's, it looks like he needs to get better at. But he's a guy that I think everyone trusts is going to do everything he can to get there. I think Dak kind of had that a little bit earlier in his career too, where a lot of people, he was a 4th round pick and this and that. And it looks like the team always believed in Dak and Dak always believed in himself. And, I don't know if that's still the case there with him, but like Jalen is, as an Eagles fan, like I'm happy he's the quarterback because I think he's going to do every possible thing he can to make himself as good as possible. I don't think he's going to be Tom Brady or anything like that, but I think he's going to be a quarterback that you can win with because he has the things that the rest of the team need him to be able to do. So that's what I love about him. Like I trust him. I don't think he's the most tooled out quarterback in the league, but I trust him on the field and off the field and all of those kinds of things. And I think the team does too. It seems like it because they respond to him really well.
Since he represents Philly, are you surprised he's not the most tooled out quarterback?
I am. Well, we've had our share of tooled out quarterbacks in the past, and none of them have quite panned out. We won a Super Bowl with kind of a dorky Texan.
You're welcome.
At the helm. So no, I like our team. I'm not ready to, I'm from Philadelphia. I'm never going to be like banging the drum and going crazy too early in the year. But I've learned my lesson the hard way over and over. But I do like where we are. I think it's a 2-team division, clearly, despite whatever the hell the Giants are doing up there to get to 4-1.
We all agree there. Yeah.
And I think this conference is just okay. So honestly, like every year, I have 2 goals. It's one, as an Eagles fan, one, the Eagles, win the Super Bowl. 2, the Cowboys don't win the Super Bowl. So
right.
As long as one of those 2 things happen, it'll be a successful year for me.
All right, so Copy, I know we're pretty much out of time, but I can remember the first words that I can ever remember you saying. I have joined the team a little bit late on the Tucson Sidewinders after getting released by the Nationals. And We're in Salt Lake City, and we lose the game. And I think at the time, we're 7-17. And as soon as that game ended, we're both in the bullpen. We both didn't pitch that day, and you just go, we suck. And that's when I was like, I don't like this guy. And we had a lot of fun in 06. We ended up having the best record in all of baseball. But I can remember the first words I can ever remember you saying is after losing a game, after I joined the team, is you just looked at us and you go, we suck.
I had been on some bad teams, man, and I didn't want to go through another 4.5 months of being terrible. And that team, holy smokes, we turned it around and became, like you said, I mean, that was one of the most fun seasons I ever had playing. I'm glad I got to spend it with you too, because you contributed to that fun both on the field and off. So it was that was a definitely I'm sure you can attest. I'm sure you've probably spoken about it in the past, but a great season.
We appreciate having you on, and obviously we hope you're sad Sunday evening.
Yeah, go have some water ice, man.
Yeah, oh, God, it's getting a little too chilly for water ice, but it'll be back in the spring.
It's called a snow cone, and you know that. See you later, man.
Totally different item. Take care. Good talking to you guys. Bye-bye.
Totally different item. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a totally different segment. It's the C-Block with Corey Majors.
Man, he just said something I want to talk about. Do you just need one more Super Bowl to die happy?
Ooh.
Next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block with Corey Majors.
I'm not going to lie, I almost started going KNC Masterpiece like the exact same time.
Whoa.
So there you go.
You guys refuse for me to open up segments, so I don't have that in my head.
One day, Mike. One day. Actually, Peace-a-thon's coming up. You did an hour last year.
Where I opened up each segment and closed it off.
Oh, my
we
God.
should do another hour of Mike.
What a terrifying.
We're going to be here forever, so we might as well do it.
Or we could be somewhere else. Maybe we'll be on the road for this one. I'm looking forward to the options out there. All right. A lot of things to get to in the C Block here today. I promise this one won't be a tearjerker for you. Or maybe it will be. I like this question, so I'm going to start with this question, and y'all don't have to answer it yet. We can get back to it because I have another story I want to get to.
Oh, okay.
Do you need just one more Super Bowl and you can die happy? From the Cowboys. Because Mike Koploff just said that. He was like, look, my team got it. I'm good. I don't need anything else. They finally did it. I'm good. If the Cowboys got one more, would you be happy, or would you say, no, that's not enough? So I want to get to that in just a moment. But, Kevin, you texted me about this yesterday.
Yeah.
2 fishermen caught red-handed with lead weights in the bellies of the walleye fish.
What?
Should we play the audio again?
No, that audio was insane, though. They caught in a tournament in Cleveland, were indicted Wednesday on felony charges of cheating and attempted grand theft.
Oh, wow.
They were also charged, Jacob Runyon, 42, and Chase Kaminsky, 35, were also charged with possessing criminal tools, a felony, and unlawfully owning wild animals, a misdemeanor, according to the Associated Press.
They had other stuff lingering around them too, huh?
Yes, these are the dudes that threw the 8 ounce weights inside the bellies of the fish, and then they were cheating during their tournament, and they were winning lots of money all over Ohio. And they are now for the 3 fifth-degree felonies. The two men could face up to 12 months in prison and fines up to $2,500 for each offense. So that's three. That's
I would think they'd have to
6.
give back the money they won, right?
I would definitely think that.
Like I would say, if I was the person who the purse was $50,000 or $150,000, I don't know what it was, but I'd be like, you need to give back that money. You
100%.
lost. You cheated
For sure.
They were immediately disqualified. They would have won $28,000 in that tournament specific. Can you imagine? I went fishing today and won $28,000. Boom.
Yeah.
But they were cheating. Cheaters.
Cheaters never win.
The 4th-degree misdemeanor charge of
That's
the
a lie,
unlawful ownership of wild animals. Yeah, the Astros won. Which is related to the fish fillets. Okay, so the fish fillets that they had stuffed them with, those were the unlawful ownership of wild animals.
Yeah.
So they had those fish fillets.
Oh,
Hold on. So this doesn't make sense to me. I can't have a fish fillet? That's an unlawful ownership of a wild animal?
Maybe if you use it for cheating purposes.
Okay. Maybe
honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that have fish fillets.
Are these guys ever going to be able to fish again is the big question. Because
is that the big question?
I would say only for fun. I'd kick them out of the tournaments and stuff. I wouldn't allow them in my tournament.
Yeah, because there's no way you would compete against them again. Although, that's not really the way our society works usually, right? Or in a lot of times is because we have suspensions for steroids and stuff. The Astros are still playing. They got busted cheating. And a lot of other teams, maybe the Red Sox, depending on what you think, but they all got to come back, so I wonder if they'll be let back.
Their licenses have been.
But they're playing
suspended.
for money. In baseball, you're only playing for a piece of metal.
Yeah,
a
piece of junk metal. But yeah, their licenses have been indefinitely suspended, and I still love this part. Jason Fisher.
No way.
The director of the tournament. The director of the tournament. His last name is
awesome.
Fisher. He cut into one of the fishes, discovered the lead weights, held it up and screamed, "We got weights and fish!" And then all the other fishermen were standing around and they barrel around him and they start cussing him out and yelling at him. And I bet they were scared for their lives.
Wouldn't it be fun to put those people in a shark tank for just 10 minutes and see what happens?
Why? Why? They're going to get eaten by a shark.
I don't think sharks attack. Remember, they're nice. I've heard that.
You just stand up to the shark. You just stand
Tap
up.
them on the nose or poke them in the eye.
Yeah, just push them away. You stand your ground.
I've seen TikToks on this.
Actually, I heard a
you put them in there and go see if it works.
I heard a general in the Navy SEAL say that. He did. He was like, "Listen, you stand your ground. There are lots of sharks in this world.
Okay.
You stand your ground."
I'm much more likely to take that advice than when Mike goes, "I saw it on a TikTok." I don't know how much of your life perspective you should glean specifically from
I've seen
just
people swim with alligators. They're cool.
Did they say "see you later" when they're
I just
swimming
keep
on?
thinking to myself when I watch these, at what point will that alligator realize I'm an alligator and you're a person
And
and we're in
hungry.
water and you're going to die?
Yeah. And then alligator death roll. You ever seen that?
Yes, I
And
have.
it's terrifying. All right, so I wanted to get back to the Super Bowl question in a minute, but Jason Kelce on the Philadelphia versus Dallas. This is where I think this is very interesting.
Okay.
Two polar opposites. Philly's an extremely localized, diehard fan base that's authentic to all of them growing up together in this community. Most of the Cowboys fan base is built on commercialism and pop culture.
Whoa.
Do you agree? 877-881-1053.
I do, but go ahead, Kevin.
And the reason I don't is because I was in Dallas as a teenager when they won their Super Bowls. That had nothing to do with commercialism and pop culture for me at the time. It had to do with the fact that I had chosen Tony Dorsett's Cowboys as my team as a kid, and then this version of it, which happens all the time, that changes hands, won a Super Bowl. And I was like, holy crap, my team won a Super Bowl. And then they won another Super Bowl and another Super Bowl. And I was like, holy crap, we're going to live forever. And it's not been that same way since. And I still haven't left them because I decided this was my team then, and I stuck with it.
I could see a certain level of fandom does come from that, but not most of it, just because I told the story. I became a Cowboys fan because my mom watched the Cowboys. Brandon's a Cowboys fan because I watched the Cowboys. I hope his kids are Cowboys fans because he watched the Cowboys. I think it's still passed down a lot through that.
I guess somebody put this. Yes, locally it is like that. I'm trying to find. It was Eric was here. I think put this on.
Giapalo?
Yeah, maybe. But he says the locals are diehards, but the community of Cowboy fans are exactly what Kelsey's talking about.
I could see that.
So because this is why I get so mad at the Cowboys too, and now I've just decided to be indifferent about them, is when I played with Copy in Tucson, right? I mean, you're kind of in this clubhouse and you might have a few other Cowboy fans with you, but everybody's a fan of their team. And then you're just like, dang, like the Cowboys don't hold up their end of being the Yankees/Lakers of this. So when you start living in other areas and then around other people, you realize that, God, we're popular, but for no other reason than the branding of the Cowboys that we're popular.
And I will say, like, every kid wanted, there may have been 2 or 3, but every kid wanted the Apex jacket back in the day.
Right.
You know, the Dallas Cowboys star, which, by the way, was upside down, and everybody was like, that's Satan. So that was weird, too.
Oh, my gosh.
But, like, that was, in my school, that was it. Like, everybody was, and maybe that was part of the commercialization, was that all the brands that were coming out. But I think a lot of teams, like the Raiders hat, was part of that too, right? A lot of Raiders fans came from
huge.
The Chicago White Sox hat was a big deal back in at that time period.
A lot of that from NWA.
Yeah. And that was, you know, commercialization of people becoming fans, but it's weird. So we are part of a fan base of teams where there is a very strong contingent of local fans that bought into this team then, or grew up with this team. I mean, my father, my grandfathers.
Sure.
And then because they got so famous, they gathered more fans that aren't necessarily the same as us.
It's like
and Philadelphia only has fans that are local in there. But maybe
I feel like Philly fans for like Eagles fans, in a way, are like Maverick fans. Now, football's way more popular than basketball, so there's going to be way more Eagles fans than there are Maverick fans. But when you're a Maverick fan, to me, you're a real fan.
It's like
because there's no popularity to that organization. For the most part, Maverick gear isn't selling around the country. Now, I get maybe like in Slovenia it's selling, or Germany it's selling because of Dirk and Luka, but you're not going to go up to Philadelphia and find a lot of Maverick fans. You will find a lot of Cowboy fans. You're not going to go to Los Angeles and find a lot of Maverick fans, but you will find a lot of Cowboy fans. And so I feel like Philadelphia feels that way about their team, like it's us and it's only us. And I feel like for Maverick fans, it's like it's us and it's only us.
Yeah, whenever the Mavs won against the Heat, I really did feel like it was the entire country against the Heat. I really did feel that, right. But we were the ones.
Cavs fans were Mavs fans.
Yeah, everybody was like, you know, and even to the rumors that coaches were calling Rick Carlisle or texting him, sending him information on how to beat these guys, and like just those things. It was like, oh wow, everybody wants us to win this. But being a Rangers,
it was the end of the super team.
Being the Rangers fan, like that was different for us. I really believe that whenever they were in the World Series, nobody cared about the Rangers.
Right.
We were the only ones that had been dying with this team forever.
I would say 75% of Major League Baseball fans found out who the Rangers were in the World Series. Not the organization, but they didn't know who Elvis Andrus was, or Ian Kinsler, or probably barely Michael Young, because he had been in multiple All-Star games, so you might have heard of him. But like, I mean, I think that the World Series actually, like, oh, so who's on the Rangers?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're in the World Series. I watched the World Series. Let me see. But yeah, to your point, you know, that was kind of it.
Yeah, no, that was a moment where I really think, Kevin, we were like, we understand the suffering of any fan base that's ever suffered longing for a championship more than anybody else, and that's the Rangers fan base, because we never had it. We were that close too. We were that close to it. And so that's just part of it too. And I mean, to the point where Kevin said that he would suck Rafael Palmeiro's Congress pointing finger to get a championship.
I still would.
Because he pointed and he did that. So like and to this day, I think we all feel that way.
I will say this. I don't know how you guys feel. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to answer it first. I don't believe in my lifetime I'll ever see the Cowboys win another Super Bowl. Do you believe in your lifetime? And I'm 44.
Yes.
Let's just say I live 40 more years. I'm hoping I live 40 more years. Oh, maybe more. But in the next 40 years, I don't believe I'm going to see the Cowboys win again.
I do believe that.
I do.
What's your time frame on
This
when you
window
see
right
them
now.
winning?
This window, the Micah Parsons window.
Yeah, and
that's the thing that's changed my mind. I think he's different.
I hope so much that is true. I just took it from the hopefully I'll live another 40 years and
the odds
surely,
are.
yeah, and the odds are in my favor. I don't have a specific window. I'll take all of it.
All right.
But I hope Corey's right. We're the K&C Masterpiece.
What if they win and then you die? You didn't even get to enjoy it.
Right at the end of the game?
Like, yeah, they win and then the next day you die. You only got to celebrate.
He's not going to care at that point.
Yeah, it depends on how old I am. If this is in the next 20 years, I'll be pretty
You
put
won't
out
care.
by
You'll
that.
be dead.
Do you think you'd fight? How hard do you think you would fight to live if you feel like you're going to die?
Yeah.
I'm about to die.
Okay.
But then the Cowboys are in the Super Bowl that afternoon.
Oh, I'll live.
So you're like, I'm going to fight through this pain, this agony. I know it's over. I know my body is dying on me and I should die right now. I will stay.
Stop it, Hart.
Would you die at halftime if they were down by 14?
No, I would make it to the end of the game, and I'll use last night as proof. And I told my wife this, and she was like, I think something might be wrong with you. Is I really needed to pee, but I needed to finish my show prep. I sat there, and I was like, you're going to be in pain until you finish this show prep. Then you can use the bathroom.
Commitment.
And I made it. And
then
so
you pushed out the pee as hard as you possibly could.
You might be onto something there. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we have Bally's Sports Plus updates. Will you subscribe? Plus, FC Dallas is in the playoffs. So let's talk with Matt Hedges. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
And Mullen.com.
Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday Night Football. Tailgate with us beginning at 4 p.m. with the Specs kickoff at 7:20 on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk with Matt Hedges from FC Dallas in just a few minutes because you got the playoffs coming up. Dallas till you die, or Dallas till I die. But before we get to any of that,
are you not Dallas?
Yeah, I know. I'm Dallas till I die.
Yeah, who's the you?
I wanted to talk about Bally Sports Plus because it's here.
Who Jalen Hurts you?
And well,
I love him.
I think this is gonna make a lot of people displeased.
Uh-oh.
All right, so Bally Sports Plus is available, and we talked about this a while back. It's $19.99 a month, or you can do it annually for $190.
And they rolled that out for a select group, like neighbors.
Exactly.
Were most of those areas they were rolling them out, did that have gambling involved?
Ooh, I actually
New Orleans.
I don't know if that is the case. I'm not disputing that's the case. I just don't know if that is the case. So there's a lot of good news. There's some good news, but there's also probably some bad news for people. Is with Bally Sports Plus, you can watch Mavericks and Stars. They still have not come to an agreement with the Rangers. However, you might view it from the perspective of, well, at least the Rangers season is over. So hopefully at some point in the next 5 months, somebody can get this all figured out. So that is a potentially good thing. Do you think it's going to move the needle for people if they still can't get Rangers? Like, let's say we move into March and April and they're like, we just couldn't figure it out.
That would stink because if I wanted to go that direction, I'll be honest, I'll just leave names out, but you can guess the company. My TV bill has become outrageous.
Yeah.
And it's because you have to do the 12 months at a good price.
Yeah.
And then they do 12 months at a miserable price. And you're just like, when is this 12 months up? So I can call up and say I'm canceling. So then you guys can give me a good price again.
Yeah. And so I think if you're going to pay $20 a month and you're like, hey, but you can't have all of your teams when the time comes, that feels like it would be problematic. Corey?
I want all my teams, Kevin.
Or else why am I paying $20 extra a
or
month?
I'll just watch the replay on YouTube tomorrow.
Well, and
which stinks because I don't like doing that.
Speaking of replays, this is going to be another problem.
You're a problem.
Bally Sports does not offer a DVR-like option to record a live event.
That's horrible.
And yes.
Because there's a lot of times when I'm not doing the Ranger game that I like starting the Ranger game at 8:30 or 9 o'clock so that the pace of the game is an hour game.
Yep.
You're telling me that our teams, and I don't know when they sign these deals, but they agreed to, hey, we're going to do everything we can to be prehistoric with the process of delivering our teams to our fan base.
That is very perplexing to me because the Peacock app does the same thing. Like if I'm going to watch wrestling and stuff like that, you can't pick it up and go back more than an hour. I think it's an hour, but they will let you go back an hour. But a lot of their pay-per-views and stuff are like 3.5 hours or whatever the case might be. Well, if you pick up later, then you can only go back an hour, when I would like to go back at the beginning and see how much time I can make up. But
yeah, skip all your stupid commercials.
Exactly. And so they do still work commercials in there, trust me. But what you can do on Peacock is you have to either take it live or you have to wait until they post the replay, which sometimes takes a little longer. Same thing here. They will post a replay, but you have to wait until the game is over and they upload the replay to be able to dive in if you want to see the whole game not in live time or real time. Which means
this is it. I'm starting my own station.
That seems like a terrible plan.
I'm going to go buy UPN or whatever, and I'm going to just be like, hey, we're bringing it back. We got them. All right.
What channel was that? 21 or 27?
It was 21.
21.
We got them is all I'm going to do all the time. And I'm just starting my own because this is insane, dude.
I can't imagine this, and I don't know this. I can't imagine the Rangers, Mavericks, and Stars and probably 100 of other MLB, NBA, and NHL teams are happy with what has happened over the last 18 months approximately, maybe it's even 2 years, that when they signed a contract with Fox Sports at the time, that their games aren't as viewable as they'd like them to be. Like, there's just no way that Mark Cuban, Ray Davis, I'm sorry, I don't know the owner of the Stars, that they're happy with this, right? They want their product given to YouTube. They want their product given to Hulu, whatever app you're watching your entertainment on. They want it there for the fans to watch. They want their product watchable. And for it not to be nearly as watchable as it is has to be very frustrating to the owners.
I'm with you, and that's why from the 817, screw Bally's, I'll just listen on the radio, and I very much appreciate that.
Didn't the Mark Cuban, didn't he help out like kind of with a discount or something last year?
Yeah, they had the Mavs bundle special, and that was for people who switched and stuff like that. And if you're willing to switch, rock on. But for a lot of people, they are stuck in that contract, and then maybe the app is the only viable financial thing, or else they'll be like, oh, we're going to charge you all these penalties and all that stuff. And so I don't know if that's going to work for everybody.
I wonder if the Mavs, Stars, Rangers would consider, because I think you have baseball is a very easy to listen to sport on radio. Basketball is very difficult to follow. As good as Chuck Cooperstein is, it's very difficult to follow basketball, in my opinion. Just having listened to it many years of my life, it's difficult to listen to the game because there's so much action and there's so much that's going on. Baseball is easy to, hey, a hit just happened and guy's on first. And you can imagine it and see it and visualize it. Hockey's a little different too, but basketball is very difficult there. So I don't want to, that's not what I'm trying to pursue, is trying to listen to that. But I wonder if these owners of all these teams would consider using their own website as hey, look, we got to deliver this to somebody else. We have to have this conversation with Bally of, look, it's not going to...
It's tough because of contracts, right? You think about when these big contracts are signed, we read about them, and then we go, hey, our team all of a sudden is spending a little bit more money. They're like, because Fox at the time just gave us a big pot of money, and then that we know that yearly they're going to be giving us more money too. So we feel like we can go buy a shortstop or an outfielder or a center in hockey or something like that. So I was just looking at this.
I'm interested to see what the numbers are.
It's personal here, but I think a lot of people have dealt with this if they're Maverick fans and Ranger fans like I am, and I just had to do it. My bill was $67 a month. Now it's $150.
Good googly boogly.
I haven't changed anything.
It's just
I haven't added anything.
Yeah.
It's just how they hey, here's your first 12 months, here's your second 12 months, and then you have to commit to this, or we're going to crush you on a service charge of canceling.
How's baby Noah going to go to college if you have to pay for all this TV, Kevin?
That is a good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. FC Dallas back in the playoffs right now. On the line, we have Matt Hedges. Good afternoon, sir.
What's going on, fellas?
I know this is a dumb question, but just bear with me. What's the excitement level to not only be back in the playoffs, but get a home playoff match as well?
Yeah, it's really high. The home playoff game is something we haven't had in, it feels like, a long time. So, it's good to be back in front of the home fans and getting in the playoffs, because it's a big advantage in MLS to have a home game.
Now, I'm going to try to motivate you just a little bit. I don't know if you'll need it, but if I recall correctly, the last time Minnesota was on your home field, it did not go super well. How do we avoid that this time?
Just play the way we played when we went to their home field last time.
Y'all beat the crap out of them now.
Yeah, we'll just play. We'll play like that.
Yeah. Is it as easy as that? Let's play like this 3-0 game and not the one that we lost.
Yeah, it's easy to say that. Yeah.
Now, Matt, go ahead.
No. Yeah. I'll you guys go ahead.
When it comes to playoff soccer versus like just regular season soccer, is there a different? Do you feel different getting ready for the game? Like as you're walking out, does it have a different vibe to it?
A little bit, yeah, because you kind of know it's a one and done. If you don't win, it's over. So it's kind of, you get that feeling, that pressure is there, and it's a fight. It becomes less of a soccer game like the regular season games are, and more of just a fight to win.
Now, we hear about this quite frequently, like how the team chemistry is. That can go a long way. I heard that maybe you and a few teammates went to go see NASCAR together last month. How did it go? And has that helped you guys bond?
Yeah, I mean, me, Sebastian, and Martin, we love cars, we love racing, so we thought we'd go check out the NASCAR race, and it was pretty cool. We got to sit up high above the track and watch the race. We'll go in the pits and check out what's going on in the garages, and it's just a really cool experience. And yeah, there were some weird, I don't say weird, but crazy people in the suite with us, but it was a great experience for us to bond.
Yeah, Kevin and I've been out there before, and it is a party vibe for sure that's going on.
Yeah.
Did you try and change a transmission while you were down there in the pits or anything like that? Like, hey, let me get one of them wrenches and do something here.
No, I don't think they let me touch that stuff. I got my own car to work on anyway.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. He's a car guy. That's right.
Good point. Now, I wanted to ask one more Minnesota-based question before we go back. Minnesota United, they go by the Loons. Is that an intimidating mascot to you?
No, to be honest. What, is it like it's a big bird?
It's a bird, exactly.
Is anybody scared of birds? Like, I guess I don't know. I don't know. Not really. Like, I don't know how to say no in any other way than no.
Yeah. That's what I think. I was just curious because I kept seeing loons this, loons that. And I was like, I don't think I'm intimidated by that whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is.
I saw the World Cup boss said that they have special zones set up for drunk fans to sober up in. I'm just kind of curious if you ever looked up in the stand and you're like, that guy, he needs to go find a special zone right now because he's had a few too many.
Normally, you can't see it while you're on the field, but you definitely know when they're yelling some weird stuff that, like, all right, this guy's probably had a little bit too much to drink.
That is very fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is very fair. All right. Now, one more thing. We were just talking about the Rangers and Bally Sports and everything like that. You got the chance to meet with Taylor Hearn. Did y'all do the jersey swap, and how did that all go?
We did. It was really cool. I mean, I follow him and watch how he's doing. And he's apparently a big fan of me, so it's cool. And he's a huge guy. He's a lot bigger than I expected, honestly. But yeah, it was cool to finally meet him and get him down on the field and then just talk some ball. My dad was there; he's a big baseball fan as well, so we all kind of just talked for a while down on the field.
Did he try to convince you to come rodeoing with him too? Because he likes to catch catch calves and stuff.
Listen, I'll watch it, but I'm not sure I want to get out there and try that just yet.
Okay,
maybe when I'm done playing and injury is not as big of a deal, but not right now.
That's a good point. But after the playoffs, if you had to choose one, more likely to try to be in NASCAR or in rodeo as a participant?
I don't know. I think I'll go with NASCAR. It's like as weird as it sounds, I might be safer.
Yeah, probably so. Because he knows how to drive, man. He knows how to drive a good fast car. He's doing all right.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Now, we've had several of your teammates on throughout the season. Are you participating in the Fantasy Football League? And if so, how's it going?
I am not actually doing that. So I used to do that, and I just felt like I was giving my teammates a free $50 every year. So
have there been
no matter what I did, no matter what pick I got or who I had on my team, I always finished middle bottom. So I was like, all right, maybe I ought to just save my money and watch everybody else.
Who's that player?
There's fun.
Who's that player now that you think has replaced you as giving away all their money?
I don't know, but it seems like that there's a few guys on our team who managed to convince all of the new guys that fantasy football is this great, fun thing to do, and that they should get in and put their money in. And somehow there's always 4 or 5 new guys don't really know what they're doing, but they're putting their money in, and it seems like kind of a hustle to me.
It's a bit of
You're talking about Martin just a little bit right there, aren't you?
Maybe just a little bit.
Okay.
Not only
We heard.
Yeah, last week he came on with us and was like, yeah, I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but I'm loving it right now.
He seems super pumped. He's like, oh, this is great. It's so much fun and everything. So, yeah, he kind of jumped mine. All right, well, we appreciate your time, and obviously fans are excited. Best of luck going into the match against Minnesota and their ridiculous mascot.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Matt Hedges, FC Dallas. Get ready. You are excited. I know you're excited.
Pumped up. I got to go get the ticket so I can get in. I got to go get maybe just one or maybe two. I'll get tickets.
You're not taking the family?
This is one of those situations where I asked the wife the other day. I was like, hey, do you want to go see another match without the kids? Like, Lucy loved it. Lucy loved it. Carter was just like, when are we going home? But he has some things that we got to sort through.
Sure.
And Avery was just like, let me go find and talk to some girls. You know, like that was his whole plot the entire night. So I was like, what about a date night? We can escape the kiddos. And she looked at me and she said, anything to get away from the kids for a little while. So I was like, all right, we'll see.
Monday, 8:30, Toyota Stadium in Frisco. Also check out fcdallas.com for more information about potential watch parties and everything like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Many financial advisors suggest using...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. As always, I wanted to ask y'all something real quick, and then we'll get to Zach. Is Prime Video...
Eric tried to seduce me.
Prime Video announced that they're going to have their Coach Prime docuseries about Deion Sanders and Jackson State. We've talked about, obviously, what happened over the weekend and the potential for him going Power 5. Is this something that interests you? Because I think I would be interested in watching.
Not a huge fan of the man, but a huge fan of what he's doing at Jackson State.
Right.
So, I think you have to be fair. I think, to me, I would like to see him have the opportunity to go to one of these Power 5 schools. But then again, I think he's doing a great job over there. If you look at the notoriety that those schools have had, but I mean, that conference has a great history when you talk about the players that have been through there. The Jerry Rices, the Walter Paytons, the Steve McNairs. I mean, they've had great players. So I'd like to see them continue on that journey. So I hope he doesn't get a Power 5 job just because I think he's got more to do over there.
Yeah, I think it's entertainment gold. Primetime just has it.
He does.
He never had to really work on it. The cameras came on when he got to college, and it was like, holy crap, this guy is just amazing. So I think the way that he spins phrases and his voice just in general is entertaining. He's not afraid of a confrontation. He's going to be getting on the kids. He's going to be talking to other coaches. It's just like, it really is like Prime is made for this kind of sports content where they're behind the scenes.
You wish, and Gavin's absolutely right. You wish that when I was playing college football, I didn't learn life lessons like he's teaching those kids at Jackson State.
Did you want to learn them, or I
think it's something when you're 18, 19 years old, you're trying to figure out how to pay your bar tab. Right. But he's actually trying to tell you how, hey, listen, life sucks sometimes, and you got to figure out a way to, and I think that should be the mission of coaches. It should be the missions of trying to teach life lessons along the way. And I think some coaches forget that as well.
And sometimes we're 30 years old still trying to pay our bar tab. Ain't that right, Wolchuk?
Absolutely.
I do think this is cool. And
start winning bets.
Yeah, I know. You ain't kidding. That's why I'm a $5 at a time with Baskey.
I'm doing okay right now.
But don't we want to see it even more now? Like, I hope they're filming now. I want to see the episode from this past weekend's game.
Oh, yeah.
When they had the shake situation, the handshake fight. That's always gold to me. And then you have Eddie. It's Eddie Robinson, right?
Yes.
Eddie Robinson.
It's his son.
And they're going back and forth. And I feel like now he just challenged his SWAC manhood. Like, I feel like Deion Sanders now has to hang in the SWAC for at least a few more years to prove I am SWAC, because it feels like there's some sort of SWAC-off situation going on between these two guys. And it's like, okay, who's going to win? And I don't know Primetime to be a loser.
Well, Eddie's a Hall of Famer, so Deion's got to get himself in that Hall of Fame.
Oh, you mean SWAC Hall of Fame?
SWAC Hall.
Well, that means he's leading in the SWAC-off at the moment.
I kind of respect that. His point of view, Eddie Robinson's point of view, is because I'm sure people could probably figure this out. I won't specifically say who the player was.
You laughing at SWAC off?
That's a good term.
Are they swacking each other off too?
Oh
though?
my God, that might be too.
No, it's
I don't know if it's
okay.
too far.
All right, I just know if they were complimenting. And
I was at a basketball game with a eventual prominent basketball player, and they went through the handshake line, and he did not shake hands with the other coach because he probably should have played at that school, but through some fancy, hey, maybe we live over here finaglings, he was at a different school, and after the game, the coach goes, you don't want to shake my hand? I don't want to shake his hand neither. He's not from Flower Mound. And it's like my favorite thing ever, because he just like, bam, and I was like, okay, fair enough. And I thought it was just fantastic.
It is.
Now, Zach, I don't actually think we can help, or I don't know if we can help. Maybe Corey can help, but we heard
what's wrong,
the plights of the single man in the dating world. And have you come away with sage advice since then, or are you still searching for good advice?
Yeah, we got into a conversation about selecting of the restaurants yesterday for first dates. And I do think Broadus had a pro tip about, if it's not going well and they don't like the selection, and if they're a B, you just, order up and then maybe say, I'm going to go to the restroom, and then you just leave them with the bill.
Oh,
now, I don't have the heart for that.
Have you ever done that, Broadus?
What's that?
Have you ever done that?
Yep. Oh my God, awesome!
I like the idea of.
I love that. I'm just not as cold blooded as Broadus is.
I like the idea of
In due
telling
time.
her you can go ahead and go. I'm gonna order. I'll see you later.
Sure.
I'm here to eat, but you can go.
The coffee date, I think,
and then
was a
order
home
in
run.
front of her, like in her face, like order, and then be like, "Thank you very much."
Yep.
And she's sitting there like, "Whoa, that's a power move in her face right there."
Like, no, she can't have anything.
Yeah, and you're
I
like,
like
"No,
that.
this is my plate."
Walchuk, is the gel in your hair today leftover gel from yesterday's date? Okay, okay. I was just because Walchuk was in here looking like pretty dang incredible.
Is that pre or post date gel?
It's post.
This is post date gel.
This is just like
because it still looks good, but it's holding. That's how you.
I showered and everything. This is actually fresh. It's just not looking as good as it was yesterday.
Oh, okay, because it has that vibe where it's like yesterday's, like you're just like playing off of yesterday's because you did such a good hair job yesterday pre-date.
I don't think I was able to put as much in today. So it just didn't. The comb wasn't working as well for me.
But to me, I think the idea of like hitting her with one of these, which like
I don't hit anybody.
No,
yeah, that's very good.
Okay, I wish you wouldn't have stopped me mid sentence. But like with one of these like Applebee's kind of places, if she gets up in arms, like the sound we played that Lucius had for us, it's like, okay, this is a good way to understand that there's definitely not going to be a second date. Like this is it's a good thing to see early on.
That's why you're
that
walking.
This is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the idea of just going like aiming super low with the first date, like establishment suggestion. And then if she's ready to play along, you're like, okay, then this girl's cool. And maybe she's actually in it to actually hang with me and not to just go get some delicious meal.
Let's meet up on a park bench somewhere, bring our own sandwiches, and just talk and just get to know each other. And then you get to see what kind of sandwich she likes. And then you're like, okay, that's a stupid sandwich. I don't want to date her.
And make sure we have
She didn't
all
put
the
chips on her
crap on
sandwich.
it,
What's
right?
she doing?
Hey,
You're a loser.
We put all the lettuce and the tomato and the sauces and all the crap on it.
And she's like, you know what? I don't really like most of this stuff, and I might propose right then. And I also think that a park is a great spot for a first date, even if some people think it's weird.
Oh yeah, that's where you had your.
I was not told
Depends on if it's hot.
I was not told until after the fact that people view that as weird. I was like, look, we met up off of Bumble. Still waiting for that endorsement. I thought that this would be a great public space where she would not feel uncomfortable. I would not feel uncomfortable. And then after the fact, she said some of her friends were like, a park, huh? That's
Like a
kind of
playground?
weird. And
See,
I was like,
that's-
oh, man.
Like a national park or
That's what
like
social
a
media.
playground?
That's what social media has done to dating, because gals now see that they don't have to go to Applebee's anymore.
Yeah.
Because people are willing, like, I'm not, everybody's out there saying, well, I did this and I did this and I did this. So if you just go and try and have a normal date just to get to know somebody,
not gonna work.
It's not going to work. Just because the way that people follow each other on social media, they put out there that you don't have to settle for that. I don't have to do this.
You got to stun on them.
Yeah. Instead of just going out and maybe trying to have a good time and get to know somebody, you're looking at what other people are doing in their lives.
And the park date worked out great, and I still kind of wonder if
I like the
that's
idea.
if that's the person that you're with. I think you're onto something, Broadus. Sometimes I wonder if it's just a person that you're like, thank you for helping me be able to rule you out.
Was this like peak like playtime hours for the kiddos, or is this like did you time it to where they're in school and you're not just watching a bunch of kids run around?
Well, that is valid. It's also right across the street
Let's
from
go
an
kid watch
elementary
together.
school.
So many questions.
Oh, no. Here's the
on.
problem. She is a teacher, and so we had to do it in that really small window. This is when we're in the night show. There's a small window of time between when school is out and we have to go to work. And it just so happened that, there was people out there and kids and stuff, but I wasn't staring over at them. I was just minding my own business with
for
her.
sure. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I think the park, maybe, I wonder if people, when they hear the park, they're assuming oh yeah, he's thinking maybe he's thinking amusement park. He's certainly not thinking swing set and monkey bars.
Is that where you would go on your first date, the amusement park?
Not me. I'm not an amusement park guy just because I'm not a roller coaster guy. But I actually, honestly, if you're into that sort of thing, I think the amusement park would be a badass first date.
The amusement park, not a bad one.
If you and her are both kind of roller coaster peeps or
But I'm
whatever.
not.
Yeah, but I'm not either.
I
gotta take Dramamine just to get 100 feet within a.
Now we were talking
Six
about
Flags.
this earlier. It doesn't
Which
seem
is
like
different than what he has to do when he's 100 feet from a park.
Here's my question as I'm listening to all this. Didn't all these apps get rid of all this stuff? Isn't it just like, hey, you're attractive, you like me?
They lie to you.
Where are we going to meet up?
They lie along the way.
Let's
still,
just meet up,
when
right?
we meet up, they're putting the ball in my court. Like, okay, so where are we going to dinner? You pick the place.
Yeah.
You know,
They're judging you on that.
And then where the selection is, it's either okay, you're a cheap ass, or you know, now the pressure's on.
Just
where
embrace
you're
the
gonna end
cheap
up
ass.
picking.
I'd say dive bar. You know, greasy burgers.
I do think like a sports bar is not a bad selection.
Yeah.
Because usually the menu's not bad. We got a lot of sexy sports
Like,
bars
did
here.
anybody listen to the Tom Likas show?
Yeah.
Anybody listen to the Tom
I listened
Likas
to some
show?
Tom Likas. My dad
I think there
a
was
fan.
wisdom in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Maybe pull
Meet
up
me
an
on-
old show on YouTube.
Meet me on the 9th green at 10 o'clock, and she shows up, and the sprinklers start.
It's the 19th green, though,
Okay,
right?
no, well-
or is it? No, it is the 9th
It's
green.
the
You're
9th,
right.
yeah.
You're right. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We do have the very latest out of the star right out of the gates here at 2 o'clock. But listen to these guests. Barry Church at 4.
Boom.
The Tank Show at 5.
Oh.
Maybe 4:45. It's whenever Mike lets them out. You know, before too long, it'll be 2:30 in the afternoon. Baldinger 6:20.
Love it.
You know, you get late season, you got to preserve their energy levels.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation, all that football content today. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow and maybe the return of Coach Ballsack right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Say go Stars, Kevin.
Go Stars.
Miss anything? from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Guys, I got to tell you, there are important injuries in this matchup, but I decided today, either way, I'm picking a Cowboys victory tomorrow.
Hello.
And I want to know where your optimism is right now for this Cowboys-Eagles matchup. I don't think Jalen Hurts has suddenly transformed himself into a great quarterback. I don't think they've seen a defense like the Cowboys are going to unleash. What do you think at 877-881-1053? The text is open. General at your service. There's Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo. Lucius Alexander has the G-Bag today coming up at 2:30. Of course, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah, I think he's a power runner. He's not fast enough to run away from this Cowboys defense. They're not killing it. They have 4 starting offensive linemen on their injury report. At least a couple of them are compromised, and not getting the job done. These are still the Eagles. And these are still the Cowboys, and they have an even better game plan now to optimize their chances at success. So that's where I'm at with it. I've been going back and forth for 4 days, but it occurred to me this morning. How you guys doing with this matchup?
Doing good, feeling good. I'm excited. I mean, I think this is absolutely a winnable game. I do have a little bit of fear of, to be honest with you, I know we bring the better defense to the table. The Dallas's defense is better. But I think the Eagles are going to be a bit of a challenge for the Cowboy offense. And let's not make any mistakes about it. Last week, defense scored you a touchdown. Defense gave you 3 free points as well. And then also took the ball away, 3 times. And so that still scares me. I still respect what the Eagles have going on here. And then you factor in the clear home field advantage that they're going to have on Sunday Night Football. And I'm not a buyer of what Cooper Rush is selling me at the moment. Admirable job, there's no question, but the performances for him in the offense have just slowly gotten worse and worse, and that puts a ton of pressure on your defense. And at some point, it's not that you get throttled, but you run up against a respectable team who's pretty well-rounded.
You're going to need to run the football, and I think that they're going to be able to do that. I think Ezekiel Elliott, you look at his track record against Filthy throughout his career, this is a team that he owns. But I also think Tony Pollard is going to be able to have success in this football game. And they're going to need to get him the ball. Maybe it's not just as a runner, but they're going to need to find creative ways to get him involved as well. But I really think defensively, they are going to cause the Eagles' offense some problems. I think the team speed is going to suffocate and limit some of what the Eagles want to do. I mean, they really do love to get the ball out in space to their playmakers. They love the screen game, and I know that's something that we've talked about at times early in the year. Maybe we were nervous about. I think Dan Quinn's got that figured out. I think this team has, done a good job in recent weeks kind of figuring out, okay, we need to stay home. We need to be sound in our discipline, in our assignments, and not get out of position. And I think that some of what the Eagles do offensively plays into the strengths of the Cowboys defensively. So I think a lot of this matchup works into the Cowboys' favor. And as long as they don't get exploited by the Eagles' ground game, I think that they should be favored personally.
Brian, where are you at? I know you've been studying it, watching all the film and everything.
Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys can score enough points. That's my problem.
Eagles' defense is more of your concern?
Yeah, I feel like, it's more about Cooper Rush.
It's the Cowboys' offense is a big concern right now. No matter the defense. No matter the defense.
Yeah, I mean, there's Philadelphia. You're absolutely right, Gavin. This Philadelphia Eagles offense, and by the way, you're 5-0 here, so we should all be listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, at least consider it.
But the thing about it is, they're banged up along the offensive line. Matter of fact, their center went out, missed practice a little bit today, got out there, gave it a go, not very good. So we'll see, what the situation with Kelsey is there.
Both tackles limited yesterday.
We'll see. Yeah, the one thing is, if this thing turns into you have a bunch of guys not playing for the Eagles offensively along that offensive line, give it a go for the Cowboys.
Then the Cowboys win that one.
Because the strength, one of the strengths of this Philadelphia offense is their offensive line. And one of your strengths of your team absolutely is your front seven.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that the Cowboys have feasted on, we did the numbers yesterday. The teams that they played at, the sacks allowed, the Giants, the Rams, the Commanders, the Bengals, they all allow a lot of sacks. You get a bunch of backups in there like Jack Driscoll playing left tackle.
Tear him up, yeah.
Tear him up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where this game, but like I say, even then, I would change my, if you tell me those linemen are out, I probably would go a different way. But all of a sudden, how is Cooper Rush going to score in this game?
Yeah.
How is he going to score? That's my, I see the defense having, holding on. I mean, I think their margin of error is really small in this game defensively.
I think a lot of it last week, though, and that's what we're basing it a lot of, that was horrible. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to be that bad. That was partial acknowledgement that the Rams weren't going to move the football, and you knew it.
Agreed.
So in the second half, you weren't getting the passing yards. You were like, this is fine. 4, 5, 6 plays, and we're going to punt it. I think you look at a couple of plays where you had drops, and if those connect, then maybe it is 175 yards with an actual touchdown. So we'll see. I know it's very exciting to be, heading for this game. There's 2 massive matchups in the NFL this weekend. We'll talk more about this one, of course, a lot, but also Bills Chiefs. Now, as far as the news goes, same with Dak today. He went through the quarterback school, they call it, and then he was going to go throw after practice. Broadus had the exclusive from yesterday that he threw everything except 2 deep routes on the route tree yesterday. So any update yet on?
Still waiting back from that. So
okay.
Hopefully we'll maybe by the time we get to Krusty's Corner at 2:40, we'll have an update for you.
But Mike McCarthy made it clear this morning in his presser, Dak's getting anxious. He's ready to roll. He wants to play. Clarence Hill tweeted that when Dak ran out for practice, he yelled to chill, "I'm tired of this ish. Give me the ball." Or give me a ball. So I'm going to say Lions. It feels like Lions. Dak really wants to go. If he's throwing the heck out of the ball this week, like after practice, next week he gets in there for live drills, and then I think he's back for the Lions. Is that what you guys expect right now?
That's what I'm expecting. That's what it sounds like. I mean, the fact that he's throwing and he's in the quarterback school, McCarthy said he wanted a full week of practice, and it seems like next week you will get that. So I think against the Lions, unless there's some kind of setback or they just think, hey, it benefits him to have another week and then 100% you're ready to go for the Bears, I think he's going to be good to go at home against the Lions at noon.
Troy Aikman got things stirred up on his weekly radio show. I think the thing, that people need to keep in mind, Troy needs to keep in mind when he's saying this is you got to make it clear it's just when, it's not if. But, he basically said if Cooper wins again, it's something the Cowboys have to look at, like when do we put Dak back in? And, everybody is so desirous of this becoming some sort of a topic. It's just amazing to listen to people talk about it because somebody weighs in and everybody's like cringing for a window to break or something because there's an uncomfortable yet fascinating nature about this discussion. But some of the numbers on how bad the Cowboys passing game has been overall is putrid. And Dak is going to be so good with this game plan. Not just good enough as Cooper Rush has been. But if you really get the defense having to respect the run, I'm really excited about, what Dak Prescott is going to do. And again, it's just a matter of time. I think the idea of let Cooper Rush go until he loses wouldn't be a horrible one. Like if they decided to do that, he's not going to win out. They have at Green Bay and at Minnesota shortly after the bye week. A loss is coming eventually. But if you want to entertain the idea that they got mojo going, and you want to say, well, heck, why not? Let's see. I want to buy Dak as much rest as possible. Let's be honest. Every time Dak steps on the field over the last 2 years, it's like 4 or 5 weeks before another injury happens. So if Cooper, for me, if he wants to ride this all the way until December, and then we're like, okay, playoffs are about to start, time to put Daddy back in, I'd be okay with that. I really don't think there's a wrong way as long as inside the organization they know it's just a matter of when. That's the only discussion we're having.
Yeah, it's just simply, okay, we don't have to put Dak in right now and risk his health. So we're just going to ride this thing until we know inevitably it is going to end. I think I would like to happen before December. I'd like for it to happen sometime at the very least in November, as long as it's not a discussion of like we actually like if you're buying into the fact that, we just have a mojo and like Cooper Rush is the reason why. I just can't buy that. Like, yeah, this team does have a mojo about it. They do. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the quarterback and almost nothing to do with the offense.
Yeah.
Like, the defense and the special teams right now are carrying this charge.
That's Mo and Joe.
So,
over
yeah,
there.
I don't think the Mo and the Joe are getting messed up by inserting a Dak.
Yeah.
I don't think that is, I think that's a bit foolish.
Well, it is a Tank Lawrence Thursday here in the nation. He'll join us around 4:45 or 5 o'clock. Tank on the injury report with a chest. We good here? We'll find out from Tank. We'll get the word from the man himself. We'll get the latest on that and what it's going to take to beat these Eagles. Yeah, you had 4 different Eagles offensive linemen on the injury report limited yesterday, both the tackles, Kelsey, Landon Dickerson. We'll get an update on that before too long as well. The Mavs are 6 days from the opener. That's exciting. Last night in preseason action, it was Lakers and Minnesota on TV, 9:30 or so. LA was playing everybody. I was like, okay, cool. Here we go. It's LeBron. I don't know how many more years I'm going to get to watch LeBron. Let's do this. There was AD and there was Russell Westbrook. Viral moment. Pat Beverly trying to call guys for a quick chat during a free throw stoppage. And Beverly is that guy who's like, come on, guys, we got this. You know, he's always talking and trying to communicate. And I think that's, you know, a real positive, but not to Russell Westbrook. He's waving over Russ like, come on, get in this huddle real quick. We got these game plans to drop so we can get this comeback going. Russ just lines up for 3 free throws. He's just, you know, he's in the along the line there where you get ready to box out and do all that. Yeah. Pat takes 2 steps towards him to reach his hand to say, come on, buddy, let's chat real quick. You know, it's team on 3 or whatever. Russ slaps his hand like, oh, yeah, I'll give you 5, but does not even look at him, just keeps looking forward. They have 0 chance. I mean, watching the game itself, I don't know what's wrong with them, but it's just totally flat. Like, the Lakers have no chance to win a championship like this. They couldn't even get anything done last year. I don't care who was hurt. When they were healthy, it wasn't good. It was 11-10 in the 21 games that all 3 of those guys played together, so they did not look impressive at all. And there are moments which I think mandate that the Lakers trade Russ for whatever you can get or just buy him out. Nobody wants him. You know, it's not going to get better, and you don't have a chance for the chemistry to, like, really get going. Here's Pat Beverly trying to rally everybody together, and Russell Westbrook's like, screw you, man. These guys tried to trade me in the offseason, and I want out of here. Just trade him. What the hell are the Lakers doing? And it's pretty amazing for a Mavs fan who has seen that organization dominate the West, dominate the league for decades. You know, now, like post-Phil Jackson, they got the one in the bubble. But other than that, even with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, they can't get any positive momentum going. No. And I would say the chemistry is a disaster. They got to hope that they can totally blow it up and somehow rebuild it differently around LeBron and AD, right?
Yeah, at this point, it's like just give up Westbrook for whatever you can. You know, I don't even care if what you're getting in return. You just need to get that out of the building. And in Russ's case, it's hard. You know, there's some point where you just got to be a professional, but in somewhat of his defense, LeBron's kind of been trying to get rid of you for 2 years. Yeah. Clearly, they've been trying to get rid of you all offseason. I don't think anybody wants you. He doesn't like Pat Beverly. Nobody there really wants you around anyway. I kind of understand where he's coming from, but this isn't the first case of him being a bad teammate either.
Well, and they extended the general manager there.
Yeah,
too,
Rob Pelinka.
See,
the whole situation's weird.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. The general manager doesn't have control over what goes on with his team because he's got LeBron on his team. You know, he can't make the moves necessary to bring guys in or take guys off the roster without the approval of LeBron James. So what happens to you then is, you know, you would know that Westbrook and Beverly don't get along. As a general manager, you would not put them together.
Yeah.
You would not, unless LeBron is like forcing you to try and do something like this, or he's like yelling at you like you need to get rid of Westbrook, and then you say, hey, here's my phone. It's got all the general managers around the league. Why don't you call all these SOBs and see if you can get anything for them?
Right.
You know, that's the problem right there. That's the problem. When you do not have control over your roster situation or the way you move your team around, you're going to pair up guys that don't work. You know, and now you put yourself your team in a terrible situation because it looks even worse. Now nobody wants Westbrook. Nobody wants that money on their books.
Yeah, his only job requirement is doing what LeBron wants.
That's
exactly
why you
right.
get
the extension.
That's why, to me, being a general manager, as great as it is being on like having LeBron James, it's also a curse.
For sure. Yeah.
It's also a curse.
It becomes a bit of a pain. Now, the other thing about Russell Westbrook, though, was before the game, after the introductions and the teams getting together to do like their pregame breakout, the entire team, all 15 guys or whatever, Russell Westbrook's not in his warm-up stuff, and he's wearing just the uniform, and he's just by himself and basically walking to get ready for tip-off, and everybody else is doing like a team right there in the free throw in the paint area. The whole team is doing their like let's go, and it was just a bad deal.
Yeah, that's tough, and maybe it'll force some sort of movement that's
it has to.
It's past due at this point. Zion day-to-day with a sprained ankle from last night. I tell you, if healthy, New Orleans in the mix for a championship already. I think Clippers, Warriors, Suns, Mavs, Nuggets, that's my 5 in the West that could win it, and I'm ready to add the Pelicans as well if Zion's healthy. 1053thefan.com/Flagtober. You can get on there and order a 2022 G-Bag Nation flag. These are beautiful. The background is like an old bomber, like that gray silver type of color, and one's got a grenade in it, and then there's a pinup girl as well, like USO style. So I think you'll enjoy it, you'll love it, and you'll fly it with pride. And once you get it, please send a picture to Instagram or Twitter at GBagNation, and we'll retweet you and follow right back. We want to see where you plant the flag yourself. Okay, G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Chiafalo, where are we going next?
All right, let's marvel at greatness and incompetence next.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
Gentlemen, the world-famous business and casual shirts from Charles Tyrrell are here. Designed in London and made for Texas. These will be your go-to shirts from the boardroom to the bar and beyond. And right now,
Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. A couple of Cowboys things to pass along to you, fresh from Brian Broaddus. Got a couple of exclusives here. Dak looked fine, huh?
He did, and he did look fine today. They're kind of ramping that thing up. Let me see. The control is coming from what I was told. So
very nice.
The control of him with the ball and stuff like that. They were talking about how he can spin it and all. So it's good that they're getting that back for him.
Control is on the way, and Jason Peters is back and took some reps with the offense.
He did. He absolutely did. So, yeah, they're trying to get Jason Peters ready for this week as well. He told media members at his locker that he was going to find a way to play. So it looks like he's working in that direction.
It's good news for Will McClay and Jerry Jones. It's both of their birthdays today. Happy birthday to those guys.
Yeah.
Segment
Birthday, guys.
is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big truck companies have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
How about that for a birthday gift for Jerry today? You get the Don Van Natta situation with Dan Snyder, and Jerry is littered all throughout that particular bombshell that I know we're going to be getting to here in a little while. But my gosh, less than ideal way to wake up and have your birthday breakfast right there.
He's used to it.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. And he's got his sights set on Philly right now, huh?
He's a billionaire.
He is there is that. That's a good point, Broaddus. Okay, so I just wanted to point out a couple of sports things to marvel at here. Baker Mayfield now has the second worst QBR to start a season since the stat was invented. There's only one quarterback who's been worse through 5 games in the history of the QBR stat.
No way.
If you guys have the footballs to put on the table and put them on the line and give me the name of the quarterback that holds that prestigious record of having the single worst QBR through 5 games in the history of the stat.
Brock Osweiler.
Okay, I like where your head's at there, Dawson.
Man, that's what I was going to go. I was going to think like maybe a Mike.
Dude, remember the
Mike Glennon or somebody like that?
Well, the Brock Osweiler one is one of the most disrespectful though, because he's one of those guys that gets traded, and the team that's trading him is also having to give up draft picks to the team that's taking him and eat a bunch of his salary. It's just literally one of those like, we'll pay you to take him off our hands. Like, so Osweiler's a really good pull by you, Dawson. Sadly, I don't know that you're going to be correct there.
I did not get the ding, ding, ding.
You did not get the ding, ding, ding. So somebody, I have a feeling somebody in here is gonna have the football brain to pull it, and maybe it's just going to be one of the Tolos, man. Hopefully, you guys won't do the Tolo cheating, because I'm sure
they'll look it up
on the text right now.
Marcus Simeon, Jamarcus Russell. A good player.
Is it
Marcus
Peterman?
Simeon? Who said Marcus Simeon? Or did you just pull Marcus Simeon?
Simeon, the text said Simeon.
Okay, very good.
What about like a J.P. Lossman?
J.P. Lossman, I like that. I really like that.
Just a blast from the past there. Or a Dan Orlovsky.
Orlovsky's a good one. Actually, yesterday, and shout out to Dan Orlovsky while we're doing the On This Day shout outs. Yesterday was the anniversary. I don't know if it was like the 15-year anniversary or whatever it was of the 2008 Detroit Lions debacle.
Where he runs out the back of the end zone?
Where he runs out of the back of the end zone. And not just like steps out, but like continuously runs and is trying to attempt to pass while he's about 12 yards and 5 seconds deep into the end zone.
He did do a nice job of keeping his eyes downfield, because it should have been obvious he was running on different color turf.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. His peripheral vision, though, I do question.
Yeah.
So the name has been announced here on the truckwreck.com fan text.
Ryan Leaf
and
Paxton Lynch.
It was he's a great play at DeMarcus Russell.
It was Jamarcus Russell.
Get over it. It was Jamarcus Russell.
You didn't want to draft Jamarcus Russell.
You have Baker Mayfield with a 16.8 QBR right now, and Jamarcus Russell's was 11.5. But to his credit, he's been outspoken about the fact that he didn't try at all.
Yeah.
This seems to be like Baker Mayfield is putting in a concerted effort and still coming
That's
up
his
very,
excuse?
very lame.
He didn't try?
Jamarcus Russell?
I'm saying, is that his excuse?
Well, that and a ton of other things, but one of them, it was just kind of like didn't really.
was bad.
We knew Jamarcus had put on like 50 pounds since he got into the league, and I think was nursing a prescription drug habit.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of bad things going on with Jamarcus that does not apply to Baker. I would say Baker's performance is worse,
right?
Because in light of what Jamarcus had to overcome.
Exactly, exactly.
He was a great player, guys. Get over it. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, we're actually coming to his defense right here.
Damn right you are.
This is worse
Shout
for
out to
Baker
Matt
right
Daddy,
now.
from the Twolos. They got it right. I'm sure one of the YouTubers got it right as well.
Yes.
I just can't talk back to you guys.
And the Players Tribune had, like, in the last 3 to 6 months, a Jamarcus Russell kind of like biography, basically, of him sharing everything, and it is very, very interesting. And it was you said it was the prescription medication stuff, and a lot of it was the purple drank stuff.
God, I
and
love
that was just very common. Like, it was just one of those things, like at 12 years old, somebody could just hand it to you like it's no big deal. So, I mean, you can understand the amount of like obstacles that dude was having to overcome during his time. But nonetheless, yes, it was Jamarcus Russell. Shout out to Baker Mayfield for, I mean, truly just being a nightmare right now. Also have you have Oklahoma, speaking of Baker Mayfield, they've lost now consecutive games by 30 or more points. That's the first time in program history. So Venables is also making history right now with.
Is he blaming it on purple drink too?
He might. I don't know. He might
blaming
be
it on Jamarcus Russell.
I think he's probably finding a way to blame it on Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, probably.
Which would make
Baker
a ton
was
of
back
sense.
on campus. He distracted the whole damn team.
What would his vice be? Just like too much like
chew?
grizzly, too much chew in his lip, and he's not being able to communicate with his players
in great
properly.
shape, though. Have you see the videos of him? He runs the stadium steps all the time.
Spends too much time working out, not enough time recruiting is what it looks like.
That's another one of those look at me moments, man. That's all that is. Like, do your running somewhere else.
That's
dude.
right. He's too much of a me guy.
He's a me guy. That's the problem with old Venables. We just got to the bottom of their problems. Damian Pierce, running back, Texans, fantasy monster right now.
Maybe offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah, well on his way. 17 missed tackles forced versus the Jaguars on Sunday. That's the most they've ever recorded in a single game. He broke 17 tackles.
Dang, let's go.
And he's kind of a part-time dude. He's about to be like big time, and he's still fourth in the league in terms of yards after contact per attempt. Who is number one? I'm glad you asked.
Rex Burkhead.
Tony Pollard.
Let's go. All righty.
Hello.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander. Sir.
It's the man that you love to hate. Coming out of Washington State. That's that Sir Mix-a-Lot. That's an old school joint.
I love it.
Yeah, bro.
What cut was that?
One time's got no case. Bring it on down. That's the one. Let's see what we got right here. Leon in Dallas is our winner from last time. Leon in Dallas is the man. He was on RJ and Choppy show, giving them guys that work.
Leon in Dallas. Leon, what did you think the Cowboys are screwing up? What did you think they were going to screw up and they didn't, and that's why you're on the Fan?
Oh, my God. The only reason I listen to the Fan is because you guys are stupid, man. You know, you guys been hating the Cowboys. Ever since I turned you on, I listen to how you be hating on the Cowboys, and it make me listen to how wrong you are because I look for you to eat cheese every time you're wrong.
I like cheese.
I've been calling you guys for years, telling you that the Cowboys need to run the football. You want to can Zeke. Zeke averaged 4 yards a carry. That's big in the NFL. He was one of 7 running backs who got 1,000 yards last year. You want to get rid of him. Top 10 running back, you want to get rid of him, I'll take him. I wanted to at first, I had 2 apologies, but no, you guys are such haters, I can't stand you. Now look, you can't win games throwing the ball 40, 50 times a game. We've proven that. Now you ran the ball more than you threw it, and look, you done won 4 games running it more than you throw it. You guys know nothing about football.
There we go.
Yeah. Bring them up, Leon.
Love it.
Handling business.
Glad somebody could finally put them where they should be. They know nothing about football, those guys.
Yeah.
Counting numbers.
I'll double down on that. Yeah.
Let's see, you guys are aware of Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey?
Good
Having
podcast.
having a podcast. Here's a little clip from their podcast. They're talking about playing cornerback, which I played in high school. I sure did. Also got some rushing yards and receiving yards out there, too. I was out of control.
They just had the ATH by your name, Lucius.
Your boy was out of control. I was everywhere, all over the field. Here's Jason and Travis.
Dude, you got to mirror somebody throughout the whole field. Like, you're playing cover one. What's harder than playing cover one and just staying in somebody's hip, and you can't give up a yard of separation, otherwise it's a completion.
I never
just
thought it was
reacting.
that hard. Yeah, no, reacting. Yeah, no.
You
I
never
agree.
thought it was that hard.
The
When
good
did you
ones,
play DB?
the good when I was in high school.
Listen,
On
it's so
freshman,
good.
on JV.
It's so good that white people can't even do it, Travis. Like, that's how you know it's the hardest position. They don't even let white guys try to play quarterback anymore. Like they just said, you're done.
Facts.
It's too hard of a position.
Yeah.
It's too physically demanding. Can't even
That's
do it.
funny as hell. Yeah, you're right. That point
Jason
alone,
Sehorn.
it is probably he's the last of the
He's
dying
like,
breed, man.
I think there was another guy that played like a year or two ago, but that's how you know that shit's hard.
If we all don't know him, it doesn't count.
Yeah, it's a good point. He wasn't Jason Sehorn, I'll tell you that.
Jason Sehorn, that's a good reference.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that audio right there, actually. But so many Tolos and fans or whatever you call it hit me up and said, you got to play this. This is funny. So I guess the audience loves it.
It is amazing how there's so many like super fast white people out there, but they don't play corner.
Yeah. I don't get it, man. Shout out to Clint Long in Grand Prairie. That was the fastest dude in Grand Prairie. He was a white kid.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Weed Tran, he was an Asian dude smoking us from Vietnam or whatever. Smoking us, bro.
Yeah.
So, hey, whatever, man. Do what you got to do.
I mean, the white receiver has made a big comeback.
He sure.
Yeah.
He sure has.
We know there's plenty of athletes.
He's got my fantasy squad up, too.
Cooper Kupp, yeah.
No, Kelsey. He's got my fantasy joint.
yeah.
I'm up. I'm up. This is my first time ever playing. I'm 5-0. I'm up.
Let's go.
I'm up. I'm feeling great. I'm under disguise as my wife, though. It's her team, but I picked the squad. I did all of that.
That's a good play.
I was wondering why you're coming in here asking Broadus for advice.
Yeah, be smart. Be smarter than that. Don't ask me for advice.
Yeah, that's right. I like what he does, but I don't like the man.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. What does that mean, Broadus? I like what he does, but I don't like the man.
Oh, with Dion?
Yeah, what does that mean? Is there like a code out here in Dallas not to like Dion?
No, to me, I've never been a big fan of his as far as a person. But I respect what he's doing at Jackson State.
I like what you're doing. But I don't like you.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably not a fan of mine either. But I respect.
I'm pretty sure after that.
No, I mean, I think that you could be like, you could respect people and not be a big fan of theirs.
I like what you're doing out here, mentoring the kids, using your own money for the college, but I don't like the man.
I didn't like the player as a person. How about that?
Okay, there we go. Have you heard of Ruby the Rally Baby?
No.
Never.
All right, this is Fox 26. Are you guys cheering for the Astros at all?
No.
Okay. Well, Ruby the
They
Rally.
were really rude after they won.
Okay.
They
You're not
were
thinking about
rude.
Mattress
Yeah,
Mac?
they
Maybe
did.
Mattress Mac? You're not thinking about that guy?
Mattress Mac's pretty cool.
I'm pulling for the Mariners, man. That's a likable team.
Okay. I'm mad at you. Here's Ruby the Rally Baby on Fox 26 in Houston. This is her Rally Baby they're using now.
Hey, we got heart. We got heart. We got heart.
This is my baby. She loves the Astros. Look at Ruby.
She'll never forget that moment. She's being held in front of the television screens, being bounced around. Ruby the Rally Baby.
Was she on TV like right before the big home run
She was
by
100%
Jordan?
on TV.
Yeah,
That's
good
pretty
for
cool.
Ruby.
That is
I love that name, Ruby. There's this really good girl soccer player. Hopefully her dad's listening. She's a 2012, right? And she's unbelievable. But anyway, when our new baby was being born, I was begging Cassandra, let's name it Ruby. You know, now I love that name, but I got outvoted. Ruby the Rally Baby. That sounds fun, though. I just when these rally things happen, I kind of got to cheer for them to continue. I mean, the rally squirrel was kind of fun, even
Rally
though
monkey?
that did us in. The rally cat a couple of
Rally
years
cat,
ago in New York,
yeah.
the black cat with the hot boys and all that. I love these kind of things.
Sweet.
Any other nominees, Lucius?
Heck yeah, I got a whole lot over here.
Okay.
I was just waiting for you to, hey, whatever you want to do, dog. I'm here for you, Playboy.
Right on.
Catalytic converters. This is not one.
Yeah.
But some thieves were caught stealing catalytic converters.
About time.
And about 3 dudes jumped out with paintball guns out of the house and gave them that work.
Get that mother.
What? You're dead. You're dead.
He said, get him. He said, well, I got him. Yeah.
Man, that seems dangerous. I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah,
what if they have real guns?
They might have that tool on them.
You don't want to hear the big boom coming back. Heck no, I don't think I'd do that. You know, if you're gonna do it, go all the way. That's what I say. Have some real guns. Catalytic converter, about the only thing, by the way, I have not had to change out on the Scooby-Doo van.
You talking about the van that you know what, I ain't even gonna do that.
Uh-oh.
I had a joke on deck, but I ain't gonna do it.
They pull up to his van all the time. They're like, nah, that catalytic converter, that ain't
ain't
even worth it.
He ain't got it.
You can't make no money on that.
He ain't got it.
That's bad business. I ain't gonna waste my time.
I got a kid that swallowed a dog toy and a kid that knows a deal about trick-or-treating, and talking to strangers. Which one you want to hear real quick?
Ooh, the dog toy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Incredible.
Kid swallowed a dog toy. He's in the emergency room. Listen to him.
Jonathan, are you okay?
Really?
Yeah. Really scary, bro.
Wow. It's not funny. He's gonna need surgery.
I didn't even think about videoing him or nothing, and the guy's like, you should really video him. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. I should show his kids one day. Don't do this.
Wow.
Don't do this.
Hopefully, I swallowed a dime once as a kid. I pooped it out. I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
good for you.
goodness.
How long did that take?
A couple, 2-3 days.
Yeah.
We had to get this.
Really?
We had to get this little, basically a baby toilet.
It's you were
and,
digging
cut
through
the
your
poop.
poo for 3 straight days to try and make sure it was out of there.
The doctors wanted to make sure it came out. Yeah,
Oh my God.
my parents had to keep cutting it up and stuff. It was pretty disgusting. Is it Leon, our one-time
Jeez.
champion? Is it the Kelsey brothers having a podcast talking about being a corner? Ruby the rally baby, catalytic converter thieves paintballed. Kid swallowed a dog toy. I'm gonna shoot. I guess I'm gonna go with these catalytic converter thieves being foiled. Giafalo.
Yeah, this is. I think I'm gonna rock with our champ Leon. I think he still deserves it.
All right, Lucius.
Leon for sure. I swallowed a string once, and when it came back out, I was scared as hell.
Yeah.
Why does it keep?
Yes.
I kept pulling, and it just kept coming.
That happened to our cat too, and we were told you can't pull it out because it could really do some damage. So the cat had to run around for a while with it hanging out. It was gross. We just kept snipping it. Oh, it was bad. Woolchuck.
Yeah, it ends up pulling out all the intestines. And,
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the kid that swallowed the dog toy.
Okay, we're 2-1, Brian.
I'm going to go with Leon.
There it is, 3-1. Leon, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Really tore up Sean and RJ pretty good. I think they do know quite a bit about football, but Leon definitely made some good points. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we headed, sir?
Yeah, let's talk about some game plans for this Eagle game. We'll do that next.
All right, I want to chat about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else. No, I did it a little early. That's why Lucius hit the button. Okay, I'm early, but I tell you what, I never stop talking about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic. I love them. You know, if you have
easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find the roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner with the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
As we get ready for this game, there's some more questions that I had in my mind that I'd like to go with you guys, if you wouldn't mind humoring me a little bit and trying to answer.
I love it.
I know I teased this one, though, and it's about the game plans. And I was going to ask you this one, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Who needs the better game plan for the Eagles, Kellen Moore or Dan Quinn?
I think your offense needs to come with something this week. I like what Dawson's saying about last week in particular, where you got into that game and quickly just went to, okay, we can get real conservative on this thing.
Punting's not bad.
Yeah, punting's not bad.
Yeah.
I think in this game you're gonna need a little bit more juice offensively. Even if it's not always ending in scores, you can't have like last week where it's 3 plays done, 4 plays done, 3 plays done. Like, you got to be able to sustain drives. So I think this is 100%. I'm looking at you offense. Can you help me in any way? It kind of goes back to yesterday, like your playoff thing about can the Cowboys survive the way they have this run defense? Well, yeah. How about we can't expect perfection defensively, and let's score 20 points. Let's score 23 points. Like, instead of asking my defense to do everything, hey, you're so great in all these things, and you have to be good at run defense, how about you just look across the field and say, well, offense, can you help me in any way? Because I guarantee you this run defense with a half-assed, respectable offense can do some winning in the playoffs. It's like, okay, offense, can you help me? Because my run defense isn't so historically bad that, dear God, we can't win a playoff game. Sure. As long as somebody on the other side of the ball knows, a little bit about what to do here. So, to me, I'm looking at offense, no question.
Zach?
This team's won 4 in a row because of the defense, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the formula to success, is you need to play great defense, you need to force some turnovers, and you're going up against maybe the toughest test defensively since – Cincinnati had a lot of weapons, and now they haven't been able to put it all together. But I think that this is still, it's all on the defense's shoulders. Like, I understand, hey, you'd like to get more from the offense, but I think you kind of are what you are on that side of the football right now. I don't know that you can ask a lot more. You need to run the football well, 100%. But I don't know that all of a sudden Cooper Rush is going to wave a magic wand and he's just going to be better than Cooper Rush. He's going to need to make some throws for you, right? If you don't get a couple of third down drops, that'll help you be able to sustain and move the football a little bit. But you need your defense to come out and smack the Eagles in the mouth. So we're confident in Dan Quinn, but you need your defense to show up and play their best game of the year again on Sunday Night Football and prove that they are the best defense in football, and that's how you're going to win this game.
Yeah, the Eagle, most teams are averaging like 21 points, and a lot of them have scored well under 20 multiple times. The Eagles are the only team in the league that hasn't been held under 20 yet. And so if you can do that, that gives you a good chance to win, because I don't think the Cowboys, can think they're going to score more than 24. Like, that's the top end. So can you win a game between 17 and 24 points? I think so. But I do, and I believe in the defense. I think the defense is going to do it. But yeah, Dan Quinn has to give his guys an edge. You can't just go out there and line up and beat these guys with your athletes.
I like it. How about you, Zach, on this one? Are the Dak Prescott fans hoping the Cowboys lose this game?
Ooh, it's difficult for me to say yes to that, because just as a Cowboy fan, and I'm a Dak fan, like, I would never just root for the Cowboys to lose. So I would say no, because I just think any Dak fan is also a Cowboy fan. So no, you're not rooting for a Cowboys L. But if you just like Dak Prescott and you're indifferent to Cowboys success, then yeah, probably, because you're probably annoyed and sick and tired of this Cooper Rush narrative and people trying to put Cooper Rush on some pedestal that he's the reason why this team's winning games, when that couldn't be farther from the truth. So I would say maybe I would say no, but yes would be the answer there.
Eric?
No, but yes. I will say absolutely not. No, I think the rational, I mean, maybe an emotional Dak fan might be getting a little bit queasy, but the rational person knows that there's nothing to worry about. This is Dak's squad, and when that thumb is healthy, and hopefully it's next week, he'll be back rocking and rolling. Like winning versus the Rams on Sunday, it's not like, oh, I wish we would have lost that game because now we're worried. Are the Cowboys going to make a dumb decision on Cooper Rush right now?
Yeah,
no,
right.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think only when you think it's close do you get irrational like that, and it's nowhere near close. I think the Dak fans are very comfortable about this. I think the last game, kind of put them at ease. We've seen enough now from Cooper Rush to know he's not going to get better week to week. I think they're just patiently waiting, and them being Cowboys fans, they'll appreciate as big of a cushion, especially because this game here could go a long way to deciding the division.
General, I'll come back to you on this one. In light of what we heard today from ESPN, that the Van Natter report, if you were told I had a private investigator following you, would you still want to be my friend?
No, I don't think we'd be friends anymore. Maybe we could, still have a professional working relationship. But no, we're definitely not friends at that point. No, if what is in that article about Jerry Jones is true, no, if I'm Jerry Jones, then it's on site, bro. We're going to throw down. You're going to catch these Arkansas hands.
Yeah, there's no friendships here at all. I mean, you might have to fake it in order to, as a businessman, accomplish the things that you need to accomplish, but in no way is that actually a friend. 100%, not in a million years.
Hell no, we're not friends. Especially in that article. In that article, it's mentor, friend. Like, I've helped you in all of these ways, and this is how you repay me. You want to go ahead and send a private investigator and get a little book on me so you can use it against me in the future? No, go bleep yourself. We're done here.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that they're still friends.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Jerry Jones, he might respect the business or the relentlessness of it. I can't imagine, though. I think maybe Cowboys fans will ultimately be friends with Daniel Snyder if he wants to get all this out there and get the Jones family to sell the team. I could see that because we're closer than we've ever been right now to something that could force the Joneses to sell the team and a complete turnover of NFL ownership. A massive sale to a new generation of ethical billionaires, if those things exist. But it would really be different billionaires that don't have a horrible track record of creating work environments of, sexual harassment and cover-ups. So to me, this story is fascinating. And yeah, if I'm Jerry Jones, there's no way I like Daniel Snyder right now. That's fascinating that they could still be friends.
You really think they're friends right now? Like actual friends? Not just, hey, we'll meet at the Star, at the 50-yard line, shake a hand, smile for a picture, move our narrative along, and then get back to hating each other.
These owners are different people.
Well, I think Jerry's going to say they're friends tomorrow because he wants this story to go away. Right. Oh, it's just all made up. Me and Dan, we're old buddies, They're protecting Dan. It's the sleaziest thing ownership in the NFL has done. Well, there's other things as sleazy. It's up amongst the most sleazy things they've ever done, protecting Dan from this.
Dude, yeah, and they're doing it at every turn. Even I think it was last week. And lead up to the Washington game, so 2 weeks ago, it was like not even a serious, just like a bullcrap question about the FedEx Field, Washington Stadium crapping on its customers. I asked that to Stephen Jones, and he took it real serious and just went a different way of like, no, we love them, respect them. And it's like, okay, this was not a serious question, and you went very serious with it.
Thank you much, gentlemen. Appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you, Brian. He is at Brian Broaddus for you Cowboys fans out there. A must follow on Twitter. We have a half-a-halfer coming up here. Wolchuk has 2 Cowboy stories. We'll close it with the rim session. So much going on around the association, and we're back with it here on The Fan.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk has a couple of Cowboys topics for you to get through, and then we're going to hit a rim session. The very latest out of the NBA is the Mavs are 6 nights away now from opening night against the Phoenix Suns. Here they are, Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Thank you very much. Let's break into some Cowboys, and I do have some statistical takeaways for you as we head into this matchup with the Eagles. And we'll start with, let's talk about the quarterback position and how Dak's return could really elevate the Cowboys to be a true contender. And this is courtesy of Blogging the Boys. They're doing fantastic work over there. And you look at this offense right now, they're currently ranking 24th in points per game, 25th in EPA per play, and that's expected points added. 26th overall, according to Pro Football Focus's grading. And Cooper Rush, specifically, he's 27th in the NFL, passing yards per game, 22nd EPA per play, and 24th among all quarterbacks in PFF grading. So, not a slight against Cooper Rush. He's done exactly what the Cowboys need him to do. He's not turning the football over. He's delivered in some big moments, stepped up, and made some big throws. But Dak Prescott's QB1 of this football team. And you can have a debate if Dak Prescott is great or where he is amongst the hierarchy of quarterbacks, but there is no debate on who is a better quarterback between Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush. And if you want to argue that, slam your head against a wall. I don't know what the hell you're watching, because the numbers prove to you it's not even close. And if you turn on the film, it shows you it's not even close. Thank you, Cooper Rush, for keeping this team afloat and not losing the game.
Yeah.
But this team is riding a tremendous defense, a good running game, and very good special teams.
2 things, Wolchuk. Number 1, he's played even more boring than his interviews. Okay? And that's hard to do. Yeah. That really is hard to do.
I've heard about that time at Super Bowl Radio Row.
Oh, it was brutal. It was the worst interview we ever did. Second thing, you can't say, but Cooper's winning. Yeah, Dak won a buttload too last year. You know? It's not like, well, they got the lucky mojo going here with Cooper. Yeah, Dak won 12 games last year. You know, winning is what this team does, especially against the quality of competition they've been facing. Now, if they play the Eagles, whoop them. If Dak remains out until they go to Green Bay in Minnesota in mid-November and he whoops them with big stats like Dak did in 2016, then we might have something resembling an apples and apples comparison. But beating this level of team is all that Dak has done for 6 years. So you can't say Cooper Rush did it for 4 games and now he deserves to take the man's job.
No doubt. And I think the point is as the 214 says, who cares who's better? It's not like we have Tom Brady. Well, I mean, how great has Tom Brady been playing this year? And look, the point is, if you get Dak Prescott back and he is considerably better than what Cooper Rush has played, and you're able to get your offense
you've got to see
back into top 12 of the league, you're playing with house money. You are a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
And you might be in the conversation now, but there's question marks.
Where
your
are
offense is meh.
Where are they offensively right now?
They're the bottom 5 of the NFL.
Bottom 5 of the NFL. Okay. There's a sliding scale. Let's say you don't want to believe Dak is like a 10, a 9, or an 8. I'd be inclined to agree with you. Let's say he's a 6.5. What's Cooper Rush? A 3. Okay? On a scale of 1 to 10. You want to be more on the skeptical side of Dak and say maybe he's a 6. At worst, he's a 6. Okay? Cooper Rush is half of that.
Yeah.
He's gonna have you back in the top 10 offensively, and that's got to be exciting. Like, even if you're excited about what Cooper Rush has done, the possibility of it getting a lot better, if you can't acknowledge that, you're not paying very close attention. You're maybe a dug-in old Tony Romo person that's been lying in wait for a half decade, but something weird's going on. You're not actually paying attention to what's happening in the games or the supporting facts.
Yeah, no doubt. And yes, Dak has to protect the football. 100% he does. I get that. Because we're getting some texts about, if Dak turns the football over, we should slap the crap out of ourselves. That's on Dak.
Well, Cooper's thrown at least 1 pick every game, 2 picks every game. Jalen Hurts has done the same thing. He threw 3 interceptable balls against Arizona.
Absolutely.
Okay, so these things happen, and if the other team happens to catch them, it doesn't mean jack squat. Dak's turnover ratio is terrific throughout his entire career. It's been really, really good.
Now, the Cowboys' defensive line, though, special. 14 players were involved in the pass rush against the Rams. 10 posted at least 1 quarterback pressure. 5 posted a pass rush win rate above 20%. And 5 finished with a PFF pass rush grade above 70. They are incredible right now. And the average in week 5, 10.6 players were involved in the pass rush. 6 posted at least 1 quarterback pressure. And 1.5 posted a pass rush win rate above 25%. They've been fantastic.
Great defenses like this scramble quarterback brains. And I'm not talking about with a concussion. Okay, that would be vulgar. I'm talking about what it does to them seeing ghosts, to them not having enough time to let things develop. And we're talking about Tom Brady's, right? That's what this level of defense does to a Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. Just let that sink in. It is going to be a massive wake-up call for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles on Sunday.
Terrence Steele is playing good football right now, as he is among the best right tackles in football. He is allowing under 0.3 pressures allowed. He hasn't even allowed a full sack technically over the course of the entire season. He's got a 96.6 pass blocking efficiency win rate. The lowest is run block win rate. He's just under 68%, so that needs to improve a little bit. But in terms of pass blocking, Terrence Steele, one of the best right tackles in the sport, and you juxtapose that with La'el Collins. We talked about this yesterday. La'el Collins has not been very good.
I'll tell you what, one of my biggest concerns right there was the right tackle spot. And, he's played well. He really has. I kind of feel like just watching him play, he's been better at some of the run blocking stuff. But, this will be a good test for him this week. But every week he's played well enough. I mean, he had that one rough stretch where there were penalties and things like that. We were dealing with the false starts and stuff, and you're like going, okay, well, is this the beginning of the end for him? But he's rallied since that time, and he has done a nice job. And I think the fact that the tight ends over there too have helped him a little bit. Zach Martin being inside of him has helped, but he's not the liability that I thought he was going to be.
Now, we also have the roster power rankings heading into this week's matchup against the Eagles. And, they go through the top 10, but I want to highlight the top 3 real quick. If you had to give your top 3, I don't know what it would be, but this list is going with Tank at 3, Dorrance Armstrong at 2, Micah at 1, and I think that's pretty darn hard to argue with. Obviously, you need Cooper Rush to have a big game. He's on the outside of the top 3. And Osa Adigizua.
Top 3 on the entire team, Dorrance Armstrong?
Number 2. Yeah, he's number 2 entering this week with how he's been playing. And I think he deserves to be up there.
I mean, you block a punt and you have a strip sack in the same game, that's fine. But I think on a play-by-play basis, you're going to find several other members of this team who are playing better. I think that might be a little bit of results-based analysis. But hey, I'm not here to hate on Dorrance Armstrong. He's having himself a year.
He's been fantastic.
Tear him up, big fella.
Those big plays are going to be able to skew the numbers his way. I understand
that. And these are week-to-week rankings, so obviously he's getting a bump, no doubt. It's just heading into this matchup.
We'll give him some love then.
But he's getting the love. So Michael 1, Dorrance 2, and then Tank's going to be 3. Man. If you want to lower Dorrance, more than happy to do that. But I think after last week, what he did, he deserves that.
I'll tell you, the guy that's playing really well for you is Donovan Wilson. That's the guy that when he stepped in. I mean, he leads the team in tackles. He's always around the football. He's the one guy that, man, you throw him out there. I mean, even with Kearse coming back, they're like, hey, no, we need to keep this guy on the field.
All righty, the Astros and Mariners are in the midst of a little Game 2 action down there in Houston, and we're checking that out on the television over here. So I hope you are enjoying sports in whatever part of the world you're in. It is time now to talk a little association here. Some basketball, as Chiafalo is going to open up a rim session for us.
Yeah, let's go ahead, cut the lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snooze, or the adults are going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I got to join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
All right, we got a little preseason stuff going on. We mentioned the Russell Westbrook thing with the Lakers. That was on. That was out on full display last night. His disdain with everything that has to do with that team, that roster, those people. It's a ticking time bomb. Russell Westbrook and the Lakers are headed for imminent divorce, if you ask me. There was a viral clip of Ben Simmons, outside in Brooklyn taking jump shots.
Looked like a little fan fest at a park or something like that. All the stars were there.
Right. And then there's one video that goes around where Ben Simmons is taking a jump shot and he airballs it.
Yeah.
Out there
from
at the park.
12 feet.
Right. So not a good look for Ben Simmons, and he doesn't like the viral splashback that has come his way, where people are just, he's the butt of a lot of NBA jokes right now, obviously. Yeah. And so he says there was a clip of me airballing a shot at the park. Meanwhile, 10 guys airballed multiple shots. It's like people will find one clip and try to make that everything. Ben can't do this or that. Come on, man. You think I'm just airballing every shot? So he's hearing and seeing the noise, and I can imagine how frustrating that must be for him as he's trying to get his own confidence back. And you're like, gosh dang it, I can't even go to these team events and put up a shot right now. I can't risk any type of mistake because all my mistakes are viral. Tough place to be for old Ben.
He's a mess, and it's a tragic sports story at this point, but I do think people should keep in mind there's a mental health issue going on with him that's probably making the anxiety skyrocket.
100%. Yeah. This dude is feeling terrible at having to shoot the ball.
So we have Zach Lowe of ESPN. He puts together his league pass rankings. And if you're somebody like, I know Reginald Atatula, Brian Broaddus, think you might get into this, where you buy the NBA league pass, you can watch all 32 teams.
Yes.
So he ranks, which teams are the most watchable. Where are the Dallas Mavericks? Well, he's got them at number 10, the 10th most watchable team in the National Basketball Association. And obviously, Luka, that's a big reason why. But also, he talks about the addition of Christian Wood. And he also thinks that Josh Green, maybe, he's thinking he could possibly live up to the hype and the expectations. He loves the athleticism of a guy like Josh Green, and he is liking the buzz that he's hearing from training.
That would make it more fun. I think Christian Wood, a big man on the perimeter who just finds space and hits threes, makes it more fun. This team needs several passers in order to become an actually amazing team to watch. Like Golden State's ball movement and everything, it's still watch Luka isolate. And even with your best isolation players, if you're not going to go down the lane and dunk on 7-footers, it's only pretty good. You get amazing when the ball's flying around and alley-oops are going. You want to get as close to an all-star aesthetic as possible. And watching Luka isolate is fun for Mavs fans because it's efficient. It's a winning formula for them right now. But to me, that kind of basketball lulls me to sleep a little. Especially when it's a slower guy who's not dunking on people. I want you to go Ja Morant or LeBron or something if you're going to play like that.
And he does mention that, right? Luka walks the ball up and he runs a two-man game a lot, and that's why they're probably not higher on the list, because it can get to be a little bit boring at times. He has some other teams higher that we can get to in a moment.
Oh, did you get to? You're going to get to those teams?
Yeah.
Because me personally, I like to watch Minnesota play.
Minnesota's at 8
with Anthony Edwards because he'll slam it down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Carl
And
Anthony
now
Towns.
Gobert and
then
Towns.
and then I think the other one would be Memphis. Did you mention about Ja Morant?
They
the
gotta
way
be
he
ahead of
plays.
Mavs,
Yeah.
So
Memphis is 3.
New Orleans.
New Orleans is 5.
Okay.
That's fun.
Those
Yeah.
those are the 3 teams I would watch if I couldn't watch the Mavs.
Top 2. Let me see what you guys think about this. He's got Brooklyn at number 1.
Okay. Yeah, just because you're
curiosity?
Curiosity, and this could be amazing, awesome superstar basketball, or this could just be a train wreck.
Right.
Either way, entertainment. Right?
Sure. Kyrie is so smooth with the ball.
Kyrie, when he's on, Kyrie is still one of the most.
You got to watch close to
watch.
see everything he's doing
No
with the
question.
dribbles and the changing of direction.
You might not like some of the things he says and some of the stuff he does off the court, but when he's playing, he's still there's no question he's one of the best players on the planet. That's why he's so polarizing.
You got to tune in for Brooklyn's home court too. They always They always change it every night.
They do.
So that you don't know where you're playing. I mean, like, whoa, okay.
Well, and the Mavs are doing a new one too this year.
Yeah, I saw that. Looks neat.
It does.
Yeah, a little bit darker, the darker blue, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In regards to Kyrie, by the way, Stephen A. Smith said it's only a matter of time before he ends up a Laker. Like whether he gets traded in the middle of the season or next off season, like Kyrie's going to be a Laker. And then on the Zion thing, he actually like tweaked his ankle last night, and like everything seems to be fine. But like there was an ankle tweaking that immediately gets everybody perked up about him. And he's also on record saying that they're gonna see, like fans, NBA people, they're gonna see that my game has evolved. I'm gonna show the world things that I've had in my arsenal that I didn't show before.
Zion?
So he said, Zion is setting the stage for like, ooh, because the Pelicans with Zion, no question, top 5 watch. Without Zion, okay.
You know what's amazing and unstoppable with Zion, and I guess he lost 30 pounds. He's still like heavier and bigger by far than anybody.
He's huge.
You can't defend him.
Yeah.
You can't defend him.
And he's the most explosive dude on the court as well. Like it's insane.
Golden State's number 2. And by the way, today, Kevin Durant spoke out on the Draymond Green punch. He's saying he doesn't think that that's going to derail the Warriors this year. He thinks that they'll be fine.
Until he gets punched in the face.
Yeah, well, they asked him about like his situation with Draymond. He said, quote, that's not the same situation.
Not even close.
Yeah. Somebody got punched in the face. It's no comparison to that. It was just some words that I heard people say that happens a lot in the NBA. I had never seen nothing like that before. But what me and Draymond did a few years back, that I believe happens all the time. So it's easy to get through something like that, but I don't know what this situation is like. But then he went on to say that he thinks that it'll be okay, and it's probably because they have enough leadership on that team with Steph still.
Yeah.
That'll get figured out.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see him talk about that because of his perspective and how well he explained everything. I still want a final answer, like how often do fights happen, because it seems like half the guys are like, no, that never happens, and half the guys are like, oh yeah, that happens all the time. I think it's probably just unique experiences maybe that you assume is going on everywhere.
Generations. Like these old school basketball players, oh man, this happens all the time. Those guys, the analysts that are played in the league in the 90s, early 2000s, and today's guys like, oh no, this doesn't happen at all. This never happens. I think the thing though is funny when you get to these, when you have fight situations, NBA is such a small traveling party, smaller planes. You're always with, you're on the road. Football, you're with people, but you're not going out traveling.
You can get your space.
You could get your space. Basketball, you're on a East Coast trip, hitting Philadelphia, Boston, and Cleveland, and you're with these people all the time. You can't get away from them.
Yeah.
It makes it a little tough.
I can't even travel with my friends for a 3-day weekend without them getting on my nerves. Tell you what. We'll hit Cowboys Twitter. A lot was said after today's Cowboys practice. We'll get the best quotes, but there's a story regarding a Cowboys fan and an underwear nightmare, and Chia Follow has the details on that, I believe, coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7. 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Cowboys defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence was asked about Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts playing better this season. Has he played us? Responded Tank. All right, different teams run different schemes. All y'all need to write is he hasn't played the Cowboys yet, so we don't know how good he is. Wow, Tank in quite an entertaining mood here after the game. He is going to join us coming up at about 4:45 or 5 o'clock. We'll ask him about this. It looks like the reporters were annoying him with these questions about the Eagles. He says his chest is hurt, but I can't do anything about it. I'm a soldier. I ride. That's it. It's nothing like I have to get surgery for, so if I don't need surgery, then I'm going to stick it out and ride. So hopefully that doesn't bother him. CeeDee Lamb on Dak. I caught passes from him today. I'm waiting for him to get back. Until then, we're going to keep working and keep grinding. He looks healthy. Do you think he's close? Lamb said, I think so. He's shaking back and looking better than ever. Okay. Tank on the Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts. I think he knows his system better. I think he's making better reads and stuff like that, but I think there are still areas that he struggles in. So just attack those areas. Tank after several questions about Hurts. How about this? That's the last question I'm going to hear about Hurts. For real, though, because I really don't care.
All right, Dawson, you're gonna bring Tank in at 5:00 today. Do you have the balls to fire off by way of hello a Jalen Hurts question to DeMarcus Lawrence?
Yeah, I think I will ask him a Jalen Hurts question.
Okay, right out of the gates, it's like, thanks for your time. Now Jalen Hurts,
man, how awesome is this Jalen Hurts Tank?
Hurts guy.
Let's see if he's all professorial when he joins us. He's reflective and quiet. I think he likes being a showman in front of the crowd. I don't know. Maybe we can get this kind of energy out of him a little bit later on. Cooper Rush, thankful for Dak's support during his stretch. Quote, on the sidelines, he's bringing energy. That's just who he is as a person and leader. He's communicating with everyone. He obviously wants to play, and whenever he's ready, he will. Yeah, that was one of the takeaways from a lot of people today is that Dak is he's pretty anxious to get back in there. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. And yeah, set an appointment. Tank had been joining us at 5. Last week he did 4:45. It's just a matter of when they get to cut out up there at the Stars. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to entertain us. There's apparently a story of a Cowboys fan and some underwear that's going viral, Eric.
Yes, it is a G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call, and comes courtesy of Clarence Hill by way of Facebook. He saw he must be friends with somebody who lives in Oxnard. This comes from Oxnard, California, where the Cowboys obviously have their training camp. This is a Cowboys fan, and this really took off. Sean and RJ talked about it this morning. I will play you a little clip because Sean will get Sean's kind of perspective on this as well, but I'm curious what we would do in this scenario. And ultimately, I mean, we are 5 dudes, okay? So, I mean, I think it would be good to get some female perspective on this. So 877-881-1053. I want everybody texting in on it. And ladies, if ladies want to call in over the next 15, 20 minutes, feel free and share your thoughts on this particular conundrum that we are in. So here is how it reads. Cowboys fan on Facebook. This is yesterday. Clarence Hill screenshots it and tweets it out. Hides the guy's name, but he's like, this is salacious. Let's see what the people think. It's a great question. So here's how the Facebook post goes. He goes, I'm seriously considering leaving my girlfriend of 5 years. Okay.
It's a long relationship.
It's a long time to be in girlfriend zone. Okay. I'm assuming from a girlfriend standpoint, like, how long do you want to be the girlfriend? I don't know. He says, here's my dilemma. I was hanging out with her at a bar in Oxnard, maybe the Rudder Room, watching football this past weekend. Okay, definitely not the Rudder Room. No TVs.
No, there's no TVs.
At the
end, they had Major League Baseball on.
Yeah.
They had
right by the bar.
Yeah,
yes.
Like one tiny one, maybe?
Except
I don't recall
two
tiny
much.
Well,
two
we
TVs.
were inebriated.
Yeah,
so
that's a good
that's
call.
not surprising.
Two TVs, yeah.
The only thing I can confirm to you
they have
that
a jukebox
place
too.
Is the jukebox and then just the overall smell of urine, vomit.
That
and
smacks you in the face
fluids.
as soon as you walk in.
That's why you sit outside.
3 feet from even the front door, it's starting to hit you. So anyways, he says, we're at a bar hanging out in Oxnard. We're watching football over the weekend. At the end of our night, a guy came up to us. Imagine the balls on this guy. Asked if he could buy the underwear that she had on. So boyfriend and girlfriend are sitting down watching the sport. A guy walks up and says, hey, I would like to buy your underwear, lady, while she's sitting there having some drinks with her man.
Are these sexy panties?
Well, who knows? I mean, how could anybody know? So he says,
we got a little thong slippage.
Sight unseen, he's ready to buy them.
He's ready to buy. He says, I told him I was her boyfriend and that he needed to leave us alone, but she stopped me and asked how much he would pay. He said, I'll give you $100 right now. Girlfriend responds, make it $200 and you buy our next round of drinks. You got a deal. He says, okay. So my girlfriend goes off to the bathroom, leaving me with the guy. He tried to make small talk about football, but I just ignored him. My girlfriend came back, they make the exchange, and he left. I was so angry that I left too. It turned into a major fight. She said that I was no fun and I overreacted. She said it was $200 easy money. I can't believe that she doesn't see that it is disrespectful to me and to her. Is this a deal breaker? Cowboys Nation.
This sounds very familiar.
Well, this is not a throwback story of Walchuk in Oxnard. And this has...
I did have a Tolo tag myself, RJ, several of us, and asked if this was me while we were out there that did the asking of the underwear. And I cannot confirm nor deny.
Yeah. And to be fair, I can't confirm that this is not Walchuk.
So that's the $200 I gave you. You needed, huh? I could never figure that out.
Well, you were a great man that night, and you really just helped me in a pinch. Okay.
817, got to leave that woman. I don't think it's a lock that you got to leave that woman. There's some weird people out there with fetishes, and if $200 is a lot to you, like if that can pay rent, then maybe it's doable. I don't know how I'd react. I definitely want more money.
Yeah. Like she just goes immediately, like poor negotiation on her part.
Yeah, go to 1,000 maybe, and then settle for 500. I don't know what the number is.
I didn't know if was there. Like, first of all, just imagine like just being that guy and somebody's walking up. Like, kudos to the guy who's ballsy enough to do that though. Like, there is some respect to be had of like, wow,
yeah, he's very
I don't think
courageous.
that's the first time he's done that, by the way.
There's a very good chance that this is not a first-time offender situation.
Let me ask you this: does it matter how attractive the guy is? Because if it's freaking Brad Pitt,
you're less inclined to want to do it.
Yeah, I know she's gonna like put her phone number inside the drawers and be like, oh yeah,
Sharpie on the belt.
Yeah. I'm like, oh crap, it's the worst day ever. I just lost my girlfriend.
817 says wife material.
Please try to get half the money on the way out.
Entrepreneur says the 817. She's wife material. I did want to play just a little snippet of how Sharif acted this morning, and like sort of if this is his thoughts on the situation. Here's Sean from earlier today.
Now look, if you took a bottle, if someone came up and asked your girl for her underwear, if you took a bottle and smashed it over his head, I would not blame you. That is like really, really aggressive and invasive and disrespectful. Really disrespectful. Does it say anything about your girl? What does it say about your girl that she's willing to negotiate? Does it make her like a little skanky or does it make her smart? But if my wife is sitting there and she goes, okay, I'll be right back. And I know she's going to the bathroom to take off her underwear to bring it back and hand it to him. Man, I think I got to side with this guy on this one, man.
Okay. So wife going without consent is one thing. Like, it should be mutually agreed upon. And I think if you have a solid relationship, like, yeah, I have no problem. You have no problem with it. Get this $200. I don't think she should go if you're like putting up an objection, because that is. And then like if you do violence to the guy, I'm okay with that as well. I don't know about breaking a bottle over his head.
Right.
That might
Although that would be a
jail
badass
time
move by Sean to just like all of a sudden, boom, boom, bam, and just slap that bottle right over his little head.
Yeah, it'd be pretty badass. I could see being super disrespected by that and wanting to attack that dude.
And that's 100%. Why you Tolo turn it on, leave it on, Sean and RJ in the morning.
This is, there's no way. There's no way that I'm going with this, but then there's the idea of like,
I might. I need that $200. I like the fact that if my girl's like, hey, this is my boyfriend, get the bleep out of here. And hold on, honey. All right, I appreciate it. It's just your panties, right? Like get in the bathroom, just take them off. We need that $200, and we're getting free booze.
Yeah, if you really need the $200,
I'm comfortable in our relationship.
Okay, so you're cool with it, and then you're not going to sit around and wonder what's happening with those underwear for the rest of time. I mean, you would imagine, yes.
Yeah, he's a perv,
and especially like you say, like, hey, I would. Like, what's my price? Like, I would do it for more than $200, but like the more he's willing to pay, isn't that the weirder it actually is?
It's extremely
becomes
weird.
Now like you could almost think like maybe
some weird obsession.
For like
might be a stalker.
Yeah, for like $100, this might be like you'll for a bit you might spend $100. You're not spending $1,000 for a bit. Most people. So, like, if he goes up to 1,000, this dude's dead ball serious.
Well,
like,
now we're
this
opening
is
up.
No longer just maybe this guy is doing some kind of, like, his buddies are in the corner table over there, and they're just like, no way he's actually doing this, and this is just $100 bid.
Oh, just
if
a
he
bet?
goes up to $1,000, this dude means business, and he really desperately wants these undies.
Yeah. I mean, like, yes, there's a part of me that would probably be, wanting to fight initially. But I don't know. It depends on how he was a little bit aggressive and rude in the way he approached the situation.
For sure.
If somebody's nice and I don't know, there's definitely an OnlyFans for this. I'm sure he can probably go that way about it.
Yeah, like mail order undies.
Sales. Yeah.
I don't know how you approach that. Like maybe come up to the guy and be like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a few seconds? I don't want to disrespect you, but here's my deal. I got a really bad fetish, and I would really like your wife's underwear."
I mean, I guess that is. I
don't want to make a scene.
Be a gentleman.
But I got like $400 or $500 in it for you.
I got easy access the rest of the night, fellas.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't want to let her know, maybe you could just wait until here's my number. Wait till she takes them off when she gets home. And
maybe we should hear from the ladies on
I'll
this.
come by. That's a gateway to prostitution, says the 214. Cut her loose. I don't think that's it. You know, I just think that maybe the woman didn't understand exactly how freaky and weird the dude is.
Right.
You know, and she just thought it was funny and not some like depraved fetish that's being played out. 817, would she be intimate with him for $1 million? She doesn't value her relationship. That's a fact. She doesn't value the relationship. I think's a key in there. As you're objecting to it, she's running off for $200 and then blaming you. That's kind of like, is that gaslighting? Fair. That's wrong.
Yeah, and you have Lexi and Rowlett is chiming in on the fan text here, and I do want to get some female perspective on this, basically saying that the boyfriend didn't do anything, and she had every right to sell the panties, and the boyfriend is a spineless jerk, allegedly, according to Lexi and Rowlett. Dump him and get another boyfriend. So that is at least one female perspective. I would love to get the ladies' thoughts on this. I would definitely be I would be out. I would be out. I mean, deal breaker, a relationship breaker. I mean, if it's a wife situation, you might be a little bit too far gone, but it's still just your girlfriend, and you're dating her for 5 years. So you're serious. You're obviously at a place where you haven't fully committed to this chick anyway.
Right. And 469, I'm not trying to decide for the girl. That's a conversation we're going to have. If she's down, you know, then maybe we can have a conversation about this. I just like the fact that she had my back at first, but the way this went definitely turned bad.
She had your back, and then he had her tea backs. That's how that happened.
It's very true.
Where we at, Lush?
What's up?
You tell me.
I'm making that deal, Don. What are you talking about?
Are you taking the 100 initially? Because he comes up there and just offers 100. She countered.
We probably would have did some back and forth. Yeah, we would have got the 200, 250, 300 range. I have no problem with that.
Easy money,
I don't care what you do want to do with them nasty underwear. Matter of fact, you did me a favor. Now she's underwear-less, dog, for the rest of the day. Thank you, man. And yeah, this has happened to me in real life. Some dude came at my girl on Instagram about her drawers. Guess what? We put them in the little plastic bags. I helped her pack them joints.
Oh, I remember that.
Send them off.
Yeah, I remember that.
We made that bread, bro. We went to Cancun, fam.
Let's go.
What are you talking about? All inclusive. You have no problem with that. But at the same time, me and my girl have been together forever.
Sure.
So yeah, we have codes with each other. We like winking each other can tell what's going on.
Right. No, I get that. I mean, I do think there's a level of disrespect of like, she's sitting there with a guy. You know what I mean? It wasn't like you went over there and she was clearly like with her girlfriends or something. Like she's there with a guy. So immediately there is like some level of like territorial situation where like clearly you have no respect for me and you clearly think that even if I did react in a violent way, you could whoop my ass.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know. It does take a level of bravery or stupidity to approach a man like that. Maybe that was part of the thrill for the dude. I'm not sure. Okay, when we come back, Chia Follow, you want to continue this conversation? Or what would you like to do?
I would love to get some female perspective on this. So if any females want to chime in at 877-881-1053, I would love to take your calls on this. I think that would be spectacular. I also have Bleep Hole of the Week nominee. I got a Wanna Getaway Moment of the Week moment and Superstar Insights. All that's next right here on The Fan.
All righty, thank you.
money. Call Autoflex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time for Barry Church coming up in about 14 minutes. The former Cowboy safety is going to join us. The Tank Lawrence show in about an hour between 4:45 and 5 o'clock. So we got a big Thursday on tap for you. Here's Chiafalo with some more sports.
Okay, 877-881-1053. Got some fun things planned here, but also for any of the ladies that would like to chime in on that previous story about the gentleman that walked up to a couple in a bar and asked the female for her undies for a price of $200. Please chime in. We would love to get the female thoughts on that. 877-881-1053. I do have some really good sound of an NBA PA announcer having a little bit of a want to get away moment. But I do want to start with this week's Bleed Poll of the Week nominee. Congratulations to former Ohio State offensive tackle Kirk Barton and his associate Ken Stickney, who used improper and unauthorized access to Ohio State's internal football video system to expose team formation schemes and personnel changes on the website the duo co-founded, the Buckeye Scoop. And now they are in a bit of some trouble. So you have a former stud, like All-American lineman for Ohio State, was a grad assistant coach with them when Jim Tressel was there, and is now like part of the media and does things for their football team, has co-founded an Ohio State only sort of football website, but
like Farmers Only, but Ohio State only.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes. Okay. And then he ended up doing some nefarious things where he was basically, he gained access to Ohio State's internal practice video, and he had improper connection to a player on the team, and then he was basically lying and finding a way to get behind certain securities in order to access this stuff, and he was seeing practices that weren't privy to anybody outside of obviously just the team itself, and then he ended up being able to take that and putting it on his particular website, and now he's been found out for it. So I don't know what the deal was there, but and it also doesn't say like really how long it's been going on. But I mean, Ohio State's still been pretty dang good.
He probably had an access code. A lot of these things are DV Sport or other Exos is another one that they have. And if he was a graduate assistant, he probably had a passcode that he's able to use to get in. And they probably had not taken him off the list of people that have access to that thing. So I don't sneaking around. I don't know, but he just probably said, "Well, let me see if my old passcode works on this thing." And sure enough, that's what he was able to do.
Just mess up his own school like that, man. It's his own personal Spygate. But I think you're a schmuck if people know that you own this website and it's coming up on your website. You're kind of you're an idiot criminal.
Yeah.
Which is a policeman's
Everything
favorite
leads
criminal.
back to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Huge fail.
And I say that he is a member of the media. He was, and now he was just kind of doing the side thing. He's currently just a car salesman. So it all kind of adds up there. So thank you, Kirk Barton. You, sir, are this week's Bleed Poll of the Week nominee. We do have some superstar insights I'd like to address as well, but first I would like to play this sound. And the first part of this sound is shocking just because I just didn't even realize this. An NBA on TNT, like Charles Barkley and those guys, they'll play that game of like who he played for. Are you just as shocked as me to find out that DeAndre Jordan is a Nugget?
Yeah, I did not know that.
Holy smokes, huh?
Wouldn't have guessed he was still in the league.
How about Danny Green? You know who Danny Green plays for now?
Not the Sixers anymore?
Pacers.
Danny Green is a Grizzly, boys and girls.
Oh, wow. Big move for the Grizz.
How many teams is that now for Danny Green, I wonder?
5?
He's bounced. He's done some bouncing. Yeah. Absolutely. But this is that fun time of year where you're like, oh, yeah, the NBA does it better than anybody, where you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that guy in that uniform. And I guess that's how the PA announcer for the Nuggets felt when he was introducing the Nuggets starting 5 for their preseason game 2 nights ago. And, of course, it's DeAndre Jordan. He makes a little bit of a mistake here, and it's pretty comical.
And at center from Texas A&M, number 6, DeAndre Ayton! DeAndre Jordan.
Oh, no. Just correct that real quick.
Yeah, it was wishful thinking. Off-season plans didn't come together.
And
Got the wrong DeAndre.
There's a great reverb on it as well.
Yeah.
Like
that's a pretty cool presentation.
It is. Yeah,
it is. I like the voice and everything.
When you're getting the names correct.
DeAndre Jordan.
The reverb and the echo on Ayton there, where he has to like do this pregnant pause. He knew immediately he botched it, but he's got to wait for that reverb of Ayton to remove itself before he can barrel back in with the correction. And it's so funny because you hear or you see DeAndre Jordan in his face whenever he hears Ayton, like he's turning around, looking around.
When did we get DeAndre Ayton? Did the trade just happen?
Really? So that is definitely.
He was in preseason form too. It's okay.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
He's just got to warm up.
Yeah, even the PA guys are in preseason.
I did
form.
PA for women's college basketball one year, and about halfway through the first half of the first game, the coach came over to me and said, "Hey, you're calling the wrong numbers for the wrong team." He's like, "You're calling like number 10 for Montana State or whatever it was instead of Portland State." And I was like, "Oh, that's my bad." Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I was like calling the wrong girls' names, and I mean, good on them. They were hooping. You know, I got to know them a little bit better as the season went on.
Did they not provide you the rosters?
They did. They did. I was confused. It was bad.
Was this college, Dawson?
You know, I dropped out of like 4 different colleges, so that was like I don't know. I was 24, 25, something like that.
How many cocktails you have after that one?
Oh, probably 12. Yeah, I went right. Yeah, there was a bar right next door.
I feel your pain. I did that at a lacrosse game once, and the parents were not happy.
That is pretty damn good.
They were.
I'm like, why isn't the crowd reacting when I'm saying these names? You know, they should be cheering, but it just kind of got awkwardly silent. Thankfully, a coach saved me.
That's pretty good. I'm glad we haven't dug up the old tapes of my play-by-play class in college where I had to into my phone do some women's basketball for the UNT squad. Jeez. And back when we were at UNT, Walchuk and I did play a clip of that on our podcast because it was so brutal. Like, I am not the we need a play-by-play guy in a pinch. Like, don't call me. You can call Walchuk. He'll get you handled. But that was a tough sledding for your boy.
You think Bobby will find that? Bobby finds all.
Eric, that was like a personal thing Eric had. Maybe if he looks in the Nosebleed Seats podcast archives, he can find it. But when we make jokes about the pushes, that's in reference to that.
Yeah, I leaned heavy on that phrasing for some particular reason. I do want to throw this out there, though. Mike Tyson, he was on a podcast talking about how much money he's made just from biting the ear off of Evander Holyfield. Like the amount of money. So it cost him $3 million initially. For whatever type of damages.
Did he have to give up the purse of the fight or something like that?
Yeah, there was something that totaled to $3 million that he got dinged initially. But he says he says how he was fined $3 million.
Okay.
But he says he has made $30 million because of that though over the years. He says I make so much bleeping. He says, I make so much off some bleeping ears, man. Listen, I made so much money because I got fined $3 million for that. I might have made $30 million since that happened from that bite alone. From taking pictures, pretending I'm biting heads and all that bleep. Do you know how important that was for people? White people wanting me to bite their ear in pictures. And so he's been able to, and he sells these, he does his own legal marijuana stuff, and so he sells these edibles, and they're chocolate ears that are the exact awesome. Sort of rendition or whatever of the Holyfield ear. So he's selling like he says they're always sold out of those ears. So just that one moment where he gets fined $3 million over the life of his career, that has made him more money than just about anything.
Hey, I guess all publicity is good publicity.
Hey, you guys seen that Hulu's Undisputed Truth, Mike Tyson, the thing he didn't want us to watch?
No.
It's amazing.
Okay, so we should
really
watch it.
Good. Sorry, I say that respectfully, Mike. I don't want to watch it again, but I seen it just the first time. Make sure they didn't run anything past you, bro.
Yeah. An incredible story. I'm always up for Tyson content.
It's really good, man.
Put that on my list. All righty, that's 2 down, 3 to go here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Barry Church, the former Cowboy safety, is going to join us. You got Wooly Bully, and we are having Tank on in the next 35, 45 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because you could get hurt in an accident, not your fault, and you're going to want to get some help to make sure you do not settle. Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Of course, we are counting down to Cowboys-Eagles now, and to help us continue to do that is the former Cowboy safety, the great Barry Church, with us here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening from all around the world, I present to you number 42, Barry Church.
Yeah, sir. Let's get a proper intro for you, Barry. How the heck you doing?
I'm about to say, you can't extend the intro music there, man. I need that.
Yeah, that's my bad. I love it too. Okay, Bear. Let's talk about this, man. Like Cowboys and Eagles. Do you think the Cowboys are strong enough with Cooper Rush at quarterback to really go in there and get a win?
I'm gonna be honest, man. If they can go out there with this same type of game plan that they've been doing these past couple wins, which is, lean on the strength of your team, which is the ground game right now with Tony Pollard and Zeke, and that hellacious defense you have out there. If they can do that, win on first and second down, keep these third downs manageable for Cooper Rush out there, I think they can escape with a victory. Now, it's going to be tough because that's a lot easier said than done, especially with what the Eagles possess both offensively and defensively. But if they stick to that formula for winning, it's going to be a close one. But I can see the Cowboys getting a victory on Sunday.
Barry, how do you face or even start to talk about stopping a team that stresses you out so badly on offense? You look at it, you say, well, heck, we try and stop this. You have to stop that. How does the stress level of having to play against a team like this?
It's extremely stressful. I mean, like you said, because right now that team's the master of the RPO, and what that does is it strains your linebackers because it plays with their eyes. I mean, because they have so many different responsibilities. If they're aggressive on the run, Jalen Hurts can pull that thing out and throw a slant right behind them. If they're soft on the run and kind of play the pass, they'll hand it off to Miles Sanders, and he'll get 5 yards before, he's even touched out there. So it's extremely difficult offense, to go out there and prevent. But I think the Cowboys, they have the athletic guys on defense to be able to kind of slow play that RPO action and kind of force Jalen Hurts to hold it and either scramble with it or try to win with his arm. I think that's going to be the key for this defense for the Cowboys. They have got to force Jalen Hurts to either stay in the pocket or try to beat them with his arm. If he's able to do both, where he's running all around and extending plays, and he's able to hit, A.J. Brown out there or Devontae Smith, if he's able to do that, it's going to be a long afternoon for the Cowboys. But if they're able as a whole to kind of contain that man and force the Eagles to rely on his arm in order to beat the Cowboys, I feel like they have a better opportunity out there. But it's going to be a difficult one because, like I said, man, Hurts and Miles Sanders and the crew, they've mastered that RPO action. and they have guys on the outside that can do damage if you leave them one-on-one out there. So to me, it's going to be a tough matchup overall, but I feel like athletically, Dallas Cowboys have the defense to match up with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Barry Mother Effin Church with us here in the G-Bag Nation. And Barry, we've talked to you about this before. You were a part of a great defense in Jacksonville, and this defense is special. Every single week, they just seem to be getting better and better. They haven't allowed 20 points all year long. What you're seeing from this defense, how special can they be? Is it crazy to talk about them like a 2015 Broncos or a type of defense that can carry a team to a Super Bowl?
Not at all. And the reason I say that is, when you look at that front seven, when you look at that defensive line, it's not just, four guys that are just hellacious pass rushers out there that can get the job done. I mean, they come in waves. I mean, you look at the first wave, you got Micah Parsons and D-Law coming off the edge. Then you think, okay, those guys are taking a break. No, we can expand our offense. No, you got Dante Fowler, and then you got Doris Armstrong coming off the edge. And when those guys take a break, you got to look in the interior. You got Odiki Zua creating interior pressure. Neville Gallimore out there. You got Basham whenever he comes back from injury. I mean, these guys are extremely deep at the defensive line, and when they can get fresh guys rolling in, snap after snap after snap, and that offensive line is having to deal with these guys each and every play out there, it's tough. It's a tough task. So I look at that defense and I look at that front seven and I say, man, when you can roll guys in and out like that and not have a huge drop off in production, I mean, the sky's the limit for that defense. And playing in the secondary, when you got guys that can get after the quarterback like that as fast as they can, forcing that quarterback to make decisions before he's ready to, as a secondary player, you love that because that's when you see the overthrows, you see the tips, and that's where the defensive backs get a lot of their interceptions. So when you got opportunistic guys in the secondary like a Diggs or like a Malik Hooker out there, you love playing behind guys like that because they can just roll them in and out, and there's no drop-off in production out there. So this defense is definitely, it has the sky's the limit for these guys. I mean, they're playing at an extremely high level.
If there's been one critique, it's probably the run defense when you look at those numbers, and it specifically seems like it's on the edge, and maybe teams seem like they could run at Trayvon Diggs, and he's certainly stepped up and been better, when it comes to his physicality last week against the Rams. What have you seen, and do you think that, they're improving when it comes to defense and stopping the run, and that's an area that they can fix moving forward?
Yeah, I think they're improving a little bit here and there. They're taking strides to get better. Last year we seen it was up the gut where this defense was just getting gashed at, and right now they're seeming to be pretty good up the gut. It's kind of the edges now that are under attack, and when you see teams going at the edges, it's more than likely because Micah Parsons is out there. Like you can't run away from him because he has the speed to close the corner and chase the running back down. So they're running at him right now, and he'll get stronger. He'll get more stout, as he goes on in his NFL career. But like you said, that seems to be the weakness. They're hitting the edges on us right now in our corners. They're playing a lot of man-to-man, so their eyes are kind of focused on their wide receivers as well. So the edge is under attack right now, but, if anybody can get it straightened out, it is Dan Quinn. He's been able to get the most out of this defense and every one of his players out there. So I'm sure they'll have a game plan to make sure the edges don't get completely destroyed out there, because we know if you give Jalen Hurts that edge with a run pass opportunity, he can make your defense pay. So I would definitely love to see, these edges get contained and force that guy to make plays from the pocket.
Should they be using one of these safeties to spy Hurts on Sunday night?
I wouldn't do it on first and second down. I would not do it because if you got them guys down there in the spy, if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles and I see a Curse down there or a Wilson down there, I'm running the ball straight at them, because I'm using my offensive linemen to get to the second level. And as a defensive back, you're not going to want to take those offensive linemen on, down in and down out. You're going to want to avoid them. And when you avoid them, that creates a whole another hole for the running back to go through. So maybe on a third down situation where it's got to be a pass, I can have maybe Curse or Wilson or one of those safeties come down there and spy on them. But first and second down, I let the big boys go down there and do work. I let LVE and Barr handle that run game because as a safety, you don't want to see those big offensive linemen coming at you on that second level, down in and down out.
Now, Barry, of course, when you were a Cowboy, you had a pretty good safety group a couple of times. You and Sensabaugh were a really good combo, and you played with some other good players as well. But there's no doubt the organization views the position differently now. What do you think of that, and why do you think it is?
I think, this safety crew that they have right now, I mean, I would say it's definitely the deepest that, the Cowboys have had in an extremely long time, even past my time here. All three of those guys, to me, have the potential to be great safeties out there, and I love the way they use them. You know, it's like kind of a three safety package that they have out there. They let Curse, or they let Wilson roam around near the box, roam around the line of scrimmage, and do what they do best. And then you have the ultimate hole safety back there, Malik Hooker, who relishes and loves to be back in that third and making sure nothing gets over his head back there. And when I was playing, I felt like we all kind of had that, I won't say box safety mentality, but we all loved to be down by the line of scrimmage. So you never really had that whole safety back there roaming who was happy to be back there and doing all that stuff in the pass coverage. But they have that with Malik Hooker here, and you let Curse and you let Wilson do what they do best and react fast down there in the running game and in the quick passing game down there in the box. And those dudes, they're relishing every moment out there, and they're playing extremely good football. And all three of them are solid tacklers. I mean, if you go out there and look, anytime the run is broken off where he does get into the secondary, Malik Hooker does a great job of bringing them down. Curse, Wilson as well. They're great open field tacklers, and especially Wilson when you talk about bringing a thump. I mean, that guy, he brings the thump like none other. So they got a great trifecta of safeties right now, and they're using them to the best of their abilities.
Barry, I hate the mindset question, but I'm going to ask the mindset question here because because you have a quarterback. I'm talking about from a defensive perspective. You have a quarterback that's offensively challenged. Does it going into the game? Is it like, listen, guys, we know what's about to happen. We just can't let it happen. How does the defense approach the week when you know you have a quarterback that might be challenged for points?
It's tough when you talk about a secondary standpoint, because when you're looking at a guy like that who's challenged and who makes a lot of his plays, scrambling and ad-libbing and extending plays like that, it kind of makes it hard on the secondary, because you're thinking to yourself, man, all right, if we can keep this guy contained, we know he can throw at least one of them to us. All we got to do is keep him contained. But if he's able to go out there and extend plays, I don't care how good you are in the secondary, you can't guard these wide receivers forever. And it gets extremely frustrating when the guy's running around for 5-6 seconds, and then eventually, a receiver pops loose and he's able to hit him. So it's definitely a little bit frustrating going into a game like that. But when you got that front seven like the Dallas Cowboys have, they got to have trust in them that they'll be able to contain Jalen Hurts and force him to throw the ball like a traditional quarterback. And when you got that going on, I mean, I think these guys are going to feast on him if they're able to contain him, because, like you said, man, he's challenged when it comes to passing the football. And if you can keep him contained instead of extending plays, I think you have a great chance out there.
Former Cowboys safety Barry Mother Effin Church with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Barry, it is Eagles week. This is a big one on Sunday Night Football. Not a lot of people can say they've gotten to play in one of these games. You are one of them. What are the emotions like going to Philadelphia and playing in a primetime game, first place on the line against the Dirty Birds?
I mean, it's like a college atmosphere almost when you go out there. I mean, it's just they hate you, you hate them, and it's all good. Like, that you're going to get the worst of their fans when you go up there. But I'll always remember, man, when we went up there, I think it was 2014, and we went up there to close out the division. It was a Sunday night game, and the Eagles fans, they were giving us heck the entire time. Oh, the Cowboys suck, this, that, and the third. And I'm sitting there like, man, you know what, these Eagles, I mean, they just love Philadelphia. But then when we started winning, we ended up beating them. There was a fan back there that kept giving us all the noise, and he had a Randall Cunningham jersey on. So I look back after we won the game, like, where's this guy at? Man, he done took the Randall Cunningham jersey off, and he had an Emmitt Smith jersey on underneath. And I was just sitting there like, man, you guys are the most flip-floppy fans there are in the National Football League, man. So I'm glad we got the Cowboys fans down here representing well, but they give it to you hard when you go up there in Philadelphia, man. So it's definitely a college atmosphere, and you love to play in those type of games.
Barry, from a player standpoint, do you think there's really any considerable amount of players in there that feel like, oh, yeah, no, we need to stick with Rush here. Rush is our guy.
Nah, I mean, I think Dak has that locker room one. I mean, only if, Cooper Rush goes out here Sunday and he lights it up similar to that Minnesota Vikings game a year ago where he threw for 300-some yards and a couple touchdowns. Then I can see maybe a couple, players here and there might say, hey, you got to ride the momentum train. I can see that happening. But for the most part, man, I think Dak has this locker room, and it will be his team when he's ready to return.
Did you get annoyed as a player when the media would keep asking about a team or a player like this, like is happening with Jalen Hurts up there at the start of the day?
No, I didn't really get annoyed with it. I mean, you got to respect your opponents out there, and Jalen's playing extremely well through these first 5 games. So for me, you know, I never got annoyed with it. I was just happy that the media decided to come over and talk to me. You know, it was rare that they came over and had the camera on me. So I relish in every opportunity I got to speak to the media.
How many players you feel like that? That they're like, cool, the media's here to talk to me now. Finally, man, I've been waiting for this.
Oh, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of players that feel that way. I mean, because when you go in there, you know they're going to talk to the stars. And, you know, when I was a part of the team, it was always the Dezes, the Romos, the Wittens, the DeMarco Murrays of the world that got all the attention. And, you know, every now and then I'll get a local guy coming through and talk to me for a little bit. But, you know, you love those opportunities when, you know, the media decides, hey, let me go talk to Church, or let me go talk to one of these special teams guys over there, because you don't really get that opportunity like the stars of the team do. So it's definitely a good feeling when you guys got come over there and talk to some of the special teams players, some of the lower end players.
Barry, one of the stories in the NFL today is Washington owner Daniel Snyder saying he has dirt on other owners, including Jerry Jones. There's no dirt out there on Jerry, is there?
I don't know. I have no idea, man. I have no idea what's going on over there. I mean, the man says he got proof over there. I'm like, man, well, what's going on? You know, I like to hear what's going on, but I have no idea what they got going on. And, you know, hopefully he doesn't have any dirt on Mr. Jones out there, but who knows, man? Who knows? The billionaires, man, who knows?
Right.
Now, we did get a text in from one of our Tolo listeners. Now, I don't know if maybe you've ever had some family that's gone to watch you play in Philadelphia, Barry, but they want to know if there's any advice for a fan that might be going to watch the Cowboys play in Philly on Sunday night that you would have.
Oh, don't wear a Cowboys jersey. You know, maybe wear, you know, a hoodie or something like that. But, man, my grandfather wore my jersey up there a couple years back, and he was, you know, 60 years old or 70, he was about 65 years old when we went up there. And, you know, these guys were trying to fight him up there in Philadelphia just because he had a church jersey on, man. So any the advice I would give, don't let your family members go up there with a specific Cowboys jersey on. Maybe a T-shirt, maybe a hoodie, but I mean, they'll fight you. My grandfather was 65, and he wasn't having no parts of it either. He was giving the fisticuffs if they wanted it, but I mean, those guys they're reckless up there, man. It's definitely don't wear a Cowboys jersey. Wear a hoodie or a T-shirt.
Yeah, Barry, I said yesterday there's no better place in the league to win as a visiting team. Is there? I mean, I know you were in the AFC there for a bit. Is Philadelphia the one place that you really, as a player, you enjoy winning against them? Just because that fan base? Yeah.
Oh, you love it. I mean, you relish it because, like I said, the entire time they're talking noise to you, and you really can't say nothing back to them. But as soon as you get the upper hand, or as soon as you win the ball game, I mean, you can hear a pin drop in there, and it's outstanding. Just the feeling to make the crowd just quiet off of your playoff out there, man. So there's no better place to win than Philadelphia, man. Especially with their fans talking all type of noise, man. It's a fun experience out there, and I hope the Cowboys get to experience this Sunday.
Think they will?
Ooh, man. If I'm being honest, man, I'm gonna catch flack for this, but I think Philadelphia pulls it off, man. Well, I think Philadelphia pulls it off. I don't know a score, but it's going to be tough for the Cowboys to get a dub up at the Link this week.
It is a great matchup, and it's on the road. I don't think there's any shame in that, Barry. We appreciate your insights as always, man. Have a great weekend.
Wow, thanks, man. Thanks for having me on the show.
There he goes, the great Barry Church here on 105.3 The Fan. Always a terrific interview. Salute to you, sir. Ask Barry about the underwear question.
Definitely thought about it. Definitely thought
about it. Would have had a good answer.
I was very, very close, but I didn't. I didn't want to.
There's a lot to explain.
There's a lot to explain. Yeah. Maybe I'll ask Tank.
Okay. All right. There's a good tease.
No chance I'm asking Tank. You guys out of your minds?
Barry would have had a good answer. Tank probably would be a little
I couldn't
offended.
even get Broadus to answer. What do you think? I'm going to get Tank to answer?
Tank didn't like the whitey-tighty question.
Broadus, stay away from that friggin' question. I'm like anything I've ever seen before. Whatever a magnet is, Broadus was the exact opposite of that for that topic.
I wasn't.
He was silent.
I was fascinated by the conversation you guys were having, and then Lucius chimed in. I was like, going, there you go.
Had to rope him into that one too.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Where are we headed with that, sir?
It is Eagles Week. Top 10 Cowboys, Eagles moments of all time. Let's take a stroll down memory lane next on The Fan.
Let's go watch the game at Twin Peaks. Welcome back, Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 here with the Wooly Bully. Segment's brought to you by Flagtober. Go to 105throughthefan.com/Flagtober to order your 2022 G-Bag Nation flag. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here he is, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. I want to know, 877-881-1053 via the truckwreck.com text line, the YouTube, and the Twolos as well. What's your favorite Eagles, Cowboys memories? I've got the top 10 Cowboys, Eagles moments of all time. I would say I did love the 3-touchdown Dez Bryant Sunday Night Football game in 2014 when they just kill the Eagles on Sunday Night Football. Dez being for life, throw up the X. And that was brilliant. The wild card shutout victory in the 2009 playoffs was also awesome.
That was epic.
Yeah, those would probably be the top two for me. And then also I'd say number 3 would be that Randall Williams onside kick where the Eagles did it in the pickle juice game, if you remember. They went for the onside kick, and then they tried to do it again several years later. Randall Williams, I believe, caught it, ran it back for a touchdown. Cowboys ended up winning that one. So those are ones that stand out. But go ahead and text in your favorite memories. Oh, the helmet list, Jason Witten running from the 5.75.
Hey, how about Dak Prescott leading the Cowboys over the Eagles in OT here in Dallas? Shout out to my man Ted Nichols Payne. He had me all around that place.
Oh, really?
That night, that was amazing. Shout out to you, bro. Love you.
Salute. Oh, was that Amari Cooper?
I was Amari.
Yeah, because he had some monster games. I mean, the Zeke. I mean, I know the Jason Witten helmet off is probably one of the single most legendary. I mean, they have that up in the Star, right? They got a big mural of that in the Star.
Yeah.
Jason Witten with his helmet off, or at least they did. I don't know if they still do, but the Zeke hurdle. Right? Didn't Zeke have a really nice hurdle over an eagle?
And then the turf monster, I think, got him.
Yeah, but the front end hurdle made it to where we don't even remember the turf monster until I didn't even remember the turf monster portion of that.
Could have scored on the play.
Yeah, there's a couple in my mind. The first one is Amari Cooper telling Dak, listen, we got to take it downfield, right? And Scott Linehan was trying to make him just run the play, and finally, Amari Cooper came in and was like, that's not how we do it, man. They're giving us this thing over the top. So Dak threw it, and it was a huge play. I loved that one. But it was also week 17 of the 2016 season where Tony Romo came in for his final drive. And how could you forget that, man? That's epic.
Terrence Williams for a touchdown.
Yeah. Oh, there was more meat on that bone. Very, very sad. And I think Emmitt Smith had a record, like some type of rushing record that happened. Maybe like a single game rushing record versus the Eagles. Need to look up and see how much it was. But I think Emmett has like one of these like 250-yard rushing games versus the Eagles.
He did have an awesome game in the rain in their back-to-back championship run that I remember. And I think that was his first game back, maybe week 3 after he had sat out the first 2 games. And he was like, sorry, I got back into the season a little bit late. But then he ran all over the Eagles. If some people are texting in the George Teague TO and then Emmitt Smith, that was against the Niners. That was not against the Eagles.
I like the people texting in the Nooch game.
Oh,
jeez.
That was unfortunately a Sunday night game as well.
So I got the top 10, and this is courtesy of CBS Sports. Brian DiArdo put together the top 10 Cowboys-Eagles moments of all time. Number 10, and I wonder how many of these, Broadus, you were either a part of or can just
Can I
rattle
give you
off.
my favorite memory?
Please, I was waiting for you to jump in here.
In 1980, I was at a game at Texas Stadium, and Harold Carmichael had a consecutive game catch streak of 127 games.
Impressive.
And he went up for a ball on the sidelines, and Dennis Thurman hit him so hard it knocked him underneath the Philadelphia bench. Carmichael didn't catch a ball the rest of the day, and his streak was ended at 127 games.
Yeah, I love that.
That's amazing.
Whenever they were allowed to really hit people, right?
Oh, no, he took a run.
Where these players, these wide receivers actually had a reason to be a little bit scared.
He took a run right at him and just exploded right into his ribs, and he didn't play the rest of the game. And Harold Carmichael was a great player for the Eagles at that time. Him and Ron Jaworski, they had a good team.
Jaws.
But that was
I miss Jaws.
One of my favorite.
Too.
If you're a Cowboy fan, you hate load left. You remember when they went for it on fourth down?
Fourth and a foot. It was fourth and a ding-a-ling.
Yeah. Went twice.
Yeah.
What? Fourth and a what?
Fourth and a ding-a-ling. That's what Dion said.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
How long was it?
It was a yard. They needed a yard.
They needed a yard?
Yeah, they needed a yard.
Okay.
That'll probably make an appearance here. So number 10.
Dion bragging out here.
It was like 4th and 27.
Oh, yes. Number 10 is the Eagles beating the Cowboys in the first ever meeting in 1960. Not really fair. Cowboys just trying to get themselves off the ground here. Yeah. The Cowboys did try and get back into this thing. They were only down 13-6 at half, and they made it a 1-point game in the third quarter. They had an Eddie LeBera and Frank Clark 75-yard touchdown connection, but the Eagles did end up winning that one. Number 9, Cowboys got their first victory over the Eagles finally. That was the following year in 1962. It was 2 years later in 1962.
Boring.
Under Tom Landry.
Don't give us a history lesson. Give us something amazing.
Number 8,
Chuck.
well, this is just the list, Gavin, just going by the list.
Okay.
Number 8, 1979, Eagles snapped the 8-game losing skid against the Cowboys after the Cowboys had owned them for a while, and then in 79, the Eagles clapped back. Number 7, we have the pickle juice game. Now, that one, I think we all remember. Broadus, you were a part of that one, that pickle juice game.
I took the L that day.
Yeah, that one fun. 2000 at Texas Stadium. I believe Troy Aikman was also knocked out that day.
He was, and then also Joey Galloway blew out his knee.
Oh, gosh, yeah, after you traded 2 first-round picks for him. What the hell are we doing? Number 6, Cowboys get revenge on the Eagles during their final championship run in 1995 in the playoffs. They go 12-4, and then divisional round end up being able to beat the Eagles. Emmitt Smith ended up having 99 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Cowboys end up beating the Green Bay Packers, go on to beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Number 5, oh, man. Eagles end up beating the Cowboys to clinch a playoff spot in 2005. That was a big T.O. game where he does the whole partying in the star, but this was like the helmet.
Yeah.
The corner of the end zone, the helmet and the star.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, that one was gross.
By the way, people have informed me it was 237 yards for Emmitt on a Monday night. It was like Halloween night, and it was in the rain, Walchuk. So, shout out to the texters who made that happen.
So it was the same game I was thinking of?
I think it was the same game.
Hell yeah,
it was
okay.
the same game.
That's what we're talking about. Oh, and we got a text from the 623, that Roy Williams pick 6 on Monday Night Football when they came back to win, which was a shocker. I don't know how they were able to do this. And Roy Williams, who did not get a lot of pick 6s.
No.
But he was able to get a pick 6 on Don McNabb. Number 4, Cowboys get revenge while ending a long playoff drought in 2009.
Here we go, Wolchuk.
Yes.
Okay, some Cowboys glory.
So this was back-to-back shutouts, right?
Yes.
They ended the season in 2009 with the shutout victory, and then they run it back following week. Eagles come back to AT&T Stadium, and what do? They say, go bleep yourself, Shady McCoy, Deshaun Jackson. Tony Romo gets the monkey off his back, and the Cowboys get that playoff victory before they go to Minnesota.
That's like hitting somebody with a clothesline finishing move and then climbing the top rope and hitting them with the splash or the leg or something. That was glorious.
That was pretty dang spectacular.
214 Wolchuk doesn't like Gavin. I've been picking up on that as well, 214.
Oh, I
be
love
honest
Gavin,
with you.
okay? I just had to get into the list. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't make the list.
405 Dawson, let the man read the damn list. That's my bad.
I wish that this was all Cowboys, too. I do agree with that. If I could fix it and just make it an all Cowboys list, they would.
It is tough. Over the years of Wolchuk's doing these lists, sometimes I want to get upset at the messenger here, and that's all Wolchuk is,
Just a messenger.
Every once in a while, he'll bust out his own list that he puts together himself, and then we can just beat the hell out of him.
And that's fair. You can beat the crap out of me. I accept that. And you still can. I own that. Number 3, another good Cowboys one. They get their first playoff win over the Eagles, going to their first Super Bowl in 1992. Broadus, you remember this one?
Yes.
34-10.
Yes.
Cowboys
No doubt about
beat the
it.
Eagles.
Yes.
You want to tell us about that? Tales from Brian Broadus?
It's like,
No?
Broadus is like, hey, don't make me pull out every detail
Number 2, here's the stop. This is the one you were talking about.
Yeah,
Barry Switzer
Yeah.
decides to go for it on 4th down. Load left. Let's go twice. Cowboys, 4th and 1 situation against the Eagles. They faced off late in 1995. Cowboys their own 29-yard line.
Yes.
And they say, all right.
Minute, like 14 left in the game.
I'm going to give the ball to Emmitt Smith. And, the Eagles stuffed the Cowboys twice. And number 1 is the Eagles, unfortunately, knocking off the Cowboys in their first and only NFC Championship game showdown between the two teams.
1980.
In 1981.
You could have jumbled this list around.
Yeah.
To not have them win in the home of the Cowboys.
But I still say number 1 is Des Bryant.
No, I'll go
3 touchdowns.
Des Bryant for sure. Drew Pearson's speech also.
Yeah, man.
At the draft. Says David from Hazlitt.
Yeah. Nice
Long
work,
time
David.
Tolo.
Oh, Drew Pearson audio is fantastic. We should play that tomorrow just to get everybody fired up.
It is true. Flagtober is live at 105thedefan.com/Flagtober. 2 amazing collectible flags to choose from. $25. We'll send it anywhere in North America. We'll get get Tank's thoughts on playing the Eagles and everything going on with his injury and stuff like that. Get the updates for you next year on The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though. I love D&M Leasing. I know you're going to love them.
Autoflex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
Boomer Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Caray, Stafford detenido detrás de la llama. ¡Balón suelto! ¡Balón suelto! Recuperan los Vaqueros. Ahí está la 10, la 5. ¡Anotación de los Vaqueros! Y es Marcus Lawrence. Le arrebataron el balón ahí a Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, that's the Spanish call from our guy Victor Villalba, who will join you tomorrow, the Spanish voice of the Cowboys, calling Tank's touchdown against the Rams. It is time for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What up, fellas? How we doing?
We're doing great. The Spanish calls are fun, aren't they? You retweeted that yesterday, didn't you?
Oh, most definitely, man. The Spanish commentators be having so much character and energy into their commentating. It's just fun to listen to.
Yeah, it is. We had a blast listening to a bunch of those cuts, and congrats on another touchdown, by the way. You got the job done. How'd it feel?
It felt great. Definitely to start off the game with that type of energy, putting their offense in a, backed up situation to where they have to score to, match our intensity. So, just gave us more opportunities to, get after the quarterback and, play the game that we want to play.
Yeah, so great job. It's amazing to be 4-1. Now, I do have to ask you about something. It looks like from some of these quotes, we weren't there at the start today, but it looks like from some of these quotes, you got annoyed with the reporters asking all these questions about the Eagles and Jalen Hurts today. Is that about how that went?
Oh, yeah. Man, they can be, overly aggressive, talking about the same thing over and over, and, I ain't got time for it.
I love it. And you're pretty confident it's not that big of a deal, right? Or they got to beat you guys in order to prove that they're really something. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. We just take it 1 week at a time. We're not trying to count the chickens before they hatch. So, it's just really about competing. We know we're going to go out there and compete. We know they're going to come and compete. But it's all about, who gets the job done at the end.
Hey, Tank, I want to ask you about your touchdown, though, the other night or the other afternoon. And did you have a celebration in mind when you broke free and you saw the end zone? I mean, it was an impressive spike, by the way, the athletic ability that you showed to elevate and then spike the ball your way. Did you have an idea what you wanted to do as you were running in, or is that your standard spike every time we see you score now?
No, I didn't have an idea. Didn't even have an idea that I was going to score, but, once I got into the end zone, it was like, all right, like, think about it. Like, if you start running around and doing too much, you have to get back on the field because this was a defensive score. So,
catch your breath.
Yeah, so I was just like, all right, bet. I'm going to just spike it, go to the bench, sit down, recoup, and, get ready to go for the next drive.
Well, D.A. Dorrance Armstrong helped tee up for that touchdown, and he certainly had a big year. He came off a big year last year, but you're all eating along that defensive front. But what have you seen specifically from Dorrance as he's grown along his entire career playing alongside you?
Yeah, just the elevation of his game from, where he was to now. His communication is off the charts. He understands the game plan. He understands how to communicate throughout the D-line, and it's just making it more comfortable for all of us up front to have, those type of guys around us that we can, communicate freely and make adjustments.
DeMarcus, is this some of the most fun you've really ever had playing football? Like in your career, is this the most fun you've had?
Oh yeah, hands down. Just feel like, it's just a lot of guys in our room that are so equipped and understand football that our communication is at an all-time high. Personally for me, and just being able to play with that type of communication just makes the game so much easier.
What's the craziest thing somebody said to you at a game in Philly?
I don't really pay attention to the noise. I hear the noise, but they ain't nothing but fuel to the fire. So, people in Philly always talking crazy, man. It's all up.
Now, it sounds like from the sounds of the sideline, it was outstanding this week how DallasCowboys.com does that. They were rolling when you were talking to Micah about how you guys could counter what the Rams were doing, and you said we could run a slide. And it's great audio of you guys like getting together and talking on the sideline. Do you like having those cameras and mics down there?
I mean, it's not necessary. I'm not doing it for clout or attention. I'm doing it, to help me and my teammates be on the same page. So I can care less, to be honest. But also, what y'all know about a slide, man? Like,
okay, yeah, I was wondering if you could.
Supposed to be knowing that type of info.
I've heard stunts. I've heard games. What's going on with the slide now?
Yeah, man. Just letting them know slides coming to us, and that's about it.
Is that the sliding the line your way?
Yeah, right. Sliding the line our way.
There you go. I figured that was the case. Yeah, I was going to ask you though, Tank. You've matched up against Lane Johnson a lot throughout your career. Is it one of those things where you go into a game kind of having a plan about how you're going to attack him? Or is it like, man, this guy's seen me so much, I got to kind of come up with some different ideas along the way? Because you've had some good success against him.
Yeah, I think it's really about, staying true to who you are. Don't try to, make up stuff in the middle of the week. And just being able to stay true to who you are, your game plan, and the way you play, should cover you and, keep you having success out there.
How much conversation between you and the other pass rushers have y'all had over the last couple of weeks? These softy roughing the passer calls going down.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it in depth, but just want to reiterate on what Chris Jones said about the situation. I feel like it'll be good for us to review it, make sure we have clarity on it before we make a decision.
So, Tank, you're a married man, and I'm one of the only single individuals on our show here. So I'm out there, in the dating world, and we had a conversation on our show about one of the stresses is you got to pick a restaurant on a first date. Okay, so I wonder in your dating life pre-marriage, what advice would you have? Like, what's a go-to on a first date, restaurant-wise, or maybe not even go to dinner somewhere? What advice would you have?
Yeah. I say personally, like, figure out the person that you're trying to date, their personality, their likes, dislikes, because you don't want to sit there and go spend no money and then you're like, oh, I ain't even like this restaurant, I don't even like this food, like, so that's just going to hurt your pockets and hurt your feelings. But, just figure out, who you're dating, their personality, their dislikes and, likes.
Yeah, Dak said no Korean barbecue when we were out there in Oxnard with him. Did you have a similar bad Korean barbecue experience? I think it's like the quantity of food. Dak was like, man, you don't want to go that route.
Shoot, I mean, the last Korean barbecue I went to, it was a good experience. They let you cook your own food in front of you, have a little family time and stuff. So I think it's pretty cool.
How's the injury? You got a chest injury? How's that coming along? We good?
Yeah, we solid.
Tank, speaking of the Korean barbecue stuff, how about hibachi style? Like the hibachi meal is a meal that you have to be at least with one person. Like I'm a guy, I can do stuff by myself. I'll see a movie by myself. I'll go eat somewhere by myself. But like a hibachi restaurant, right? Like you gotta at least have one person with you. You can't do that hibachi style eating by yourself, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely. You gotta have multiple people with you. You doing hibachi style, you basically paying for the whole table. So you don't want to just sit there and ain't nobody sitting with you.
A question about the nickname stuff, because obviously Tank is a kick-ass nickname. I know you at one point nicknamed when he was a rookie Tristan Hill Fat Winnie the Pooh. I'm just curious if that thing stuck or not.
Nah, that never happened. Tristan, I'm a hot boy. Mad love for him, mad respect. But I don't know where y'all get no Fat Winnie the Pooh from.
I'm not making it up. But it's been some years, and you've certainly slept since then, and you've had some bone-crushing hits since then, so it makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of the nicknames, are the Hot Boys still alive? Are you bringing it back here?
Oh, we never left. I know seasons were different, where we wasn't elevated, to the point that we are now, but we back in full effect.
Can we get some more T-shirts? I got one of those Black Cat T-shirts, by the way. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely.
Right on. Now, Tank, final question here. I don't know if you've heard anything about this, but they're saying Jalen Hurts has greatly improved this year. What do you think about that?
Yeah. It's all over the film. Way he communicates with his offense. the way that he's making progress in the passing game and the running game, and he's not making as many mistakes as he was last year. So I feel like his game has improved, but it's still the fact of the matter is he still has to face us.
I love it, man. Give him hell up there for 60 minutes. We'll be pulling for you.
Ain't no other way, boys.
Let's go. Tank Lawrence with you every Thursday right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. That was a fun one. Salute to Tank. He's feeling it a little bit. 105.3thefan.com/Flagtober if you'd like to pick up your 2022 flag, okay? If you ever thought it was possible Cowboys ownership could change, you got to be paying close attention to this Daniel Snyder story. We'll give you the deets next, The Fan.
Text away. MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day out there. Thanks for making us part of it. This is a Seth Wickersham, Don Van Natta report. And if I hear that these days and I'm Jerry Jones, I'm starting to get some PTSD symptoms. You know, I'm having some visceral reactions to hearing those two names because they got sources. Boy, they'll figure stuff out. They get people to talk. It's like Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta have bugs across NFL headquarters around the league with some of the stories they tell. So they're talking about what is keeping Dan Snyder in power and in the NFL. Let's talk about it. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup here at Master Control 75 in Fitzhugh. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Yeah, it does. If you sit and look at it, the NFL seems so sleazy for this. I can't believe they're getting away with it to this extent. Like, all of the cancel culture stuff for sexual harassment that's gone on over the last 5 years, and here we are just like, oh, yeah, well, it's the NFL, but they're protecting Dan Snyder the way they have really over the last 2 years. Some of the grossest stuff they've done. You know, the Mavs were embroiled in controversy. Teams have been sold, and the NFL is protecting these guys. You know, Mark Cuban took a baptism in fire because he didn't fire Pants DJ. They're like, how could you have possibly known this was going on? And Mark's like, oh, our bad. We'll hire Cent Marshall to hopefully get our act together. Meanwhile, the NFL is openly and brazenly covering for Daniel Snyder, who's probably done worse than all these people that have been canceled.
Are they covering for Dan Snyder, or are they covering their own asses?
See, boom. Yes.
Because that's what this is starting to feel like, where they know he's got so much on me and us, so I have to protect him in order to protect me. I think they would love to hang Dan Snyder out to dry, but they know that the skeletons in their closet are pretty dirty as well, and Dan is alleging that he knows all of them, and he's hired private investigators to follow him. I mean, imagine to have the bleep you money you can just buy yourself out of any problem. That's what he's done.
Well, that's what all the owners have. Right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And it jams me up so much, especially 3 days after we have to hear about how Devontae Adams pushing a guy should get this guy locked up. We should have charges pressed. If this happened in public, that's assault. Meanwhile, the NFL and their owners are covering up a long pattern of absolutely reprehensible behavior. So if you're unfamiliar with the story, Snyder stole money from the owners through accounting tricks. They haven't acted tough against him for that, and he's being investigated for horrible sexual harassment and illegal workplace violations. But this story right here is like the best explanation of why he's still in power. And maybe it tears open a hornet's nest. Probably not. You know, probably not. To be honest, you know, people that want to change at the top of the Cowboys, though, this is the chance that you have for it. And there's a lot of Jerry Jones reporting in here, so the story is fascinating. For the record, I don't believe it would happen. You know, I've seen other owners being chased out, but I just can't imagine that because of how the NFL is so in bed with a lot of their media partners, like you just couldn't get enough momentum going. You can see the silence, the collective silence from the reporters on this. You know, they're willing to go after Brett Favre in these really epic rants, you know, that you see on TV or read about. You know, I think the silence here says a lot, and in a way, the media is complicit, I believe, for allowing this to continue. But this is how the story opens up. Daniel Snyder does this thing when he feels corner, say those who know him well. He paces in a hotel suite or on his super yacht or at Riverview, his $48 million Virginia estate. Cradles a drink in one hand and tells members of his inner circle about the dirt he's accumulated on fellow owners, coaches, executives, even his own employees. All the stuff he's learned from other sources, including private investigative firms. He never exactly says what he knows, only that in his 23 years as owner of the Commanders, he knows a lot. And that in the zero-sum world of billionaires, this is how you survive. Snyder recently told a close associate that he has gathered enough secrets to blow up several NFL owners and the league office and even Commissioner Roger Goodell. They can't bleep with me, he has said privately. And that quote right there, they can't bleep with me, is the thing that's going most viral. And memes are flying all over NFL Twitter. So I don't question what Don Van Natta is reporting.
Don Van Natta bleeping around.
Yeah,
that's what they call him.
Yeah.
That dude's dead balls on every time.
Yeah, he's dotting his I's and crossing his T's. That's 100%.
Yeah, he didn't start this story 2 days ago and fart out the article. He's been on this thing for a while.
Once this thing's published, and Don's made sure he's fact-checked everything. And I think the other part of this is the fact that, he's got a book on Jerry Jones, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also got, Jerry was his friend and mentor, and I think that's also just bizarre. It's like, Jerry took him under his wing and helped him, learn the business, but yet I'm also just going to keep a book on you. But that also goes to show you what we've kind of been wondering the whole time, right? Like the NFL can vote to remove an owner, especially once we found out that there was evidence of Dan Snyder messing with their money.
Yeah.
Like I thought that would be the final straw. Don't mess with the other owner's pockets.
Yeah.
But then they didn't do anything.
$115 million, I think, is what he got off of them.
But then they still didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And that does go to show you that everything that Don Van Natta has found here
It's a smoking gun.
Is accurate.
Jerry's probably going to come on the Fan tomorrow and say, no, me and Dan are great.
Yeah.
And which to me kind of confirms. There's a story out, this guy's gathering evidence, and Jerry's just like his beefs with Jim. He's going to be like, oh, no, we're fine. He's going to do what's good for business. That's what he does.
And it's the owners, but it's apparently like Goodell as well. Like he thinks he's got stuff on Goodell.
Yeah.
And so Goodell's floating around going, oh, no, I can't have my legacy tarnished here.
Well, I mean, the worst thing they did was they made his wife basically become the real owner, but there's been no transfer of power. One owner was told by Snyder in the story directly he has dirt on Jerry Jones. A team source told ESPN, though, the nature of the information was unclear. Another source confirmed that Snyder has told a confidant he has a file on Jones, the Cowboys owner who served as Snyder's friend, mentor, and longtime firewall of support. This guy has stood behind him, and I don't know if you're Jerry, if you hate him for it or if you admire it because it's such an open part of the game now. It's such an open part of the playbook. Like, we all have to have dirt on each other. It's kind of like if everybody has a gun, in theory, nobody would want to pull it out and start pointing it at one another. More Jones stuff right here, though. Snyder's fears might not be totally unfounded. Jerry Jones recently told confidants that he might not be able to protect Snyder any longer. Snyder has also badmouthed Jones, telling an owner recently he's only out to get in your pocket. He'll sell you down the river. You can't trust him, a senior exec close to the owner said. Snyder's already lost Jerry, the source added. In the commander's statement, lawyers denied that Snyder's relationship with Jones has soured, saying he and Tanya have a close and strong relationship with Jerry Jones and his entire family and great respect and admiration for one another. We also understand that certain people believe their own interest will be advanced by convincing news outlets like ESPN to present and print false info about the Snyders and Joneses, the Holland and Knight lawyers wrote. Jones declined to comment for the story, said Jim Wilkinson, a Cowboys spokesman who also declined to comment. Something has to give, possibly as soon as the NFL league meetings in New York, right? Van Natta and his partner. Many owners and top league execs tell ESPN they would like to see Snyder removed as owner. It would clean the slate for a storied team and a cherished fan base and reignite the pursuit for a desperately needed stadium.
Yeah, that's the big deal right now. There's owners that believe that if he could pull this off, and he's had an opportunity because he had some very high-powered politicians on both sides of the aisle that were willing to help and willing to get there a stadium, and he really, they botched it up. And so now it's like, well, listen, you've got these guys on your side that are willing to help you get this new stadium, and then you mess it up so bad. There's owners that aren't forgiving him for that.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They look at new stadiums as revenue for them too.
Yeah.
And so there's, I know if you go through the article a little bit further, I mean, it's pretty clear that, like, could some of this go away? Could some of these thoughts go away about Snyder and stuff if he were to get a new stadium? The answers were yes. So, that's the thing that, these owners, they've got a lot of skeletons in their closet along the way, but they're also like, listen, we can deal with this guy just get a new stadium.
Snyder said in the story the NFL's like the mafia and all the owners are out to get each other. And then another owner said, no, everybody just hates Snyder.
Yeah.
So it's hard, to get a great lay of the land for exactly what is going on. But, I think they're clearly the NFL owners who met in New York this week. I think privately you would decide we got to convince the public this is just Snyder trying to save his team. He's just making up all these lies about us to try to create this leverage, and maybe this Wickersham and Don Van Natta story can be part of their thing. Like, listen, this is a paranoid drunk who is doing anything desperately, and maybe that's how Jerry frames the story tomorrow morning.
Who is bold enough to call us bluff in the NFL?
Right.
That's the question you have to ask yourself, because he might not have anything.
It's a great point.
And who's going to stand up and say, okay, we're coming after your team?
Sure.
And see if you really do have stuff on us.
I wish they would. I really do, because something needs to be done, because they have no hesitation when it comes to going after a player and, taking them out of the league or suspending them. There is no reason this guy should still be involved in pro sports at any level. We've seen the NBA get involved and strip owners from the league. Dan Snyder should no longer have any involvement with the NFL. Sometimes right should prove over wrong. This is one of those times, and I wish the owners should do what is right. Now, maybe evidence comes out that proves that he does have substantial evidence on some of these owners, and that's what they are really scared of.
It's a bluff you don't want to probably call.
So one of the things is the cheerleader videos, right?
Yeah.
Were teams trading cheerleader videos? That's all you would need, Oh yeah, you're worried about our cheerleader video where we film them naked while they're getting ready to do different shoots. Well, I have one from half the league. We traded these things.
You moved on from a guy here that had similar kind of issues.
Yeah, and that whole thing and how the Cowboys reacted to that was, we did our research. It's nothing. And it's amazing in this sports era where teams are getting sold and guys are really getting in trouble and you're getting fired. And what you have right now going on in professional women's soccer, like half the league are either selling their teams or having to step down from very significant roles, that the Cowboys have so far, or the NFL so far has been able to keep it so quiet.
The NBA is the one that looks like, to me, they've been the most progressive when it comes to eliminating owners. Look what happened with the Clippers. Look what's happened with the Suns. They've moved on from owners. Yeah, in that group.
479, blow it up, blow it all up. Yeah, I would like to think hopefully we're heading for a time where we can draw a line where that's the old Mad Men 1960s mindset of being a man in a workplace, and all these women around here are playthings that you can use your power to manipulate from, and we can go into a future where that is identified as incredibly reprehensible, and you can't be in business if you've done that. And hopefully we can create a clear line of and I think having a mass sale, a mass auction of teams, and a clear, we're not doing any of this crap anymore, would be the ideal way for this story to end. I just can't see it happening in reality.
No. Reality says it's not going to happen. These guys aren't going to do a suicide mission. All right, let's go make sure Dan Snyder's out. They know that means that they're going to get ousted as well. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Human nature is I'm not going to cut off my Dan Snyder nose to spite my own face. I'm not, what am I going to do? I'm going to air out Dan Snyder just so that I can then be turned around and be aired out as well? Human nature, it's almost, we'd love for that to be the case, but no person in the world. Yeah.
But it's kind of coming to a head now where they're going to have to do something.
Well, I don't know. Everybody in power is remained quiet. Somebody would have stepped up by now. If somebody felt like, hey, I don't have any skeletons, I'll go drop the bomb because it ain't going to affect me. But why
Jerry's
would
about to field questions about it tomorrow morning.
I know, but he's going to dodge it the same way he's always dodged it.
Probably, but where it gets interesting is he has not stepped away from any of the agreement, right? You're going to step out of the public eye. Your wife is going to be the owner, and he's still running things and getting involved in this dirty mess. And I think if you're the other owners, that might rankle you to a point where maybe you do something that you would regret later on down the road.
I don't see how any owner, knowing what they know about their own dirty secrets, is willing to do that. I don't see how any owner at any point in this, whatever time timeline, however far out this goes, is going to be willing to say, I will take the chance unless they know themselves. Like if you're Roger Goodell and you know, hey, put a private investigator on me, you ain't going to find nothing. I know I ain't got any skeletons. That would have already happened. But clearly these guys know, hey, I ain't risking it because maybe he doesn't know these things, but if he does know the things that I know about myself, I ain't letting this get out. No way. So they'll keep this Dan Snyder thing going forever.
And you need 24 of the 32 votes to force him out. That's a really good point. Dan doesn't even have to have things. Owners just have to be paranoid about the worst thing they did.
That's why they haven't done anything to this point.
The ones will
there's never a point where they will make the decision to bleep themselves just to bleep Dan Snyder. There is not a single point in history where any human would ever do that.
Well, the thing about it is the guys that and the ladies that vote for him to be removed, those are the ones that have no skeletons. Everybody that votes to keep him.
Do you think there's 24 out of 32 billionaires with no skeletons?
Absolutely.
Yeah. See, if I have no skeletons, then I want to vote him out to clear my own name.
Yeah, but see, the minute, like you say, the people who feel like we need to get rid of him, the people that need to get rid of him will vote yes. The guys or ladies that have those skeletons are like, man, we can't chance this. I need a no vote here, just to save my own butt. That's how the vote's going to come down.
903 says, why help Washington get better? Yeah, that's what Ross Tucker said with Sean and RJ this morning. I was listening, and he said the real reason you don't want him out is because he's so terrible. You know, you're like, cool, there's one less team to worry about. It's time to hit the expressway. Troy Aikman gave a boost to the Cooper Rush storyline. That's next on The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
for over 20 years.
Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday Night Football. Tailgate with us beginning at 4 p.m. with the Specs kickoff at 7:20 on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3